Meet Ye-Ching, a level 0 player. In this unforgiving world that makes him the absolute weakest existence, forcing him to work as a lowly scavenger in the abyss. His daily grind sorting through the trash left behind by high and mighty awakened warriors. He has to scrub every piece of loot until it sparkles, ensuring perfection for his masters. While he was hunched over diligently polishing a spirit crystal, thud a hunter's boots slammed onto Ye-Ching's crate. The man looked down with a sneer, barking, "These crystals are inventoried assets trash. You try to pocket even one, and you won't just pay a fine, you'll rot in a cell. Got it." Ye-Ching stayed silent, watching the other scavengers scramble. He knew the truth. This dangerous work was the only lifeline for level 0s. If the combat team missed even a single monster, the scavengers would be nothing but monster chow. Despite the lethal risks, the pay was garbage. A single crystal sold for $500,000, yet if a scavenger sold everything they found, they'd barely scrape together $300. Even with a commission bonus, he'd top out at $600. After agency fees, $540. It was a pathetic wage living paycheck to paycheck, with death constantly breathing down his neck. But people desperate enough to work here, they would do absolutely anything for money. So when a colleague whispered about a job paying slightly higher commissions, Ye-Ching was suspicious. But in this manhwa recap, desperation wins. He took the bait. He couldn't let a golden ticket slip away. 10 years ago, the nightmare began. Gates tore open the sky and monsters poured into our dimension, instantly claiming the top spot on the food chain. Humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction until a glimmer of hope finally emerged from the darkness. The Awakened appeared. Warriors gifted with the power to stand tall against the abyssal hordes. Only their divine strength could pierce the monsters' hides. And from the corpses of these beasts, they harvested materials pulsating with otherworldly energy. It was like the discovery of a new continent. Civilization rapidly evolved, building a new economy around the abyss. Traditional industries collapsed, replaced by the new era of monster hunting. And our protagonist, Ye-Ching, was just another body swept up in this brutal current. He needed every cent. His little sister was wasting away in a hospital bed, and the unpaid medical bills were stacking up like a mountain. The doctors were done listening to his begging. To make matters worse, he was 2 months behind on rent. He'd run himself ragged looking for work, only to be met with cold stares and slammed doors. The situation was critical. For level 0s like him, society had a simple label: human waste. In his darkest moment, the only hand reached out to him belonged to a loan shark. But the collateral wasn't a house or a car. It was Ye-Ching's organs. If he missed the deadline, they were coming to harvest him piece by piece. Stealing his resolve, Ye-Ching joined the cleanup crew at a new dimensional gate. Above them, the hunters waited, tapping their feet with impatience. After a barrage of insults about being slow, the squad finally marched into the glowing portal. Little did Ye-Ching know stepping through that light would change his destiny forever. The moment they crossed the threshold, the raid began. Their target, the 5th floor of a B-rank gate. The welcoming committee, a pack of level 1 ghost wolves. The hunters smirked, instantly shifting into battle formation. A white-haired mage looking like a rogue didn't hesitate. He whipped his hand forward, launching a roaring fireball straight into the wolf pack. Boom! The damage wasn't lethal, but the explosion scattered the beasts. The path was clear and the team pressed on. But then disaster struck. The mage stopped to tie his shoe, and Ye-Ching, distracted by the scenery, tripped right over him. The power gap was absolute. The mage exploded in rage, grabbing Ye-Ching by the collar and lifting him like a ragdoll with a single hand. All his hatred for the weak poured out. He slammed Ye-Ching against the wall, spitting curses. It was only when a teammate intervened, saying the trash wasn't worth the effort, that he stopped. Lucky for Ye-Ching, he was tossed aside like garbage rather than killed. But he etched every insult into his soul. Vengeance would come. What nobody knew was a secret on his status screen: experience at 99%. He was one tiny step away from a legendary breakthrough in this leveling manhwa. Suddenly chaos erupted. Monster, run for your lives. The miners screamed, scattering like rats. In the panic, Ye-Ching was left behind. He stared ahead, cold sweat drenching his face. They missed one. A lone beast stood there. The fact that it was solitary meant one thing: it was an elite. The system tag flashed red, bloodthirsty ghost wolf. Ye-Ching frantically scanned the ground for anything to defend himself. His eyes locked on a discarded level 1 shield and a wooden club. As the wolf opened its jaws to rip out his throat, Ye-Ching's eyes hardened. Bloodthirsty good. Swoosh! He snatched the weapons, narrowly dodging the beast's snapping jaws. Adrenaline flooded his veins. This monster wasn't a death sentence. It was the opportunity he had been praying for. He stuck the landing perfectly. The ghost wolf, furious at missing its meal, locked eyes with him, growling. Ye-Ching didn't hesitate. He launched a counterattack, gripping the wooden club with white-knuckled force and swinging it at the beast's skull. Die! He screamed. The hit connected. But nothing happened. Ye-Ching froze as a cruel notification floated up: damage 0. Shock paralyzed him. What did I miss the weak point? Seeing his futile struggle, the fleeing miners stopped to laugh. Is Ye Qing brain dead? He really wants to die today. Hey, idiot, only awakened can damage monsters. Don't you know the basics? As they mocked him, the wolf lunged again. Ye Qing braced for impact, fury burning in his chest. I know that. Suddenly, the system screen flickered to life. Name Ye Qing. Level 0. Strength 1. Luck 1. Everything was about to change. But in that split second, the bloodthirsty specter unleashed a feral roar and lunged straight for Ye Qing. Panic surged as he scrambled away, his backpack crashing to the floor. Gritting his teeth, his mind raced with his pathetic stats. He couldn't even scratch the monster's defense, let alone survive a hit. He knew his weakness all too well. Seeing its prey flee, the beast launched its pursuit. But Ye Qing's eyes weren't filled with fear, they were filled with calculation. This was all part of the plan. Ye Qing sprinted, using his momentum to vault onto a massive root clinging to the dungeon wall. Snap. The beast's razor-sharp fangs crunched into the wood right where he had stood a split second ago. Seizing the opening, he plummeted from above, his wooden staff raised high. His gaze hardened into steel. He roared, I need more power behind this strike. Meanwhile, deeper in the mine, the awakened squad was slaughtering everything in sight. Leading the pack was Xingdian, standing casually amidst a sea of fallen wolves. He sneered with arrogance. Look at those level 0 losers. They see a monster with 1 HP left and wet their pants. His captain laughed along. We make easy money effortlessly while those trash-tier porters die if they breathe wrong. Truly the lowest of the low. Toying with a crystal shard he just looted, Xingdian spoke with cold indifference. Only pick up the high-value drops. Leave the scraps for the garbage collectors. Cleaning up our mess is their only purpose after all. The 5 awakened warriors stood in a circle surrounded by piles of wolf corpses. Around them, loot orbs glowed green, blue, and purple, a treasure trove of equipment manifesting from thin air. Suddenly, the masked assassin spoke up. Boss missed one over there. She pointed toward the darkness where distant screams echoed. It's a stray beast. Should we run? Xingdian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Troublesome. I'll handle it. He stepped forward, eager for one last kill. The other teammates nodded. Just as the boss says. Xingdian pocketed a hand pointing at a glowing item. That purple gear is mine. Touch it and you die. The screams didn't stop. They reverberated through the dungeon halls, chilling the air. Back in the shadows, a desperate deathmatch raged. Ye Qing and the beast were drenched in crimson wounds covering every inch of skin. It was impossible to tell who was bleeding more. He forced his eyes open, fighting through waves of agony. His wooden staff was shattered to splinters, but in Ye Qing's eyes it was still a weapon. He raised the broken stake, refusing to crumble. I will not die like trash. With a final burst of adrenaline, he drove the jagged wood straight into the beast's eye. Roar, the beast howled in agony, releasing its grip on Ye Qing. Critical hit, 1 point of damage. The massive frame crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. The impossible had happened, a monstrous beast defeated by a level 0 scavenger. Ye Qing collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. A breathless chuckle escaped his lips, which soon erupted into a roar of pure, unadulterated triumph. He released all the pain, all the years of mockery in that one scream. At that moment, Xingdian emerged from the darkness and froze. Ye Qing sensed the new presence immediately. Xingdian's face was unreadable. You actually killed a low-tier wolf alone. Suddenly, he grabbed Ye Qing by the collar, hoisting him up like a ragdoll. He stared dead into Ye Qing's face and screamed, "Trying to play hero, you little rat? You bastard tired of living." His voice was like grinding glass. "We use money to buy your labor, not your corpse, you worthless trash." Ye Qing tuned out the insults. His mind was elsewhere, focused on the one truth of this world: there was more than one way to awaken. If accumulated experience hits the threshold, even a level 0, nobody can trigger a class change. Hidden classes are even within reach for the desperate. Ye Qing recalled every moment he watched the warriors fight. To achieve this, you have to scrape together XP by any means necessary. For a powerless porter who can't deal damage, leveling up was harder than ascending to heaven. 1% experience, 2% experience. For years, I risked my life for a single hit, he thought, looking for openings to deal just 1 damage. 3%, slowly stacking, 4%, 7%, 10%, 18%, 50%, 99%. And with that final strike on the beast, doing just 1 point of damage was enough. Experience 100%. His grin widened maniacally as he stared into Xingdian's eyes. This was the only way for me to get that final point. As the words left his lips, the logic of this leveling Manhwa world finally responded. Condition met. XP, 99,100 to 100,000. System panels flooded his vision. Finally, the notification he had prayed for appeared. Promotion conditions met. Xingdian saw the blinding aura erupting from Ye Qing and stepped back in shock. This kid, he actually gathered enough XP to transfer. Ye Qing was consumed by a pillar of holy light. The system continued to ping. Congratulations, level 1 reached. The screen went black for a heartbeat, building the tension. Then the truth was revealed. Class Scavenger, level 1, max. Ye Qing's eyes widened. He was frozen in disbelief. Xingdian stared blankly for a second, before bursting into internal laughter that threatened to cause internal bleeding. He couldn't hold it back. He exploded into a loud cackle. Tears streamed down his face. Bwahaha! What kind of awakening is that, a scavenger? You awaken just to stay a trash collector and max level 1. Xingdian laughed until his stomach hurt, patting Ye Qing's shoulder. Sorry, I can't help it. The one chance in your life, and you're still just a garbage man, just purely picking up trash. Oh, that's rich, it fits you perfectly. His face suddenly went cold, the mockery turning into command. Listen up, level 1 scavenger. Your friends are gone. You're cleaning this dungeon alone. He turned his back, leaving Ye Qing standing in the silence. Hey guys, wait till you hear this joke. Ye Qing looked down at his blood-soaked hands, unsure if it was his blood or the beast's. A strange energy pulsed within him. Is the scavenger class really that weak? Faith was the only currency he had left. Ye Qing had been forged in the fires of poverty, so a setback like this was merely a scratch on his hardened soul. If the scavenger class was cursed with a max cap of level 1, then traditional power leveling was impossible. With a heavy sigh, he looked down at the demon beast carcass rotting on the cold concrete. But destiny had other plans for this so-called trash class. Suddenly, the beast's corpse defied gravity, floating in an ethereal glow. A blue interface materialized, the hallmark of a system Manhwa, flashing a notification: recyclable trash found. Low-level nether wolf corpse detected. Ye Qing's jaw dropped, shock paralyzing him. The system prompt pulsed with a single life-changing question. Do you wish to recycle? He paused, the weight of the decision hanging in the air, before whispering, yes. Instantly, reality warped as countless spectral hands emerged from the void behind him. Ye Qing scanned his surroundings, eyes wide with bewilderment. The ghostly hands stretched out, grasping the demon beast's body with an eerie, silent efficiency. Confusion swirled in his mind regarding this bizarre skill. He watched, mesmerized by the macabre spectacle, and gasped, "It's dragging it in." As the beast disappeared into the void, the screen updated: trash decomposition in progress. Moments later, a spectral trash bin materialized, signaling the completion of the process. Ye Qing blinked, stunned by the speed of it all. Is it over already? From the abyss, a hand extended, offering a glowing skill card. The system chimed. You have obtained Soul Rush. You have received 3 free attribute points. Heart pounding. Ye Qing asked the air cautiously. Can I take the card and allocate these points freely? He immediately commanded the system to open his status window. The screen flickered to life. Name: Ye Qing. Class Scavenger. Strength 1+, Agility 1+, Intelligence 1+, Willpower 1+, Constitution 1+, Luck 1+. The plus signs shimmered enticingly behind every stat. The skill card, however, had a requirement: 3 agility points needed to activate. He nodded, a plan forming in his mind. 3 points in agility. Without hesitation, his finger hovered over the agility stat. He tapped the plus sign, dumping all 3 acquired points into speed. The system acknowledged his choice. Prerequisites met for Spirit Wolf skill. Current agility is 4. Requirement is 3 or higher. Do you wish to learn this skill? Ye Qing didn't waste a second. Learn. A surge of emerald energy rushed into his body, rewriting his very DNA in a heartbeat. Ye Qing opened his eyes, faint green particles dancing around his aura. He looked at his hands, underwhelmed. Is that it? No dramatic explosion. The system remained silent, indifferent to his expectations. Suddenly, a shout cut through the air from the distance. Hey, hurry up and clear this garbage. Snapping back to reality, he yelled back on it. Ye Qing kicked off the ground to run, but the world moved differently now. He felt light as a feather, blurring forward with superhuman speed. But speed without control is dangerous. A tree root caught his foot, sending him flying face first. A scream echoed through the ruins, not of battle, but of Ye Qing wiping out in the most uncool way possible. Dizzied by the fall, he sat up, rubbing his head, but grinning like a maniac. That was definitely a skill. Suddenly, the interface popped up like a living entity. Soul Rush is now on cooldown. He burst into laughter, the thrill of power washing over him. It really is a skill. He stood up, exhaling sharply, his eyes narrowing as he gazed ahead with newfound ambition. A second later, Ye Qing's pupils constricted. The scene before him was a goldmine. Countless demon beast corpses lay scattered, and above every single one, a system tag floated: recyclable trash detected. He muttered to himself, trembling with excitement. I don't just get stats, I can loot their skills too. Is this the broken potential of a leveling Manhwa protagonist, hidden in a level 1 class? A realization struck him like lightning. A satisfied smirk curled on his lips. The scavenger class is actually terrifyingly overpowered. The system began spamming notifications, a symphony of growth. You received 4 attribute points. You received 3 attribute points. You received 2 attribute points. You received 1 attribute point. Yi Qing stood there, mouth agape at the endless harvest. Just attribute points, he whispered. It seemed that after obtaining the Soul Rush skill from the first Nether Wolf recycling, the same species only yielded stats with diminishing returns. So skills are a unique reward for the first time I recycle a new monster type. Yi Qing pointed to a distant pile commanding his automated scavenger machines. There's more trash over there. Let's clean this place out. The notifications kept rolling in. You received 1 attribute point. Yi Qing checked his status panel, his heart skipping a beat. Free attribute points available 111. The screen displayed his stats. Name, Yi Qing. Level 1 maxed. Strength 1. Agility 4. Intelligence 1. Willpower 1. Constitution 1. Luck 1. But the reserve pool was a staggering 111 points. Faced with godlike potential, he hesitated. Which stat should I boost? With this much farming, I won't be short on points later, right? Making a bold choice, Yi Qing decided. Why not just become the perfect all-rounder? Let's split them evenly. He dumped points into everything. The system chimed melodically. Strength increased. Agility increased. Willpower increased. Constitution increased. Luck increased. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle echoed nearby as a team finished off some monsters. Good work, only 2 left. As the beast fell, the squad leader turned to his teammate Xing Dian. Did you say that kid awakened as a scavenger? That's a hidden class I've never even seen on the transfer charts before. A man with glasses adjusted his frame, scoffing. Hidden classes appear every year, but the hierarchy of power never changes. The top-tier jobs remain the same. Most so-called hidden classes are just jokes with fancy names. Sangdian nodded in agreement. And his level cap is 1. At best, he's F-rank trash, barely stronger than a civilian. Hearing the gossip, the captain cut in. Ignore him. We have a job to do. Move out. Stay alert, the team shouted in unison. Roger, and followed. But their march halted abruptly as they reached a massive, ominous tree, fear creeping onto their faces. Before them stood trees twisted into nightmarish shapes atop a strange mound. Xingdian's voice trembled. Target located. It's the Hunter Tree. The captain sent by the Hunter Association frowned. Why is there an earthen mound inside a shopping mall? Is this really the 5th floor? The glasses-wearing man, despite his fear, stepped closer to inspect the grotesque vegetation. The abyss corruption here hasn't even been active for 48 hours. Have the corpses really been drained this dry already? As he watched, a bone-deep chill gripped him. Was his mana being drained by some dark sorcery? The captain's voice cut through the tension. We've only seen low-level ghost wolves. Doesn't it seem strange that an entire B-plus rank squad was wiped out here? Suddenly the ground trembled beneath him. He spun around, horror in his eyes. No, we're not alone, the captain roared, but hundreds of demonic beasts were already charging from the shadows. An emergency broadcast flashed from the city, but for them it was already too late. Code red. The Divine Wind Mall was undergoing an abyss transformation. It started as a B-rank anomaly, but now 27 people had vanished into the void. A dungeon break had erupted in the city. The Hunter Association deployed their forces. Fall back now, the captain screamed. The squad realized the terrifying truth. They had walked into an ambush. Xingdian slashed through a beast, shouting, "This is a graveyard. No wonder we couldn't find the bodies. They were dragged here for a feast." The captain slammed his shield down, knocking the creatures back. Those weak mobs were just bait to lure us deeper into the trap. A deafening roar shattered the earth. A colossal flower monster erupted from the ground. The captain trembled as he gazed up at the A-rank Hellfire Man-Eater. This was the true master of the abyss. Shangdian pointed skyward, screaming in terror. "Look up the Hawk Squad. They've been reanimated." The undead hunters dove from the sky at light speed. Meanwhile, Yi Qing heard the mechanical chime of destiny. Ghost Wolf recycled. Incineration complete. Scavenger achievement unlocked, 50 corpses recycled. Yi Qing grinned. Finally time for my reward in this leveling manhwa. Hearing the system's voice, his heart raced. A reward. Now we're talking. But the item appeared, a common dagger, level 1. Yi Qing froze, his excitement shattering. Are you kidding me? A level 1 requirement. Even the achievement for this hidden class is total garbage. What a joke. Suddenly a guttural growl rose from the darkness behind him. His eyes went wide. Something was there. He spun around as a monster lunged. Yeqing froze for a split second, but his body moved on instinct, weaving past the deadly attack. System alert agility, check 20, evasion, successful. Yeqing gasped, clutching his chest. Damn it, that nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I was dead meat, then it hit him. His body felt lighter, faster. He looked at his hands. Is this a stat boost? Yeqing clenched his fist. He had definitely gotten stronger. The monster didn't give him time to think. It roared and charged straight for him. Yeqing's eyes widened. He could see every frame of its movement. He sidestepped with ease, letting the beast smash its claws into the concrete wall. He seized its arm and hurled the creature away like a ragdoll. This power is insane, Yeqing thought. I'm not just faster. I'm stronger too. He stomped the ground, channeling his energy. Soul impact activated. With a roar that shook the air, Yeqing unleashed a thunderous punch. My turn, I'm officially an awakened player now. Boom. The monster was launched backward, flying yards away. Yeqing shouted triumphantly, "See that no more zero damage notification from me." The system screen flashed again with good news. Strength check 20. Passed. Target defense broken. Physical damage increased by 100%. The monster whimpered, trembling in agony. Yeqing wiped blood from his lip, a predator's grin spreading across his face. I am reborn. The system chimed again. Intellect check 20. Insight activated. Hidden target data revealed. Despite the beating, the creature scrambled to its feet. It wasn't done yet, but with his new insight, Yeqing saw everything. Target elite, parasitized human. Weakness, fire neck joint. The beast roared and lunged. Yeqing didn't flinch. He sprinted head-on, his aura flaring. Man and monster collided in a violent clash. He analyzed its movements, hunting for the opening. There, he spotted the neck joint. Card equip, rusty dagger. He drove the blade into its nape. Luck check 20. Critical hit. The rusty dagger's passive triggered instantly, inflicting a massive bleed effect. System parasitized human eliminated. The monster froze, then crumbled apart as the corruption left its body. The corpse hit the floor with a heavy thud. Yeqing stood covered in toxic blood. Constitution check 20. Poison neutralized. The venom evaporated harmlessly. Yeqing stared at the blade in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. Success. My first kill. The system prompted recycle parasitized human. He didn't hesitate. Recycle. Processing complete. Passive skill acquired, toxic conversion. Poison effects are inverted into random buffs. Requirement Constitution 15 or higher. Yeqing studied the card. Toxic conversion. So poison becomes a potion. He equipped the passive immediately. System, you received 5 free attribute points. Yeqing's status window popped up. Name Yeqing. Level max. Strength 20. Agility 20. Intellect 20. Willpower 20. Constitution 20. Luck 20. Loot corrupted potion. The system warned him high toxicity. Yeqing thought back to the card. With toxic conversion, the poison should become a buff. He decided to gamble. He downed the lethal sludge in one gulp. Alarms blared, then silenced. Poison. Inverted to minor healing. His wounds knitted together instantly. Buff acquired, high spirits. All base attributes doubled for 10 minutes. A random buff gives this much power. Energy surged through him like a breaking dam. Yeqing scanned his interface, his mind racing. If I remember correctly, with high intellect, I can uncover the hidden secrets of this world. I poured 5 attribute points straight into intelligence. The status window shimmered as the update took effect. Yeqing. Level 1. Maxed out. Strength surged from 20 to 40 in an instant. Agility, wisdom, willpower, constitution. Everything between 20 and 40. But as he admired his stats in this leveling manhwa, a guttural growl tore through the silence behind him. Yeqing glanced back, his eyes cold and calculating. Missed one, did I? But then the gravity of the situation hit him. His eyes went wide with shock. Wait, that's a little too many. Suddenly the ghosts of his past screamed in his mind. Loser. Society's burden. Trash. Useless. That's what they always called him. But things had changed. Now he had the voice to scream back. Yeqing's grip tightened around his blade until his knuckles turned white. He pointed the steel at the horde of demon beasts and roared, I am Yeqing the Scavenger, and you lot. You're just garbage waiting to be collected. Come here. Meanwhile, panic seized the squad leader. Damn it, we're surrounded. The entire hunting party has been infected by parasites. He raised his shield, sweat pouring down his face like rain as he blocked a blow. Curse this luck, even as corpses they're stronger now than when they were alive. And that wasn't even counting the boss. The man-eating flower. He made the only choice left. Squad retreat immediately. The floral nightmare lunged, chasing the captain and Xingdian. Their teammates behind them instantly slaughtered. Boss! A teammate cried, roots bursting from his mouth in a gruesome display. The captain's heart hammered against his ribs. Shit, they're relentless. Xingdian was losing his mind. They're too strong, we're gonna die. The captain turned to fight, buying time. But Xingdian, he vaulted past him, choosing survival, a greedy coward to the core. I came for loot, not to die. Dying here isn't worth the paycheck. Magic surged around him, boosting his speed. The captain stared in disbelief. Xingdian, what are you doing? We're teammates. But Xingdian only saw a human shield. Sorry, Cap, you'll have to stay behind and slow them down. He didn't even look back as he fled. I'll burn some extra incense for you when I get back. The captain's arm trembled in rage. You bastard. Xingdian justified his cowardice as he ran. At least I kept the loot. I'll just say the party got wiped. He ducked into a dark building, only to stumble upon Ye Qing. Xingdian clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle a scream. He composed himself, quickly sneering. It's just that trash picker again. But Ye Qing had seen everything. So, you sold out your brothers just to save your own skin. Xingdian looked past him, seeing the pile of monster corpses. Disbelief washed over him. Did he kill all of these? Panic set in. I can't let him leave here alive. If he reports me to the association, I'm finished. He stepped forward, stomping on Ye Qing's foot to provoke him. Hey, you wanted to be strong, right? You wanted to be a hero. Go on then, kill those monsters for me, let's see it. A blue screen flashed. System-triggered strength check. Failed. The kick bounced off harmlessly, reflecting the damage. Xingdian hit the floor, writhing in agony. You dirty trash. What did you do? Ye Qing looked down at him with icy contempt. You're right. You're not even worth the title of trash. Ye Qing activated his skill, and an invisible force dragged the screaming Xingdian away. What the hell? Help me. System processing. Analyzing target. Conclusion, non-recyclable garbage. Ye Qing scoffed. See, even the system thinks you're worthless. But then a new notification popped up in this awakening manhwa. Recycle upgrade available, target consents to ability extraction. Reward 3-minute forbidden mage trial card. Ye Qing smirked. So passing out counts as consent, good to know. How convenient. He crushed the card in his hand. Class forbidden mage. Skills acquired, domain of fire, fireball jutsu. Requirement 15 intelligence. Current intelligence 50. Over limit reached. Skill evolved. Fireball becomes Great Cataclysm. The horde gathered below, their shrieks shaking the walls. Ye Qing tried to recall the motions. How did that mage do it? Like this? I think he waved his hands. Like so. He mimicked the gesture. And reality tore apart. Boom! An explosion engulfed the second floor. Scorch marks scarred the earth. Ye Qing panicked. I didn't even recycle them yet. Did I just bury myself alive? Suddenly a shadow dropped behind him. A frenzied figure lunging with killing intent. Ye Qing slammed his foot down, braking hard. His eyes sharpened. He dodged the strike by a hair's breadth, manifesting a small blade of pure energy. He slashed back. But internally, he was sweating bullets. I haven't even learned close combat skills yet. He got a good look at the monster. It was the captain. You don't want to rot as a monster, do you? Why not become my strength instead? A golden card materialized. Shield of the Guardian. Ye Qing grabbed it instantly. With the shield in hand, he mercifully took the creature's head. The severed head rolled to his feet. Ye Qing stared at it, a heavy silence falling over the room. He knew exactly who this monster used to be. Sorry, Cap. I'll make sure to recycle you with care. Rest now. Another card appeared. Dagger mastery acquired. Now he could strike with the speed and precision of a master assassin. System alert, dagger mastery activated. Confidence surged through Ye Qing's veins. The rusty blade in his hand now felt like an extension of his soul. He turned to his new minions. Your mission is simple. Find the Falcon Squad and carry them out of this dungeon. Understood. The shadows bowed. Yes. Ye Qing's face remained stone cold. The master's word was absolute law. If we don't find their bodies, the mission fails. And I don't work for free. System notification. Recycle successful. Skill obtained, Berserk. Strength and agility drastically increased. Immunity to crowd control granted. One of the shadow monsters hesitated. We know, Master, but there is one small issue. Have we actually found the Falcon Squad's bodies yet? The monster trembled under Ye Qing's gaze. Of course we found them. It's just, well, I already recycled them all. The Master of Monsters stood frozen in shock. Recover. But it was too late. He watched his beast's corpse vanish into the abyss, dragged away by a mysterious figure. Meanwhile, high in the association tower, the interrogation began. Xingdian panicked as the pressure mounted. In that dungeon instance, he was the sole survivor. But the man he described, the authorities claimed he didn't exist. There was also a glaring anomaly. When they found the suspect, his level had plummeted to rank 1. A glitch like that was unheard of even in the wildest system Manhwa scenarios. Madness suddenly consumed him. "I told you that man stole my abilities. This is the proof." He screamed, desperate. "That guy, he's just a scavenger." Xingdian stammered, his mind racing. He was doing everything to prove his innocence, but his words sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. "You have high-level abyss contamination," the officer stated coldly. "You lost your powers and hallucinated a scapegoat." "Suspect confirmed," Xingdian wailed. "No, I'm not lying. It really was that trash picker." Under the gloomy skies of the B-rank abyss entrance, Yeqing kept his identity hidden. He had just sold all his magic crystals in the black market, but only walked away with 30% of their value. It was a rigged game. The trade of magic crystals was a monopoly held tightly by the megacorporations. Private trading was illegal, and the black market vultures took a 70% cut. The cash he scraped together barely covered the interest on his loans. The debt from years ago was still a mountain on his back. He couldn't risk exposure. If he used his devour skill in public, the association would be on him in seconds. Yeqing looked at the mark on his hand. He was an awakener with a hidden bizarre class. If caught, they'd lock him in a lab for a year just to study him. He reminded himself, make money now while you still have your freedom. Baicho briefed the crowd. "This is a newly formed abyss. It's unknown territory, so you know the risks." It sounded like the dangerous start of a leveling manhwa. "That's why the pay is double today. But listen up. B-rank aptitude or higher only." Yeqing raised his hand, pointing to himself. "What about me, boss?" Yeqing asked innocently. "Class level 1 scavenger." Bichao looked at him with pure disgust. "You think any trash picker can call themselves a hunter? Now get lost. Go pick up garbage somewhere else, people are queuing up." But this was exactly what Yeqing wanted. Show weakness. Lower their guard. Get thrown to the back of the line as support staff. That way he could lurk behind the main force, quietly harvesting corpses and loot without anyone noticing his dark secret. It was the perfect lazy plan. But then boom, Liu Jingren stomped her foot. "Hold it!" Captain B's attitude flipped instantly. It was the daughter of the Liu family awakened with the legendary God's Chosen class. She made a split-second decision. "Bring him along. We need the numbers." Yeqing grinned. It was Liu Jingren, the future superstar of the Hunter Guild. Bi Chao hesitated. "But miss, he's a level 1 rookie with no certification." Jingran didn't care. "Rookie or not, I don't care if the whole team is level 1. You're all just cannon fodder to fill the quota anyway." Bi Chao had no choice but to bow. "Yes, Miss Liu. We are just here to ensure your safety. This is your family's property after all." Yeqing let out a breath he was holding. That was close. Almost got kicked out again. Not the first time he'd been treated like garbage. Jingren stared at him with suspicion. Yeqing racked his brain. That name, Liu Jingran, where had he heard it before? Then it hit him. 2 years ago. Back then, she saw Yeqing holding nothing but a wooden stick, yet he stood fearlessly against a monster and took it down with ease. The question had haunted her ever since. "You're just a scavenger," she had asked. "How could you possibly kill a demon beast?" Yeqing had screamed in joy that day. "Success, I finally got 1 experience point." He turned to check on her. "Hey, you okay?" It was the first time she had seen such madness. She heard rumors of grinding like this, but to see someone actually risking death for a single point, Jingren questioned his sanity. "You really use this method to farm XPY?" Yeqing's answer was simpler than she expected. "Money, obviously." She didn't buy it. "Liar, you're gambling with your life every time." Yeqing, carrying the weight of the world, snapped back. "What would you know, you high-ranking hunters sitting on your thrones? You'll never understand the bitterness of people like us." He analyzed her situation. "And you, leaving your team to enter a dungeon solo. You have a death wish, fighting a horde alone. What are you trying to prove?" Jingran's eyes burned with ambition. "To get stronger. I'm going to be the first to conquer that place." Yeqing paused. "That place?" She looked him in the eye. "Tell me your real reason for wanting to awaken." He held onto a sliver of hope. "Family," he said softly. "I need power to protect my family." Jingran's gaze softened. "What's your name?" "Xie." Yeqing. Her impression of him shifted. "I am Liu Jingran. I look forward to the day you finally succeed. When you awaken, join my team. We'll conquer that place together." She extended her hand. Yeqing shook it. "Sure. Just don't drag me down when the time comes." She smirked. "Survive your awakening first, then we'll talk. By the way, I killed 30 beasts back there. You cleaned up, maybe half of one." Suddenly a blonde bodyguard wailed in the distance. "Oh God, young miss, you scared us to death." A brunette guard rushed over, frantic. "You snuck into the abyss again. Hey, you trash scavenger, get away from Our Lady." They dragged her away by force. "The chairman is furious, he nearly broke our legs looking for you." Jingran looked helpless. Wait. She tossed an object to Ye Qing. He caught it, a sharp, glowing crystal shard. Consider that payment for your half-kill. Back in the present, Ye Qing walked away. What was her name again, Liu? Hing. Something. Bi Chao smacked him on the head. It's Liu Jingren, you idiot! What are you staring at? Move those crystals. But Ye Qing just smiled to himself. Don't worry. I'll try my best not to be a burden. Jingren nodded in approval. Excellent. Check your gear. We depart now. She shouted to the squad, signaling the start of the raid. Move out. Trailing behind was Ye Qing. He made a silent vow this time he would secure the fortune and make it out alive. He had clawed his way out of the abyss with an arsenal, the Warrior's Shield thief cards, a rare item, Berserker's Rage, and the crowning jewel, the super regeneration of the man-eating flower boss. Thanks to his perfect hexagon attribute method, switching between class forms had zero drawbacks. He was the ultimate all-rounder. Strength, vitality, luck, willpower, intelligence, and agility. Every single stat on his hexagonal chart had smashed past the 100-point barrier. After all, he had scavenged every scrap of value from the abyss. As Ye Qing stepped into the darkness, he wondered, just how strong was level 100 compared to this world? Before moving further, Ye Qing activated his ocular skill, attribute detection. He scanned his teammates. Pathetic. Their strength hovered around 12, and their intelligence a measly 1 point. If 1 point represents a normal human, they were 12 times stronger. But with his stats at 100, he was a walking god among mortals. As he followed the group, a stone wall suddenly jutted out, blocking his path. The team whipped around in confusion. What happened? An earthquake? Ye Qing casually shoved the massive wall back into place with a sheepish smile. Ah, the underground structure is just a bit unstable. Just then the scout yelled, I found a treasure chest. Arriving at the loot, Bi Chao clicked his tongue. This is a problem. We don't have a thief class in our party. That was at least a rank A chest. Seeing a chance to prove his worth, Ye Qing raised his hand. Can I try? He fiddled with the lock and he didn't disappoint. Click. In a split second the lock sprang open. It was as easy as eating rice for him. Bi Chao's eyes nearly popped out. That dexterity. Surely only a level 5 thief could pull that off. Ye Qing quickly waved it off. No way, level 1 scavengers learn handy tricks too. We bump into locked boxes in the trash all the time, right? Bi Chao pocketed the loot. We'll split the rewards after the raid. Let's move. But Ye Qing picked up a pebble and called out to the girl ahead. Hold up. Don't take another step. As they froze, Ye Qing tossed the stone forward. Bam! The walls slammed together with crushing force. If anyone had walked there, they would have been reduced to a pile of meat paste instantly. The girl looked at him, eyes narrowing. Are you seriously just level 1? Ye Qing scratched his head nervously. Don't mind me, it's just a scavenger's instinct. I trigger traps constantly while digging through trash. I suffered so much I naturally developed a knack for spotting them. Nothing weird about that, right? Even Jingren looked doubtful. But suddenly the interface flashed a staple of any good system: Manhwa deception check, critical success. Target is now easily persuaded. Their suspicion turned to admiration. Oh, that makes sense. Ye Qing smirked internally. Was this the terrifying power of 100 intelligence? Bi Chao tossed a tattered card at him. Here, your reward. Be grateful. Ye Qing stared at the junk item, his face falling. In their eyes, he was still just trash. Bi Chao ordered the guide forward. But as they entered the final chamber, he froze. What is this? Reaching the final treasure was way too easy. Where are the monsters? In the center of the silent room stood a lone statue. A reward room with no guards that is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Gongju rushed to grab the artifact, but Jingren shouted, Stop! Don't celebrate yet. Watch for ambushes. Gongju scoffed, holding the item. Relax. This must be the dungeon's main drop, right? We got the treasure. Time to get out of here. He didn't notice the puddle of water trembling violently behind him. Suddenly, it erupted. A crimson curtain sealed the room. The system announced the blood trial begins now. Bi Chao cursed. Idiots. This isn't a reward room. It's a death trap. From the blood, a form took shape. A blood nightmare. Jingren drew her blade, screaming, Battle positions! The monsters began to swarm. Ye Qing gripped a short sword. To keep his cover, he had to nerf himself. 25% power should be enough. He equipped the Ring of the Weak. Its effect, it forcibly lowered the wearer's attributes by a specified percentage. When he first got this trash card, he was disappointed. Who wants a ring that makes you weaker? But now he thanked the heavens. Even trash has its uses in the right hands. While the party struggled, Ye Qing stood still, secretly firing off soul shock. Jingren glanced back, confused. Every monster nearing Ye Qing just collapsed and died. Interesting, she thought. Suddenly a beast lunged at her. With cold precision, she sliced it cleanly in two. Gongju was baffled. What the hell, they shatter with one hit, but the blood didn't die. It bubbled, reformed, and twisted, until it took the shape of its attacker. It's mimicking us. That is the horror of the blood nightmare. Initially weak, but the moment you strike it mirrors your strength and evolves. Ignorant of the danger, Gongju laughed maniacally, hacking away. Take this, the girl cheered him on. Good job, keep going. But the monster regenerated instantly. Slash. Before Gongju could react, his right arm was severed. He collapsed, screaming. Cutting the head doesn't work. This bastard won't die. The blood clone loomed over him, raising its blade for the execution. Death was inches away. Suddenly, Crack Jingren unleashed her power, freezing the monster solid in a block of ice. You lot are absolutely pathetic. With a ruthless grip, she crushed the beast's skull into dust. She turned to her subordinates, eyes blazing with annoyance. It's just a nightmare creature. How could you let yourselves look this disgraceful? Trash truly belongs in the garbage. But suddenly the horde surged. Countless monsters flooded the area, and no matter how much magic the mage unleashed, the tide was unstoppable. They're moving too fast, the mage panicked. I can't even finish my incantations. Ye Qing stepped forward, his expression cold. If steel won't cut it, I'll just vaporize them on the spot. He unleashed a torrent of S-rank inferno flames, the fire of Norlon, leaving the girl staring in stunned silence. Flash movement. Is his character bugged? How can a level 1 player move like that? But the nightmare wasn't over. The swarm roared, hungry for their flesh, ready to tear them limb from limb. However, Ye Qing had anticipated the rush. With a deafening war cry, he shattered their momentum, stunning the beasts and freezing them in their tracks. Seizing the golden opportunity, Ye Qing channeled raw power into his arm. Berserk mode activate. It was the exclusive ability of the Berserker class. In this state, his speed and strength were amplified by 100%. Damage received increased by 100%. A fair trade. He launched himself into the fray, delivering a heaven-shaking punch to every single enemy that dared to approach. Ye Qing glanced back, expecting victory. Instead, the corpses didn't vanish. They liquefied and merged. A massive, terrifying entity began to take shape, sending waves of horror through the mage. What is that energy? Even Ye Qing turned pale. It copied me. How could a simple B-rank abyss spawn a king-tier blood nightmare? This twist was straight out of a brutal leveling manhwa. The mage screamed in terror, her mind breaking. Impossible. There must be a mistake. This shouldn't be happening. But Ye Qing remained ice-cold, analyzing the threat. It mimics its target's form. It meets strength with strength. By absorbing my stats, this blood nightmare evolved directly into a king-tier monster. He dodged a lethal claw by a hair's breadth. Our stats are identical now, he thought grimly. I can't suppress it with raw power alone anymore. Suddenly Lao Jingren charged forward, shouting over her shoulder. Out of my way, small fry. This powerful prey belongs to me. She entered a combat stance, her longsword gleaming. Before the beast could strike, she vaulted up its arm, infused her blade with aura, and drove a piercing thrust toward the monster's heart. But the monster was too fast. It raised a massive hand, blocking the fatal strike at the very last second. Ye Qing watched from below, eyes wide at her dominance. Skill Frost Domain Control. But the beast ignored the cold, snatching her out of the air and slamming her ruthlessly into the ground. Liu Jingren rolled with the impact, instantly regaining her balance like a true warrior. She wiped blood from her cheek. Damn it. I'm still too weak. Memories of her family's guards pleading with her flooded her mind. Young Miss, the energy readings in this abyss are incredibly unstable. Do you really want to enter alone? But Jingran had turned a deaf ear to their warnings. My goal is to clear this dungeon, she had thought. The pitch-black tower awaits at the top, and my growth speed is still lagging miles behind my brothers and sisters. Back in the present, Jingran forced her battered body to stand. Wounds covered her, but she refused to stay down, driven by the crushing weight of her own inadequacy. No. To be precise, I've been left in the dust. If I can't even crush this low-level abyss, I don't deserve to inherit the Liu family name. She moved before the monster could strike. Under the gaze of the party, Liu Jingren bet everything on this clash to prove she was the winner. System alert. Frost banner deployed. An aura expanded 30 meters, boosting the speed of all allied units by 50%. She slammed the banner into the earth, flash freezing the monster's body. Leveraging her enhanced speed, she surged forward, using her frost domain to counter the beast's water-based affinity. Even if I can't kill it, I'll freeze it for eternity. She launched her ultimate move, Comet-Piercing Strike, slashing through the creature's form. Ye Qing couldn't help but admire the display. So this is the legendary S-rank class, the God's Chosen One. The dark entity within Ye Qing chuckled with anticipation. Interesting. A king-tier blood nightmare versus Liu Jingren, the God's Chosen Knight. Let's see whose power reigns supreme. But as the ice dust settled, the monster stood completely unscathed. Her attacks had zero effect. Roaring in fury, the beast shattered her ice prison and unleashed a storm of tentacles, forcing her into a desperate defensive dance. Despair crept in. I'm an S rank, yet my power pales in comparison to my siblings. I bear the Liu name, yet I'm always the one staring at their backs. I am the weakest existence in the Liu family. The laughingstock. The cruel voices of her past echoed loudly in her ears, mocking her. You are a stain on our bloodline. How is my sister such a novice? Trash should just stay home where it's safe. Little sister, the abyss will eat you alive. Liu Jingren screamed, fighting the monster alone to silence the voices. I must become a predator. I must become strong. I'll start from the rookie abyss. I'll challenge every difficulty until I surpass you, until I surpass everyone. She roared at the heavens. I will challenge the world. She drove her blade into the beast's skull, but it didn't even flinch. A sneak tentacle whipped out from behind, blasting her into the canyon wall with a bone-shattering crunch. The dark-haired girl shrieked in panic. Even Liu Jingren fell. The S-rank hunter is down. We have to run. Yet Ye Qing stood his ground. Instead of fleeing, he walked straight into the monster's claws, his body erupting with scorching thermal energy that seared the beast's flesh. The beast shrieked, severing its own burning arm to survive. Liu Jingren groggily opened her eyes, witnessing the impossible. She gasped, disbelief coloring her voice. That guy. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was locked in his eyes, scanning the boss for a fatal flaw. King-tier monsters possess natural status resistance, he analyzed. High-level bosses are immune to freezing stuns and paralysis. Standard weaknesses vanish at this level. He concentrated raw fire into his palm. Holding back is no longer an option. Limiter release, all stats unleashed. Thoughts turned to action. Ye Qing vanished, reappearing instantly to deliver a devastating blow to the monster's remaining arm, making it scream in agony. Seizing the split second the beast's arm was incinerated, he vanished from his spot before it could pulverize him into meat paste. Even the raven-haired mage stood frozen in shock. His speed was simply godlike. Just as its claws closed in, he baited the monster into crashing headfirst against the wall. With a gravity-defying backflip, he stuck the landing perfectly. Ye Qing clenched his fists, channeling roaring flames through his veins. He only needed one thing, the fatal weakness of this king-rank blood nightmare. Once found, it was game over. He unleashed a barrage of punches, blasting the creature's flesh into oblivion. But it was useless. Every destroyed chunk of flesh instantly regenerated. His eyes scanned every inch, but the system showed zero weak points. Ye Qing grit his teeth, staring down the abomination. It moved like a puppet on strings. Wait. Remote control. The realization hit him like a truck. He roared out, "Hey, that military token triggered a blood trial earlier. It's definitely linked to this leveling Manhwa boss. Kick it over here now." Hearing the order, Gongju located the fallen stone and punted it toward him. Catch confirmed. Ye Qing immediately activated his appraisal skill. Intelligence check, passed. He deciphered the ancient runic script etched on the token. It was a sealing charm. He just had to read the incantation to break the blood curse. The young man almost laughed at the absurdity. The solution was right in front of his face the whole time. If only he had used his observation skill sooner. But before he could grab the token, the beast snatched it midair. In one gulp, it swallowed the artifact whole. Suddenly, an invincible golden aura enveloped the monster. Why did it stop moving? The pressure was suffocating. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I got too cocky. The boss had entered an invulnerability phase. Just then Jingran approached, staring at him intently. Have I seen you somewhere before? Her question threw him off balance. You seriously didn't recognize me until now, 2 years ago. The Abyss. We crossed paths. That sneaky scavenger who stole my experience points, she muttered. That was the very first killsteal I ever suffered in this system Manhwa world. The memory clicked. 29.5 beasts. That trash scavenger. Her eyes widened. Wait, was your ID? One nightstand. The young man panicked, desperately waving his hands to deny the cringe-worthy name. A smile broke across her face. Ye Qing, I can't believe it. You actually succeeded in your class advancement. Ye Qing gave a wry smile. Yeah, I'm officially a level 1 scavenger now. Jingran was stunned. This guy risked his life for every scrap of XP, slowly building himself up from nothing to a powerhouse. She chuckled at her own foolishness. God, that's embarrassing. Then her expression hardened. Listen. The token is moving inside the Blood Nightmare's gut. My ice magic can freeze it temporarily. She locked eyes with him. Ye Qing, if I buy you time, can you pinpoint the token's location? Seeing Jingren take command, Ye Qing felt a surge of respect. In every crisis, there's always one hero who stands tall to fight for everyone else. He smirked, teasing her with an old memory. I'll charge you that 0.55% fee later. For now, let's take this bastard down. He extended a fist towards her. Jingren laughed and bumped his fist with hers. Just don't hold me back, Scavenger. The rest of the party stepped up, weapons drawn. Wait up. We're not just watching. Yeah, we might be weak, but we're not going down without a fight. Ye Qing's fighting spirit soared. Good, everyone attacks together. We are walking out of here alive. But time was running out. The token was already dissolving in the monster's stomach acid. Ye Qing shouted the mechanics clearly. Invincibility drops in 5 seconds. It's entering berserk mode. We have exactly 30 seconds before it wipes the entire raid. 30 seconds. That's all we have to change our fate. The party members turned pale, the weight of death hanging over them. Survive. We have to survive. Their fear turned into adrenaline. This wasn't a game anymore. Their actual lives were on the line. System alert intelligence check triggered. Morale boost. Great success. The will to live burned brighter than ever. Suddenly a massive buff washed over Jingran. Fatigue reduced by 100%. Mana recovery increased by 15%. She glanced back in amazement, a knowing smile forming. He really is full of surprises. Not bad for a trash character, she thought. Then she barked orders. Warrior, draw its aggro now, Gongju roared, unleashing his aura to provoke the beast. Over here, you ugly sack of meat eyes on me. The taunt worked perfectly, sending the monster into a blind rage as it snapped toward him. Seizing the opening, Jingren commanded the black-haired girl. Mage, target the regenerating tentacles, cover the scavenger's approach. On it, she poured every ounce of her mana into a massive sphere of destruction. Boom. The blast slammed into the creature, forcing it into a staggered recovery state. Ye Qing quickly analyzed the situation. That square sigil is the key to ending the blood trial. But if we blow it up with magic, we fail the quest permanently. Jingren shouted over the noise. Then what do we do? Ye Qing raised his hand, his eyes focused. I'm going to grab it manually. Jingran's jaw dropped. Manually? Are you insane? You want to crawl into its stomach? Ye Qing shook his head, a wild glint in his eye. No. I'm going to punch right through its body. She stood frozen for a second, then nodded. Trust was the only option. Darcher, shoot the ceiling. Bring down the debris to create a foothold. The sniper didn't hesitate. Copy that. His arrow struck true, causing a cascade of boulders to crash down, blocking the monster's path. Jingran stepped forward, eyes glowing with cold energy. I will freeze its lower half solid. Ye Qing roared back. Leave the rest to me, like a true protagonist of an awakening manhwa. The duo charged in perfect sync. Ye Qing dashed straight into the danger zone, his agility stat pushed to the limit as he weaved through lethal attacks. He ignored the razor-sharp winds cutting his skin. My super regeneration handles minor damage instantly. He tanked the small hits, his flesh knitting back together as fast as it was cut. Thud, Jingren slammed her ice flag into the ground, locking the monster in a prison of frost. This was it. The path to the belly was open. Not fast enough, Ye Qing realized. He needed more. He had to push his body beyond the breaking point. Skill activated Berserk. Speed increased by 20%. He downed a cocktail of potions. Poison conversion triggered. Reversal effect. Speed increased by another 15%. That trash card I picked up at the Abyss Gate. It's finally useful. Effect applied, Iron Skin. Defense increased by 15%. He was a walking tank now. Having assimilated every ounce of the secret technique, he launched himself skyward like a cannonball. This was his one shot to pierce through the enemy's defenses and strike directly at the monster's core. However, Jingran's ice seal was only a temporary restraint. The beast's vile appendages were still active, forcing Ye Qing into a desperate dance of survival in this high-stakes leveling manhwa battle. Disaster struck as a massive tentacle slammed into his forearm, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. Under the horrified gaze of the party, Ye Qing was swatted away like a fly, the force rupturing his internal organs and sending a spray of blood into the air. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, trash should know its place and stay humble. But suddenly, a maniacal grin split Ye Qing's face as he muttered the command, activating his recall ability with a twisted target, his own body. Just before he hit the ground, demonic hands erupted from the murky water, stunning the monster and leaving the onlookers completely baffled. Where on earth did this dark magic come from? It turned out Ye Qing had summoned a shield at the last second, but the system flashed a crimson warning. Cannot recall living targets. Recall failed. He laughed wildly at the holographic screen. Since the system couldn't store him, the massive force of the rejection acted like a slingshot, catapulting him at breakneck speed straight toward the core to snatch the item. Got it, with the core item stolen, the monster lost its anchor to this reality. The behemoth collapsed instantly, dissolving into a disgusting pile of slime right before their eyes. As Ye Qing held the item and tried to decipher the inscription, the familiar blue screen of this awakening manhwa system popped up. Blood trial complete, monster data recorded. The eerie silence made everyone shiver. What just happened? Jingren looked up at the dissolving corpse, eyes wide with disbelief. Did we win? The realization hit, and the team erupted in euphoric cheers. Victory was theirs, and the sweet sound of leveling up followed. Strength +1, agility +6, intelligence +16, constitution +7, willpower +19, luck +0. Another received strength +10, agility +11, intelligence +7, constitution +8, willpower +9, luck +3. Even Jingren was shocked by her explosive growth. She had leveled up directly. Strength +33, agility +28, intelligence +38, constitution +26, willpower +21, luck +34. However, for Ye Qing, the cruel reality of a system Manhwa hit hard. Level up failed. He was capped. Just as the monster's corpse faded completely, a treasure chest materialized in its place. The archer grinned from ear to ear, declaring this the true prize. As the chest opened, a flurry of cards flew out, automatically seeking their owners, and a purple epic tier card landed in Ye Qing's hand. His face fell instantly. Since he was stuck at level 1, his rank was too low to meet the item's usage requirements. Disgusted, he tossed the card aside. A pile of flashy high-level gear that he couldn't even equip. To him, this wasn't treasure. It was absolute garbage. Just then, Jingren approached him. "You passed the blood trial and contributed the most," she said earnestly. "You should distribute these spoils." Ye Qing waved his hands in mock embarrassment. "No way, no way." He then leaned in, whispering into her ear, "Actually, there is one favor I need to ask of you." Moments later, heavily armed guards surrounded the dungeon gate. Just as headquarters prepared a rescue squad, Jingran's team emerged, causing the old guard captain to nearly burst into tears of relief. "All young miss." The media reporters went into a frenzy, screaming that the genius Jingren had solo cleared an abyss dungeon once again. Thank the heavens. Jingren waved dismissively, playing the part perfectly. "That's right. Is there anything this young miss can't handle alone? I may look delicate, but I am an S rank after all." Flashback to their deal inside the dungeon. Ye Qing looked at her and said, "The Liu Corporation isn't short on cash, right? Can I sell my share of the loot to you? I'll give you a discount 500 mana crystals flat." Jingran was stunned, but quickly agreed. "No problem." Then came his second condition. "One more thing. When we walk out that door, you must act like I don't exist. This abyss clear. It was all your solo achievement. You guys go out first. I'll sneak away in the confusion." Back in the present, Jingran realized the weight of the transaction. He wasn't just selling items. He was selling her a massive debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, back inside the secret realm, Ye Qing sat alone in front of the pile of slime. He reached in and pulled out a small trembling creature stuck within the muck. Ye Qing smiled involuntarily. "You're defenseless and weak, aren't you? You don't want to be trash that anyone can trample on, right? Then become my power." Without hesitation, Ye Qing devoured the creature, successfully recovering the blood nightmare. Ability acquired: Nightmare Body. Consumes life force to summon a nightmare clone. The clone can mimic the host to deal 1 instance of damage or tank 1 fatal hit. Once activated, the clone dissipates. The ability can be leveled up. Cooldown 30 seconds. As the absorption finished, raw power surged through his veins. "Excellent. I'll be counting on you for future battles." The scene shifts to a quiet coffee shop where Ye Qing was rummaging through his bag to check the gold tier items he still held. The level requirements for the good gear were too high, so he had gifted all of it to that rich heiress Liu Jingran. It was a calculated move. A nameless scavenger holding high-tier artifacts would only attract the prying eyes of the association's watchdogs. But a bag of unidentified junk, he could sell this off quietly, without anyone batting an eye. Then again, he thought cynically, probably no one would buy this scrap anyway. Suddenly his finger slipped and hit a button on the holographic interface. Item recalled. Gained 1 BP. Wait a minute. Ye Qing froze. He had accidentally dismantled it. The trash recall process involved sorting the garbage, processing it, breaking it down, smelting it, and separating the raw particles for recovery. The BP process extracted universal matter from useless equipment after disassembly, which could then be used for leveling up, restoration, or creating entirely new items, a classic trope of a manhwa recap involving systems. These trash items could be disassembled. A tutorial quest popped up. Please complete the repair of a common dagger. Was he supposed to follow the guide? Repairing the common dagger required 5 BP. Its durability was critically low at 1 out of 333. It had nearly snapped after killing the boss. Counting the 1 BP from the accidental dismantle, he needed 4 more. Broken long spear dismantled, 1 BP gained. Rusted dual swords dismantled, 1 BP gained. Rotting wooden shield dismantled, 1 BP gained. Curved broadsword dismantled, 1 BP gained. He muttered to himself, so I just need to break down 4 more weapons. After completing the process, he was stunned. Not only was the weapon repaired, but its durability and attack power had actually increased. Common dagger. Durability 34 out of 34 base was 33 plus 1. Level requirement 1. Attack power 22 base was 21 plus 1. Repair bonus max durability plus 1. Attack plus 1. This meant that as long as he kept breaking and fixing them, even trash weapons could evolve into god-tier artifacts. A faint smirk played on his lips. It seemed even trash-tier gear could evolve into legendary artifacts if tempered with the flames of 1,000 trials. The system interface flashed before his eyes. Congratulations on clearing the tutorial. It demanded a choice for his reward, a rookie crafting blueprint. It was a recipe for a minor mana potion. Not only did it restore magical energy and wipe away fatigue, but it also granted a permanent boost of +2 to random attributes. Yeqing studied the blueprint. Attributes weren't his concern right now. In this brutal leveling manhwa world, the true terror of the abyss was its unpredictable depth. Countless adventurers failed to reach the boss room drained of mana before the real fight even began, forced to retreat in shame. In the depths of a dungeon, a mana potion wasn't just a drink. It was a lifeline for the entire party. Its value was astronomical. Suddenly, the system pinged again. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill item Reconstruction. Recipe unlocked minor mana potion. The cost was 6 battle points, and any container spending points for Reconstruction was standard for a system manhwa, but the any container requirement sparked an idea. He waved over a waiter. Excuse me, can I get a few empty cups? He lined them up. The trash had been salvaged. Now it was time to perform a miracle. With the focus of a master alchemist, he began his experiment. Moments later, the cups were brimming with liquid. The Reconstruction skill was terrifyingly efficient. The liquid looked suspicious, but power was power. He took a sip. Notification, minor mana potion acquired ×5. But the taste hit him like rotting fruit juice, making him gag violently. Despite the vile taste, his body surged with energy. Mana spiked, and the heaviness in his limbs vanished. He felt reborn, ready to conquer another abyss today. As he walked down the street, a familiar mocking voice cut through the air. Well. Yeqing, it's only been a few days, but you're acting like a big shot. The thug sneered, blocking his path. Did you find a rare artifact while digging through garbage I've been hunting for you? We almost reported you missing. Yeqing stared at the hand on his shoulder and brushed it off with cold disdain. My debts are paid in full. Even the interest is settled. Get lost. The thug blew a cloud of cigarette smoke right into Yeqing's face. You think you're done, your debt might be gone, but your labor contract isn't. Don't forget what you are. A scavenger should look like a scavenger. Who are you trying to impress with this cool guy act? The thug swiped his hand, deliberately knocking Yeqing's cup to the ground, then shouted to draw a crowd. Are you blind? You just spilled my extra-large black sugar pearl milk tea. Do you know what happens when a rankless nobody messes with a B-class awakener MC Free? I've always hated your face. But the fool didn't realize this was exactly what Yeqing wanted. According to the strict laws of this awakening Manhwa city, awakeners were absolutely forbidden from using their abilities outside the dungeons. Only enforcers and special ops had clearance. That's why Yeqing had been so careful to use his Reconstruction skill in the surveillance camera's blind spot. Li Jiang smirked, pointing at the mess. Tell you what, pick up the pearls one by one, eat them, and lick the floor clean. Do that, and I'll let you keep your precious scavenger job. Work is hard to find these days, right? Yeqing's expression darkened. I refuse. Enraged, Li Jiang wound up for a punch. You ungrateful rat. But before the fist could connect, a shadow intervened. It was Caesar, an elite from the S-rank Blood Covenant Guild. He ignored the drama and glared at Li Jiang. Do we have the numbers yet? Li Jiang instantly shrank in fear. Almost. We're just missing one person. Caesar's eyes narrowed. Just one. Then what are you standing here for? Caesar turned to Yeqing. Hey kid, you're coming with us. Li Jiang panicked. Wait, he's just a piece of trash. Yeqing froze. Why would an S-ranker want him? Li Jiang stammered. If you need a tank or a carry, I can find a pro right now. Caesar cut him off with a scoff. We're entering a blood moon abyss. Everything inside is in a frenzy. I don't need warriors. I need meat shields to distract the beasts. Yeqing's eyes lit up. This was his chance. The blood moon. A phenomenon where monsters go berserk, rare bosses spawn, and loot drops double in quantity and quality. It was a goldmine for any manhwa recap protagonist. I'm in, Yeqing said instantly. Caesar grinned. Good. At least one of you has a brain. Caesar motioned to the group. Move out. Suddenly one of the draftees gasped, pointing at Yeqing. Wait, you're... Yeqing lunged, clamping a hand over the man's mouth. You're the scaven. Ye Qing dragged the struggling man into the shadows. We need to talk, privately. Once they were hidden, the man wiped his mouth. I knew it. It is you. Ye Qing lowered his voice. Back then, we only survived because we borrowed everyone's strength. You making it out alive is practically thanks to me. Suddenly Caesar appeared behind them, eavesdropping. Oh, old friends? No, they said in unison. Caesar shrugged and walked away. Makes sense. Killers don't have friends. Once the S-ranker was out of earshot, Ye Qing asked, so how did you escape that hellhole? Xingdian sighed. The guild slapped me with a 50-year sentence. I paid 1.5 million just to buy my freedom. Now I'm broke, my level is reset, and I'm back to being cannon fodder. You owe me those levels, give them back, or I'll report you to the World Guild. Ye Qing's aura shifted, instantly radiating pure killing intent. Utter one more word, Ye Qing whispered, and I will process you like organic waste myself. Scene change city, see subway. As Caesar's team prepared to enter the Blood Moon, they met the rest of the Suicide Squad. Yo. Welcome to the Meat Shield unit. What's your class? Zhou Tong, level 3 Bard. The others chimed in. Finally, it was the protagonist's turn. Ye Qing, level 1 Scavenger, and level 1 Hex Warlock. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes, strolling over to place a heavy hand on Ye Qing's shoulder, his mouth already running a mile a minute. Hey bro, let's be real. Everyone in this gig is trash-tier talent, so no need to roast each other. We're all just selling our lives for a paycheck. No one's royalty here, right? Ye Qing didn't even bother responding. It seemed he was stuck with this garbage-tier party, whether he liked it or not. Zhou Tong continued. Since we're all meat shields here, we need to pick a captain for our squad. I feel like as a level 3 bard, I'm the perfect candidate. The level 2 healer shrugged. You've got the highest level, so we'll follow your lead. No objections here. Old Zhang, the level 3 warrior, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Caesar's voice cut through the air with authority. I have an announcement. Apart from the 6 main elites of the Blood Rose Guild, we have 5 temporary members joining this raid. Don't try to make cannon fodder sound fancy. Trash is trash. Compared to us, legitimate awakened classes, aren't you just bait meant to tank the damage? With a scoff, he summoned the dungeon key. This abyss is a maze-type dungeon. Every room is rigged with deadly traps. Your job as meat shields is simple. Find the path to the boss room and bring the intel back to the main force. I don't expect you to fight. If you see a monster, just run. As the lock clicked open, Caesar added a sinister condition. However, if you want your payout, at least one of you has to make it out alive. And if only one survivor remains, he takes the entire pot. As the blood gate creaked open, a nauseating stench of iron and rot blasted out, making the front line gag. Old Zhang Yu holding up. The warrior clenched his teeth. No, I can't collapse here. I have a wife and 4 daughters waiting for me at home. Old Zhang let out a heavy sigh. My wife is sick. She needs this money. Why else would we risk our lives in a hellhole like this? After a moment, the team steeled themselves. Let's move out. Old Zhang glanced at Ye Qing, his eyes narrowing in assessment. Hey, this guy. He looks like a total rookie. Isn't everyone in the cannon fodder line of work a rookie? No. I mean, I've never seen a fresh face look this calm before. It's unnatural. Once inside the gate, Zhou Tong shivered, a chill running down his spine. Hey, doesn't this feel weird? We've walked this far and haven't seen a single monster. Chen Xing snapped back in panic. Don't jinx it. Even old Zhang felt the shift. Why did it suddenly get so cold? The temperature was plummeting rapidly. The deeper they went, the more the frost bit at their skin. Zhou Tong hugged himself, complaining, if I knew this was a frost biome, I would have worn a coat, whatever, keep moving. But barely a few steps later, Zhou Tong's luck ran out. Click. He triggered a trap, and a massive executioner's axe swung down from the ceiling. Yixing reacted instantly, shoving Zhou Tong aside. The bard stumbled, clutching his head. Ouch! What the hell? Chen Xing cursed. You stepped on a trap, you moron. Even Ye Qing had to agree silently. How has this idiot survived this long? Zhou Tong just laughed it off, continuing forward. My luck is actually amazing. I almost got sliced in half. In reality, his luck stat was probably 1, but his optimism was maxed out. All right, onwards. Squish. He stepped on another trigger, and a rain of disgusting larvae poured from the ceiling. The young man scrambled back to his teammates in horror. Old Zhang raised his shield, his voice trembling. Are those alive? From the pile of squirming larvae, level 5 demon spiders began to rise. These were elite insect-type monsters dripping with venom. Zhou Tong shrieked, "Ah, I hate bugs." Chen Xing roared, unleashing a fire spell at the swarm. But when the flames cleared, the monsters were completely unharmed. Panic exploded in the group. They're elite variants, I'll hold them. Old Zhang, remembering his duty as a tank, charged to the front line. Meanwhile, a small spider skittered toward Ye Qing. It gnawed hungrily on his leg, but a floating text appeared: 0 damage. With a casual flick of his foot, Ye Qing kicked it so hard its insides exploded. Chen Xing watched the scene, muttering bitterly. What's he acting so cool for? He's just dodging because he's a thief class. After the kill, a system window flashed before Ye Qing's eyes. System Harvest Demon Spider Corpse. Yes, no. Harvest. Success obtained. 1 stat point and secret skill Poison Dip. Skill Poison Dip. Attacks inflict poison status. Deals 60% weapon damage over 6 seconds. Critical hit effect damage increases to 120%. Requirement Agility 25. Similar secret skill Bloodsucker. Secret skills were consumable enchantments in this system Manhwa world. Once applied to an item, the scroll vanished, but the weapon gained the buff. The effect lasted until the weapon broke. Identical skills couldn't stack, but different types could be fused. Ye Qing mused silently. So harvesting corpses doesn't just give class skills, but these enchantment cards too. It seems I can endlessly upgrade my gear. Old Zhang saw Ye Qing standing still and screamed, "What are you dazing off for? If you don't want to drag us down, get to the back line." Ye Qing sighed, annoyed but compliant. Coming. He activated Poison Dip on his rusty dagger. His first target, the spider currently chasing the screaming Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong hurriedly slapped on a gas mask. I might be the highest level bard here, but the one thing I haven't told you guys is... Before he could finish his confession, the spider caught up. Pure survival instinct kicked in, and he tripped, barely dodging a lethal bite. He knew the truth. My class has 0 combat power. I'm a pure support. He whipped out his microphone. It's too dangerous. I have to buff myself to survive. He struck a pose. I am an elegant bard. Even in battle, one must maintain their style. I don't care what you are. All monsters in my territory must bow down. His constant yapping was starting to irritate Ye Qing. What is that clown doing? Suddenly the system chimed. Target strengthened. Successfully, Zhou Tong froze terror washing over him. He threw the mic and ran. I messed up. I buffed the monster instead. Before the beast could sink its fangs into him, Ye Qing stepped in. This was a classic Manhwa recap moment, the hidden expert saving the fool. The monsters roared, their razor-sharp fangs exposed, charging into the chaotic symphony of screams and steel. The monsters had evolved, radiating a terrifying aura. The hunters froze, faces pale, as death-cold sweat soaking them like rain. Old Zhou stammered, his voice trembling. What do we do beside him? Old Zhang was terrified, but screamed the order, retreat. Now. But fate was cruel. The beast was already upon Jingdian. His desperate fireball harmlessly bounced off its hide. Razor-sharp claws descended, and his screams of terror mingled with desperate curses. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette blurred past. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of blade strikes cut through the air. The monster's lethal fangs and claws were severed, instantly raining down around a stunned Xingdian. The shadow didn't stop shattering the weapons of the rearguard monsters with overwhelming force. Finally, the figure landed gracefully, a blood-drenched dagger gripped in his hand. Ye Qing stood there, eyes indifferent, radiating the presence of a god of war. The two elders exchanged bewildered glances, whispering, "Did that rookie just do that?" It seemed impossible, yet undeniable. Ye Qing lowered his gaze, his mind already analyzing the combat data like a supercomputer. Demonized spiders possess high poison resistance, drastically reducing the effectiveness of toxic attacks. No wonder. Since my toxin was derived from their own kind, it is useless against them. However, raw physical damage proved more than sufficient. The survivors rallied, cheering a bard class. So powerful as expected of the captain, Zhou Tong stood there dumbfounded. Did I just do that? He was baffled. He had been ready to grease his feet and run for his life. Meanwhile, Ye Qing slid a hand into his pocket, his cold gaze shifting to the remaining horde. Abyss monsters possess a certain level of intelligence. If they realize a target is invincible, they will not foolishly rush to their deaths. Purple light flared in his eyes as he predicted their next move. Their best survival strategy now is a full retreat. True to Ye Qing's calculation, the massive beasts began to back away. He smirked, just as I thought. Xingdian, holding his flame, gasped. The monsters, they are retreating. Old Zhou's eyes nearly popped out. This is only the first chamber. How can the difficulty be this insane already? If the entrance is this hellish, the depths are unimaginable. Ignoring their chatter, Ye Qing examined the severed fangs, calculating his harvest. I have collected plenty of poison materials. I will keep one reserve sample and convert the remaining 27 into BP points. He confirmed the transaction. The system chimed conversion complete. You have gained 54 BP, a classic perk of this system Manhwa world. Zhou Tong stared blankly at his torch, trying to regain his composure. He clenched his fist and barked. The enemy has fled. Let us press forward, agreed Zhou. Tong raised his torch high, feigning confidence as he led the way. Remember, our mission is reconnaissance. Stay sharp and avoid any more traps. Ye Qing glanced sideways, suppressing the urge to roast him. Is he talking to us or giving himself a pep talk? Suddenly, a faint glimmer in a dark corner caught his sharp eyes. The system interface popped up instantly, hidden area detected. A mirror frame pulsed with mysterious light beckoning him. Ye Qing frowned, intrigued. Is this a hidden branch generated by the Red Moon's influence on the dungeon? Should I investigate? He raised a hand and whispered nightmare summons. A crimson sphere of energy materialized, expanding until it formed a perfect doppelganger of himself. Once the red glow faded, Ye Qing commanded, "You stick with them for now. I will catch up." The clone flashed a goofy grin and nodded enthusiastically. Up ahead, Zhou Tong saw the clone rushing over and frowned. "Hey, where did you wander off to?" He scolded the bewildered-looking clone. "Do not split from the party, or you are dead meat." The clone just smiled and followed, leaving the real Ye Qing behind near the ominous noise. The mirror in the shadows flared with blinding white light, tearing open a spatial rift. Through the portal lay a cavernous expanse. Without hesitation, Ye Qing stepped through, teleporting into the unknown depths. Immediately, a massive arachnid descended from the ceiling, locking onto Ye Qing with killing intent. Sensing the bloodlust, he snapped his head up. Just before the behemoth crushed him, he leapt. The monster smashed into the ground, sending a shockwave of dust and debris that knocked Ye Qing back. He barely touched the ground before the Spider Queen recovered. Its razor legs slashed through the air with terrifying speed. Ye Qing summoned his dagger, instantly weaving backward to evade the lethal strike. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a flurry of slashes against its leg. Clang. The blade bounced off harmlessly. Ye Qing's eyes widened. What the hell? Physical immunity. While he was stunned, the beast coated its claw in dark mana and swung down. The direct hit missed, but the shockwave blasted Ye Qing into the cavern wall. Ignoring the pain, he activated his awakening Manhwa skill, Observe. Target identified, level 20. Rare elite, the Broodmother. He wiped a streak of blood from his lip, his expression hardening. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, a thrill rising within him. A level 20 elite. If I slaughter this thing, the loot drop will be legendary. The Broodmother screeched, spewing a torrent of sticky webbing. Ye Qing vaulted into the air, his fist engulfed in roaring flames. Hovering directly above the beast, he unleashed Great Fireball. The explosion engulfed the spider's skull, eliciting a shriek of agony. Enraged, the monster reared back, firing a machine gun volley of webs that tracked his aerial movement. Dodging midair, Ye Qing analyzed the battle like a pro in a Manhwa recap. Fire immunity 2. Elemental attacks are useless. He dove toward the beast, his voice dropping to a growl. Fine. If magic fails, I will carve you apart by hand. He drove his dagger straight toward its skull. Ye Qing wasted no time triggering the critical weakness strike. His gamma blade halted the web spray midair and plunged straight into the beast's throat. The arachnid unleashed a guttural shriek of agony as its massive, clumsy legs flailed in blind panic. Watching the creature writhe in pain, the corners of Ye Qing's mouth curled into a cold, satisfied smirk. It turns out the level 5 demonized spiders possessed toxic abilities. However, this level 20 mother spider had sacrificed her poison resistance and immunity in exchange for specialized defense and reproductive power. She didn't need to hunt, she simply commanded her brood to feed her. The system interface flashed instantly, marking her current status poisoned. He reached a ruthless conclusion. It was a cruel irony, the very venomous offspring she birthed had become the ultimate weakness, capable of dealing fatal damage to her. Suddenly, the beast spat a cluster of silk. Ye Qing gasped in surprise. He hadn't expected a hidden move like this in a leveling Manhwa. In a split second of carelessness, the sticky webbing ensnared him, clinging to his body and dragging his speed down to a crawl. The monster quickly wove the silk into a net, hoisting Ye Qing high into the air like a helpless prey. Yet his expression remained terrifyingly calm. Slowly, he unleashed Berserk mode. A mysterious surging power cloaked Ye Qing's body, and with a violent flex, he snapped the sticky threads binding him like wet paper. The moment his feet touched the ground, he launched himself upward like a cannonball. Using his entire body as a living weapon, he flew straight at the monster. With a terrifying thrust generated from thin air, Ye Qing pierced through the spider with effortless lethality. The battle was over in a heartbeat. The system immediately appeared to fulfill its duty, notifying him that his Berserk card had entered a state ready for an upgrade. He had to choose between two evolutionary paths. Path 1, flesh and blood splatter. In this state, his Berserk transformation would become even more overwhelming. His physical attacks would gain the ability to penetrate even enemy defenses with immunity traits. However, the price was steep. His life force would drain away at a rate visible to the naked eye. This drain would last until death or the skill ended. Path 2. Endless Rage. His Berserk duration would double while the cooldown time would be cut in half. He read every line carefully, sinking into deep contemplation. Any ordinary person in an awakening Manhwa would instantly choose Endless Rage. It was the stable, safe direction for leveling up, but safety leads to dead ends. If he encountered another mother spider with physical immunity, the safe choice would leave him in a desperate situation. Choosing the flesh and blood splatter project would undoubtedly push his offensive power to god-tier levels. The only drawback was that exaggerated suicidal side effect of rapid blood loss. After a moment of hesitation, a smile full of arrogance and confidence broke across Yeching's face. He had made his decision. Naturally, I choose flesh and blood splatter. Why? Because he held a super regeneration card in his hand, perfectly countering the negative effects. A purple light enveloped him, and the card as the evolution began. He had to unlock this path. Even monsters with physical immunity would crumble before him now. This was the true ultimate potential of this card. Personal business concluded, Yeching turned his gaze to the massive carcass and the loot floating above it. He raised his hand, and the cards were drawn by an invisible force, falling obediently into his grasp. Scanning the items, he did some mental math. If he used his status as an official team member, he could openly bring this equipment out of the abyss without raising suspicion. Just one of these pieces would sell for at least 15,000 credits. Easy money. After stowing the loot, Yeching looked ahead and activated his extraction ability. Ghostly arms adorned with dense talisman rings emerged from the void. The runes upon them shone with blinding brilliance, and in the next second they lunged in all directions to harvest the mangled remains of the spider. He watched them work with uncontainable excitement. What kind of legendary skill would this harvest yield? The anticipation was intense, and the system didn't make him wait long. A notification popped up. Acquired rare card. Mother Spider. The details revealed it could summon up to 4 demonized spiderlings to fight for him. Even better, these summons would choose different evolutionary paths during combat. Yeching's pupils constricted in shock. I can choose the evolution path of my summons. This was a game changer for a system Manhwa user. Meanwhile, back with the other group, they had entered a different cavern opening. Staring at the glittering ores before them, Jutong couldn't help but curse in awe. Holy crap, this is jackpot material. It turned out this abyss hid a massive crystal vein. Old Ju picked up a fragment, his voice trembling with disbelief. At the very least, these are S-class pure magic crystals. Did the blood-red moon phenomenon cause these to spawn in the abyss? Beside him, Xingdian gazed into the distance, eyes wide with calculation. Every single stone here was worth a city's ransom. Without hesitation, Old Ju slammed a golden staff topped with an eyeball into the nearest crystal cluster. Xingdian watched him, completely dumbfounded by the action. That was the Eye of Argus. It marked a 60-meter radius of the terrain, making the location visible to every adventurer currently inside the Abyss map. Snapping back to reality, Xingdian lunged forward, grabbing Old Ju by the collar and roaring, "Are you an idiot? If we smuggle these magic crystals out, we could live in luxury for the rest of our lives." "Why signal those vultures?" Old Ju shoved back, shouting just as fiercely. "If the big guilds catch us secretly hoarding magic crystals, forget luxury, we won't even make it out of here alive." Old Zhang saw the tension exploding and rushed to intervene. "Listen. The lives of the fodder squad exist solely to open the map for the big shots. If we die in the abyss, it's just another unfortunate accident. No one will actually care about our lives or deaths." Hearing this, Xingdian fell into a suffocating silence, but rage was written all over his face. He muttered in a deranged whisper, "Trash, is that all we are?" In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to kick these cowards into the jaws of the monsters. He wanted to scream, "Get lost, don't block my path to greatness, who cares if Trash dies?" Xingdian now had only one intense desire. Even if he died, he wouldn't fade away as a nobody. His eyes sank into shadow, and an inner demon began to consume his humanity. Glancing at a nearby illusion, Xingdian gritted his teeth, cursing internally. This is all that bastard Yeching's fault. His gaze drifted back to the crystal next to him. If I just have enough money. Who cares about levels? That's right, I can still make it. With high attribute gear, I can easily buy my way into being a main force for a secondary team. Stealthily, he pried a crystal loose, reassuring himself. Taking just a few pieces won't hurt anyone. He stared at the crystal in his hand, his eyes burning with greed. But it was a setup. Suddenly, a sinister red light manifested in the air above them. The system blared, a warning mechanism triggered. It drew everyone's attention just as a deadly laser beam fired down, catching them completely off guard. The beam sliced through the gap between the two men in front and pierced straight through the skull of the man behind them. He stiffened, instantly falling as his body charred black. The cave erupted into panicked screams and curses. Old Ju, what the hell is happening? It was chaos. Meanwhile, back in the dimensional space beyond the mirror, the Mother Spider card had been activated. However, she currently stood before Yeching as a mere level 1 demonized spiderling. Yeching sat there watching the hatchlings skitter across the earth. For a brief moment, the weight on his shoulders lifted. The level 1 demon spider was fragile, practically useless in a real fight. But then the system chimed in with a friendly reminder. Investing battle points could trigger an evolution. To reach level 5, he needed to spend 5 BP. He calculated his next move carefully. If he wanted this little guy to survive the hellish battlefield ahead, it needed to be at least level 5. Without hesitation, Yeqing enveloped the creature in a cocoon of magical energy. The interface flashed. Evolution complete. It had transformed into a web spinner, unlocking the web spray ability. Nearby, the atmosphere was heavy with death. The group stared in shock at the stiff corpse on the ground as a gut-wrenching scream pierced the air. Xingdian stammered, claiming it was just an accident, but old Zhang's rage was a runaway train. He seized Xingdian by the collar, hoisting him up. "You son of a bitch. Your greed just cost old Zhu his life. Do you have any idea what you've done?" He was the only pillar holding his family together. He risked his life in these dungeons every day just to put food on the table. All because you couldn't swallow your pride. Xingdian shoved old Zhang's hands away, snapping back, "I just wanted to make a big score. Is that a crime? If my level hadn't reset to 1, I'd be living like a king right now. Do you think I'd be rotting here crowding together with trash like you if I had a choice?" That was the final straw. Old Zhang stepped back, drawing his weapon with murderous intent. "Damn you to hell." Xingdian summoned a ball of flame in his palm, sneering. "Save your self-righteous preaching. In this dog-eat-dog world, wealth and power are the only absolute truths." He laughed like a madman, mocking fate itself. But suddenly, a shadow emerged from behind the earth mound. Slow, sarcastic applause echoed through the cavern. "Bravo. I must say I really like your philosophy." Kaisa stepped into the light with a chilling smile. "Hey kid, how would you like to join the Blood Oath Guild? We have exactly 1 spot open." The sudden appearance of this new group left everyone frozen. Silu glanced at the corpse on the ground, grinning like a hyena. "One down, boss. Fresh meat." Kaisa feigned sorrow, though his voice was cold. "A tragedy, truly. But death is just another Tuesday in the abyss. This kid has the right idea. If you're weak, trading your life for gold is the only way. Wanting to get rich isn't shameful, and neither is dying for it." He draped an arm around Xingdian's shoulders, pulling him close like an old friend, whispering sweet poison into his ear. "These blood moon crystal geodes only form during the red moon cycle. Getting just 1 out of here is worth a city's ransom. A single stone guarantees a life of luxury forever." Kaisa paused, his expression darkening as the trap snapped shut. "Ah, but I forgot to mention the price." His voice dropped an octave, dripping with menace. "To harvest them requires the sacrifice of some lowly lives." He glanced around, correcting himself with a theatrical flair. "Correction. Precious lives." As the words left his lips, a massive berserker stepped forward, dragging a sword the size of a door, his killing intent locking onto the 3 survivors. Silu stepped forward, mocking them with a friendly tone. "Boss's orders are simple. You guys pick the crystals off the wall and toss them in this basket right in front of us. Capiche? Try to run, and you die." Old Zhang roared in frustration. "Are you insane? Harvesting those crystals triggers instant death traps. You're just sending us to our graves." Kaisa stepped closer, rubbing his neck, his threat veiled but obvious. "If I recall correctly, doesn't your wife have a severe illness? She needs that money for surgery, doesn't she?" Kaisa leaned in, a devilish smirk playing on his lips. "What?" Old Zhang froze. The realization that this monster knew he would trade his life for hers silenced him instantly. Kaisa narrowed his eyes, his voice cutting like a blade. "Remember what I said. Trading your cheap life for money is nothing to be ashamed of." Old Zhang trembled under the villain's gaze. Despair washed over him. He looked at the deadly crystals, his hand reaching out, shaking uncontrollably. Finally, his legs gave out. He collapsed, sobbing. "I'm sorry. I can't do it. I lied. I just have massive gambling debts. I don't want to die here." Old Zhang was a mess of snot and tears, completely broken. Witnessing this pathetic display, Kaisa's face darkened. He scoffed, "Useless trash." Behind them, Xingdian was sweating bullets, his mind racing to find a way out. This guy's level and power are suffocating. Even in my prime, I wouldn't last a second against him. Realizing his disadvantage, he forced a sycophantic smile. "Big brother, didn't you just mention the Blood Oath Guild was recruiting? You said I had potential, right? This lowly one is a fire element mage. I would be honored to join." Kaisa blinked, looking genuinely confused. He turned to his subordinate. "Did I actually say that?" The necromancer whispered. "Boss, you definitely said that." Kaisa shrugged, beckoning with his hand. "All right then, come over here." Thinking he'd struck gold, Xingdian dropped to his knees. "Yes." But his loyalty was met with a brutal kick to the face, right as he was pledging, "This lowly one is willing to die for—" Kaisa spat on him. "You actually think you're worthy? What kind of garbage thinks they can join our noble guild? You're a dirty team killer. The World Guild would have executed you anyway. I'm just helping you make your death worth something." Xingdian's eyes filled with venomous hatred, but Kaisa wasn't finished with him yet. He rained kicks down on the traitor, his voice dripping with cruelty. Get angry all you want. None of you are leaving this dungeon alive. I'm going to turn you all into corpses. Then my necromancer will pilot your dead bodies to harvest the crystals. You've already died. Once dying a few more times won't hurt. Ju Tong stood on the sidelines, trembling. He didn't dare breathe a word, though he was screaming curses in his mind. These bastards! He didn't notice the phantom figure approaching him from behind. Ju Tong lowered his head, summoning every ounce of courage to intervene, but the words died in his throat. Ye Qing gripped his shoulder, holding him back. Easy now, don't be reckless. Before Ju Tong could process what was happening, Ye Qing stepped past him, radiating the cool confidence of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Leave this to me. Just wait here. He declared nonchalantly. It's just harvesting crystals. Where's the danger in that? Interrupted and humiliated, the mage let out a guttural roar of pure fury. You filth, you dare show your face now. But the protagonist ignored the outburst, completely stepping forward with eerie calm to grab a glowing orb from the pile. The group didn't even have time to react. Panic seized them as they scrambled backward, diving behind boulders while hurling curses. You maniac, give us a warning next time. Are you trying to get us all killed? Seconds ticked by. Silence. When no explosion tore through the air, heads cautiously peeked out from cover. The mage's eyes narrowed in confusion. Is the death trap useless against him? How is this possible? Silu, standing beside him, offered a shaky theory. Maybe the trap was a one-time trigger. Perhaps it's already spent and harmless now. Internally, Ye Qing was just as shocked, though his face remained a mask of indifference. His mind raced with calculations. The trap was definitely an instant death type. However, if my luck stat met the hidden requirements, then the system must have converted the instant death effect into heavy injury, light injury, or even a complete miss. My luck value must have just barely crossed the threshold for total nullification. Theory confirmed. He reached out and snatched the next orb without hesitation. The group in the back shrieked and ducked for cover again. But when the system remained silent and no trap activated, they popped back up, jaws on the floor. Kaisa stepped forward, his voice heavy with disbelief. If the traps aren't broken, then there is only one explanation. This kid's luck value has surpassed 60 points. The mage scoffed, shaking his head violently. Impossible. A mere level 1 awakened with a single attribute over 60 that defies all logic of the system. Most people's luck value doesn't grow naturally upon job change. No. The only logical answer is that the instant death mechanism has malfunctioned. It's a dud. His confidence returned in a surge of arrogance. It's failed twice in a row. It has to be broken. To prove his point, Silu sneered and reached out, grabbing the crystal directly in front of him. He yanked it out with force, turning back with a smug grin. See nothing happen. But before he could finish, a blinding light erupted from the darkness. A laser beam punched straight through Silu's skull before he even registered the pain. Another corpse hit the floor, a victim of pure stupidity. Kaisa's expression darkened. His theory was now undeniable. With all other possibilities eliminated, the truth remained. This kid, Ye Qing, possesses a luck stat far superior to any normal human. It must be a rare trait of his hidden class. In the brutal reality of the Abyss, usually only stats related to combat power determine one's survival and growth potential. Surely he didn't dump all his growth points into the useless luck stat. Ye Qing didn't voice it aloud, but he smirked internally. Actually, I just distributed my points evenly across the board. Rage boiled over in Kaisa's eyes. He gritted his teeth, his aura turning murderous. The original plan was to turn you all into corpses to trigger the traps for me. But now plans have changed. I only need one corpse with high enough luck. The rest of you are useless trash. None of you are leaving here alive. At his command, the murderous intent of his subordinates spiked. Understood. Old Zhang stumbled back, his face draining of color as he muttered in terror. It's over. We're dead. We are absolutely dead. Our opponents are official members of the Blood Oath Guild. We're just 3 or 4 cannon fodder pieces. How can we possibly fight against elites like them? Chu Tong's courage crumbled instantly. Run. If we go now, we might make it behind them. Xingdian didn't even hesitate. He turned tail and fled without a single word of goodbye. The remaining group stood frozen in shock. Ye Qing frowned, genuinely confused. Why are you running? Look at the battlefield. We obviously have the numerical advantage. The terrified man turned back, shouting in desperation. We only have 4 people, and one just bolted. Are you brain dead? Ye Qing's lips curled into a confident smile. You misunderstand. I said the advantage wasn't about the number of humans. As if on cue, a chilling, chittering sound echoed from the ceiling of the cave. The mage heard it first, gasping as he spun around. What was that sound? You hear it too? The berserker asked, confused. Here what the mage looked up and his blood ran cold. A horde of massive arachnids was descending upon them like a nightmare from above. Yeqing chuckled internally. Summoning successful. The massive spiders landed with heavy thuds, filling the cavern with the shrieks of the terrified hunters. There are demonic beasts in the room. Chutong felt despair crash over him. We're finished. First the Blood Oath killers, and now a dungeon break. Yeqing whispered calmly, cutting through the panic. Relax. I just happened to pick up a few Spider-Men on the way here. Chutong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Huh. He stared at the protagonist in bewilderment. Since when can you control spiders? Yeqing didn't explain. His eyes glowed with a violet hue as he scanned the enemies, pulling up their data like a classic leveling Manhwa interface. The guy in the top hat is a necromancer level 20. The big guy is a berserker level 17. The small fries are hunters level 18. And the old tank with the shield is a holy paladin level 19. Yeqing narrowed his eyes, calculating the odds. I don't know the exact power gap between humans and monsters here, but my instincts say this won't be a hard fight. However, there was one variable. When his gaze landed on the leader, the system threw up an error. Identification failed. Warning, unable to ascertain the target's combat power. Kai-Sa frowned, looking at the spiders. He offered a sneer that was half praise, half mockery. Controlling abyssal creatures, I see. For a seemingly weak awakened, you have quite a few party tricks up your sleeve. Yeqing felt a headache coming on. If I can't read his stats, it means his attributes are significantly higher than mine. This guy is dangerous. Kai-Sa waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. A few level 10 monsters are nothing but trash to me. He barked orders to his squad. Kill the monsters first, then silence the witnesses. Don't break the crystals. Yeqing seized the moment, glancing back at his temporary allies. Situation changed. If you don't want to die, run toward Xingdian. Hearing this, old Zhang's survival instinct kicked in. This kid is actually staying behind to block them. Fine, be the hero. I'm out of here. Without a shred of honor, he spun around, clutching his weapon, and sprinted into the darkness. Seeing Chutong hesitate, Yeqing urged him again. You came to the abyss for a reason, right? Don't throw your life away. Run by now. Old Zhang had already disappeared into the tunnel. Chutong looked at Yeqing, eyes shimmering with a mix of gratitude and guilt. He stammered out a vow. I won't forget this. I won't forget you. Then he gritted his teeth and dove into the narrow passage. Now that the baggage was gone, Yeqing activated his skill immediately. A massive landslide of rocks crashed down, sealing the entrance and blocking the path. Staring at the tiny gap of light remaining, old Zhang screamed back in rage. You lunatic. What kind of stupid move was that? You trapped us out here. Chutong could only hang his head in defeat. I'm sorry. My luck in the abyss has always been terrible. I didn't think it would end like this. Back in the cavern, the battle erupted instantly. The Holy Paladin took point, raising his massive shield to tank the first blow his hammer held high as he smashed it down toward the face of the nearest spider. The strike connected. He looked up, arrogance radiating from his smile. Is this the best you've got? This feels less like a boss fight and more like a tutorial. The beast recoiled, jaw slack, before launching a glob of acidic slime straight into the Holy Knight's face. The sheer disrespect sent the knight into a blinding rage. He clawed at the muck, blinding him, but it was too late. A shadow loomed overhead. Death had arrived from above. The knight raised his shield, activating Taunt. You fool, a level 1 scrub challenging a level 19 elite. Keep dreaming. But the blade didn't bite deep. It skidded off the defense. With a roar, the knight slammed his shield forward, sending Yeqing flying into the air. Time seemed to slow. He calculated the odds in midair. My ring is only level 10. Against this professional Blood Oath squad, standard tactics won't work. Gravity became his weapon. Before his boots touched the earth, his blade flashed a silver arc of devastation. The knight's scream pierced the battlefield. Fresh blood sprayed from the knight's severed hamstrings. Yeqing didn't hesitate. He dashed forward for the kill, but 2 arrows whistled from the distance, forcing him to break his momentum. With supernatural reflexes, he twisted his body mid-stride. The deadly projectiles missed him by a hair's breadth. One of the snipers gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did that guy just dodge a point-blank shot? Impossible. His partner scoffed. You just aimed poorly. Again. Bowstrings hummed as they unleashed another volley, arrows tearing through the wind with lethal intent. This time Yeqing didn't move. He waited until the steel tips were inches from his face, then slashed clang. The arrows fell, sliced perfectly in two. What the... The sniper froze. Seizing the opening, Yeqing unleashed the great explosion flame. Living fire surged forward like a dragon obeying its master. The inferno swallowed the ambushers whole. Boom! The explosion shattered the earth, turning their vantage point into a crater of ash and regret. Only their final screams remained. This guy is a monster. Yeching stood amidst the flames, an avatar of war. But elsewhere a different roar shook the air. Die, you filth! The berserker silenced a beast with a single brutal swing. With cold, dead eyes, he turned his bloodlust toward Chutong's group. Hey, I haven't even drawn my weapon. Old Jang stammered, sweat pouring down his face as the killing intent washed over him. The heavy sword crashed down, instinct took over. Old Jang threw himself in front of Chutong, raising his shield just in time to intercept the blow. He gritted his teeth, screaming back at the stunned boy. My legs are jelly because of you, I can't even run away, damn it. Get up and fight unless you have a death wish. But the berserker gave them no respite, swinging again with the force of a collapsing mountain. Crash. The impact was catastrophic. Old Jang was launched backward like a ragdoll, smashing into a boulder with bone-shattering force. Blood streamed from Jang's nose and ears, his world spinning. The enemy's greatsword flew from the clash, embedding itself into the earth millimeters from Chutong's crotch. The boy collapsed, paralyzed by fear. The berserker didn't stop. He retrieved his weapon and marched toward the fallen Old Jang like the Grim Reaper itself. With death staring him in the face, Old Jang forced a broken laugh. I knew it. A dungeon this deep is just a fancy grave for guys like me. He roared his final defiance. At least if I die here, my debts are cleared. It's almost a relief. Then perish. The berserker swung to decapitate him, but the blade froze in midair. A sinister purple energy gripped the steel like an invisible vice. What sorcery is this? The berserker growled, struggling against the hold. It was Chutong's hands glowing with arcane power. I got him, Chutong shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. I used body bind, Old Jang, strike him now. You idiot, Old Jang screamed. You paralyzed me too, I can't move a muscle. From the sidelines, Yeching watched this comedy of errors in disbelief. Meanwhile, the enemy necromancer sneered, his aura flaring red. It doesn't matter how tricky you are, kid. In a system, Manhwa mana is everything and you're running on fumes. He wasn't wrong. Shadow Step consumes mana. Summoning the clones took a chunk, and maintaining the spider summons is draining me every second. Ignoring the threat, Yeching pulled a cup from his inventory and casually took a sip from a straw. The necromancer blinked. Is that bubble tea? The mage raged. I don't care what you're drinking. You can't regenerate mana fast enough to save you. He slammed his staff down, activating corpse manipulation. Witness true power. As a prospective S-class necromancer, my undead army is eternal. Until their bodies are dust, they will fight for me endlessly. Yeching finished his drink with a satisfied sigh. Corpse manipulation, huh? Thanks for the tip. His eyes glowed. Mana replenished. Suddenly, violet flames erupted from his shadow. The empty cup hit the ground. Clatter. Behind him, the darkness coalesced into a terrifying form. A massive hand wrapped in ancient burial shrouds surged from the void. It snatched the necromancer's undead puppets like toys. Your minions look tired, Yeching whispered. Let me give them eternal rest. What is this dark art? The necromancer shrieked as his connection to the corpses was severed. Where did my army go? Yeching vanished, reappearing instantly to bury his fist in the mage's gut as the caster crumpled. A sickening crunch echoed nearby. Someone else had just crushed a monster's skull with their bare hand. Caesar wiped monster blood from his fingers, staring at Yeching with amusement. Not bad. I knew you were interesting when I saw you at that random convenience store. Yeching met his gaze, unfazed by the gore dripping from the man's hands. His expression remained cold as ice. If you were just here for money, we could have walked separate paths. But you tried to feed us to the dungeon just to grab the loot, treating us like disposable trash. Caesar smirked, an aura of absolute dominance radiating from him. And, do you think having a little bite stops you from being dog food? Don't flatter yourself. Even my own subordinates are just stepping stones for my glory. Listen closely. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Only the ruthless stand at the summit. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, grabbing Kaiser's attention. Spare me, I'm just a useless servant. Jotong gripped his sword legs, trembling like leaves in a storm, staring at the towering berserker. Kaiser scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. Stop whining. In this situation, trash like you and elites like us, none of us are leaving this abyss alive together. Exactly. But his arrogant speech was cut short by Old Jang's thunderous roar. Don't listen to his devilish lies. The moment we rebelled, there was no turning back. Pick up your sword and kill him. But Jotong whimpered. I'm just a support. I've never even killed a monster, let alone a human. Kaiser ignored the coward, his gaze locking onto the protagonist with deadly intent. Only one side walks away from this. The main character smirked, watching him like he was a clown. I don't care about your twisted philosophy. Every living being has the right to survive. Instantly, a terrifying blade aura materialized in his hand, the pressure in the air skyrocketing. His expression turned cold as steel. We enter the abyss and we survive. That is the only rule. Kaiser swung a massive fist, mocking him. How naive. Bam! He blocked the devastating punch, but the sheer force sent him sliding backward, his boots carving grooves into the ground. Unscathed but alert, his mind raced. Incredible power. My instincts are screaming, this is the strongest monster I've ever faced in this leveling manhwa. Suddenly Kaiser loomed over him like a demon from hell. Yiqing leaped away just as the attack obliterated a massive boulder behind him. Kaiser looked down like a god viewing an insect. Before my absolute power, you are nothing but trash. Zhou Tong flinched at the insult, indecision tearing him apart. Meanwhile, the berserker roared, unleashing a skill and charging forward. The enemy sneered. You're too weak. Zhou Tong stumbled, collapsing to the floor as his spirit broke and blood gushed from his wounds. The berserker raised his blade for the execution. But just as death descended, a shadow flashed. Old Zhang intercepted the blow, screaming through the pain. Fight back, you coward! The berserker spun, slashing deep into old Zhang's chest. Yet the old man kept screaming, spitting blood. Do something, damn it. A trembling hand reached out to the frozen Zhou Tong. Aren't you strong? Aren't you our captain? Those words dragged Zhou Tong into a deep memory. Back then he had smiled. Our cannon fodder squad needs a leader. As a traveling bard, I think I'm the perfect fit for the role. He trembled, confessing to old Zhang in the present. I just thought if I was the captain, I wouldn't have to kill monsters with my own hands. He curled up on the ground, terrified. I didn't want to touch danger. I didn't want to prove that I'm actually useless. I'm not strong at all. Zhou Tong slammed his head on the ground, begging the enemy. I'm just a total rookie. Please, I beg you, spare my life. The nightmare of his past resurfaced. You're the only useless trash in this party. You think you can just leech XP and buffs without fighting? Shameless leech. Get the hell out of my squad. Broken and rejected, Zhou Tong had sat in despair, until a shadow fell over him. It was Kaiser. He had asked, Hey kid, what's your class? Zhou Tong answered hesitantly, Level 3, Traveling Bard. Kaiser grinned. Follow me. Snap back to reality. Yiqing smashed into a rock, coughing blood. In a blink, Kaiser was already in his face. Kaiser roared, his aura exploding. Witness the Azure Dragon's secret art. This deals continuous true damage directly to your internal organs. If you circulate your mana now, your injuries will worsen until you explode. He launched a devastating punch, a move designed to cripple any mage in this awakening manhwa. Too fast, Yiqing gritted his teeth. I need distance. As he dodged, Kaiser chased him down like a predator. Think you can run? Yiqing analyzed calmly while retreating. So using skills triggers the bleed debuff. Interesting. A crazy idea sparked. He screamed, Hey Zhou Tong! Bam! Yiqing took a hit, flying through the air and crashing right at the bard's feet. Lying in the dirt, he spoke. Trying to escape your weakness by waiting for others' approval is pathetic. That kind of power, I wanted it more than anyone. Blood dripped from his chin, yet Yiqing smiled. I used to be disappointed in my own uselessness too. He remembered the days he cursed his fate. I really was trash. Ignoring Zhou Tong's shock, he continued. But I never ran away. Being weak is no excuse to be a coward. Back when a monster had him coiled in a death grip, he told himself, the only thing to fear is a weak will. The heart system window popped up, damage 0. He didn't care. He stabbed wildly with a shattered dagger. I won't accept this. I won't. System alert, critical hit, damage 1. It was just a rusty blade, but he drove it straight into the beast's eye. He watched the behemoth fall. I did it. In that moment, the fear vanished. He had taken the first step on the road to power. He stood up, wiping the blood, and looked Zhou Tong in the eye. I've spent my whole life preparing to become a king, even when I was nothing but trash picking up scraps. Zhou Tong stared, the word echoing in his soul. A king. He looked at his trembling hands. If I don't get strong, I die. I'm sick of hiding. Sick of being mocked. Fire kindled in Zhou Tong's eyes. I want to change. I want to dominate. The berserker laughed, dropping his guard. A level 3 support. You couldn't scratch my level 17 armor if you tried. Go ahead, I'll stand right here. But then Zhou Tong did the unthinkable. He threw his sword away. A microphone materialized in his hand. He gripped it tight, activating his bard skill. Great repulsion. The berserker's eyes popped and even Kaiser gasped. What the hell is that energy? Yiqing felt the surge, his smile returning in this system manhwa twist. Finally, I've found the best support in the world. System alert, buff received, damage increased by 15%. Defense increased by 15%. Speed increased by 15%. Resistance increased by 15%. Dark energy swirled around Yiqing's hand. Skill activate. Blood Nightmare. A torrent of crimson liquid erupted, ensnaring the berserker. He glanced back at a silhouette that looked harmless enough. But in a heartbeat, that thing coiled around his limbs like a vice, forcing a pained scream from his throat. Let me go. Chu Tong watched in awe as the berserker was helplessly entangled by Ye Qing's overwhelming power, trapped like prey in an octopus's embrace. But Ye Qing had already turned his focus elsewhere. On the other side of the battlefield, he was locked in a stalemate with Kaiser. The brute roared, "You have a death wish." Ye Qing dodged the lethal strike with a fluid motion. His mind raced as he calculated his mana was overflowing, and his regeneration speed had reached a whole new level. Gripping his dagger tighter, he charged once more. It was a clash of styles, heavy fists against sharp steel as they engaged in fierce close-quarters combat. Only now did Kaiser realize something was wrong. Shock rippled through him. His ironclad defense was actually being pierced by a mere dagger. Ye Qing analyzed the data instantly. The armor-piercing effect was working, but the recoil damage was adding up. He had to end this fast. Launching himself like an arrow, he decided to bet everything on a quick finish. Kaiser laughed maniacally. "Interesting." He leaned back, executing a perfect dodge against Ye Qing's lethal strike. Catching Ye Qing's wrist with one hand, he sneered. "I've spent 20 years mastering the art of grappling. You think a little brat like you can outmatch me in technique?" He unleashed a heaven-shaking uppercut. "Feel the difference in our power." The impact sent blood spraying from Ye Qing's mouth and knocked his dagger spinning into the air. In this leveling Manhwa world, a fighter can evolve into a strength-based destroyer or a skill-based street fighter. Ye Qing recovered instantly. He spun around to face the threat head-on. Their fists collided in a shockwave. Blood stained Ye Qing's face, but his fighting spirit didn't waver for a second. Kaiser roared, "I despise those weak technical fighting styles. That's why I poured every single stat point into pure destructive power." He activated his ultimate move, Suppression. Sky-collapsing fist. Chu Tong watched in horror as Ye Qing was blasted backward, disappearing into a cloud of debris. But as the dust settled, the hero still stood. His clothes were in tatters, yet his resolve remained unbroken. Kaiser scoffed, "Idiot, trying to clash with me head-on? In a contest of brute strength, a brat like you doesn't stand a chance." Ye Qing grabbed his torn collar, his expression darkening. "System, dump all available points into strength." A blue window flashed, 176 free attribute points allocated to strength. He ripped off his shredded shirt, revealing muscles that rippled with newfound power. Kaiser blinked, confused by the sudden pressure. "What did you say about strength?" Ye Qing's eyes glowed with a cold light. He looked down at his physique. His muscle mass had densified instantly. The sheer explosive power coursing through him was intoxicating. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Kaiser's bloodlust only spiked. He laughed wildly. "So what if you got a little buff?" As the giant charged, Ye Qing calmly focused all energy into his right fist. "I might lack fighter skills," he thought, "but raw power from 300 strength points should be enough to crush him." Kaiser, arrogant to the end, threw another punch with full force, expecting the same result as before. Fist met fist. The shockwave distorted the air, but this time the outcome was different. Bones shattered with a single strike. Ye Qing completely obliterated Kaiser's hand. Kaiser stared at his mangled limb, blood leaking from his eyes and nose in shock. A punch with zero technique. How can it be this strong? Chu Tong's jaw dropped. Even as Kaiser collapsed, Ye Qing didn't hesitate. He leaped into the air to finish the job. He mounted his opponent, pinning Kaiser's head to the ground with one hand while raising the other. "I won't give you time to process this. This battle ends now." Terror finally filled the giant's eyes as Ye Qing delivered the verdict. "From this day forward, you belong in the trash heap with the rest of the cannon fodder." Kaiser. Time rewound to 8 years ago. A cold voice barked orders. "Clean all the gear. We have a Hell-tier dungeon raid next, and I want them spotless." A young Kaiser was diligently polishing weapons when another pile of steel was dumped at his feet. "Don't miss a spot, kid." The rule of the Lionheart Guild was absolute. The weak exist only to shine the shoes of the strong. "If you want to be a real member," the man sneered, "you have to prove you're worth keeping alive." Yet, when facing a massive beast, that same man had mocked him. "Look at you. You were born to be cannon fodder, and you'll die as cannon fodder." "I just need to prove them wrong," Kaiser had thought. "I will crawl out of this mud." With nothing but his bare fists and desperation, he had pummeled the monster to death. Staring at the monster's corpse, he realized something. It wasn't even that hard. But then, boom, another monster appeared. Before he could react, a blade slashed down. He was beaten into an unrecognizable pulp, fading into darkness. Time passed. Through the haze of pain, he heard voices listing the damage. Jaw pulverized. 8 broken ribs. Heart punctured. Liver and lungs completely destroyed. His body is basically scrap meat, but we wasted too many crystals to let him die. Kaiser slowly opened his eyes, a fresh scar running down his face. He was floating in a fluid tank, staring at a researcher named Ching Shan. "We've finally developed a way to graft abyss monster cells into a human host. Lucky for you, your DNA is a perfect match. The good news, you get to live. The bad news, well, you'll see." Qingshan let out a twisted, malicious laugh, his eyes gleaming with mad science. You're a hybrid monster now. A Lionheart badge clattered onto the floor. Congratulations. You've successfully proved you're useful enough to join the pack. The guildmaster, a horned giant sitting on a throne of arrogance, waved his hand dismissively. Put it on. Become my weapon. My loyal dog. Kaiser, naive and desperate for approval, grabbed the badge. Where? Where are the others? My teammates? The leader's eyes narrowed in disgust. Those trash? They're all dead. Cold sweat ran down Kaiser's back as he realized the truth. This was a dog-eat-dog world. Back in the present, Yiqing's grip tightened on his skull. Pain exploded in Kaiser's head, triggering that old fear. If I don't prove my worth, I'm nothing but garbage. Fueled by the trauma of his past, Kaiser roared and tore Yiqing's hand away. The system Manhwa interface flashed, read warning enemy awakening. Defense dramatically increased, destructive power skyrocketing. Yiqing's eyes went wide with shock at the grotesque transformation before him. Caesar slammed a devastating fist into Yiqing's chest, but the protagonist didn't even flinch. As Caesar stared at his own fist in confusion, Yiqing thought he recovered. With a blood-curdling roar, Caesar's eyes glowed crimson, and he launched a frenzied barrage of punches. Yiqing backflipped to create distance, slamming his hand down to stabilize himself, causing the very earth to tremble. Meanwhile, mana began to swirl violently around Caesar's palm as he spoke. The magic crystal was essentially solidified power, pure unadulterated mana. Under the influence of the blood moon, its energy surged, twisting Caesar's body into that of a monstrous abomination. His voice boomed. I implanted it directly into my windpipe. Now my body has evolved to drain every ounce of power this crystal holds. Caesar grinned, revealing a row of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, I have surpassed the power of a deep boss. He marched forward with murderous intent. Suddenly, a holographic window popped up. System alert, Boss Roderica detected. Caesar has completed demonization. As his roar shook the dimension, another notification chimed. Berserk mode ended. Entering 30-second fatigue state. This was a classic moment in a system manhwa, reading the notification. Yiqing furrowed his brows and whispered, so the system actually classifies you as a boss-tier monster now. What the hell happened to his body? Zhou Tong rushed over from the distance, panic written all over his face. Hey, are you okay? Boom. Caesar stomped, cracking the bedrock beneath his feet. He screamed like a lunatic. It's simple, you just have to discard your pathetic human pride. Yiqing shot Zhou Tong a sharp look. Run instantly. Caesar kicked massive boulders toward them. Abandon your humanity, become a monster bound by no morals. The rocks crashed down like meteors, but the two of them managed to dodge the destruction just in time. Caesar launched himself into the air, locking onto Yiqing. He prepared a killing strike, screaming his twisted conviction to the heavens. I accept the price. The price of absolute power. Yiqing glanced back anxiously as Caesar descended upon him like a feral beast. Watching from the side, Zhou Tong shook uncontrollably. He's too strong. It's over. Caesar landed with catastrophic force, stomping on Yiqing's motionless body. It's hopeless, Zhou Tong thought, despair crashing over him. Trash mobs like us can't scratch a true player. We have zero chance of fighting back. Yiqing's potential is leagues above mine, yet even he couldn't stand against this monster. One punch, and he was instantly killed. Even knowing Yiqing used his full strength, Zhou Tong was paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. I'm submitting before I even realize it. Caesar threw his head back, basking in his own arrogance. The weak kneel before the strong, that is the eternal law of this world. He clawed at his own face, laughing maniacally, his eyes burning with red fire. To become a god, one must be willing to look like a demon. Suddenly he paused, his gaze shifted. I almost forgot the little trash fish. Seeing the monster approach, Zhou Tong stammered in terror. I didn't see anything, you just transformed, that's all. Caesar ignored him, marching forward. You ruined my crystal harvest anyway. You are the final witness to this tragedy. Caesar lunged. Let me grant you a spectacular death. Wait. Zhou Tong threw his hands up desperately. If I must die, I have last words. Caesar snatched him by the throat, sneering with contempt. You bards really do love to hear yourselves talk, don't you, trash? He hoisted him into the air. Any final requests? Caesar was completely oblivious to the shadow reforming behind him. Zhou Tong choked out. I want to leave the abyss alive. Staring past the monster at the swirling red liquid, Zhou Tong spoke slowly to buy time. And I can't die yet. His eyes went wide. Because Zhou Tong said, I'm not the only witness to this tragedy. Caesar felt the shift in the air and whipped his head around. His jaw dropped in shock. The droplets of blood on the ground were defying gravity, fusing together. Yiqing stepped out of the blood pool, his eyes cold as ice. Thanks to the bard buying time, my fatigue state has finally cleared. Ye Qing crushed a droplet of blood in his hand, his voice dark. My eyes couldn't analyze you fully before. I had to use Blood Nightmare, taking your hit to steal your data through direct contact. Caesar recoiled, a cold sweat breaking out on his monstrous skin. Blood Nightmare. He gasped. You mean the corpse I just stomped was a decoy? When did you cast that? Ye Qing's aura turned ominous. The price for that superhuman strength is heavier than you think. The Berserker skill boosts power instantly by breaking body limits, Ye Qing explained calmly. But the cost, a 30-second window of absolute weakness. Ye Qing's glare pierced through him. You're trapped between human and monster. The Abyss is coming to collect its debt. Caesar laughed, but it sounded hollow. Don't make me laugh, this power is mine. What does the Abyss have to do with it? Suddenly Caesar's face twisted in agony. Snap! He roared, as his arm, the one holding Zhou Tong, convulsed violently. While Caesar stared at his glitching arm in horror, Zhou Tong scrambled away. He looked at Ye Qing, then back at the monster, gritting his teeth. You bastard! Caesar launched himself at Ye Qing in a blind rage. But Ye Qing was faster. He vaulted into the air and slammed a heavy heel kick into Caesar's skull. Caesar absorbed the blow and sprang back, ready to counterattack. Ye Qing landed and weaved. Caesar unleashed a flurry of strikes, but he was sluggish. His bulk is slowing him down. Ye Qing noted, dodging effortlessly. It was hard to penetrate his defense barehanded. If I just had a weapon. Suddenly a figure dashed from the sidelines. Ye Qing! Zhou Tong screamed as he saw his ally get pushed back. Ye Qing turned, his pupils contracting in surprise. Zhou Tong hurled a blade through the air with all his might. Catch this! Ye Qing didn't hesitate, his hand snapped out to seize the steel. Returning to the heat of battle, Caesar lunges with wild desperation. But Ye Qing is already 2 steps ahead. He dodges, weaves, and slash. His blade bites deep into Caesar's shoulder in a spray of blood. The impact sends the corrupted hunter stumbling forward, completely off balance. Ye Qing lands effortlessly, composing himself as he hisses, every single strike, a critical hit. He shoots a cold glare at his enemy. Did you forget I'm an agility build? You can't hit what you can't catch. That arrogant attitude sends Caesar into a frenzy. He roars like a beast. Mocking me will only make your death more painful. I am a higher existence than you could ever hope to be. He swings wildly again, but in this action, Manhwa recap speed as King Ye Qing dodges the attack as if taking a stroll in the park. Suddenly crimson flames erupt around Ye Qing's fist. He scoffs, higher existence, don't make me laugh. With a sarcastic smirk, he drives that burning fist straight into Caesar's face. In my eyes, Ye Qing declares, you are 100% monster now. The flames engulf Caesar's face, eliciting a gut-wrenching scream of agony. The fire burns away his humanity, leaving only pitch-black voids where his eyes used to be. Yet the monster refuses to fall, roaring with undying rage. Seeing this grotesque transformation, Ye Qing sighs, shaking his head. You've fallen too deep. There's no turning back. The air around him grows heavy and dark as he whispers, can you hear it? The call of the Abyss. Caesar's black eyes widen in sheer terror. He screams, die, all of you die, don't drag me down into the dark. He completely loses his mind, flailing at empty air, muttering like a madman. I proved my value, I did everything right. Why won't you let me go? I'm not cannon fodder, I shouldn't die here. Suddenly Zhou Tong pops his head out from behind Ye Qing, shouting, he's having a mental breakdown. Now is our chance to end this. Ye Qing's eyes turn icy, scanning for the kill shot. Meanwhile, Caesar laughs maniacally, fighting invisible enemies in his delirium. But then, Ye Qing's body begins to shift. He calls out, hey Captain, looks like my main body. And the Blood Nightmare avatar just swapped places. Zhou Tong turns around and nearly jumps out of his skin, stuttering, Wait. Tears well up in his eyes. I thought you were dead, man. Suddenly a blue screen pops up, classic system Manhwa mechanics. Challenge triggered, defeat the target without killing. Reward rare item. Staring at the floating text, Ye Qing furrows his brow. Defeat him without killing him. How is that even possible? His gaze sharpens as he calculates the odds. This crazy monster won't leave anyone alive, not even his former teammates. Mercy isn't an option here. Wait, Ye Qing thinks. If I clear the challenge, I get a rare reward. It's worth a shot. His body dissolves into a pool of blood as he commands Zhou Tong, listen to me, distract him for 5 seconds. That's all I need. Ye Qing's voice drops to a sinister whisper. I don't need to kill him myself. He calmly explains the lore of this awakening Manhwa world. Monsters belong to the Abyss. And once you belong to the Abyss, you can never leave. He watches Caesar, fully corrupted, destroying everything in sight. When a human abandons their humanity, the Abyss welcomes them with open arms. That is the absolute law of this world. Ye Qing watches as the rampaging Caesar wanders toward a dark cave entrance. Go on, he thinks. Walk into your grave. Usually monsters only go berserk during a red moon event. But this guy went into a frenzy on his own. Yi Qing narrows his eyes. Proof that he was human once. Suddenly, a voice echoes from inside that very cave. Ha ha ha, I survived the disaster and found the jackpot. My luck has finally turned. Deep in the shadows, a silhouette basks in the golden glow of a treasure chest. Look at this. It's full of high-grade essence crystals. The stranger drools over the loot. I'm rich. I can buy my freedom high-level gear a whole new identity. I'm about to change my destiny, he shouts, blinded by greed. He has no idea that a bloodthirsty Caesar is standing right behind him. Cut to a local tavern. Bang Jiotong slams his head onto the table shouting, Please, big boss, let me follow you. I want to be your little brother. Yi Qing, beer in hand, sighs. Dude, get up. This is way too dramatic. Jiotong looks up with sparkling eyes. I've decided to become a king in this era, and to do that, I'm dedicating my life to following you. Yi Qing rubs his temples. I was just showing off back then. Looking back, it was actually pretty cringeworthy. No way, Jiotong insists. It wasn't cringe. Your courage helped me find my own value. You gave me a goal to strive for. Yi Qing asks. So what's your plan? Jiotong points to himself proudly. Didn't you say I was the best support? Yi Qing blinks. Did I say that? Jiotong clenches his fistfire in his eyes. I'm going to become the king of supports in this leveling manhwa world. Yi Qing stares at him thinking, this guy. Agility tier 2, luck tier 1. It's a miracle he's even alive. If I encourage him to go back to the front lines, Yi Qing realizes I'm basically sending him to his death. Jiotong grins. Picture it, you the invincible vanguard and me buffing you from the backline will be the ultimate dream team. Yi Qing puts his drink down. I don't recommend you go back into the abyss. Jiotong's smile fades. What do you mean? Yi Qing looks him dead in the eye. If your power only makes others strong but you remain weak enough to need protection. Sorry, but that's not a qualified support. Yi Qing softens his voice. I just don't want to see you throw your life away, Jiotong. The sidekick hangs his head in silence. Yi Qing opens his inventory. Here. He transfers 1,000 magic crystals. This is enough for you to live comfortably for a long time. Just promise me. Stay out of the abyss. Jiotong stares at the table, voice trembling. I know. You're right. You're only saying this because you actually care about me. But then he snaps his head up. The fire in his eyes hasn't died out. It's burning brighter than ever. But I can't accept living as a piece of trash anymore. Even if I die, I won't let anyone look down on me again. Seeing that unshakable resolve, Yi Qing smiles. Now that, he thinks, that is a look I can't refuse. After careful calculation, he finally broke the silence. If you cannot even protect yourself, how can you possibly hope to protect others? Summoning a blade from the spatial void, he asked. If my memory serves, your demon puppet staff only requires one hand to wield, correct? Jiotong was stunned but answered instantly. That is, old Lee's one-handed sword. Before his astonished eyes, Yi Qing slammed the blade into the table. Standing above him, Yi Qing asserted his dominance and explained. Based on my intel regarding the Troubadour class, you can utilize magic-based weapons to cast your buffs and debuffs. You can even master certain offensive spells. Bathed in Jiotong's admiring and determined gaze, he declared. You couldn't draw a sword for old Lee back then. So from today on, draw it in his honor. That is the debt you must repay him. Gripping the hilt tightly, Jiotong stammered. Big boss. Honestly, I don't actually need these magic crystals. Hearing this, Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction. Then give them to the families of old Ju and old Lee. After all, we will earn far more than this in the future. Jiotong agreed without hesitation. Yes, boss. Sometime later, a secretary reported the aftermath of the event. Following the Blood Moon incident, a squad of S-Class Awakeners was dispatched to purge the abyss. 8 bodies from the Blood Oath squad have been recovered from the depths. Captain Zijia was severely corrupted by the abyss, completely transforming into a monster. He has been marked for elimination. We also discovered numerous civilian casualties. Among them was a face that might interest you. Who is it? The secretary replied coldly. Chen Xingdian, the one we recently accused of being a team killer during the infiltration of another abyss zone. When found, he was decked out in high-tier gear. It is likely he engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated Jiejia before being killed. She hesitated for a moment. However, a random variable appeared in our calculations. The man picked up the newspaper, his interest piqued. Only a single random variable. The secretary nodded. Correct, just him alone. The man nodded slowly. I see. A subordinate standing nearby couldn't help but interject. Does this mean our plan has failed? The man scoffed. Zijia was nothing more than a useless dog. He failed to prove his worth. we will simply find more subjects. Scene transition, Shenfeng People's Hospital. In a secluded corner near the exit, a desperate man wept, clutching his face. Please forgive me. I was forced into a corner. I had no other choice. In his hand lay a pitch-black key. Suddenly the key activated, hovering ominously in mid-air. Abyssal energy exploded outwards, engulfing the entire hospital grounds. Passers-by were struck down by the shockwave before they could even react. What is happening? Someone noticed the purple mist strangling the hospital buildings. It's an abyss gate, call the police immediately. But it was too late. Monsters began to pour out from the void. Panic ensued as people scrambled for their lives. Hold my hand tight. Listen to me, don't look back. Yiju, run. In a flashback, a young man gripped his little sister's hand. But a massive scorpion monster tore them apart. He was thrown against a boulder, helpless, while the beast swallowed his sister whole. Brother! Ye Qing jolted awake, gasping for air. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as the nightmare lingered. That dream, again? He glanced at his phone screen. That's right. I remember now. Today is the day. A while later, Ye Qing entered a flower shop, looking sharp in his uniform. Sister Zhang, I need a bouquet, please. The owner smiled warmly. Little Ye, you're here. Going to visit your sister, right? He smoothed his hair back. Yes. Work ran a bit late, so I'm behind schedule. Sister Zhang sighed, touched by his dedication. That is so sweet. She is truly blessed to have a brother like you. Did you get a haircut? Not bad, right? He recalled the earlier events. Uncle Jun dragged me in to test his skills when I walked by. Little Ye, I just learned a new style. Come be my model. But I have to get to Sister Zhang's shop. Back in the present, he offered to help. You're displaying these outside, right? Let me help you carry them. Sister Zhang beamed. Thank you so much. As they worked, the wail of sirens filled the air. Sister Zhang looked concerned. There are so many ambulances heading to the hospital. And I saw a lot of Awakener vehicles, too. Did something terrible happen? Ye Qing froze. The hospital. Without a word to Sister Zhang, he vanished. Moving like a shadow, he used the buildings as stepping stones, rushing toward the danger. When he arrived, a massive purple gate loomed over the area, accompanied by shouting guards. Size. Set up the perimeter now. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. Why has an abyss gate opened here? He descended, and a guard rushed to intercept him. Civilians back, this area is under total lockdown. But the guard stood frozen as Ye Qing walked calmly into the abyss gate without hesitation. The captain roared in anger. What are you doing? Why did you let a civilian walk in there? The guard whispered, trembling. Don't ask, sir. That kid, he had the same aura as the ones who went in earlier. He is someone we cannot offend. Just let it be. Inside, Ye Qing's face was set in stone, his resolve burning. Wait for me, Yeju. This time, I will absolutely not let go of your hand. Analyzing the environment, he noted the distortion. The abyss has created a dimensional pocket inside the hospital. It exceeds the physical limits of the building. Just like the mall incident, this room has been cleared. A squad of Awakeners must have entered before me. Ye Qing pulled a glowing blue potion from his inventory. Those rich hunters. This is a large mana potion, not something ordinary players can afford. Regeneration. The ultimate convenience item. System item, large mana potion. Effect instantly restores 85% of mana. Removes fatigue and reduces mana consumption by 50% for 30 seconds. He steeled himself. I plan to solo this dungeon and find Yeju. In this brutal awakening Manhwa reality, I'll need every drop of power I can get to survive. Ye Qing stood at the precipice of the main hall, hesitation flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the architecture. The path ahead had already fractured into branching roads on both the left and right. He focused his gaze, triggering a system notification that flashed in the air. Once a path is chosen, there is no turning back. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ye Qing crouched down to analyze his options. A choice was mandatory, and the route was a one-way ticket into the unknown. He spotted fresh markings etched nearby. These traces were likely left by the hunter squad that had ventured in earlier. Assuming their mission was a rescue operation, it was tactically smarter to take a different route. This would maximize the probability of locating Yejo within this chaotic dungeon. The abyss was unfathomably deep, its bottom, a mystery that could take an eternity to reach. In the worst-case scenario, he would have to conquer every single fork in the road to uncover its secrets. His eyes narrowed sharply. Time was a luxury he did not possess. An ordinary human would have perished instantly in this suffocating atmosphere. He had to move, and he had to move now. Ye Qing noticed the pristine red carpet beneath his boots. Its untouched condition revealed a chilling truth. This was a zone that no living soul had ever visited before. He glanced back at the entrance only to find the path swallowed by an encroaching void. The way home had been consumed by darkness, sealing his fate within the dungeon. Ye Qing retrieved the Eye of Argos, murmuring to himself as the artifact hummed with power. I have witnessed the chaotic nature of this exit capability before. If this was truly an inescapable labyrinth, he could at least chart a sector of the terrain. The system chimed instantly. Item Eye of Argos activated. Mapping sequence initiated. However, a warning blared. Unable to display terrain beyond this zone. The realization hit Ye Qing hard. No wonder the previous hunters had resorted to carving physical marks into the abyss walls. The system's navigation was completely nullified here. This place was likely the stuff of nightmares, a legendary rules-based abyss, often seen in a hardcore leveling manhwa. Sensing a presence approaching, he hesitated. Have I walked into a trap? Ye Qing fell silent, straining his senses to pick up any auditory cues from the darkness. No. He thought, there is no mechanical hum. Suddenly, a phantom spirit materialized directly behind him, completely masking its presence from his perception. The silence in the chamber was deafening, almost predatory. Capitalizing on his blind spot, the entity launched a lethal strike. By a hair's breadth, Ye Qing sidestepped the ambush. Regaining his balance, Ye Qing locked eyes with the phantom spirit. He lunged forward, delivering a devastating slash, but the system's cold voice rang out. Attack ineffective. Ye Qing froze. Physical immunity. The strike only served to enrage the beast. The phantom spirit unleashed a horrific roar, triggering a system alert. Target has entered a frenzied state. The sonic blast slammed into him, forcing blood from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His thoughts raced as his eardrums shattered, perception was plummeting, and sound was no longer an option. He stared down the monstrosity, cursing his own arrogance. I nearly paid the ultimate price for underestimating the terror of this abyss. Ye Qing finally deciphered the hidden test of this dungeon. This time the enemy is the laws of physics themselves. I remember now. A memory from 3 years ago surfaced. Back when he was a lowly scavenger sorting trash, he had stumbled upon strange statues with twisted, furious expressions that made him jump out of his skin. What the hell, he had shouted. Scared me to death, it is just a pile of creepy statues. I thought I had run into a ghost. He returned to his cardboard bin, picking up a scrap of debris. Even a single fragment should not be wasted, he muttered, unaware of the horror behind him. Suddenly a grinding noise broke the silence. Ye Qing spun around, his heart pounding in his chest. The lifeless statues had come alive as they relentlessly advanced. Ye Qing clutched his box like a shield, retreating step by trembling step. Is this... am I hallucinating? Were they not just piles of stone a second ago? Luckily, a veteran coworker materialized from the shadows, screaming a warning. Do not turn your back on them, and whatever you do, do not blink. These are weeping angel statues. Ye Qing gasped in confusion. Weeping angels. Even the name sounds like a death sentence. Ye Qing glanced at his savior, but the man roared in panic. Keep your eyes on the monsters, not me. Ye Qing scrambled to obey. Right, yes, sir, the veteran explained quickly. Monsters in the abyss operate on strict logic. The higher the tier, the absolute stronger the rule they enforce. That weeping statue is an S-rank entity. It hunts based on the movement of its prey, waiting for a lapse in observation to strike. Their rule is absolute quantum locking. As long as you maintain eye contact, their bodies turn to stone and freeze in place. But the moment your gaze wavers, the coworker warned, sweat dripping down his face. They will close the distance instantly. 1 second is all they need to tear you apart. Ye Qing cried out, then how do we survive this? Staring unblinkingly at the horrors, the man commanded. Follow my lead. We retreat slowly until we exit the room. Do not blink. Ye Qing nodded stiffly. Understood. They inched backward, but disaster struck. Ye Qing's heel caught on a stray rock. Balance lost. Ye Qing crashed to the floor. The connection broke. The weeping statues roared, rushing forward with terrifying speed. In a split second, the veteran slammed the emergency shutter switch. Boom. The heavy door sealed them off just in time. Ye Qing lay there, eyes wide with lingering terror. It took a moment for his heart to restart. Collapsed on the ground, he wheezed, "Thank you. You saved my life." The older man let out a breath of relief. "You were incredibly lucky," he replied grimly. "If you had tried to fight those statues, you would have found them invincible. You would have been a corpse before you could even blink." He smirked confidently. "We may be weak in combat power, but when it comes to survival experience, we are unmatched." Snap back to reality. Fueled by that lesson, Ye Qing charged forward. "I will not lose," he vowed. "My survival instincts are on par with any protagonist in an awakening manhwa." He clenched his fist, determination burning in his veins. If the rule is physical immunity, then its Achilles heel must be magic damage. Ye Qing locked onto the spirit and roared, "Explosion art." Instantly, his hands seared with intense heat. "What the—" He scrambled away, shouting, "It is scorching! Damn it, can I not control the fire element normally here?" Seizing the opening, the phantom spirit lunged while Ye Qing cursed his luck. Of all the magical disciplines, why did the only one I master have to be the volatile fire element, so to speak? Sensing the lethal blow incoming, he flicked his wrist, summoning the Shadow Wolf card. As the beast manifested, Ye Qing narrowly evaded the Reaper's scythe, slicing through the air. Ye Qing wiped the blood from his lips, fury burning in his eyes. Ye Zhou is still missing. I can't afford to die in the very first room. Xiu, physical immunity, yet it deals physical damage. The rules of this awakening Manhwa dungeon were contradictory. But the demon spirit didn't care for logic. It lunged again. Ye Qing dodged by a hair's breadth, sliding backward. But the Reaper's scythe was relentless, shaving inches off his lifeline. Another near miss. His eyes widened in realization. I can block it. The mechanic is revealed. It only has a physical form when it attacks. While dodging, his mind raced like a supercomputer. The scythe hung in the air, exposed. You lost your immunity the moment you tried to kill me. With a roar, Ye Qing launched a counter-offensive, dealing massive damage to the spirit. The critical hit landed. The monster's aura faded into the void. But in this dungeon, nothing is ever that simple. The monster's energy began to coalesce again. Ye Qing actually grinned. A second phase. Now things are getting interesting. Instantly, a crimson barrier descended, blinding him. First, his hearing was shattered by the scream, and now his vision was gone. Should I trigger the blood clone to survive? Time key. No. Ye Qing grit his teeth. I just used it. The cooldown is 30 seconds, and my mana can't handle double consumption right now. Before he could react, the beast struck. Ye Qing hastily threw up a weak shield. It wasn't enough. The blade bit deep into his shoulder. 0 reaction time. He realized even his luck stat couldn't save him from a fatal blow here. This was a difficulty spike that raw stats alone couldn't fix. Desperate, Ye Qing activated the man-eating flower's ultimate skill, Super Regeneration. The system window popped up, wound healed, deafness debuff cleared. I need to keep my HP topped up or I'll be one-shotted. Seeing its prey suddenly overflowing with vitality, the monster hesitated. It wasn't the healing it feared, it was the light. Ye Qing caught the flinch immediately. Phase 2. Weakness, photosensitivity. Even the faint glow of healing magic burns it. A devilish grin spread across his face. Oh, I get it now. He was about to do something completely insane. His entire body erupted in light as he set himself ablaze. If you hate light, have a taste of the sun. Now he could see the enemy clearly. The hunter became the hunted. Ye Qing charged like a madman, sending the demon spirit screaming in terror. You fear fire because you're a soul that perished in flames. But there was a catch. Fire element skills were sealed by the curse. He couldn't cast spells, so he had to become the fire itself. He unleashed a soul shock. The blast stunned the spirit, making it shriek in agony as he closed the distance. If I can't cast it, I'll be it. He triggered the great explosion flame technique, turning his own body into a living bomb. Boom! His clothes were incinerated, but the stage was cleared. The system flashed a warning, HP below 10%. A classic cliffhanger for a manhwa recap. Warning, severe burns on right arm. Weapons and magic disabled. Yet, Ye Qing laughed through the pain. Victory always comes with a price. I'll heal after the cooldown. Suddenly panic set in. Wait, the loot! Don't burn to ash, I need those drops. He scrambled to extinguish the fire, shoving the remains into his inventory. He crafted it into a divine artifact card. Item: Reaper's Scythe. Effect: large AoE harvest. Deals true damage equal to 5 times base attack. Passive: Desperate Harvest. Kills instantly, restore 5% HP and MP. Bonus: if harvest triggers 5 times simultaneously, enter stealth mode for 1 second. Stealth mode, immune to physical attacks and collision. Curse: non-lethal hits inflict backlash damage to the user. Soulbound, cannot be traded. Ye Qing held the card, intrigued. This isn't just loot. This is a game changer. My first soulbound divine artifact. It converts enemy souls directly into health and mana that's broken. Truly a legendary find for a system manhwa protagonist. In a horde battle, one swing could completely flip the tables, but the backlash risk is high. If I don't kill, I take damage. Maybe even die. I have to time this perfectly. Ye Qing looked ahead. The seal on the great door lifted, his regeneration cooldown reset. Time to heal. So, super regeneration. His body knit itself back together. He cracked his neck, eyes focused. Ye Zhou. Hold on. I'm coming. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon's nightmare, the butcher hummed a twisted tune, chopping meat. Clang. A noise came from behind the bucket. It was Ye Zhou. She threw a rock to distract him. The butcher turned, lumbering toward the noise. Now was her chance. She vaulted over the sacks. But disaster struck. She slipped. Crash. She tumbled onto the cold floor, clutching her head. No time for pain. She scrambled up, crawling toward her fallen teddy bear. Brother, I promised I wouldn't let anyone bully you. Too late. The butcher was back. His demonic face twisted into a snarl as he roared at the tiny girl. The air reeked of iron and blood. Chains rattled like death knells. The massive monster raised its cleaver over the white-haired girl cowering on the stone floor. Yejo stared up at the pointed ears of the beast, trembling but defiant. Go away, you monster! The butcher roared, triggered by her scream. The cleaver swung down, but then... A shadow blitzed from the darkness. A blade flashed. Ye Qing had arrived. A single devastating strike descended. The giant's right side was obliterated in an instant. The sheer force of that merciless blow cracked the very ground beneath her. Yeju could only stare, her jaw dropping in total shock. A scarred, ferocious visage. A dual-wielding warrior with a massive blade, Wu Ming stood before her. His gaze was ice-cold as he looked down at the survivor. Are you a hunter? Before she could even process the question, he turned his back on her. He strode away with arrogant swagger, completely ignoring her presence. Desperation took over. Yeju dragged herself forward and clung to his leg. Wait, please take me with you. Get me out of this hell. He glanced down, annoyance flashing in his eyes. The monsters are dead. Just hide yourself. If you try to follow me, you will definitely die. But fear would not silence her. Her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Mister, I have to survive. I must see my brother again. Because that is our promise. Time reversed, flowing back into her memories. 7 years ago. In a warm office, a doctor clasped his hands, his expression grave as he faced a young boy. The spinal nerves have suffered catastrophic damage. I'm afraid walking like a normal person is no longer possible. Retaining upper body movement is already a miracle. Young Ye Jing's voice trembled with tension. So what you're saying is, she'll never stand again. The doctor replied calmly, crushing the boy's heart. Correct. The damage is permanent. Medically speaking, there is no cure. Medically speaking, the boy frowned, catching the nuance. Just theoretically. Hope ignited in his eyes as he jumped up. You mean there's still a chance to heal her, right? Doctor, tell me, what do I do? But hope came with a heavy price. The doctor sighed, closing his eyes wearily. Modern science cannot help her. However, rumors exist. They say blind men have regained their sight within the world of the abyss. Recently, miraculous cures for terminal illnesses have appeared in reality. Potions, artifacts, items of immense power. This mysterious power defies all logic. If a monster from the abyss caused her state, then the cure lies within this awakening Manhwa reality. Yi Qing needed to be sure. The abyss. So the abyss holds the cure. If I have the power to enter that place, I can save my sister, can't I? The doctor rubbed his temples, a headache forming. Only an awakened can survive the abyss. You fool. For a normal civilian, entering the abyss is suicide. Stop dreaming and worry about reality. Just keeping her in this hospital costs a fortune. Daily treatment fees are at least 8,000 credits. The young boy, forced to grow up too fast, bowed 90 degrees. I will find the money, no matter what. Please, take care of my sister until then. As the doctor watched him leave, he called out one last reminder. I'll do my best. But make sure you pay the medical bills on time, kid. He glanced back. I know. I'll get it done. As he walked away, the cruel whispers of the nurses followed him. Is that the boy? Yeah. Poor thing. They treated his tragedy like casual entertainment. Parents died on the same day, sister is crippled. He's all alone in this world. He paused at the hospital room door. Forcing a smile onto his face, he blocked out their pity. So pathetic, they whispered. He threw the door open, radiating false cheer. Yi Ju, big brother is here. The girl on the bed looked up. Brother, where are you going? He sat by her side, his smile unwavering. Just talking to the doctor. Oh, right. Guess what? I'm going to a place called the Abyss. Yeja frowned. The Abyss is that safe? His eyes shined with absolute confidence to reassure her. Safe. It's a walk in the park. I just have to follow the others. He stood up, pacing the room. Ah, I almost forgot. Like magic, he produced a cute teddy bear. Ta-da, a surprise for you. I won't be able to visit every day for a while. So, when I'm not here, let Mr. Bear protect you in my place, okay? But she was smarter than she looked. Her tiny hands gripped the blanket tight. You're the only family I have left. I don't want you to be in danger. Please, don't go where the monsters are. He placed the bear next to her, hiding his trembling hands. Monsters? No way. I found a great job. It pays huge money. Enough to fix your legs. Just wait a little longer and you'll be running again. She hugged the bear, her innocent eyes piercing through his lies. She held out her pinky finger. If you have to do dangerous things for money, Then I'd rather stay in this wheelchair forever. You absolutely cannot go near the monsters. Their small fingers interlocked. It's a promise. Okay, I promise I won't risk my life. That was my promise to Yeju. Back in the present, the harsh reality returned. Yeju still clung to Wu Ming's leg, pouring her heart out. If I'm stuck here, my brother will charge into the abyss to find me. I can't let him die for me. I have to survive. She looked up, tears in her eyes. And you can't die either, Wu Ming sighed, looking down at this stubborn girl. Such an obsession with living. Despite his cold words, the hunter easily lifted her from the cold floor. He placed her back into her wheelchair. You're interesting. But listen, if a monster attacks, I won't lift a finger to save you. Yeju settled in, placing her teddy bear on her lap. She quickly checked the wheels. Thank goodness. They aren't broken. He stared at the fragile yet resilient girl. You aren't my client, kid. So, whether you live or die is none of my concern. She whispered, focus on your mission. I will be your shadow, unseen and silent. I promise not to be a burden. Since their paths had crossed, he offered a brief introduction. I am Wu Ming, a dual-blade swordmaster. Meanwhile, in a different part of the labyrinth, Yeju navigated the endless dark corridor, his mind racing. He mused. Even though I spent years as a healer mastering countless elixirs and remedies, there is one cruel reality I cannot escape. My arts can only mend the wounds inflicted by the abyss beasts. He recalled the ironclad law of this world: injuries sustained before entering the abyss are beyond the system's reach. It was a tragic limitation. If you were burned before crossing the threshold, no magic in this hell could restore your skin. The damage was permanent. Frustration gnawed at him. If that rule didn't exist, I would have cured Yeju's broken body a long time ago. Suddenly his eyes went wide. The path ahead was a slaughterhouse. Corpses littered the ground like discarded dolls. He gasped. A massacre. Absolute devastation occurred here. The monsters in this zone are far superior to the class holders who dared to challenge them. It makes sense that the entire squad was wiped out. Having seen death 1,000 times, the young man kept his cool, analyzing the carnage with a detective's eye. Strange. No monsters are prowling. It implies someone or something survived and cleared this room already. Then a sight froze him in his tracks. He pointed his torch at a massive beast cleaved perfectly down the middle. This behemoth, sliced in two with a single blade strike. His eye of insight skill activated. No magic residue. His gaze shifted to the fallen hunters behind him. The dead were agile fighters and mages. But this kill, this was pure, unadulterated brute force. A sharp glint of intrigue sparked in his eyes. Whoever did this is a monster among men, far surpassing these amateurs. This bastard is in a league of his own. Elsewhere, the rhythmic clatter of wheels echoed. Yeju sat in her wheelchair, trailing behind the towering, invincible back of Wu Ming. Abruptly, Wu Ming halted. Yeju flinched. Wu Ming's instinct screamed. His eyes locked onto the darkness just as deadly glints of light erupted toward them. Trap's arrows flew faster than lightning, burying themselves into his flesh. Yeju's soul nearly left her body. She screamed, tears instantly blurring her vision. Horrifying cracks appeared on his skin, yet no blood flowed. The wounds simply began to seal. Yeju panicked. Are you okay? Does it hurt? He tilted his head, repeating the word as if tasting a foreign language. Pain. Flashback 4 years ago. The A-rank abyss, Tomb of the Ancients. A nightmare unfolded as the zombie king boss ripped a man's head from his shoulders with casual brutality. Even Wu Ming, standing among the mercenaries, felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. The employer, a bald tyrant, roared. You incompetent fools, I spent a fortune hiring you and you're useless. You're mercenaries. Take the money and die for me. He hid behind Wu Ming's squad, pointing fingers and spewing venom. Remember this, I pay double for your wretched lives. Wu Ming thought bitterly. Because I'm a criminal with no ID, I'm forced to work in the shadows with these private hunter teams. And this specific group, a bunch of lunatics who treat death like a casual hobby. Wu Ming's eyes drifted into a void of empathy. They take suicide missions for double pay. And this bald vulture uses money to whip us into submission. 100,000 credits to the one who kills the zombie king, the bald man shrieked. We've come too far to give up the treasure. No 200,000. At that moment, Wu Ming accepted the grim truth of this leveling Manhwa world. A dual-blade user would do anything for cash, like a gambler doubling down until he bleeds. The bald man upped the ante. 250,000 cash. Wu Ming's squad tightened their grips. He sighed. The collateral is our lives. Weapons raised. Adrenaline spiked. 250,000 I'm in, don't anyone dare steal that bounty from me. The zombie king's eyes flared with unholy light. He flexed, roaring a challenge. A monk-like fighter grinned, blinded by greed. That money is mine, Dai. He and a partner launched into the air, aiming for the kill. But they underestimated the boss. The king inhaled, and in a blur of motion divided them into fractions. Wu Ming faced the beast, his demeanor shifting to absolute caution. The zombie king gritted his rotting teeth and threw a punch, a shockwave that blasted Wu Ming backward effortlessly. The loudmouths from seconds ago were now scattered chunks of meat. The king posed, bathed in a terrifying golden aura. The bald employer was now sweating buckets, screaming in terror. "Save me if I die. You don't get a single dime." Wu Ming frowned, propping himself up with his blade, forced to listen to the trash talk. "I bought your lives, do your job." Seizing the moment the king was distracted, Wu Ming launched himself forward again. He roared, ignoring the burning blood in his veins. A devastating slash cut into the king's waist. The monster was stunned. Wu Ming's eyes blazed with the thrill of the hunt. Finally, it dies. Victory. The loot box and a magical necklace materialized. Suddenly, the bald man rushed in, shoving Wu Ming aside like trash. "Get out of my way. Don't block the unboxing." Wu Ming coughed, blood wheezing. "The double pay." The bald man sneered, hand on the chest. "You're a walking corpse. What do you need money for?" "Gonna spend it in hell, you wretch." The old snake laughed maniacally, slowly lifting the lid. "I'm going to be rich. Buying the intel on this hidden abyss was worth every penny." Light poured from the chest as it opened. But as he looked inside, his hands grasped at nothing. He shrieked, "What the hell, it's empty! Why is the chest empty?" Tears of rage streamed down his face. His greasy features twisted in disbelief. "I spent everything and I get a hollow box." As his mind broke, Wu Ming watched the man's body begin to warp and twist. Boom. The bald man exploded. Wu Ming realized. It was the curse of the sand. He froze in disbelief. A curse. At that moment, a stream of sand trickled from the corner of his eye like a tear of dust. Wu Ming touched his forehead, terror rising within him. Have I been afflicted as well? He clamped a hand over his mouth to stem the flow of grit, his gaze locking onto a cyan orb bound by a cord. The zombie king's treasure. It was a gamble, but perhaps this artifact held the cure to this nightmare. Wu Ming snatched the orb from the air. A legendary artifact of immortality. It bound the soul, instantly transforming its wielder into an undying entity. System alert. Holy magic and healing spells will now inflict critical damage upon you. However, physical attacks can no longer extinguish your life force. The price of this awakening Manhwa transformation? The loss of physical pain and the dulling of human emotion. As the dimensional rift sealed shut, Wu Ming stood in tragic silence, an immortal being born from sorrow. Yeju witnessed the anomaly, her eyes widening in horror. Your blood. It's turned to sand. What kind of twisted curse has fallen upon you? His gaze met hers for a fleeting second before he coldly turned away. Yeju pouted, stung by the dismissal. Hey, why are you giving me the cold shoulder? Shattered steel littered the blood-soaked floor. As the horde roared and charged, he vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing only to sever a monster's head in one clean stroke. There was no time to strategize. He dumped all his accumulated free attribute points evenly. He must have surpassed 200 points by now in this brutal, leveling Manhwa grind. Though exhaustion gnawed at him, he raised his blade. Even tired, he could fell a general-rank monster with a single strike. But the next chamber remained a mystery shrouded in darkness. In this hell, a single miscalculation wouldn't just mean failure. It meant a death so swift, he wouldn't even have time to scream. The enemy wasn't just standing around waiting to be slaughtered. They launched a counter-offensive. He gritted his teeth. These abyss creatures were weak, but the constant mana drain from endless combat was becoming critical. He launched himself into the air, dodging a strike before crushing a monster's skull with a devastating downward kick. The massacre raged on with no end in sight. He unleashed his chaotic dagger dance. But a crimson notification flashed before his eyes. Mana. Critical below 5%. Panic began to set in. Damn it! His magical energy had bottomed out, skills were now useless. As the beast howled, his mind raced, calculating his survival options in split seconds. If magic failed, brute force would suffice. He channeled his aura into his fist, delivering a punch that shattered iron armor and pulverized the stone beneath. Terrified by his raw power, the monsters shrieked and scattered. They just keep coming, he muttered, brow furrowed in frustration. After 4 consecutive battles in this dungeon, his body's fatigue value was skyrocketing. His maximum mana capacity had dropped to half its normal state, and every mana potion in his inventory was empty. He had 1 large recovery flask left looted when he first entered the abyss, but that was his trump card. He sprinted after the retreating beasts. He had to save that potion for a life-or-death moment. His fists found their marks, impacts so violent that eyeballs burst from sockets, sending the creatures' distorted bodies flying across the room like ragdolls. Holding the severed head of their kin, he struck fear into the remaining horde. He summoned a card, the Death God's artifact. The massive scythe appeared, though its side effects usually made him hesitate. But against beasts with remaining vitality, the scythe's passive ability, Harvest of Despair could trigger a life drain effect. It was worth the risk. A wave of energy sharp enough to slice reality swept through the room. Heads rolled like ripened fruit as the death god's blade reaped lives without a shred of mercy or hesitation. He stood back watching the carnage unfold. System alert, despair effect activated. Siphoning life force, restoring HP and mana points. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Health and mana were back to 100%. He had successfully conserved his potions and avoided using the cooldown-heavy super regeneration skill. Suddenly, a system Manhwa notification warned him skill cooldowns were increasing due to overuse. He paused, sensing a disturbance. Beneath his boot lay a pair of crushed glasses, and a faint noise caught his ear. Yeqing narrowed his eyes at a wooden crate nearby. Who's hiding in there? A trembling hand emerged from the crate. Wait. Don't kill me, I'm human. A head popped out, eyes lighting up with frantic hope. Did you just step on my glasses? Wu Ming handed over the mangled frames he had just crushed. The man snatched them up. That's them, I'm a doctor here and a researcher too. The name's Song Qingshan, he stammered. I don't know what happened, but the ward was suddenly overrun by a massive horde of monsters. Just so many of them. It was the exact swarm you just slaughtered out there. As Qingshan scrambled out of the box, he continued his ramblings. I ran blindly until I found this room and dove into the crate. Wu Ming ignored the story, his voice cold. Did you see any other survivors? The doctor looked at him as if he were insane. Other survivors? Are you joking? How could there be? This hospital has been consumed by the abyss. Even awakened ones struggle to survive. How could cripples, the broken or the lame, possibly make it? Wu Ming's temper snapped. He seized the doctor by the collar, slamming him against the wall. Cripples broken. For a doctor, your choice of words is disgusting. Qingshan cowered in fear. What's wrong with that? I'm a doctor, not a combat class awakener. I can't fight these demonic things. You have to save yourself before you can save others, right? He gave a pathetic, forced smile. Look, if I had the power to fight, would I be cowering in a wooden box? Wait, you're here to rescue me, aren't you? His attitude shifted instantly, peering arrogantly through his cracked lenses. If you accepted a commission to extract me, then cut the chatter. The Lionheart Beast Guild must have promised you a fortune. Just get me out of here and the money is yours. Wu Ming frowned. Lionheart Beast. Ding, a holographic interface materialized. Boss defeated, rank C, reward 150, free attribute points. He picked up a metallic insignia dropped by the enemy and held it up to his companion. Jutong, do you recognize this? That scumbag dropped it. Jutong squinted. I think I've seen this somewhere before. That's the emblem of the Lionheart Beast Hunters, Yeju interjected. They're an elite guild that recruits only the strongest awakeners. Wu Ming fell silent. The standards of top-tier guilds were terrifyingly high. Song Qingshan shouted from the back, interrupting their thoughts. Hey, didn't you come from that direction? The exit should be the other way. Wu Ming shot him a sharp look. Didn't you say you fled from the patient ward? Qingshan stuttered, realized his slip-up. Yes, but forget them. Don't bother saving those useless cripples. Even if you save them, they can't pay you. They're just dirt-poor nobodies. Wu Ming's expression darkened as he turned toward the danger. Sorry, but I have to go that way. My little sister is waiting for me. Qingshan finally realized the situation, his mind racing. Wait. Your sister, hold on. You didn't come here to save me, and you're definitely not with the Lionheart Beast Guild. The young man replied, his voice colder than ice. Correct. I'm just here to clean up the trash. Violet energy flared in his eyes, radiating a terrifying aura. And I don't save garbage. Down the endless corridor, Yeqing marched toward a door pulsating with immense magical energy. Qingshan scrambled to keep up, terrified of being left behind. He ran up to the stoic fighter, breathless. Hey, expert, listen. This zone has been fully labyrinthized. If you go back the way I came, you'll hit a million dead ends. You'll be trapped in this maze forever. Ignoring Yeqing's indifference, Qingshan kept babbling to save his own skin. But luckily for you, I can be your guide. Let's party up, we can find your sister together. And since it's on the way, literally on the way, you can carry me out of here too, right? He stepped in front of Yeqing, masking his anxiety with a forced smile. I'll take your silence as a yes. Come on. The teleportation gate is right this way. I just came from there. Without waiting for a reply, he dove through the swirling portal of the mystery dungeon. Yeqing stepped through the void right behind him. Qingshan immediately probed for info. So which elite hunter guild are you from, expert? The reply was flat and uninterested. I don't belong to any guild. Qingshan's jaw dropped in disbelief. A solo player? In this chaotic world, who is crazy enough to grind levels all by themselves? Oblivious to Yeqing's annoyance, he continued his lecture. Anyone with even a shred of power gets snatched up by the top guilds instantly. Tatu's Lionheart Cloud Peak. Those giants pay astronomical salaries for awakened classes. They even form raid parties to clear the deepest levels of the abyss, just like in a hardcore leveling manhwa. Tell you what, when we escape I'll introduce you to some top-tier teams. Consider it a thank you for saving my life. Ye Qing's patience finally snapped. Listen closely. My sister's name is Yejo. If you want to guide me, then shut your mouth. Cold sweat instantly drenched Qingshan's back as a memory triggered. Yecho. His mind flashed back to the dark research logs. He recalled asking about the test subjects. According to the files, aren't both specimens minors? A fat man with a face full of grease and malice had replied. Why worry? It's not like their families have the power to do anything about it. One is named Yejo. She lives with her only brother. The fat man sneered, mocking the poor. Her brother is just a scavenger. He wanders the edge of the abyss trying to scrape together medical fees. He probably died in a dungeon somewhere already. Pointing to another photo, he introduced the second victim. The other one is Lin Shuyan. Her father is a fresh ex-con, unemployed and drowning in debt. Back in the memory, Qingshan had smiled calmly. They have zero social standing. Perfect. But how did you get them to sign the consent forms? The fat man laughed darkly. Persuasion. Please. He waved the papers with a despicable grin. I just manipulated their guilt. You don't want to be a burden to your struggling family forever, do you? That was the kill shot. Your father is jobless. Keeping you alive is dragging him down to hell. His eyes gleamed with predatory cunning. I even added some spice. Haven't you noticed your dad visits less often? He's tired of you. Then he pointed at Yejo's file. And for this little girl, he recalled sitting across from the innocent child weaving his web of lies. Just think about it. To pay for your daily treatment, your brother risks his life in the monster zones every single day. Don't you want him to be safe? Yejo, pure and naive, had nodded with tears in her eyes. Yes. Looking at the two desperate girls, the fat man had delivered the final blow. What if I told you there's a new miracle treatment? One that can fix your legs. You won't be burdens to society anymore. In fact, you might even awaken and become powerful class holders. Are you brave enough to change your destiny? Lin Shuyan spoke up immediately. Let me be the first subject. Yejo raised her hand, her voice trembling but determined. I want to sign up too. I want to stand on my own 2 feet. I can't let my brother suffer for me anymore. The fat man had walked over, tapping the contract like a devil offering a deal. Good girls. Just sign here and your new life begins. Back in the lab, the fat man watched the girl floating in the test tube. See, simple. A little deception goes a long way. Qingshan stood beside him, admiring the cruelty. Even societal trash has value if you squeeze them hard enough. You did excellent work. The fat man bowed, flattering his superior. No, it's all thanks to you, Director. This research will help class holders break their limits and gain godlike power. You are the true savior of humanity. Qingshan laughed, his ego swelling. Every single abyss cell is worth hundreds of millions. This is the shortcut to ultimate power. This is my greatest contribution to this world. Suddenly, a doctor holding a syringe filled with glowing liquid called out. Director, shall we commence the injection? Qingshan nodded without hesitation. Begin the experiment. As the strange fluid mixed into the blood bag, the doctor announced. Subject 1. Injection start. Suddenly, black liquid erupted from the girl's skin inside the tank. A scream of pure agony pierced the glass, shocking the observers. Qingshan stepped forward, his face twisting in anger. Damn it, what the hell is happening? A female researcher shouted the data. The abyss cells are rejecting the host, no mana fluctuations detected. Her body can't handle the power. Inside the tube, the girl's body began to rot and dissolve before their eyes. It's a failure. The cells are consuming her. Qingshan forced a calm smile, though his eyes were cold. Don't panic. It's just one lab rat. We have plenty of backups. The female researcher checked the console and paled. Director, bad news. Someone is causing a riot outside. Qingshan froze. Who? On the security screen, a desperate man was screaming. Where is my daughter? Give her back to me. The researcher pointed. That's the second subject's father. Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Shh! How annoying. Bring him in. The fat man turned eager for violence. I'll handle the trash. Marching out, he barked orders. Hearing the report, his voice was colder than ice. How troublesome. Drag him inside. The chubby subordinate scrambled to obey. Understood, I'll bring him in at once. Stepping out, he barked his orders. Hey, what madness is this? Since when do security guards beat patients within these hallowed halls? The director ordered them to drag the poor man inside. Pinned to the cold floor, the guards obeyed without hesitation. The chubby one flashed a wicked grin, eyes gleaming with malice as he hissed, Your daughter, she's right inside waiting for you. Follow me. As the desperate father stumbled into the laboratory, Song Qingshan turned, his expression painfully polite. Greetings. I am the director of this facility. Your daughter is close by. Hearing this, the man rushed forward, panic in his voice. Where is my Yan Yan? Song Qingshan pointed a casual finger at a test tube containing a shapeless, writhing horror. She is right there. We just introduced her to the specimen. He smiled, presenting the abomination like a piece of art. It was part of the agreement. We simply followed the rules. My deepest apologies. An error occurred during the awakening process. But rest assured, we will compensate you according to the contract, as is standard in this awakening manhwa reality. The father collapsed, wailing in agony, but the director remained chillingly indifferent. However, we must retain the body. For research purposes, of course. Snap. The father swung his fist, smashing it into Song's face. You filth, give me back my daughter, you monster. But the guards instantly swarmed him. Subdue him. Pinned down, he screamed through his tears. Why is this human experimentation allowed on normal people like us? Do you have no humanity left? As the man was crushed against the floor, Song Qingshan clutched his bruised face, fury exploding in his eyes. You useless piece of trash with your broken limbs. Instead of living a meaningless life, isn't it better to donate her body to society? The death benefits in this system manhwa world are enough to clear your debts. You should be thanking her for dying. Take the money and get out! The father screamed, his soul shattering. My daughter was underage, signing away. Her life is no different from murder. I don't want your money, I just wanted my daughter to live a good life. Ignoring the heartbreaking pleas, Song issued a cold command. He's causing a disturbance. Throw him out. As he was dragged away, the father's voice echoed with blood-curdling hatred. You scum! I will drag you all to hell. May you fall into the abyss and never find peace. Back in the present, Song Qingshan glanced at the fat guard. What is the status of Ye Yezhu? Looking toward a tank containing a girl, the guard replied. No energy fluctuations detected yet. It seems we need to observe a bit longer. He looked at the director nervously. Sir, won't her brother make a scene like that other guy? Song waved his hand, completely unbothered. It's fine. What waves can a level 0 civilian make? He's just a scavenger, hardly worth mentioning in a manhwa recap. Suddenly, Ye Qing's voice cut through the air. You know her. Caught off guard, Song jumped back, sweat beading on his forehead as he played dumb. Ye Yezhou, I really don't know. Maybe she's in the next room. He wiped the cold sweat, his mind racing. Didn't reports say Ye Yezhou's brother was jobless trash? Why does his aura feel so suffocating right now? That demon beast slaughtered in the other room. Was that just my imagination? He couldn't dare look Ye Qing in the eye. Damn it, if this guy is actually strong, I'm a dead man. That girl Ye Yezhou. I pushed her into the monster pit myself before I ran away. In the dim, flickering hallway, Song walked awkwardly, eyes darting around like a trapped rat. Noticing his erratic behavior, Ye Qing asked coldly, What's wrong? Did you forget the way? Seeing the protagonist's icy stare, Song stammered, terror gripping his heart. No. I'm just worried about your sister's safety. There were so many monsters near the ward. That's why I had to flee earlier. He turned away, crying internally. I'm done for, absolutely finished. If he finds out she's dead, I have to blame it on the abyss monsters. I need to make sure I have zero involvement. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed sharp as daggers, staring down the dark corridor where strange sounds echoed. His instincts screamed. The air grew heavy with a killing intent only a master could sense. Suddenly Ye Qing yanked Song Qingshan aside. Whoosh! A massive sword slashed from the shadows, striking where they just stood. Ye Qing stood his ground, aura flaring. This isn't the aura of a monster. Song collapsed on the floor, trembling. Who is it? A heavy boot stepped into the light. Apologies. I thought you were wild beasts. It was Wu Ming, striding forward with icy calm. Director Song, correct. I accepted a commission from the Beast Tamer Guild. I am here to extract you. Ye Qing stared at the newcomer, unimpressed. So you're the one here to save this trash? Song, realizing he was saved, cried out. You really came for me. You almost sliced me in half just now. Ye Qing scoffed, analyzing the threat. I should have guessed. That massive sword left traces near the dungeon entrance. Even though his team was wiped out, he infiltrated the deepest part of the abyss alone. This bastard is incredibly strong. Wu Ming stepped closer, his face bored. The name is Wu Ming, mercenary of the Twin Stars. Since the commission pays well, a few dead teammates don't matter. Watching him lead the way, Ye Qing felt a surge of disgust. I've met mercenaries from Twin Stars before, madmen who live in the abyss. They sell their lives for double the bounty. By their twisted rules, if the team dies, the survivor takes the whole pot. Song Qingshan quietly scurried behind Wu Ming, then hesitated. I am the VIP. You can take me away now. Suddenly Ye Qing grabbed Song, holding him back. He glared at Wu Ming, suspicion dripping from his voice. This bastard doesn't look like he's here to save anyone. That sword, is dripping with killing intent. Clueless as ever, Song blinked. Killing intent. What are you talking about? I don't feel anything at all. Ye Qing's voice dropped an octave dark and threatening. I have no intention of stopping you from your mission, mercenary. However, he stepped toward Wu-Ming, pressure radiating from his body. Director Song must show me the way. Because my sister is in a room behind you. The mercenary froze. The greatsword in his hand shimmered with light. Sister. He glanced at Ye Qing, a memory surfacing. There was a little girl. I did see her. Ye Qing's heart hammered in his chest. Please, tell me where she is. Behind him, Song Qingshan was a mess of snot and tears, thinking, she's alive. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. Suddenly, Wu-Ming spoke. Catch. A teddy bear flew through the air straight into Ye Qing's hands. Ye Qing's gaze locked onto the torn teddy bear in his hand, his voice trembling with dread. Where did you get this? Wu-Ming closed his eyes, feigning a solemn memory. That little girl. She was adorable. But sadly, she didn't make the cut. The words hit Ye Qing like a physical blow. What did you say? He gasped. Behind him, director Song Qingshan barely suppressed a grin, thinking, perfect. The brat kicked the bucket. That means I get to live. Ye Qing's entire body began to shake violently. Wu-Ming dropped his voice to a grave whisper. I told her clearly, if a monster attacked, I wouldn't lift a finger to save her. Her life and death were none of my business. However, I did promise that if I ever crossed paths with you, I would pass on her final words. Ye Qing stood frozen, his soul seemingly shattered. Wu-Ming continued his ruthless fabrication. This is what she said. I hope I can wait for my brother at the hospital gates. That way, when he sees I'm safe, he won't have to risk his life diving into the dungeon for me. Ye Qing's eyes snapped open, but the light was gone, replaced by a chilling, murderous aura. Grief ignited into blazing fury. He gripped his blade until his knuckles turned white and roared, You just stood there and watched. You saw her in danger, and you did absolutely nothing. Facing the boy's exploding rage, Wu-Ming remained ice cold. A mercenary's only loyalty is to the mission and the payout. Beyond that, I don't give a damn. Ye Qing lunged, a blur of vengeance. Wu-Ming instantly countered, his voice void of emotion. The curse I bear dictates that all who follow me die. I am always the lone survivor. With a casual swing of his massive greatsword, Wu-Ming swatted Ye Qing away like a fly. I warned her, he stated calmly. But she insisted on following me. In a way, she chose her own grim fate. Ye Qing snapped. Consumed by bloodlust, he charged again, screaming, Tell me where she is! Steel clashed against steel with a deafening ring. Wu-Ming held his ground effortlessly. Hand over Director Song, and I'll give you her exact coordinates. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, sparks flying from their locked blades. And if I say no? From the back, the cowardly Song Qingshan waved his hands frantically. I agree, I consent to the trade. Wu-Ming's expression darkened. He unleashed a wave of pressure, his voice dropping an octave. I have zero patience for obstacles, even if they are teammates bonded by life and death. I won't hesitate to send them straight to hell. Unfazed by the overwhelming aura, Ye Qing saw an opening. He slashed directly at Wu-Ming's wrist, forcing the massive greatsword to fly from his grip. Seizing the moment, Ye Qing threw a punch charged with dark energy. Without your weapon, let's see what you can do. Wu-Ming watched the fist approach, his eyes cold, and caught it with terrifying precision. Ye Qing didn't stop, he swung his sword with his free hand. But to his shock, Wu-Ming caught that blade with his bare palm. Wu-Ming crushed Ye Qing's wrist, forcing him to drop the weapon. Suddenly, a system Manhwa-style alert flashed red in the air. Disarmed weapon. Use disabled for 8 seconds. In that split second, Wu-Ming headbutted him, sending him flying. Ye Qing slammed into the ground but scrambled up, gasping for air. I thought the greatsword was your main damage dealer. I didn't expect you to be a monster in hand-to-hand combat too. Wu-Ming looked down at him with utter disdain. Listen well, kid. Before a twin-star swordsman gets full intel on a monster, they are usually the first to die. Even if we lose our weapons in the chaos of battle, our bodies become the ultimate weapon. We are living arsenals. That is a combat mastery forged in the fires of countless death matches. And honestly, I haven't even started trying yet. Wu-Ming retrieved his greatsword, leveling the massive blade at Ye Qing. Playtime is over. You won't be able to withstand my Void Wind greatsword now. Energy surged. Wu-Ming unleashed his signature move, rock-shattering slash. A golden aura enveloped the blade, screaming with destructive power. Ye Qing analyzed the attack instantly. That greatsword is devastating, but its weight is a fatal flaw. The swing speed is too slow. If I attack during the wind-up, I can interrupt the cast. Dust clouds exploded as the shockwave hit. Ye Qing was blown back but gritted his teeth. Too strong, he vaulted into the air, his hand glowing with ominous purple energy. Strange void-like spiders materialized from thin air. Wu Ming stared, genuinely surprised. A summoner class, you have summoning abilities. The spiders instantly spat thick jets of webbing. The sticky silk wrapped around Wu Ming, binding him tight. He roared, muscles bulging as he fought against the constricting trap. Ye Qing leaped high, adrenaline pumping. If you think you can stop me with these little bugs, that's laughable. Wu Ming shattered the webs, spun in midair, and brought his sword down. Rock-shattering slash. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. If you thought mere summons could control a veteran like me, you've severely underestimated the gap between us. Suddenly, Wu Ming glanced backward, effortlessly blocking a sneak attack from Ye Qing's real body. Wu Ming stood like an immovable mountain. If my blade weren't long enough to block that, a full-force strike with hundreds of strength points would have punched a hole right through me. He looked at Ye Qing, impressed. You aren't one of those useless rank 0 trash mobs. Your explosive growth, it's like something out of a top-tier leveling manhwa. Ye Qing stared back, defiance burning in his eyes. And I won't bow down to your arrogant combat skills either. He ground his teeth, desperation leaking into his voice. I'll ask you one last time. Where is my sister? Meanwhile, in a peaceful flashback, Yejo sat in her wheelchair, smiling brightly. Mister, you're super strong, but I wonder, are you stronger than my big brother? Wu Ming, in the middle of sword training, paused. Your brother. Yejo's face lit up with pure pride. I have the best brother in the world. He might just be a scavenger now, but he trains harder than anyone. He's fighting every single day to change our fate. I admire him so much. My dream is to become strong just like him. Wu Ming turned to her, skeptical. Strong, from what I know, scavengers are the bottom of the food chain. Rank 0s and low-tier classes. Strength has nothing to do with them. Yejo panicked, shouting defensively. Quiet. No matter what you say, he is stronger than you. Her expression softened into pure adoration. I only need to look into his determined eyes. When his warm hand touches my forehead, I know. He is the strongest man alive. Wu Ming's expression remained unreadable. Hearing you describe him like that, I'm actually curious to meet this guy, Wu Ming said, though his tone was aloof. Yejo giggled teasingly. Really, okay then. If we get the chance, I'll introduce you to. Back in the present, Wu Ming stared intensely at the desperate boy in front of him. That gaze, it's unmistakable. Only those who have walked through the hellfire of countless life-or-death trials possess eyes like that. I respect you. You ruthless savage. As his words faded, a heavy, suffocating silence descended between them. Ye Qing wiped the grime from his face, his mind racing with calculation. I have one potion left. I must save it for the absolute critical moment. Analyzing the basic data, his opponent's class appeared to be a dual swordsman. His health bar wasn't massive. Hardly a tank build by any stretch of the imagination. Ye Qing hesitated for a split second, weighing the odds. If I stack the berserk damage with a lucky critical hit to his weak point, I could end this battle in just 3 moves. But this guy gave off a different vibe from any awakener he had faced before. He stared at Wu Ming, who stood motionless. No armor, no defensive gear. Just the cold steel in his hand. Suddenly, Wu Ming lunged forward. Ye Qing's eyes widened in shock. An all-out attack. He's completely sacrificing his defense for raw power. Is this a suicide run? The blade crashed down with devastating force, but Ye Qing was already gone, dodging with lightning speed. In a blur, he materialized right behind Wu Ming. But the swordsman spun around, roaring like a beast as he swung his blade backward in a blind counterattack. His reaction speed is insane. Ye Qing frowned. He unleashed a card Soul Impact. It connected 3 system alerts pinged instantly. Weak point, critical hit, and berserk damage. A massive gash tore open on Wu Ming's neck. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, confused. He didn't even try to dodge. He took that hit on purpose. Something is terribly wrong here. Wu Ming stood there, mouth agape, his eyes rolled back white. Ye Qing focused on the neck wound and froze. That wasn't blood. It was pouring out golden sand. What the hell is this? Like a puppet with cut strings, Wu Ming launched himself at Ye Qing in a frenzy. The protagonist vaulted high into the air to escape the grasp of madness. Gritting his teeth, Ye Qing waved his hand, summoning massive spectral arms to crush his foe. A look of twisted madness crossed Wu Ming's face. How interesting. He opened his mouth wide and caught the incoming attacks with his bare hands. Ye Qing's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wu Ming slammed his hands down. A spark ignited and a massive explosion engulfed the area right in front of him. Ye Qing stared at him, bewildered by this impossible durability. Then, Wu Ming shouted the terrifying truth. I possess a trait that makes me immune to death by ordinary means. Are you immortal? Ye Qing demanded. Wu Ming sneered. The abyss holds mysteries modern science cannot explain. Classes, skills, attributes, equipment. His expression darkened, his voice dropping to a whisper. But there is something even more unique. Curses. It is a power that comes with a terrible price. The inescapable punishment of the gods. Wu Ming gazed at his hand, preaching his twisted philosophy. Humans fear death, yet they dance on its edge. They covet treasures that don't belong to them, swearing to hoard everything for themselves, refusing to share even a crumb. The gods do not follow our rules. Perhaps they noticed you for their amusement, or simply to mock your pathetic fate. Wu Ming burst into manic laughter. In the end, you got the power you always craved. Then his face twisted into a mask of horror as he screamed. But they never warned you. They take your most precious possession in return. Yiqing absorbed the words, his expression turning grim. The trait of the undead. Wu Ming confirmed the nightmare. The rumors in this awakening manhwa world are true. Abyss monster traits can transfer to awakeners. The undead trait is god tier. As long as the energy source remains, I can resurrect infinitely. As the words left his lips, a rotting hand burst from the ground beneath Yiqing's feet. In a flash, another Wu Ming rose from the rubble. In the moment before my death, I reached out and touched eternity. He began to recount the dark tale of his past. When he had returned from the dead, the other swordsmen didn't welcome him. They cursed him. That bastard, he's the only one who survived again. Is he a curse? A walking disaster? Every team he joins gets wiped out. There's no proof, but think about it. If everyone else dies, he keeps the entire reward for himself. It's obvious he's sacrificing his teammates. If he's on the mission, count me out. I won't be fodder for that monster. Back in the present, Wu Ming confessed his sin. I accepted the terrible price that eternity demanded. A twisted joy lit up his face. I am dead, yet I exist forever. His eyes locked onto Yiqing with murderous intent. Wu Ming charged his blade, thirsting for blood. The system window flashed a warning: skill Death's Wish activated. HP falls below 33%. Damage taken increased by 100%. Damage dealt increased by 100%. Yiqing grit his teeth, sweat forming on his brow. That skill combined with his curse trait that is completely broken. Steel bit into flesh, Wu Ming landed a hit and Yiqing's blood sprayed into the air. Yiqing scrambled backward instantly. He immediately activated his self-healing skill to close the wound. Sparks flew as Yiqing's shield clashed against the onslaught. Is there truly no way to break this undead curse? He shouted. Wu Ming laughed confidently. In a battle of attrition, victory is already mine. Yiqing played his trump card. He summoned the artifact of the death god instantly. A grim reaper materialized, its massive scythe gleaming in the darkness. Wu Ming didn't flinch. Artifact manipulation impressive. He engaged the grim reaper in a fierce duel. Moments later, the scythe sliced through Wu Ming's arm. Wu Ming glanced at the wound dismissively. That's not a physical weapon. It's just a skill effect. Yiqing smirked. Any target struck by this skill triggers the Despair Harvest. HP and mana are regenerating via Despair Harvest, since your body is already technically dead. The harvest effect triggers instantly with every single hit. Yiqing stared down his stunned opponent. The undead exists solely through mana. In other words, for a creature like you, the HP bar is just a decoration. Your true lifeline is that unreadable mana pool, isn't it? Wu Ming dropped his guard, a twisted smile returning. I didn't expect you to figure it out. Your ability to analyze intel goes far beyond that of a normal human. Yiqing unleashed every ounce of his knowledge regarding the abyss in a single breath. Since this dimension is governed by the absolute power of rules, every unsolvable riddle must logically have a key to break it. Those possessing immense destructive power are often crude and sluggish in their movements. Like a glass cannon, the sheer output of energy renders their physical bodies fragile, mere shells that shatter upon the slightest friction. Furthermore, he realized that Wu Ming had intentionally exposed that opening as bait. Summoning his blade, Yiqing countered with cold logic. Your main body seems impenetrable, so your weakness must be external. You wear no armor and fight with a reckless, suicidal style. This is a psychological trap designed to trick enemies into trading blows with you at their absolute limit. They refuse to believe that a blood-for-blood exchange won't kill you easily. But ironically, that very hesitation is the fatal opening you deliberately reveal. At this precise deduction, Wu Ming couldn't help but offer words of genuine praise. Indeed, the wisdom required to survive the abyss lies in mastering its rules. Therefore, you are no exception. You possess a fatal weakness as well. Hearing this, Yiqing let out a confused sound, prompting Wu Ming to explain immediately. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, willpower, and luck. Among the 6 attributes of the system, there will always be one angle you fail to cover. But Yiqing loudly proclaimed his superiority. Apologies, but I differ slightly from the majority of other awakened job classes. You see, my stat points are simply too abundant. Every time I level up, I distribute my attributes evenly. My class is the legendary Hexagon Warrior. With that declaration, he charged toward his opponent with a single resolve. I must end this with a blitzkrieg before Wu Ming's wounds regenerate. Wu Ming watched as Ye Qing closed the distance in a flash, his strike aimed with lethal precision, causing a flicker of concern to cross his face. His speed, strength, and reflexes far exceed any job class at this level. This brat wasn't bluffing. Fortunately, Wu Ming managed to intercept the incoming strike just in time. Yet Ye Qing remained arrogant. Strange abilities, hardcore combat skills, or even trash talents that others look down upon, I have mastered them all. A split second later, steel sang through the air, successfully carving a deep scar across Wu Ming's back. As Ye Qing regained his footing, he shouted his strategy. Physical attacks might not end you, but the continuous drain on your mana will force your regeneration speed to crawl. Given enough time, your mana points will run dry, and you will face true death. Ignoring the taunt, Wu Ming forced his body forward, compelling Ye Qing to draw the death card once again. The moment the Reaper appeared, it severed Wu Ming's arm cleanly. Seeing the limb fail to regenerate, Wu Ming asked with a heavy heart, "Has my mana consumption finally failed to keep up?" Ye Qing's voice rang out with authority. "If this is a battle of attrition, the advantage lies entirely with me." Wu Ming still didn't fully grasp it, responding with a philosophical tone. "Every puzzle seems unbreakable, but in the end, there must be a solution. Just as you said, perhaps your weakness isn't in combat, but lies somewhere outside the battlefield entirely." Right at that moment, a teddy bear fell from the sky, interrupting this manhwa recap. The object accidentally drew the gaze of both fighters. Ye Qing turned, eyes widening at the plush toy. When did that drop? Taking advantage of the distraction, Wu Ming surged forward and slammed Ye Qing's head into the ground. "I possess no empathy for anyone who blocks my path. Even if they were comrades I once bled with, I would send them to hell without a moment's hesitation. But you are different. Ye Qing, you still retain your humanity. You are a living, breathing person. Even knowing the man you protect is absolute scum, you still fight to stop me. If you were forced to choose only one life, between your little sister and Song Qingshan, which path would you take?" The question struck Ye Qing like lightning. "Wait. Choose one. Xiao Zhou isn't dead." Sensing his shock, Wu Ming released his grip on the boy's head. "When did I ever say she was dead? This bear is merely proof, so you'll believe I know her location. After all, that little girl isn't easy to kill. Much like you." Ye Qing was left reeling in confusion. What on earth is he talking about? The scene shifts to hours earlier. While Wu Ming was engaged in a fierce battle with monsters, the savage horde had quietly captured Xiaozhou. She recalled the cold words Wu Ming had spoken earlier. "If the monsters try to harm you, I will not intervene. You are not my client. Your life or death concerns me not." In that darkness, she remembered Ye Qing's promise that he found a job paying enough to cure her legs. "Just wait a little longer and you'll be able to stand again." The memory made her heart ache with a complex storm of emotions. "I don't want to be a weight on everyone's shoulders. I refuse to be useless. Even for my own brother, I cannot become a burden. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, God, protect me. Even if just for a moment I want to be strong. I beg of you." Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted, causing the monster gripping her neck to recoil in fear. In a shocking twist common to this awakening manhwa, Xiaozhou transformed into a massive teddy bear, awakening the hidden class shapeshifter. She went into a frenzy, tearing the beasts apart limb from limb. Wu Ming paused his own slaughter, turning to witness the spectacle. Ordinary humans who successfully resonate with the abyss cells tend to awaken their classes easily. Don't tell me she's another victim just like that father described. But suddenly, the giant bear burst into tears and charged toward him, wailing loudly. Wu Ming instantly entered a combat stance. He had heard that abyss cell mutation often strips the host of their sanity, turning them into mindless monsters that attack indiscriminately. But then Xiaozhou cried out through snot and tears, "What's happening to me? I feel so tall, and I can walk freely." The absurd situation left Wu Ming completely frozen. "You still possess human consciousness. Tell me your name." "Yes, Xiaozhou," she sobbed. Hearing this, he finally sheathed his blade. "I was right." Later, Wu Ming brought Xiaozhou to a mirror. "I turned into a toy bear," she whispered. Wu Ming stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to congratulate her or comfort her as she wailed, "I don't look like a human anymore. I have no face left to see my brother. What am I supposed to do now?" Wu Ming sighed. "This is your awakened class. I have no answers. But if you don't want to come with me, that's fine. I will continue my mission to find that person." Xiaochu handed him her small teddy bear. "If you manage to find him, please give this to my brother. Tell him I need some time to stabilize my mental state. I still can't overcome this lightning strike of a shock just yet." Hearing her plea, Wu Ming accepted the token. "If I meet him, I will deliver it into his hands personally." Returning to the present, Wu Ming's severed arm began to dissolve into nothingness. If we drag this battle out, I'm actually the one who'll end up at a disadvantage. Wu Ming, I'd love to witness the full extent of your power, but right now, fate hasn't given us a reason to destroy each other. Song Qingshan's jaw practically hit the floor, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Ye Xiaozhou is still alive? Are you telling me the truth? Wu Ming turned to explain the grim reality to Ye Qing. To be precise, it was this twisted doctor behind you who pushed your sister into such a hellish nightmare. The descent of the abyss. You can thank him for that too. Let's rewind to a few days ago. A desperate father backed into a corner by destiny had no choice but to make a deal with the devil. He was told, just use this key on any door. It would allow the aura of the abyss to saturate the entire laboratory, eventually transforming reality itself into a complete abyss dungeon. However, considering Song Qingshan's status, a rescue team is inevitable. I need to ensure that this bastard's body and soul rot in this hellhole for eternity. I won't just bury Song Qingshan's life's work in the deepest pits of the abyss. I will make him pay in blood for every ounce of suffering he inflicted on my daughter. Wu Ming had asked the man, "Are you prepared to pay the price for such vengeance?" The answer was chilling. Compared to my grief, that price is nothing. Back in the present Song, Qingshan's face went deathly pale. Are you talking about Lin Shuyan? I already offered a compensation plan for that useless girl. I even dismissed her father. She was just a useless child. Treating her required funds that far exceeded her value. It was simply illogical. Does that old man not understand the concept of maximizing profit? Ye Qing's eyes burned with cold fury. Song stammered, Just like Xiaozhou. She's another one who confuses me. Watch your mouth, Ye Qing warned, his aura spiking. Song panicked. She fell into the abyss by accident. I couldn't save her. Sure, she was a test subject before, but that was her choice. If you're unsatisfied, I can compensate both of you. Anything can be settled with money. Name your price. Dead or alive, I can... Ye Qing cut him off. Compensation is easy to talk about. Bam! A devastating punch smashed into Song's mouth, sending him sprawling across the floor. Yet even with a broken jaw, the scum kept babbling. Why do you cherish a cripple who can't even walk? Even if I used her, I was maximizing her human value. Sacrificing for science, contributing to the evolution of the awakened. Shouldn't she feel honored? Ye Qing's patience snapped. He grabbed the scientist by the throat and hoisted him into the air like a ragdoll. Xiaozhou is the only family I have left who survived that accident. A monster like you could never understand that bond. Song flailed helplessly. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. But Ye Qing slammed him into the ground with the force of a falling mountain, then yanked him up by the collar. You are unburnable trash. No recycling value whatsoever. Even hell would spit you back out. Ye Qing glanced at Wu Ming and tossed the scientist's battered body over. He belongs to you now. Wu Ming caught Song Qingshan by the face with an iron grip. Then it seems we have reached an agreement. Ye Qing turned away, his cape swishing. I just need to confirm my sister's safety. Nothing else in this world matters to me right now. Wu Ming's lips curled into a ruthless smirk. A mercenary's duty is to complete the commission, so you must die here. That is the grieving father's wish. Song Qingshan thrashed in pure terror. Commission screw that I can commission you. I'll pay double. Tell me, how much did that old geezer give you? Wu Ming tilted his head coldly. A human life is singular. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to pay me double a life? Song froze, his brain short-circuiting. What? Ignoring the trash in his hand, Wu Ming called out to Ye Qing. Next time, let's have a proper duel with our full strength. Crack. With a sickening sound, Wu Ming crushed Song Qingshan's skull. Meanwhile, Ye Qing had already flashed away. Seeing her brother, tears welled up in Xiaozhou's eyes. Brother. Ye Qing looked at her, heartbreak written all over his face. I'm here. I'm so sorry I'm late. Xiaozhou trembled, overcome with emotion. No, I should be the one apologizing. I'm always a burden. I didn't want you to risk your life, but deep down, I was praying you would come. Ye Qing gently comforted her, his voice soft. It's okay now, Xiaozhou. The monsters are gone. You're safe. But Xiaozhou lowered her head, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, brother. But there is still a monster right here. She pointed a trembling finger at herself. I am the monster. I rely on you for everything. I selfishly want your protection, yet I despise myself for becoming this thing. Even if I can't be a hero who shoulders the world like you, I at least wanted to stand up from that wheelchair. I didn't want to be your heavy baggage anymore. I'm sorry I turned into this freak. Ye Qing let out a long sigh and looked her in the eyes. Xiaozhou, some people look human on the outside, but inside they are nothing but demons. And some, even if they look like monsters on the outside, are still my adorable little sister on the inside. Isn't that right? Xiaozhou shook her head stubbornly. But this is what I look like now. Ye Qing chuckled warmly. My job involves hunting monsters every day. Trust me, I know a real monster when I see one. He glanced at the pile of monster corpses nearby. Besides, you look pretty tough. Did you take all these down? Xiaozhou blushed, suddenly shy. The beastmen weren't me, but that one… She pointed to a flattened carcass. I smashed that one the moment I transformed. Ye Qing beamed with pride. One hit, wow Xiaozhou, your level must be impressive. Suddenly Xiaozhou's monstrous claw began to dissolve, returning to her normal human hand. What's happening? It's back to normal. Ye Qing nodded, understanding the mechanics like a true system Manhwa expert. The mana required to maintain the transformation has run out. Once your mana is depleted, the form naturally reverts. See, you aren't a monster, Xiaozhou. It's clearly a skill, a Ursine transformation that allows you to walk freely. It's just like my own shifter class ability. Congratulations. You've just started your own awakening Manhwa arc. You're a player who can stand on her own 2 feet now. Her face lit up with pure joy. Really, can I be just like you, brother? Ye Qing's expression instantly turned serious. Absolutely not. That's different. I will never let you step foot into danger. Then Xiaozhou blinked. Oh right, brother, did you meet someone? Who? A man. He felt kind of like you. He said he wanted to meet you personally. He claimed you two would have a lot to talk about. Ye Qing frowned, confused. Is that so? She nodded. He said he's sure you're a guy who's hard to kill just like him. Ye Qing rubbed his chin. Doesn't sound like the type of guy I'd enjoy a cup of tea with. Scene shift. The next morning, Ye Qing was dead to the world, sleeping in until his phone screamed for attention. Who is it? The voice on the other end roared back. Ye Qing, where have you been hiding? The People's Commerce Center hasn't seen your face in ages. The foreman told me you started working with that vampire blood oath Ming Shi. That is a dangerous game you are playing, kid. Ye Qing sat up in bed, eyes wide. Sorry, uncle. I was dead broke. I had to find a gig that actually pays. The older man sighed on the other end. So are you still doing the trash collection runs? Yeah, he admitted. Still a scavenger. The uncle immediately launched into a lecture. You are young, don't burn yourself out. I worry about you, you know. But if you found a new job, I guess I can stop nagging. Just watch your back out there. You have a little sister depending on you, remember? Ye Qing pulled the phone away. I know, uncle. Thanks for looking out for me. He hung up and glanced at his notifications and froze. 2 million no. Lu Jingren transferred 2.4 million. That rich heiress is terrifyingly efficient. He tapped open the message. Sold the loot under my name. You owe me one. Ye Qing's heart pounded against his ribs. That was a lot of zeros. All the high-tier gear he had looted while risking his life in the abyss was sold through her reputation. It was a genius move. No one questions the authenticity of items sold by the prestigious Lu family. Last night the market went absolutely wild for them. Jingren had been flawed. You disappeared for one night and came back with a treasure trove. What did you actually do? Ye Qing had shrugged. I just went to the abyss to pick up some trash. Excuse me, say that again. He wasn't lying. He explained that since he couldn't use the high-level gear yet, she was the only one who could fence it for him. Technically, he had just picked things up. Jingren narrowed her eyes. Wait, your status panel still says level 1 scavenger, right? How embarrassing. She playfully punched his chest, only to realize his muscles were hard as iron. Ye Qing chuckled. I have been through some growth spurts. She grew serious, tapping her chin. I suspect scavenger is a hidden class not recorded in the database. It looks weak, but follows a unique system Manhwa progression path to power. Ye Qing played it cool. I am just a scavenger. Who says a trash collector can't be overpowered? Logic, right? Suddenly an idea sparked in her eyes. Hey, why not take the hunter certification exam at the World Guild? You need a legitimate identity to explain the treasures you drag out of the abyss. No more hiding in the shadows. Ye Qing paused. If I get a hunter license, I can enter the abyss legally, right? She nodded. Exactly. No more poaching as a rogue freelancer. If the administration catches you sneaking in without a license, you will be rotting in a cell. The real challenge is proving a level 1 scavenger deserves a hunter's badge. But honestly, I would bet everything on your ability. The exam requires a sponsor. I will sign for you. I guarantee you will pass. What do you say? Ye Qing scratched his cheek, looking bashful. You really think I can do it? She smirked. Just say I collected the gear. She turned to her bodyguard standing behind her. Right. The guard snapped to attention. Yes, miss. She turned back to Ye Qing, her eyes soft. You helped me big time recently. Consider this my repayment. Back in reality, Ye Qing ruffled his hair. He hated owing favors. He walked out of his room and nearly tripped over a package. Food delivery. Xiaozhou stepped out. Your apartment doesn't even have a kitchen. I ordered your favorites. Yeqing blinked. You are up early, she pouted. Of course, I just got discharged from the hospital. I refuse to spend another second rotting in bed. Yeqing opened the box, stuffing his face. How is the leg? She smiled mysteriously. Since yesterday's mutation, my body has changed. I can move around now. Watch. She stood up and did a little twirl. Yeqing nearly choked on his rice. Hold on, you couldn't even walk last night. How did you heal that fast? I was afraid my bear form would wreck your place, she explained. So I carefully focused my mana on my knees for micro-adjustments. Yeqing's expression softened. Listen, you don't have to carry the world on your shoulders. I am here. Don't push yourself. She giggled. I know. I am taking it slow, practicing control. I just wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. Yeqing grabbed his coat and opened the door. Panic flashed in Xiaozhou's eyes. Brother, you are going out. Yeah, he replied. Got some business to handle. On the weekend, she pressed, looking worried. He looked away, awkward. Your brother has needs. Important stuff. No rest for the wicked. He slammed the door, leaving Xiaozhou suspicious. That sounded shady. Is he seeing a woman? A girl went. Meanwhile, Yeqing stood on a bridge looking down at the crowd of hunters with a sneer. Even the hunter profession has become a fashion show these days, he scoffed. A voice boomed behind him. You here for the exam too? Which squad are you aiming for? It was the blue-haired tank Zhou Tong. Yeqing grinned. Big guy, what are you doing here? Do you not have a license already? Zhou Tong scratched his head. Came into some cash recently. The registration fee is no joke. But you are finally going legit. I listened to you, boss, Zhou Tong said. Been training my melee combat. My support license is useless right now. Most teams think I am just leeching XP. They won't even let me join raids. I need to prove I can throw hands, not just buff. If you are here, you are aiming for the center spot, right? Yeqing nodded. That is the plan. Suddenly a commotion erupted below. Move, make way. San Xie was shoving people aside, huffing like a bull. What kind of exam makes you wait in line? Make a path for Boss San. Do you know who he is? His lackey screamed. This is the God-chosen ranger. Delay my boss's leveling path and my fists won't show any mercy. Move it. Yeqing watched from the sidelines, his mind racing. A God-chosen class. I've seen one before. Beside him, Zhou Tong couldn't keep his mouth shut. What is that garbage? My boss is way stronger than that clown. Yeqing's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the stats. Lu Jing ran. A God-chosen knight. But she's no ordinary tank. She wields ice magic, generates healing shields, and her mana growth rate is insane compared to normal classes. That is exactly why he's ranked S-class. It's a perfect fusion of base classes typical of a high-tier system manhwa. The combination covers every single weakness a standard class would have. Their strengths are amplified to godlike levels. That's why they call it the God-chosen class. Yeqing turned to his loud-mouthed companion. I'll register once he's finished. Zhou Tong scoffed. Why wait? That guy just got lucky with RNG. Meanwhile, San Xie was making a scene. Hurry up and give me my license. The receptionist sighed heavily. Which license are you applying for? San Xie slapped his chest proudly. I'm a God-chosen. What do you think? I want the best one. The all-rounder license, the crowd gasped. An all-rounder, that guy is insane. But I guess a God-chosen could actually pull off a solo clear. His lackeys, a duo of colorful-haired punks, barked at the crowd. Yeah, what are you losers staring at? Our boss is the main character here. You guys are just NPCs. Suddenly, a stunning figure walked in, turning San Xie from a tiger into a simping puppy instantly. Whoa, a top-tier beauty. Hey, gorgeous, wanna party up? She waved him off like a fly. You team up with me, go take a cold shower and keep dreaming. Her rejection only fueled his ego. Don't be like that, I'm a God-chosen. My skills with a blade are legendary. And I'm even better between the sheets. That crossed the line. Her eyes flashed with fury. Snap. With a single finger, she detonated a spell right on him. San Xie screamed as he was blasted back, his minions scrambling in terror. Aren't they all rookies here? That was brutal. Does she have no idea how powerful our boss is? Yeqing watched the drama unfold, genuinely impressed. Flame explosion. An instant cast at that she's definitely no ordinary rookie. The other hunters burst into laughter. Some God-chosen he is. Look at him, that's hilarious. San Xi's face turned crimson with rage. You witch. You dare humiliate me in public, I'll teach you some manners. He lunged, but a hand grabbed his shoulder. You got a death wish, sit down. A wave of killing intent washed over him, and San Xie froze, his courage evaporating instantly. Yeqing whispered a warning. There are high-level supervisors watching. Use a skill here and you're finished. Yeah. San Xie backed down, trembling. What was that pressure terrifying? The receptionist returned, flanked by 2 hulking guards. Skill usage is strictly prohibited in the lobby. Ye Qing stepped in smoothly. No problem here, ma'am. Just the heat making tempers flare. The fire mage wasn't having it. Bullshit. This creep was harassing me. The receptionist glared at her. If you violate the rules again, you'll be arrested according to the law. State your class and desired license. She crossed her arms. Fire elementalist. Applying for a transfer license. The staff member produced a glowing crystal. Given your volatile behavior, we need a scan. Place your hand here. The mage complied. Beep. Mana levels. Abnormal. The receptionist's voice turned ice cold. Recently unregistered powerhouses have been obliterating abysses and leaving chaos in their wake. Security protocols have been tightened. You'll need to come with us for questioning. The purple-haired mage pouted, annoyed by the bureaucracy. Hey, your machine is definitely broken. Let me try again. She touched it again. The numbers shifted completely. What the hell, it changed? The sensor is highly sensitive. Levels are normal now. The mage grinned. Perfect, passed with flying colors. Ye Qing, however, stared at her, sensing something was off. Strange. It's like her entire energy signature shifted. Zhou Tong leaned in. Boss, who are these unregistered powerhouses they're hunting? The receptionist clapped her hands. Show's over next. Ye Qing raised his hand. Me. Zhou Tong snickered. With your stats, boss? You think the crystal won't explode? Ye Qing stepped up. License type, all-rounder. Class, the all-rounder is reserved for elites. Are you sure? Ye Qing replied calmly. Class scavenger, current level 1. The lobby erupted into hysterical laughter. A scavenger. Is that even a real class? Sounds like he literally crawled out of a dumpster. Zhou Tong roared, shut your traps, my boss could crush you all with one hand. Ye Qing remained unfazed, his expression stoic. I just need a license that lets me join any party and handle any situation. Is that a problem? The receptionist adjusted her glasses. Technically no, but are you aware of the examination requirements for an all-rounder? Ye Qing blinked. Requirements? There's a test, obviously. Nearby, the purple-haired mage perked up. A scavenger, is that a hidden class in this manhwa recap? The receptionist explained. Normal hunters form parties to clear the assessment abyss. For an all-rounder, you must clear it solo. Even on easy mode, soloing is suicide. And the all-rounder test is hard mode. Ye Qing walked over to the dungeon keys. So, I just need to smash through this abyss to get the license, she scoffed. That key is for veteran hunters. For a level 1 scavenger, it's a death sentence. You're either a hidden grandmaster or a complete moron. Place your hand here. A moment later, she sneered. Confirmed. Just a moron. The crowd jeered. He's just here for comic relief, no mana at all. He's definitely got a death wish. Silence, Zhou Tong bellowed. Ye Qing ignored them. Any other rules? The whispers grew louder. Is he deaf or just stupid? You're serious, the receptionist sighed. Fine. We aren't liable for your death. The dungeon suppresses external items. Take the key. Ye Qing shook his head. No need. As he walked away, Zhou Tong scrambled after him. Boss, wait up. He confidently announced his safe return, sparking instant outrage from Sanzi. Hold on. On what grounds does this piece of trash qualify to challenge the abyss on hard mode? Give me a hard mode key too. I want to challenge the exact same abyss he is. But the receptionist shook her head. Apologies, sir. There is only one hard mode key available, and it can only amplify the abyssal gate once. If you wish to challenge it, you will have to book an appointment for next time. Her refusal only fueled his annoyance as he pointed an accusing finger at Ye Qing. Fine, then I want to go down there with this guy, but not as a party member. How about that? No team. Are you suggesting I join as his competitor? His bodyguard leaned in, whispering a loophole into the receptionist's ear. While the rules forbid unauthorized parties, there is no explicit ban on competitors entering together. Hearing this, she let out an awkward cough. Competitors. You mean that only one person is allowed to obtain the token for defeating the boss? Between the two of you, only one can successfully pass the assessment, but do not expect that just because there are more people one will simply give up. Listen carefully. If a second person enters a gate amplified by the hard mode key, the difficulty spikes straight to hell mode. Furthermore, the more participants involved, the difficulty increases exponentially. She was hinting heavily at Ye Qing. One person entering meant hard mode. That is exactly why we typically limit the hard abyss to a single challenger. Her eyes darted between Ye Qing and Sanchi. If both of you enter, you are triggering a difficulty catastrophe, even if the abyss before you is merely a commercial-grade dungeon controlled by the World Association. Refreshing the rules with irregularities introduces uncontrollable variables. The dungeon structure could mutate unpredictably, or monsters with special enhancements might spawn. Knowing all this, do you still wish to challenge it? Listening to the warning, Ye Qing analyzed the situation. Special enhancement clauses. She's talking about elite monsters. This was a classic trope in any system manhwa. Some clauses massively buff the monster's health and combat power. Others grant immunity to certain attacks, forcing players to exploit specific mechanics to win. I've seen a thing or two like that before. Suddenly, Senzi pulled out a luxurious box radiating arrogance. I am decked out in top-tier god-level gear. Obviously, this kind of trash difficulty won't affect me in the slightest. His lackey chimed in. The boss is absolutely right. Ye Qing glanced at their physical power stats skyrocketing and muttered to himself. Truly, only high-end equipment can provide such overwhelming values. Obviously, the gear buffed by these clauses isn't simple. Strength increased by 100, agility increased by 200. Even a total rookie could use this overpowered gear to break through their limits instantly. This is the absolute advantage of a pay-to-win hunter. Seeing Ye Qing zone out, the receptionist asked, "What are you thinking about now?" Ye Qing replied calmly, "I don't care. I'm just a hunter after all. The more people, the better." In his mind, he had a darker thought. If Hell Mode creates rare creatures, then I should be able to harvest much more interesting corpses. Shutung, hearing this, panicked. "Brother, this isn't right. What if we encounter a fatal rule? The boss might spawn without warning, or our mana values could be locked to 0. That kind of debuff, even my Dispel magic won't be able to cleanse it." Ye Qing simply replied, "He has the equipment advantage. If necessary, we can use him as bait. Don't worry." And with that, they stepped toward the gate. Sanji took the chance to sneer at him. "We are competitors. If you are on the verge of death, don't expect me to lift a finger to help. Remember, only one of us can pass this assessment. Don't you forget it." Ye Qing shot back a retort. "Since you want to show off so badly, I'll let you have the honor of opening the door. I trust that the luck of the gods chosen will pull a favorable rule." Sanzi grinned, loving the flattery. "Seems you know your place. They call me the Hand of God for a reason." He jammed the key into the slot. Instantly, a barrage of red system manhwa notifications flashed before their eyes. Warning. The Abyss has been amplified by the rules to hard mode. Monster spawn rate increased by 300%. Monster health increased by 150%. Monster damage increased by 70%. The sealed land within the Abyss has triggered an enhancement clause. Elite individual rate increased by 300%. The spread of decay. Healing received from any source within the Abyss is reduced by 75%. The power of decomposition rapidly corrupts all. Sansi's eyes bulged in horror. Damn it. What the hell is this clause? I specially prepared a bag full of potions I plan to tank my way through by chugging meds. If the potions fail, what am I supposed to consume? Air? Ye Qing read the fine print, his expression serious. It's not just that potions are useless. Health recovery from any source is severely cut. The supernatural regeneration of my man-eating flower and the lifesteal of the death god will be drastically nerfed. Even more dangerous, the burden from the blood loss effect of Berserk will be heavier. It might become a purely negative benefit. I must use it with extreme caution. He decided to abandon that strategy. Since I brought so many potions, I bought the biggest backpack. Now I have to go into battle with a lighter load. Sanzi threw off his bag, revealing his flashy armor. Kid, my indestructible diamond suit can still crush trash mobs just fine. Believe it or not, watch this. He dove into the portal. I'm going first, but the difficulty notification changed again. Second player detected. Difficulty raised to hell mode. Such a mrium. Legendary challenge triggered. A legendary grade beast will spawn within the Abyss. It is not restricted to a specific room. Defeating it grants a legendary reward. This was the peak of a leveling manhwa experience. The receptionist screamed in terror. A legendary challenge clause. Even with 300 points in the luck attribute, there's only a 0.01% chance of this appearing. Just what level is this guy's luck? Notify the superiors immediately. A legendary clause has appeared in the hunter license exam. The system displayed the gate status simple level, or so it seemed. Chutong tried to rally everyone's courage. Our team has to do our best too. He looked toward the gate with worry. I hope Big Brother can return safely. Meanwhile, on Ye Qing's side, Sanshi spoke with relaxed arrogance. Well, well. Opening the door reveals a super spacious hall. It's almost worthy of my 2,000 square meter villa. He couldn't resist bragging about his wealth. What is this broken stone tablet? It's just an entrance hall. There's jack sheet here. It doesn't even have the grandeur of my front garden. Ye Qing replied coldly, cutting through the nonsense. This place is the boss room. Sansi's eyes popped out. What boss room? Opening the door leads directly to the boss. He looked up to scan the data of the two massive statues looming over them. Infinite attack speed, bleed effect, extremely strong. Ye Qing muttered, 4 affixes at once, as expected of a hell mode abyss. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. I'll summon the spider in front of the monster to draw its aggro. Then I'll use my speed advantage to circle around to the back. The noble knight's armor looks impenetrable from the front, but the weak points are usually in the rear. Since I can't use the bloody berserk armor-breaking method, I have to target its weakness directly. Just as Ye Qing prepared to summon his spider, Wu Sangxi shoved him aside and charged the front line. Die for this, daddy. The loot from this boss belongs to me, don't you dare touch it. Witness true power, behold my crushing king technique. Ye Qing was left speechless. Is this guy insane? But the statue boss reacted instantly. A massive blade slammed into Sangxi, warping his face in a brutal collision. Damn it! He was buried into the earth with zero hesitation. Such a vicious greeting. Where's the respect? Ye Qing quickly analyzed the situation. Sangxi's gear was pure survival class. Even a noble knight's full-force strike couldn't shatter his defense. Suddenly the monster shifted its gaze. The aggro had reset to Ye Qing, forcing him to retreat. The battle plan was in shambles. Ye Qing launched himself into the air. Thanks to his maxed-out agility, he danced through the monster's deadly assault with phantom-like grace. The noble knight's blade carried a horrific curse. A single scratch meant an unceasing torrent of blood loss. In this abyss, there is no healing. A wound meant death. So Ye Qing dodged in a way that forced every attack to land squarely on Sangxi. Hey, you're the target. Why am I taking all the hits? Ye Qing fired back. The knight has bad aim. If you don't want to get hit, stay out of the way. This only fueled Sangxi's rage. I'm in the way. My foot just slipped. But the monster didn't care, unleashing a frenzy of slashes upon him. The knight used iron wall defense. Ye Qing noted that slashes were useless. He needed a counter for the stalwart class, instantly drawing a soul impact card. But before he could strike, Sangxi rushed in again. You look exhausted. Leave the glory to me. Ye Qing reconsidered. This idiot was actually sharing the combat pressure. To handle 2 bosses in this system Manhwa scenario, he needed a meat shield. But seconds later, the tank was face-planted in the dirt. Ye Qing's disdain returned instantly. The tank position. High defense to prevent one-shot kills and generate massive hate from the monsters. Wu Sangxi was the perfect punching bag, wailing on the floor. I'm dying over here. The monster roared. A system notification flashed. Taunted targets can only damage the caster. All spells are redirected to the tank. Ye Qing clicked his tongue. He couldn't focus fire. He was forced to deal with the tankier enemy first. Before the monster could charge, Ye Qing leapt, slashing its arm. But the result was a single point of damage. System alert: iron wall defense reduces slash damage by 95%. Ye Qing was baffled. Why was his dagger useless when Sangxi did the same damage? 1 damage. In the previous abyss zones, trash mobs died in 2 hits. Ye Qing realized the second boss was moving. Did this thing have pure defense stats too? Was there no escape? How did you even level up? You emit 0 energy, Sangxi replied, oblivious to the killer behind him. Daddy obviously used money. I relied on my financial strength to climb the ranks. Ye Qing shouted, You moron, focus on the fight. Sangxi ran for his life only to trip over a rock and faceplant again. Ye Qing sighed, playing an agility style in heavy armor. Of course he'd trip. Sangxi whined. Nobody told me the abyss was this hardcore. I usually just lay down and meet Wu Sangxi, the guildmaster of the Gold Coin clan. He inherited a fortune, paid for carries, has 0 skill, and dumped all points into defense. The ultimate pay-to-win player. A massive blade shattered the earth. Ye Qing barely dragged Sangxi to safety. The abyss isn't a game. Here you pay for life with blood. Fool, Ye Qing analyzed on the run. If blades don't work, he had to return to the most primitive method. He accelerated like a bullet toward the monster's head, blue energy exploding from his steps. Ye Qing cocked his fist. Raw strength stats alone will crush you. He slammed his fist into its shoulder. The fighting style of the poor bare hands, Sangxi watched in awe as the unbreakable defense was shattered by a simple punch. A devastating kick tore a rift in its shoulder. Ye Qing didn't stop, instantly launching himself at the second monster. He delivered a face-deforming punch. The system board lit up. Critical hit. Weak point struck. Stun effect applied. Ye Qing stared at his fist. A status effect from a punch. His enhanced luck stat was finally paying off. System hint: critical hits on weak points trigger random status effects based on the luck attribute. But the celebration was cut short. A blade swung down, slicing Ye Qing's body in 2. A fatal blow. Sangxi screamed. He got chopped. But suddenly Ye Qing's corpse exploded into a mist of crimson liquid. He materialized safely on the ground nearby. The blood mist was a high-level evasion skill. Ye Qing calculated Wu Sangxi deals 0 damage, so he can't hold aggro. A tank needs more than just a thick face. He couldn't rely on the rich kid. Ye Qing had to dictate the flow of battle himself. The two giants turned their rage toward him. "Move it!" Ye Qing barked. Sanji scrambled away like a frightened rat. Without skipping a beat, Ye Qing launched himself skyward, vaulting over the monstrosities with lethal grace. Mid-air he spun. Azure energy erupted from his core, bathing the dark tunnel in a blinding ethereal glow. Boom! A blast of concentrated mana slammed into the first beast. Its head detonated like a ripe melon, the headless corpse crumbling to the floor. The second monster could only stare up in dumbfounded horror. But the beast's shock didn't last. A massive blade swept through the air, inches from severing Ye Qing's legs. He danced through the steel storm, dodging with terrifying precision. With a surgical strike, Ye Qing severed the creature's right leg. Sanji watched trembling on the sidelines. He bypassed the armor completely. Every single hit struck a fatal weak point. This kid, his technique puts every veteran mercenary I've hired to shame. Sanji's mind raced. Wait, didn't he say he was a rookie? How can a fresh awakener possess such god-tier battle instincts? Hua me. Ye Qing smirked, his eyes cold. As a class holder, sure I'm new. But I spent years in the scavenger squad dancing with death against high-level beasts. That hell forged my experience. This new body, it's just a vessel. It amplifies the combat reflexes I paid for with blood and sweat 100 times over. Sanyi blinked, confused. Why make it so deep you equip gear you get strong? That's the rule of this world, isn't it? Ye Qing lectured him, ignoring the killing intent rising behind them. Gear is temporary. It changes with levels. True power is internal. Ding, the system window materialized, a staple of any brutal leveling manhwa. The beasts entered a frenzy state. Attack speed doubled. Passive thorns activated. Ye Qing's smile was arrogance personified. Only my own body is the ultimate weapon. Everything else is a crutch. Sanji panicked as the aura intensified. Is that a gimmick monster? Ye Qing's expression remained frozen. Damage reflection. If you hit it, you bleed. The only counter to the thorns buff is long-range bombardment. Hearing this, Sansi puffed out his chest. Finally my time to shine. Don't let these dual blades fool you. I'm a magic swordsman. For a mob that needs kiting, I'm your man. Electricity crackled around Sanzi's hands as he charged up. Behold the power of my lightning arrow. Open your eyes and watch a pro at work. But before Sansi could even finish his chant, Ye Qing moved. Eat this lightning arrow. Crack, a thunderbolt exploded from Ye Qing's hand, obliterating the monster's head. Sansi's jaw hit the floor. Floating in the air, golden mana swirled around Ye Qing. When thorns activate, elemental resistance drops to 0. It's practically begging for a magic crit. Ye Qing didn't stop. Great fireball, roar. Another blast incinerated the beast's neck before it could even scream. Sanchi ducked as a burning head rolled past him. He screamed, "Was that fire magic?" Instant cast, that was at least a tier 3 spell. How did you do that without chanting? Ignoring the noisy sidekick, Ye Qing darted toward the next target. Impossible, physical classes can't learn elemental magic. What kind of system error is this? The remaining monster swung a massive fist, aiming to crush Ye Qing into paste. Ye Qing dodged the axe by a hair's breadth, a movement so sharp it blurred. With a flick of his wrist, another head went flying. The system flashed passive thorns. Ye Qing didn't care. He slashed through the neck. System warning, thorns reflects all attack power. Sanshi watched, stunned. He utilized the monster's own reflection force against it. That's a technique beyond genius. But the victory was short-lived. A shadow loomed over Ye Qing. A massive elite monster raised its axe. Ye Qing clicked his tongue. Damn it. Soul Shock is still on cooldown. Desperate, he pulled a card from his inventory. Shield wall manifest. He braced himself. Come on then. Crash. The shield shattered like glass upon impact. The force sent Ye Qing flying backwards, skidding across the dungeon floor. He recovered instantly, eyes narrowing. This attack pattern, it's intelligent. It targets player weak points. This isn't a normal mob, it's an elite on steroids. If my stats weren't buffed to the limit, that hit would have turned me into a red mist. The giant raised its fist for a finishing blow. Ye Qing analyzed the motion. Attack speed increases with every miss. It resets only on a hit. His mind worked like a supercomputer. I see. It's a hidden mechanic of the elite class. The more you dodge, the faster it kills you. So the only way to win is to take the hit head on. A twisted grin formed on his face. What a sadistic hell mode design. He drew a small dagger. Sanji screamed, "Are you crazy? You're going to parry a giant with a butter knife? That's suicide." Ye Qing tuned him out. His focus narrowed to a single point. Boom, metal clashed against stone. Sparks flew like fireworks in the dark tunnel. The golem roared in frustration, charging again. Ye Qing leaped back, glancing at Sanji. I have no intention of dying in a place like this. His pupils dilated, glowing with violet mana. I just need to be faster. The massive fists filled his vision. Stronger, Sanji gasped. Another new skill. The system chimed warning. Living targets cannot be stored. The golem's eyes flared purple. A guttural roar shook the cavern. In its stone eyes, the reflection of Ye Qing grew larger. Rise System Berserk activated. Effect Flesh and Blood Storm. Ye Qing entered a state of unstoppable violence. Dagger in hand, he lunged at the golem's face. Take this full power strike. He drove the blade straight into the monster's eye. Cracks spiderwebbed across its stone skin. Suspended in the air, gravity seemed to release him. Armor break. Critical weak point. Ye Qing stared down the shaft of his blade. I can bleed out later. Right now you die first. System alert HP, sufficient for 2 seconds of survival. Time to end this. The stone golem smashed Ye Qing into the ground with a massive shockwave. But as it clutched its wound, the monster's body began to regenerate instantly. Ye Qing's eyes widened in pure shock. After that entire barrage, it only lost 70% of its health. In this leveling manhwa world, a boss's stats stack infinitely the longer the battle drags on. If this fight doesn't end now, the enemy will only evolve into something invincible. Ye Qing slowly rose to his feet, his expression turning stone cold. End the match or die. Accept fate and die. Hesitate for a second and die. Power exploded from his core. Double berserk mode. I'm betting every last drop of my HP on this. All his efforts would not be in vain. I have 7 seconds to end this. The system flashed a red alert. The dual health drain effects had reduced his berserk duration to a mere 7 seconds of godlike power. Ye Qing launched himself like a human missile. He channeled everything into one final devastating strike. The giant golem clapped its massive hands together, trying to squash him like a mosquito. But Ye Qing flashed through the giant's fingers, crumbled into dust behind him. Silence descended on the battlefield. Ye Qing had pierced straight through the enemy's indestructible body. Sam watched with his jaw on the floor. That guy. He just surpassed the boss's power output. Is this an illusion? Staring at Ye Qing's exhausted form, Sam trembled. And to think I actually wanted to challenge him. Suddenly the system chimed, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Twin Knight Gatekeeper. Gate trial complete. Abyss difficulty removed." His health had dropped to a critical 10%. Would you like to use a potion? Ye Qing didn't hesitate, he chugged potions with both hands like a madman. Empty bottles clattered to the floor. Hands on his knees, he let out a manic laugh. Damn, that was close to death. Ye Qing looked toward the pile of rubble and smirked. It's been a while since you guys had a full meal, hasn't it? Monstrous shadow arms erupted from his back. Time for the harvest. The feast began. The rubble and corpses were sucked into the shadows. Sam gasped in horror. Those are the monster's arms from before. He's letting the void swallow the knight's corpse. Sam turned to look at Ye Qing with fear in his eyes. This guy, he's literally eating the boss's body. That isn't just summoning. It's a bizarre class skill I've never seen in any awakening manhwa. Sam stared suspiciously. Accurately speaking, this guy is more terrifying than the monsters. Ye Qing stood there, catching his breath, reading the new system notifications. He looked at a glowing card in his hand. Noble swordsmanship, a symbol of the knight's honor. Just as I predicted, it was a droppable skill. The system displayed the next skill card. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. A shield-based skill. I don't really use shields in my fighting style. However, the ability to transfer debuffs is incredibly broken. I'll hold on to it for now. Meanwhile, Sam was sweating bullets in the background. The 2 giant corpses had been devoured in seconds. Aside from the bloodstains, not a trace remained. Suddenly, a new object materialized, putting Sam on high alert. Boom, something heavy slammed into the ground. Sam jumped back in fright. The system announced, "Insert equipment. The knight's spirit will fuse with it. Possibility of creating a random new equipment." Ye Qing stared at the altar. This is a legendary event with an ultra-low spawn rate. He approached it calmly, memories of his past life as a scavenger surfacing. I remember the construction foreman talking about this. Sometimes after clearing an abyss room, a bonus altar appears. This must be the legendary Forge of the Abyss. Sam was flabbergasted. A bonus event in the Abyss that's impossible to find. Greed started to flicker in his eyes. How are you this lucky? Ye Qing pondered silently. Is it because the difficulty stats kept stacking, forcing the reward rate to increase? Plus with my luck stat broken past the limit. These low probability events are basically guaranteed for me. He smiled, a mysterious glint in his eyes. As long as I keep getting stronger, the surprises won't stop coming. Let's test this ordinary dagger then. Sam panicked and yelled, "Are you stupid? You have to put in your strongest gear. Use a purple weapon, you must have high-tier armor, right?" Ye Qing looked at him blankly. This free starter dagger is literally the only weapon I can use. I sell everything that requires level 2 or higher. Sam was stunned. I forgot. He's only level 1. You mean you've been fighting like a god with starter trash? Ye Qing shrugged and tossed the dagger into the altar. No other choice. Enhance it. The system warned him. Enchantment may fail. Failure rate depends on luck stat and base material level. Detected level 1 dagger. Predicting success rate. Ye Qing waited for the number. Success rate 200%. 200%. Since when does math go over 100? The system chimed again. Execute transformation. Fusing Knight's blood essence. Weapon type will evolve into a longsword. Ye Qing confirmed the upgrade. A blinding light signaled success. The text that followed left Ye Qing shocked. Congratulations, enhanced to legendary grade. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The appearance is definitely legendary tier. But then he read the stats. Trash sword. Durability absolute. Attack power 30. This flashy sword was actually a massive letdown. However, it was a unique item category. Trash legend. The system rotated the 3D model. Trash sword. Indestructible but weak as hell. It was the ultimate glittering disappointment. Unique item trash legend. Level 1 required. Ye Qing held the dual swords, looking strangely satisfied. Not bad. I like it. Sam chuckled from behind him. Those stats are garbage. Looks like even your luck runs out eventually. Ye Qing rested the blade on his shoulder and glanced back. You think it's trash. I think it's style. Just as he turned to leave, Sam called out. Wait. Have you really never seen a divine artifact before? Ignoring them completely, Ye Qing tossed the blade into the distance. Staring at his empty palm, he uttered a single command. Recall. Instantly, a swirling vortex of pitch-black energy manifested around the distant blade. In a heartbeat, the steel was back in his grip. Excitement danced in his eyes. A weapon with infinite retrieval capabilities. This isn't just a tool. It's a divine artifact tailored specifically for me. Sanshi watched in utter bewilderment. This guy. His power skyrockets using garbage equipment, yet he scoffs at actual legendary gear. What the hell is he? The god of trash. Ye Qing ignored the stare and turned his gaze to the massive structure. This forging altar has served its purpose. That means it's technically scrap now. Which means I can pack it up, right? Shadowy colossal hands erupted from the ground. He grinned like a madman. Eat it all up, boys. Recycle. The massive container was devoured in seconds. System notification, retrieval successful. A sleek card materialized in Ye Qing's hand. The system readout was glorious. Forging altar retrieved. You may now summon the altar from your inventory at any location. As the card dissolved into light, a satisfied smirk played on his lips. Perfect. A fixed event location has just become a portable utility item. Now, I can instantly apply materials to enhance my trash blade. And the best part, even if the enhancement fails and the weapon shatters, my recall ability will just reconstruct a brand new one. That is the true broken potential of a trash-tier weapon. Ye Qing glanced at his gear. I'm getting bored of the dagger anyway. Time to switch things up. Across the room, Sanzi's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, is this lunatic planning to wield 2 longswords simultaneously? He stepped forward, his voice urgent. Hey. Dual wielding without mastery incurs a massive penalty. Your attack speed, accuracy, and even your damage output will plummet. That's why pros stick to one combat style from day one. Internally, however, Sanzi sneered. This monster is arrogant. He's deliberately choosing a fighting style he has no talent for. With his E-rank proficiency, his stats will be crippled. Meanwhile, I have C-rank dual wielding. This is my chance to reclaim the upper hand. Ye Qing ignored the noise. System. Open weapon mastery panel. The holographic interface shimmered into view. Alert. You lack proficiency in dual wielding. While dual wielding attack speed and accuracy are reduced by 50%, Ye Qing didn't blink. System, can I consume BP to instant level this skill? The system responded instantly. Do you wish to upgrade dual wielding mastery to rank D? Ye Qing's eyes lit up. So the battle points I get from recycling trash aren't just for repairs. They can power level my masteries too. Now that is broken. He didn't hesitate. 10 points for rank D, 20 for rank C, 30 for rank B, and 40 points to hit rank A. The points vanished in a cascade of light. He exhaled sharply. Let's just max it out completely. The casual way he spoke made Sansi freeze in his tracks, his brain struggling to process what he was witnessing. The tank's pupils dilated in horror. What did you just do? The system notifications cascaded in Ye Qing's vision. Dual wielding mastery rank C. Dual wielding mastery rank B. Dual wielding mastery rank A. Dual wielding mastery rank S. Ye Qing gripped the twin blades with the ease of a grandmaster. My training doesn't start at the bottom. It begins at S rank. A heavy silence descended on the dungeon hall. Ye Qing strode forward. The room challenge is complete. The next gate should be opening. Suddenly, Sanxie stopped dead. I've thought it over. I forfeit. He turned his back on the path. If I had known the difficulty was this insane, I never would have stepped foot in this abyss. It's suicide. I have a fortune waiting to be spent outside, he muttered, walking away. Why should I risk my life here? Suddenly, a piercing red alarm screamed in their minds. Warning: extreme danger, detected. Yeching snapped into combat stance, his instincts flaring. This missed. Something's wrong. He sprinted toward Sanzi. Move, it's a trap. Yiching tackled him just in time to save his life, but he wasn't fast enough to save everything. A blade of wind sheared through flesh and bone. Argh, my arm is gone. Yiching gritted his teeth. Damn it, I was a split second too slow. Shadowy energy began to coalesce in the air. Was that retreat just a lure? Sanzi's defense is legendary, yet he was sliced like wet paper. Yiching realized the horror. The two knights were just the appetizer. The real boss wasn't them. It was the thing they were guarding. A grotesque portal tore open on the central pillar. It became a vortex, sucking in light and debris like a black hole before morphing into a projectile and blasting toward Yiching. He crossed his blades. Clang sparks flew as he parried the impact. Staring into the glowing crimson eye of the entity, he narrowed his gaze. What is that? The shadows condensed, revealing a terrifying silhouette. Boss monster Dark Elf Damaster. Attributes: gravity field, crowd control, immunity, death, prohibition. Magic breaker, fear, hunter, tidal lock. Damaster ignored the swordsman and shot toward the crippled Sanzi. Yiching launched himself to intercept. Oh no, you don't! He activated a skill card, sweat beading on his forehead. With S-rank dual wielding, my attack speed is now faster than when I used a dagger. I can use this insane attack frequency to rip the aggro away from him. He unleashed a flurry of strikes. Look at me, you bastard! Multi-point strike. Damaster's eyes flared. System alert: attack nullified. Damaster takes damage only from its locked target during tidal lock state. The monster swatted Yiching aside like a fly and kept moving. Yiching hit the ground, realizing the mechanic too late. Immune to all external damage. Damn it, there's no way to stop it. He watched in horror as Damaster raised its blade over the helpless Sanzi. In a flash of dark energy, the tank was cleaved cleanly in two. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, Han Luo pointed at the monitor. Looks like one of them bit the dust. Only one life signal remains. Gucha stuffed his face with food, scoffing. You mean that level 1 chicken who didn't know his place? I'm not surprised at all. This is a level 30 abyss on legendary difficulty. It's not some beginner's leveling manhwa tutorial. A level 1 scrub can't survive on luck alone. He tore into a massive drumstick. Well, at least his death wasn't totally useless. He confirmed the existence of a legendary creature inside. We'll wait for the HQ hunting team. Once they arrive, we'll clear that boss. If that god-chosen guy somehow survives, we'll demand a hefty rescue fee. He looked rich. Han Luo's eyes gleamed with greed. That legendary creature is the only thing that drops legendary runes. It's the ultimate prize every hunter dreams of. He stared intently at the looming gate and muttered, regardless of the cost, this artifact is the only key for a mere mortal to step into that realm, and I'm not letting anyone else lay a finger on it. Inside the dungeon, the boss Damaste stood like a statue. Suddenly, the system chimed, Death Siphon activated. Damaste landed a devastating blow, its power surging as it fed on the damage. Its burning gaze locked onto Yiching. The aggro had shifted. Yiching stared back, eyes blazing with challenge. But was drawing the monster's full wrath a blessing, or a curse? Damaste had fully locked its target. The difficulty just spiked to hell mode. Yiching extended a hand, his voice ice cold. Sorry, Wu Sangzi, but I'm going to need to borrow your corpse for a moment. Shadowy arms erupted from the earth, ensnaring Wu Sangzi's lifeless body. Instantly, the system interface flooded Yiching's vision with golden notifications. Skill acquired: dual blade parry. Learned hurricane slash. Unlocked precept. Mastered meteor strike. The sheer speed of his growth was the hallmark of a true leveling manhwa protagonist. Yiching smirked. He stole these skills right under the boss's nose. Mastering dual blade arts at S-rank proficiency in seconds, he now held the arsenal of a war god. He dropped into a combat stance and roared, "Come and get some!" Damaste didn't hesitate, charging with weapon raised. But then, shock flashed through Yiching's eyes. Too fast! He barely parried the strike. In a blink, Yiching vanished into thin air, reappearing as a shadowy blur directly behind the beast. Dual blades poised for the kill meteor strike. But Damaste dodged with supernatural instinct. The system-warned target is immune to all surprise attacks from current aggro holder. Yiching didn't let up, flashing to the front. Flying Dragon Slash. But Damaste's eyes were glued to him. The monster's weapon intercepted the blow with a deafening clash. He skidded back, gritting his teeth. Even my clones can't fool those demon eyes. The beast's pupil dilated, locking on for a fatal strike. His body felt heavy. Damn it, without HP recovery, my physical stats are plummeting. If this awakening Manhwa nightmare continued, only death awaited him. Damaste's aura crushed down on him. Skill gravity vortex. Ye Qing panicked. What the? An irresistible force dragged him straight toward the monster. I'm being pulled in. Bam! A hammer blow sent Ye Qing flying. He crashed meters away but forced himself up, blood dripping. Curse this debuff. My stamina is draining too fast without healing. At this rate, it wasn't a battle. It was an execution. He slammed a skill card. Even if it's only 1/10 healing efficiency, I need to buy time. But Damaste vanished. Before Ye Qing could react, the shadow of death loomed behind him. Ye Qing dodged by a hair's breadth, but the beast unleashed a furious combo. He stumbled back only for Damaste to trigger gravity vortex again. He dug his heels in, fighting the magnetic pull, but he was inching closer to doom. Suddenly, the monster's silhouette materialized right at his back. Damaste unleashed demon-breaking strike. The impact shattered his concentration. System alert super regeneration cast interrupted. The ground cracked under the force of the collision. Ye Qing coughed up blood, the metallic taste filling his mouth. Regeneration failed. His face went pale. His lifeline had been cut. He was down to his last drop of HP. A single flick of a finger would send him to the afterlife. Suddenly he burst into laughter. No matter how smooth the run, the next moment always teaches you a deep lesson. He stared down Damaste. That is the unpredictable nature of the abyss. Thanks for the reality check, Damaste. Ye Qing reached out his hand. The monster's gaze shifted to the broken blade on the floor. Instantly, 2 pristine blades materialized in Ye Qing's grip. Round 2. He launched a ferocious assault. System chimed meteor strike, proficiency increased. Damaste raised its weapon coldly and brought it down like a guillotine. System emergency evasion proficiency leveled up. Again! Ye Qing roared. His mind was razor sharp. He had to evolve. He had to grow stronger in the heat of the slaughter. He countered with savage grace. Learn. Adapt. Overcome. He trusted this awakened body with his life as he aimed his sword at the enemy. System whirlwind sword proficiency leveled up. The grind never stopped. His blade sliced across Damaste's skin. I can see it. I'm getting faster. The system spammed notifications. Multi-blade arts proficiency increased. Ye Qing turned into a blur. Damaste's eyes widened in shock as it swept its weapon low. Ye Qing leapt skyward. This guy is tougher to break than I thought. System dual blade parry leveled up. Both blades targeted Damaste's eye. The monster didn't back down, charging head-on to meet the strike. Steel clashed against steel crack. The sound of metal snapping echoed. Damaste knocked Ye Qing away, and he skidded to a halt. He looked at the jagged remains of his weapon. Durability can't keep up with this intensity. He smirked. Good thing my arsenal is recyclable. Golden aura exploded from his body. In this system, Manhwa, there are infinite second chances. Reforge. 2 new swords formed from pure energy. Ye Qing's eyes shone with cold determination. He pointed the tips at the beast, and for the first time, Damaste looked terrified. //2 strokes faster than light. The monster collapsed to its knees. Ye Qing loomed over it. Finally. I can see your health bar. He looked down with a challenger's grin. You're not so scary anymore, Damaste. But the monster wasn't done. Its eyes glowed crimson. System warning. Damaste's rage has leveled up. The beast slammed its weapon into the ground, shaking the entire cavern. Meanwhile, the dungeon gate turned green. A team emerged. A mage gasped. Thank God for you. That dispel magic was clutch. I never knew you could handle melee and magic at the same time. Jotong pointed back humbly. Don't thank me. She did 99% of the damage. Yiling crossed her arms, scoffing. Just a bunch of useless trash. She noticed the ancient serpent guild gathering. That's the boss's abyss gate. Why is there such a huge crowd? Nearby, a guild manager barked, "Status report." Hanlo answered coldly. The final life signal has vanished. There are 0 survivors inside the abyss. It's not an accident, just a standard dungeon failure. He dismissed, turning away. Clear the abyss before nightfall. We need that legendary grade artifact. No mistakes. The subordinate bowed instantly. Understood, sir. The cleanup crew is on it. Suddenly, Chutong roared in disbelief. What did you say, no survivors? The soldiers rushed to hold him back. Stand down, back off. Chutong strained against them, screaming at the top of his lungs. You have to at least try a rescue mission. The commanding officer just smirked coldly. Risk my men to save that trash. His voice was ice cold. If a chosen one sent a distress signal, maybe. Their gear is worth money. But why should we waste resources on a bunch of garbage scavengers? Chutong fought back, defending his leader. My boss isn't trash. He swore he'd return from the abyss alive. He never breaks a promise. The officer stood before the wall of raging flames, ignoring him. Leave the lunatic alone. His two buddies are already ash. If you find bodies later, treat them like the garbage they were. He signaled for the retreat, adjusting his uniform. Pack it up. We're moving out. A white-haired soldier snapped to attention. Sir, yes, sir. But then, a voice cut through the roaring flames. No need for that. Everyone froze, the sound chilling them to the bone. From the inferno a figure emerged, sneakers hitting the scorched ground. Ye Qing walked out of the firestorm calm as a still lake. His clothes were singed, but he was completely untouched. I secured the objective. Does this count as passing? Chutong saw him and burst into tears of relief. Boss, I knew it. I knew you'd make it. But the rest of the squad dead silent. Ye Qing walked toward them, but the atmosphere was heavy enough to crush a man. Ye Qing ignored the shock and held up his prize. I have the token. I'll ask again. Did I pass the exam? The officer finally snapped out of his trance. Impossible. How are you breathing? You're just a Tier 1 scavenger trash. Then his eyes locked onto the object in Ye Qing's hand. His pupils trembled. Wait, that's a golden rune stone. How did a weakling like you get a legendary item? Ye Qing tossed the priceless treasure like it was a common rock. Here, keep it. My mission is complete. The officer caught at his mind racing with denial. A golden rune stone. Only a legendary rank beast drops this kind of loot. He looked up, fear creeping into his eyes. Did you actually kill the dungeon boss? Ye Qing's voice turned cold. I slaughtered my way to the bottom of the abyss. Nothing survived. The officer clutched the stone, unable to believe what he was hearing. Bullshit, that's absolutely impossible. He's bluffing. Maybe it was a weakened boss. No, even then, a trash-tier scavenger couldn't scratch it. The officer's pride refused to accept reality. He screamed, desperate to protect his fragile worldview. You're lying. Ye Qing looked bored, but the officer's mind twisted into a dark conclusion. I know what happened. You're a kill stealer. You let the real pros do the work, then backstabbed them for the loot. That's the only explanation. He pointed a trembling finger at Ye Qing. The chosen one, Wu Sangxi. You murdered him in the abyss, didn't you? I suspect you're a dirty team killer. Chutong stepped up, shaking with rage. Watch your mouth. How dare you slander my boss with that filth? He survived because he has the strength. But logic meant nothing to a man blinded by prejudice. The officer doubled down on his accusation. This isn't some fantasy-leveling manhwa where a rookie suddenly becomes a god. Wu Sangxi probably saved your worthless life, and you repaid him with a knife in the back. Chutong was about to throw hands, but Ye Qing raised a palm. Enough. Go ahead. Investigate. If you find wounds from a human weapon, I'll take the fall. Then a dark smirk. But good luck finding the bodies. Gusha, the veteran soldier, stepped forward to defend him. He's telling the truth. The scouts reported the abyss is empty. No monster corpses. No human remains. Nothing. The officer felt a cold sweat. The abyss is empty. Ye Qing shrugged, using the moment to his advantage. No bodies, no evidence. I can't prove I didn't do it, but you can't prove I did. Think what you want. Alive or dead, I owe my competition nothing. That's the golden rule of this awakening manhwa world, isn't it? So where is your proof of a team kill? The officer ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Damn it all. Ye Qing pressed the attack. Stop wasting time. Did I pass the assessment? The officer looked like he had swallowed a lemon. Fine, damn it. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Congratulations, Scavenger Ye Qing. You've earned your World Guild Hunter certification. Class all-rounder. But he couldn't resist one last jab. Now even the legit hunting parties might actually look at your application. Satisfied you got your little badge. Suddenly a melodious voice chimed in. Satisfied. Oh, I think he deserves more than that. Gusha and the others whipped around in shock. The princess of the Liu family. Liu Jingran. I can't believe she's here in the flesh. The atmosphere shifted instantly from hostility to awe. Miss Liu. This dirty battlefield is no place for someone of your status. But she walked right past the toadying officer, eyes fixed on one person. She spoke with absolute authority. Possessing a golden runestone grants the right to register an independent hunting party, correct? The officer bowed low, sweating profusely. Yes, absolutely. She smiled triumphantly. Then Ye Qing doesn't need to beg for a spot in your guilds. He has the qualifications to lead his own team right now. She turned to Ye Qing, pointing at herself playfully. Hey. Did you use my name like I told you? Ye Qing kept his poker face. No. Then added, slipped my mind. Liu Jingren sighed, hand on her forehead. Are you thick in the head? She whipped around to face the trembling officer. The World Association registration deadline is approaching. This man holds a golden token. If you didn't offer him the guild leader registration, her eyes narrowed dangerously, then you're either incompetent or you're sabotaging him. Crushed by the pressure of a great family, the officer crumbled. No, it was just a misunderstanding. This golden token was destined for a true powerhouse. Letting a scavenger like him take it, what a waste of potential. Chuthong couldn't hold back his fury, his voice booming across the hall. A waste. You claim my boss taking this is a waste. You're just finding excuses to loot us blind because you have the power. The other participants joined the outcry, tension rising in the hall. You supervisors just twist the rules to line your own pockets, don't you? Is that how justice works here? This entire trial was rigged from the start. It's like a corrupt system, Manhwa, where the rules only exist to crush the weak. If I wasn't forced, I wouldn't be here. Even if we find legendary gear, you vultures just snatch it away. We aren't your slaves to exploit. But the examiner ignored the protest. Instead of backing down, he grabbed Deep Keen by the collar, eyes bulging with arrogance. Silence, all of you trash. Like him walking away with a golden token. That's no different than theft in my book. Do you want to be banned? To lead a hunter squad, you need to be at least B rank. You think you qualify? The official sneered, drilling his gaze into the silent protagonist. Behind him, Han La frantically checked the energy readings on the scanner. Wait. Before entering the abyss, you were merely D rank. And the awakening stone never lies about power levels. If you dare bring this complaint to the guild elders, you'll only make a fool of yourself. Know your place before you get humiliated. But moments later, Han La's voice trembled, breaking the tension. Sir. The energy stone. It's detecting a massive fluctuation. It's surging past A+, hitting S rank. It's off the charts. Before he could finish, the device in Han La's hand shattered from the overload. The examiner whipped around, panic replacing his arrogance. What did you say? His eyes slowly turned to Diepkin, fear creeping in. Diepkin stepped forward, a suffocating killing intent radiating from his very being. The official stumbled back, terrified. What are you doing? Stay back, don't come any closer. Han La stammered excuses in the background, but the examiner was too paralyzed to listen. He trembled like a leaf, his previous bravado dissolving into pathetic cowardice. I don't understand what's happening. No one even touched the stone, yet the numbers kept rising. It must be a malfunction. But Diepkin wasn't about to let them off that easily. Dark purple aura erupted from his body, swirling like a chaotic storm. You assumed I was trash because it suited your narrative. But you measured me by the wrong standards. I've heard those insults 1,000 times. I didn't come here to argue. I just wanted my certification without causing a scene, but you forced my hand. Diepkin raised his hand and the examiner's face drained of color. Am I imagining this? We're outside the dungeon, so why does this pressure feel like the deepest depths of the abyss? What are you planning? You dare attack a supervisor? Do you have a death wish? A sphere of condensed purple energy materialized in Diepkin's palm, humming with terrifying destructive power. I'm simply taking back what belongs to me. He extended his hand, the dark energy swirling violently. The examiner could only watch in frozen horror as Diepkin snatched the golden token right out of his grasp. Diepkin gripped the artifact, his expression cold as ice. Witnessing this, Han La scrambled to pull out a backup awakening stone to verify the impossible reading. The scanner must have glitched. I need to check with the raw stone. But as he focused, cracks began to spiderweb across the crystal surface. Impossible! The energy stone. It can't handle the output. It's going to shatter. At that moment, Diepkin's eyes flashed with a menacing violet light. Now about whether I'm worthy or not. Boom! He unleashed a fraction of his true power. Purple lightning crackled through the air around him like a scene from a top-tier leveling manhwa. Han La stared at the readings, his voice cracking. Sen Jichen. No 4. It exploded. The final reading is S+. Yet Diepkin didn't strike. He simply turned to leave, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. I suggest you upgrade your garbage equipment. As he walked away, the examiner slumped to the ground, mind racing. Is he a hidden master suppressing his rank? No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Watching the drama unfold, Tin Yim finally stepped in, tapping Diepkin's shoulder with a bright smile. I knew you'd crush that test without breaking a sweat. They only gave you a hard time because you refused to drop my name. Chuthong watched them, his jaw dropping at their closeness. He's that close with the Liu family heiress. Is this guy really the scavenger everyone calls trash? Ting Nahim offered some unsolicited advice. If you dressed the part, these officials would respect you more. Diepkin shook his head. And ride on your coattails, I wouldn't dare. Rather than relying on rumors of our friendship, I prefer silencing them with my own strength. It's cleaner that way. Fair point. As they walked, Chu Thong yanked Diep Keen back, whispering frantically, "Boss, is that really Liu Tinghiem? It's an honor to meet you," he stammered. She smiled politely, and Diep Keen made the introductions. "This is my friend Chu Thong. He's here for his certification too." Tinghiem paused, tilting her head. "Wait, you look familiar." Chu Thong beamed. "We have met. I was a performer at your birthday gala. I'm an artist." "You don't remember." Her expression soured instantly. "Oh, that disaster of a party. The one ruined by that pathetic armor display. Wait, which performer were you exactly?" Chu Thong turned into a stone statue of despair. Ignoring his existential crisis, she turned to Diep Keen. "Speaking of parties, we should celebrate your hunter license. How about your place? I just had a great idea. Let's throw a celebration for passing the exam. We can host it at your house, right?" Diep Keen blinked, caught off guard. "Huh, my house." The realization hit him a second later. "Oh, right. My house." His heart sank. He lived in a cramped rented basement apartment. Bringing a billionaire heiress there, she'd probably die of laughter or shock. Seeing both men look like their souls had left their bodies, Tin Neem blinked in confusion. "What's wrong with you two? If it's inconvenient, we can—" "No." Diep Keen cut in, his voice cracking slightly. It's absolutely no problem at all." His pride wouldn't let him back down now. He took a deep breath. "I can't let her know I'm broke. Plus, Chu Thong here will provide excellent entertainment. It'll be a night to remember. You are completely welcome to come over." Beside him, Chu Thong had officially withered away. Tin Heem looked at their stiff expressions skeptically. "Okay then. Tomorrow night." Diep Keen shoved his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose to hide the panic. "No problem." She smiled warmly. "I'm really relieved you passed, honestly. I'll bring a housewarming gift. See you tomorrow." With the plans set, she didn't linger. "See you then." She hopped into her luxury car and sped off. The three of them waved goodbye, but the moment she was out of sight, Diep Keen's arm dropped like lead. A mask of cheerfulness plastered over his face. Ye Ching steeled himself. He wasn't just going home. He was preparing for the most critical performance of his life. He needed to alter his appearance, and fast. That night at the humble sanctuary he shared with his sibling. Yejo pounced the moment he walked in, questions firing like a machine gun. "Big brother." That look. "Were you actually out on a date?" Yeching froze, then forced a casual laugh to cover his tracks. "Oh, of course. Let's go with that." But she wasn't buying it. "Since when do dates happen in the abyss? Are you romancing goblins and man-eaters now?" Yejo's temper flared like a dragon's breath. "You liar, you went back to the dangerous abyss, didn't you?" Ye Ching averted his gaze, muttering excuses under his breath. "Is it really so bad we're running on fumes here? This run netted us at least 40,000. She snapped back instantly. "And at what cost? Look at you. How is nearly dying a good thing? You need a hospital right now." Panic rose in her voice as she lunged forward. He bolted for his room, dodging her concern. "I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound, really." Yejo pouted at the closed door, suspicion clouding her eyes. Inside, Yeching rushed to the shower. Steam filled the air, but as the water hit the floor, it turned into a river of crimson. The blood flowed endlessly, painting the tiles red. His body was a tapestry of agony, covered in countless lacerations and scars. Yet not a single groan escaped his lips. As the water cascaded down, he thought, "Thank God Yejo didn't see this. I look like a walking corpse." The wounds from the abyss, both old and new, were etched into his skin. These were permanent marks of battle damage that no ordinary medicine could ever repair. His system. At his command, the holographic interface materialized. It was a classic system Manhwa diagnosis. It would take months of rest to fully recover from this battering. Yeching focused on the rebirth text glowing on the screen. "Right, I earned this right after I took down the Dark Elf King Damas." The memory surfaced the moment the beast fell. Loot cards had exploded into the air, followed by the system's golden decree, "You have slain the Dark Elf King Damas." It felt surreal. He had achieved the impossible, slaying a boss without taking a single hit. As the system faded, a pulsating purple orb of energy materialized in his palm. Notification obtained, gravity spring fire. Yi Ching's eyes lit up with joy. This was Damas's signature ultimate skill. Jackpot. The system chimed again. Reward, 100 attribute points. Current total 140. Without hesitation, he dumped every single point into his stats just like always. He scanned his power levels. Every single attribute had hit 512. But then, the numbers turned gray. They were locked. He tried to push past the cap, but the system denied him. Notification attribute limit reached. Further growth impossible. Is this it? Is this the ceiling? Then came the prompt. Notification rebirth conditions met. The option to rebirth unlocked. Clicking yes would reset him to level 1 but trigger a second awakening. The level cap would rise by 5, shattering his current attribute limits. Back in reality, he muttered to himself. A max-level scavenger capped at level 1 with stats locked at 512. To break the ceiling, I have to go back to 0. Resetting to level 1 allows for a new awakening. That's the only path to true power. He weighed the risks carefully. Attempting a level reset while deeply entrenched in the abyss would have been suicide. He had been right to wait. But now, I'm safe at home. The danger was gone. Isn't this the perfect moment for a leveling Manhwa protagonist to evolve? The manager's sneering voice flashed in his mind. Even if you hold the golden token, you're just a thief in my eyes. Dare to show this to the guild elders, and you'll be a laughingstock. The chosen one, Wu Sangxi. You killed him in the abyss, didn't you? I have every reason to believe you're a team killer. How else does a trash scavenger get this strong? It must be thanks to Wu Sangxi that you survived, and you repaid his kindness with death. That is the only explanation. Rage boiled in his gut. I fought tooth and nail for this strength. I just want a dignified life to protect my family from scum like you. Yet that goal felt miles away. Determination hardened his gaze. I can't stop here. I refuse to be capped. Ye Qing frowned, his voice dripping with frustration and resolve. I will not accept this limit. I must break through the threshold. I have to become stronger than ever before. His shout echoed through the door, making Ye Zhou jump in the other room. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed the screen. Alert: rebirth successful. Level reset. Growth limit expanded to tier 5. Weight, level 1. He looked down. The scars, the open wounds gone. His skin was flawless. Suddenly the door burst open. Stop lying to me. If you're not hurt, explain the blood on your shirt. He froze and turned. Yezhou's eyes went wide, her face exploding into a shade of crimson. She screamed. In that moment of chaos, a violent aura erupted from her. She covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother. I think I transformed again. Ye Qing sighed, a mix of helplessness and dry humor in his eyes. Congratulations, he deadpanned. Looks like we're burning the house down. Scene shift. The divine wind. City auction house. A lone figure moved calmly through the bustling crowd. Ye Qing stood silently before the display. In this world, loot produced in the abyss required rigorous appraisal before it could be sold. If you didn't trust the black market, you came here. The elite gear, the stuff of legends, was auctioned publicly to the highest bidder where the whales played. Suddenly, a looming shadow blocked his path. A massive guard glared down at him, voice like grinding gravel. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? No unauthorized personnel allowed. Ye Qing didn't flinch. His voice remained steady as a rock. I'm a collector. I'm here to appraise and auction some gear. The guard raised an eyebrow, a sneer curling his lip. A collector, you? The guard's voice dripped with venom. Who do you think you are, raising your voice at me? A cold light flickered in Ye Qing's eyes. Even after my rebirth unlocked tier 5 potential, does the system still show me as a lowly beginner? The guard grabbed Ye Qing's collar, dragging him toward the exit. Do you have any idea where you are? This is the exchange. This is where the tycoons spend millions. Only top-tier gear enters these halls. What business does a rookie scavenger like you have here, other than causing trouble? Get lost, scram right now. Ye Qing merely arched a brow, slowly withdrawing a luminous object from his sleeve. Are you sure you don't want to appraise this first? The merchant froze before bursting into a scornful laugh. Ridiculous. Asking me to appraise mere rookie trash? Fine. I'll humor you, then you get out. A cold mechanical chime echoed. Level 0. Arrogant laughter erupted as the man tossed the equipment onto the floor. Did you hear that? It is worth absolutely nothing. Do me a favor and crawl into the garbage yourself. I'm already being generous by not charging you a disposal fee. But in that split second, a flicker of doubt crossed his gaze. Wait. This dagger is terrifyingly sharp. Something isn't right. Not right at all. He immediately hit the deck to inspect it. Hold on, let me look. He equipped his appraisal glasses, boosting his appraisal skill by 1 level. His breathing turned ragged instantly. The arrogance vanished from his face, replaced by sheer terror. This is a unique special grade item. The true beauty of the artifact blazed forth upon appraisal. The Void Rift Dagger, a unique special weapon. Its blade was as dark as the abyss, shimmering with faint starlight gleams. It was death incarnate, born from the void. Legend spoke of an assassin hunting a woman who carried an astronomical bounty on her head. When she was finally cornered, the woman vanished like smoke, leaving him with nothing but this dagger on the ground, radiating a ghostly, eerie light. Attack power 421. Effect: void paralysis, leaves a teleportation gate. The wielder can warp 30 meters instantly. Requirement: level 31. The once arrogant merchant nearly went insane, screaming in excitement. Impossible! My eyes didn't deceive me! Ye Qing curled his lip, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And to think you almost threw away a supreme treasure. Half an hour earlier. The door creaked open slowly. Ye Qing let out a long sigh, setting a heavy crate down on the basement floor. For now, Ye Zhou had to stay at a hotel, leaving him to endure life in the landlord's basement. Ye Qing collapsed onto the old bed, sweat soaking his brow, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. Otherwise, his meager savings would never cover the renovation fees. The system demanded 2 million for repairs, yet he only had 200 credits left. His gaze locked onto the system Manhwa interface. First, he needed to monetize the equipment he had scavenged. He was in desperate need of funds. Ye Qing fell into deep thought. However, standard gear that hadn't reached supreme status flooded the market everywhere. Most awakened warriors rarely switched their equipment once they had purchased a full set. He calculated his odds. To the wealthy elites, this low-quality gear was nothing but garbage, hard to move, and impossible to sell for a high price. Unless he got lucky with a few decent items, he might scrape together tens of thousands. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Ye Qing froze as he stared at the icon of the crafting altar. Intrigue lit up Ye Qing's eyes. His finger tapped the screen. Could a device from the abyss actually function in the outside world? The moment the thought crossed his mind, a heavy boom resonated from the void, and a colossal object crashed down. He flinched in shock. It actually summoned in this cramped space. The crafting altar nearly crushed his face. Crafting altar unappraised. A notification flashed: equipment potential unlocked. It could upgrade low-quality weapons into high-grade armaments. Ye Qing's eyes gleamed with a mix of curiosity and smug satisfaction. He slowly placed his hand on a longsword. It could elevate item quality, turning rare rank into precious and upgrading epic rank into legendary. If the quality jumped just one tier, the value could skyrocket tenfold. Hunter's longsword, a rare one-handed blade. A warrior once relied on this steel to hunt down beasts threatening her village, but in the end, they were all devoured by a dragon. Attack power 48. Requirement level 17. Attribute savage slaughter deals an extra 3% damage to beasts or monsters. He tossed it onto the crafting altar. This sword wasn't exactly top tier. It would fetch maybe 100,000 on the black market. It was garbage anyway, so why not test it? He paid the 30 base points as a crafting fee. If this worked, the value would at least double for this leveling Manhwa protagonist. A system alert blared: crafting failed. Result: shards of the hunter's longsword. Garbage. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Failed. Ye Qing immediately grabbed the epic grade gloves, frustration boiling over. Was the item quality too low, or were the attributes insufficient? This gear has a starting price of 100,000. Please, you have to succeed. This was 100 grand on the line. Hand of the Titan. Epic gloves. Crafted from the fingertip of a Titan holding the immense power of a giant. When equipped, one could effortlessly wield the largest, heaviest weapons. Defense 172. Requirement level 34. Passive skill Titanic grip. When wielding a two-handed weapon with these gloves, attack power increases by 15%. His face twisted in confusion as black smoke curled up, choking the light in the room. No way. Notification: received shards of the Titan's hand. Garbage. Ye Qing stared blankly, unshed tears finally spilling over. My 100,000, gone just like that. He sank into thought. If it wasn't the materials, it had to be the crafting altar itself, or perhaps some bizarre, unappraised mechanic. Ye Qing forced himself to calm down, inhaling deeply as he analyzed the situation. This crafting altar. It has affixes too. His gaze sharpened. Observe skill activate. Appraise this altar. The notification chimed: appraised. The true form is revealed. Spiritual energy coalesced into a grotesque, demonic face. Trait: reforge waste. The success rate decreases as the quality of the item increases. The trashier the material, the higher the crafting success rate. The higher the quality, the higher the failure rate. Ye Qing's lip curled. So it's basically a glorified recycling bin for garbage. Was he cursed by the god of trash or something? All his rewards turned out to be bizarre junk. The system repeated the trait. Reforge waste success rate drops as item quality rises. The more garbage the material, the higher the success rate. High-quality materials lead to failure. Ye Qing observed calmly. Wait a minute. If it only reforges trash equipment, this trait might actually be my biggest advantage. A devious grin spread across his face. What a twisted system. If it demands trash to succeed, why not feed it exactly what it wants? He grabbed a discarded longsword. A piece of trash scarred by time, lying silently on a desolate battlefield surrounded by withered flowers and endless forgotten memories. Requirement level 5. No level 1. A magnificent longsword materialized from the ether, pulsating with undeniable dominance. Ye Qing didn't hesitate. He raised the heavy hammer and brought it down with the force of a titan. A notification shattered the silence. Great success. The Eclipse. A unique grade longsword. Its blade shimmered like a hazy nebula forged from the remnants of fallen stars. It glowed with a faint luminescence in the dark, yet radiated an abyssal shadow in the light. Damage 422, Fire Enhancement, Darkness Enhancement, Armor Melt, Elemental Resistance, Requirement Level 32. His breath caught in his throat. Shock washed over him like cold water. A unique weapon, the holy grail of gear. And to think it was forged using a garbage sword as the base material, it turns out this trash crafting altar is the true divine artifact. He had stumbled upon a legendary treasure trove. Ye Qing's gaze shifted back to the crafting altar, his pupils dilating with a mix of raw greed and electric excitement. This was the dream of every system Manhwa protagonist come to life. With an inventory full of trash gear, wasn't this essentially an infinite money printer? He raised the hammer high again, muscles coiling. The mint was open for business. The system chimed again. Crafting successful Knight's Chant. A unique grade longbow appeared, possessing the elegant curves of a celestial harp. Its string was spun from ethereal silk capable of playing a soul-stirring melody in the dead of night. When a young elven hunter draws this bow, the music whispers like the stars themselves, instantly awakening the dormant power of nature. Damage 397. Heartstring Whisper. The bow fires invisible magic arrows that deal sonic damage. Requirement Level 29. The hammer slammed down again. The impact shook the room, crafting successful. A blinding light erupted as a unique staff materialized from the void. The motto. A unique grade staff. Crafted from the roots of an ancient world tree topped with a crystal harder than diamond. The wooden handle was carved with the totem of ancient wisdom and the ancestors of the ogres. The two-headed ogres believed that waving this staff allowed them to commune with Mother Nature herself. Of course, the communication usually ended with a sharp bonk to the enemy's skull. Damage 400. Enchantment Starstrike. Physical attacks are imbued with bonus magic damage. The higher the intelligence stat, the more devastating the damage. Requirement Level 30. The sound of the hammer became a rhythmic war drum echoing through the altar space. Notification crafting successful. A hammer materialized. Thunderclap. A unique one-handed hammer. Forged by the dwarves of the abyss, it contained the very essence of lightning. It could summon storms and thunderbolts in the heat of battle. Out of combat, it transforms into a bolt of electricity to escape vanishing like a clap of thunder. Damage 577. Lightning Enhancement. Attacks trigger chain lightning damage, and attack speed is massively boosted. Requirement Level 41. A symphony of notifications rang out, crafting successful. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart hammering against his ribs like it wanted to break free. Every piece of trash gear was consumed, and the non-trash items were recycled into base points. Taking stock of his inventory, he realized he now possessed dozens of enhanced unique-grade weapons. Ye Qing looked up at the floating system screen. You have reached Scavenger Level 1. Even without slaughtering monsters, he could gain experience just by forging. In just a few hours of hammering, he had bypassed the most grueling grinding period of a standard leveling manhwa. A confident glint sharpened his eyes. Perfect. Now, the only mission left was to turn this arsenal into cold, hard cash and secure his new hunter's license. The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated office. The manager bowed low, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, his voice trembling with suppressed euphoria. May I ask, where exactly did you acquire this equipment, sir? Ye Qing sat straight, his expression an unreadable mask of calm. Haven't I introduced myself yet? I'm a collector. Even a level 1 collector can stumble upon high-end merchandise, right? If he admitted he made them, it would only invite trouble. The manager's eyes lit up like Christmas lights as he nodded furiously. Yes, of course, you are absolutely right. A collector knows no rank, only taste. For you to present a collection of this magnitude, it is surely a reflection of your immense power. Ye Qing smirked, a trace of arrogance playing on his lips. I have plenty more where that came from. If the auction price is right, the commission fee alone will make you a very rich man. The manager looked in horror and awe as item after item materialized in the air, his eyes burning with avarice. He stammered, his tongue tied in knots. Unique. Spirit grade. He immediately scrambled away, shouting orders. Prepare the VVIP suite, the most luxurious one we have. Prepare the Platinum VIP treatment immediately. Moments later, in a gilded corridor, Ye Qing raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile tugging at his mouth. He held up a card. What? Platinum VIP is just this little card. Four. As he turned to leave, Ye Qing suddenly collided with a looming figure. Xiaofeng spun around, cursing instantly. Damn it! Where did this blind idiot come from? Do your eyes not work, you son of a bitch? Ye Qing paused, his gaze cool and collected. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The man frowned, scanning Ye Qing from head to toe. Ordinary clothes. No aura. Definitely not someone who belonged in high society. his eyes filled with disdain. You dare block the path of this great master? State your hunter squad's name. Trash. Ye Qing didn't rush. He replied with deadly calm. Ye Qing, freelance hunter. Xiaofeng scoffed loudly. No wonder you look so shabby. So, you're just a stray dog. With a sneer, he whipped out a badge and shoved it in Ye Qing's face. See this A-rank hunter squad tattoos? I am Xiaofeng, the tattoos maniac. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Tattoos was notorious. A guild of battle junkies who only recruited simple-minded berserkers obsessed with raw strength. He had cleaned up their messy battlefields a few times before. It was never a pleasant experience. It was best not to get entangled with rabid dogs. Thinking this, he turned decisively to leave. My apologies. But Xiaofeng wasn't done. He drew his sword, pointing it accusingly. You think a simple sorry cuts it? You bastard named Ye. Looking at those rags, you clearly sneaked in here. Let me remind you, this area is reserved for high-ranking awakened squads. Only rotten fish and shrimp, like you, belong in the servants' lane. Ye Qing remained unmoved. This is the World Guild's territory. If you use violence here, you're the one who's going to face consequences. Xiaofeng's eyes darkened with malice. Screw the rules. Does a piece of trash like you think you're worthy of walking the same floor as me? Xiaofeng roared. Security. As a senior member of Tattoos, I demand you throw this garbage out and check his ID. He's probably a beggar who snuck in. 2 guards immediately stepped forward. Sir, please come with us. But nearby the manager was beaming, thinking about his commission. He looked up and saw the scene, panic seizing his heart. He sprinted over. Sir, why are you using the commoner's aisle? Your designated path is the Platinum Wave IP lane, sir. You are not meant to be here. The crowd froze in collective shock. Wait, did he just say platinum? Damn it, unhand me! Even while being restrained by the guards, Xiaofeng roared in disbelief. How could a lowly freelance hunter without a guild afford the astronomical fees of a platinum VIP card? The staff member bowed deeply, terror in his eyes. I am terribly sorry for the disrespect, Ye Qing replied calmly. It's fine. Meanwhile, the other man thrashed wildly against the security guards. Get your filthy hands off me! I'm a high-ranking executive of the Tattoos Guild. You cannot treat someone of my status like this. His sharp voice cut through the air like a blade. This auction house operates under the jurisdiction of the World Guild Alliance. If you persist in causing a scene, we will notify the overseer immediately and revoke your membership permanently. Turning back to the VIP, the attendant's voice dripped with respect. Sir, if you wish to proceed to the main auction hall, please follow me. This way. However, a low-tier venue like this surely holds nothing worthy of your discerning gaze. Ye Qing smirked confidently. I wouldn't be so sure. My vision tends to differ from the ordinary. What the world discards as trash I often find to be a hidden treasure. The attendant laughed heartily. A profound perspective, sir. Please, right this way. In the opulent VIP lounge, whispers circulated among the elite. Rumor has it this auction house has acquired a batch of unique artifacts, sparking a fierce war among the wealthy tycoons. Every item starts at a staggering 1 million credits. The rarest artifacts command astronomical sums. Even a simple pair of boots recently sold for tens of millions. Ahead, an elder raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Good heavens, is that actually true? In the past, finding a single unique item took months. How did the auction house secure such a haul? A calm voice replied. I heard a mysterious collector liquidated his entire inventory. The old man sighed, the weight of reality pressing down on him. Before the true powerhouses, small fry like us can only fight over the scraps they leave behind. After all, those elites are backed by the limitless treasuries of the major hunter guilds. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in Ye Qing's mind. Your lightning equipment has been sold. Hammer price 317,500. Your fallen star shield has been sold. Hammer price 28,100. Ye Qing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His trash items were hot commodities in this auction house. If he ever ran low on funds during this Manhwa recap, he could simply dump more junk from his inventory. On the center stage, the auctioneer's voice boomed with infectious energy. Ladies and gentlemen, first allow me to introduce the rules of the blind auction. All equipment from the abyss remains unappraised. Inside you may find a divine artifact or absolute garbage. Therefore, all sales are final, no returns, no exchanges, and refusal to pay will result in severe consequences. Let the blind auction begin. A glittering artifact materialized, an unappraised ring radiating mystery with a starting bid of 500,000. Ye Qing's eyes sparked with sudden intrigue. Now that is an interesting little trinket, he observed silently from the VIP balcony. The first lot was usually bait to warm up the crowd. The real treasures came later. Most assumed the failure rate was too high, so the room remained silent. Ye Qing smirked, whispering to himself, why not have a little fun? Let's stir up these stagnant waters and see what happens. Resting his chin on his hand with regal arrogance, he declared, "I bid 1 million. Nearby, Xiao Feng ground his teeth, fury bubbling in his chest. That bastard thinks he's some kind of tycoon. That shabby ring is definitely trash. We have a bid of 1 million. Do I hear any other offers? Murmurs rippled through the hall. The Platinum VIP made a move. Those seats belong to the super rich. But he bid 1 million. Could that ring actually be a hidden treasure? Someone who can afford the exorbitant platinum fees surely possesses the legendary God's Eye for spotting artifacts. A hand shot up from the crowd. I bid 1,100,000. The auctioneer screamed in delight. New bidder, do I hear more? Suddenly paddles flew up everywhere. 1,200,000, 1,400,000. Yeqing's voice cut through the noise, dripping with dominance. 2,500,000, the crowd gasped. The Platinum VIP strikes again. It must be a god-tier item. Xiao Feng's face twisted, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn him, he's just trying to flex his wealth in this awakening manhwa setting, isn't he? I won't let him have the spotlight. That gear belongs to me. Xiao Feng slammed his fist on the table and roared, 3 million. He glared around the room. That price was absurd. Surely no one would follow. Yeqing didn't even blink. 4 million. Account balance. 79 million. Xiao Feng staggered as if punched, clutching his head in sheer frustration. You son of a... His subordinate grabbed his arm, pleading, Boss, calm down. 4 million for an unappraised ring is insanity. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed into slits. This guy, his background isn't simple. I was a fool to underestimate him earlier. If he's chasing it this hard, it must be a supreme artifact. I absolutely cannot let him win. Xiao Feng smashed the table again, screaming, 5 million. The hall erupted into chaos. 5 million credits was a sum usually reserved for guaranteed S-rank gear. Gambling that much on a blind box could bankrupt an entire hunter squad. Xiao Feng pointed a trembling finger at the VIP balcony. Well, what do you say to that, you arrogant freelancer? You probably scrapped together your life savings just to get in here. How can you compete with me? I have the backing of a major hunter guild. Yeqing sat in silence for a moment, the atmosphere turning heavy. Then he casually raised a finger. 10 million. Xiao Feng's eyes rolled back, veins nearly bursting from his skin. What the hell, did I hear that right? There is no way a solo hunter has 10 million liquid credits. That's enough capital to found a guild. He turned desperately to the auctioneer. I demand a solvency check. He's bidding maliciously. He doesn't have the funds. He's mocking the sanctity of this auction. Even a Platinum VIP must follow the rules. If he can't pay, throw him out. The auctioneer checked his console and announced, the bid is valid. The crowd went wild. Holy crap, he actually has it. We kicked an iron plate this time. Is he some hidden billionaire heir? Shadows cast over Xiao Feng's face. He couldn't accept this humiliation. I cannot let this self-righteous prick look down on me. Rage consumed his rationality. I am the wolf Xiao Feng, the sharpest blade of tattoos. I represent the pride of the elite hunters. He glared up at Yeqing with venomous hatred. How can I let a filthy freelancer trample me underfoot? Yeqing suddenly stood up, his voice thundering with absolute authority. 100 million. Hearing this, Xiao Feng's legs gave out, and he collapsed backward in sheer terror. 1 million. Yeqing's eyes held a look of supreme arrogance. To him, money was just a number. Even if he bought a piece of scrap today, he could easily produce a legendary item of equal value by tomorrow. Is that the extent of your wealth? Don't tell me you're going to let a mere freelancer trample all over your dignity like this. The auctioneer's voice boomed. 100 million going once. Xiao Feng's aura exploded with killing intent. He was obsessed. He had to have that ring even at such an astronomical price. Does this mean the ring is actually a hidden artifact? The crowd whispered nervously. 100 million going twice. But in Yeqing's mind, a different thought surfaced. That wasn't necessarily true. My perspective differs from the masses. In this unforgiving world, what you all perceive as worthless garbage, I might just recognize as a peerless treasure. The manager bowed respectfully. You are absolutely right, sir. Please, this way. But internally, he was cursing. Damn it, I met a real expert. That ring must be a heaven-defying artifact to command such a price. I have to win this bid no matter what. Just then, the auctioneer shouted across the hall, 100 million going 3 times. Xiao Feng roared with manic determination, his eyes bloodshot. 200 million! The entire hall erupted in chaos. How much that guy has a death wish? 200 million could bankrupt an entire medium-rank hunter squad. Wait, isn't that Wolf Xiao Feng from the Tattoos Guild? He's a high-ranking executive there. So Tattoos really has pockets that deep. No wonder. Xiao Feng raised his head, his voice dripping with provocation. Hey you. I thought you were some big-shot tycoon. Weren't you enjoying playing the rich young master? Come on, raise the price, I'll teach you what the financial might of a major guild truly looks like. Yeqing let out a weary sigh, feigning defeat. You win. That treasure is all yours. Xiaofeng's face twisted into a smug, arrogant grin. That brat named Ye thought he could compete with me. He's 100 years too early. But his subordinate looked pale and confused. Boss, we were sent to buy gear for the whole team. You just spent 200 million on a single ring. How do we explain this to the guildmaster? Xiaofeng sneered. Relax. This is definitely a god-tier artifact. My instincts are never wrong. The host announced with electrifying energy. Congratulations to Mr. Xiaofeng of Tattoos for winning the ring. Everyone, let's hear a round of applause. Yeqing watched from the shadows with a faint smile. Unidentified gear indeed had a chance to be legendary. Much like the gamble in a system Manhwa where luck determines everything. However, while his crafting altar was a divine artifact disguised as junk, the item in front of them was just a flashy piece of scrap metal. Attack +1. Literal garbage. Xiaofeng remained confident. My true sight ability has never failed me. I already know what lies beneath that seal. He held it up, screaming like a fanatic. Awaken as a god-tier artifact. Open your eyes, you peasants, and witness true power. The seal dissolved, black smoke dissipating to reveal a completely ordinary iron ring. Xiaofeng froze. His face went deathly pale as reality crashed down on him. It was just scrap iron. Rage consumed him. He pointed a trembling finger, screaming, "It's all because of that bastard Ye. He tricked me. He made me misjudge it. I demand a refund right now." Panic setting in, he turned to the auctioneer with a forced, ingratiating smile. Hey, that 200 million bid was just a slip of the tongue, right? Let's just call it a clerical error. What do you say? The auctioneer's expression turned ice cold. Sir, according to the rules, you bid as a representative of the Tattoos Guild. Once the gavel falls, the deal is sealed. We will notify your guild, and you have exactly 24 hours to settle the full amount. If you default, the World Association will unleash hell. Even an A-rank guild would be erased from history, and you'll be charged with auction fraud and sent to a labor camp to scavenge trash for the rest of your miserable life. The host's voice cut through the air like a blade. Since the bid amount is astronomical, we will dispatch security to escort you to the guild for payment immediately. Xiaofeng struggled against the guard's terror in his eyes. Wait. Hold on a second. As he was dragged away, his screams echoed, "Ye, you bastard, you set me up, this is all your fault." The onlookers watched, their faces pale with shock. He destroyed an entire hunter squad without lifting a finger. Is this the terrifying power of the one they call Platinum? The auctioneer regained his composure instantly. Now let us proceed. The next item is a special accessory, the Wild Transformation Necklace. When equipped, this necklace grants a transformation ability. While active, the user becomes immune to all crowd control effects and cannot be knocked back. Furthermore, the transformation grants rapid self-healing capabilities. Yeqing's eyes lit up. This wasn't just gear, it was the perfect artifact for Yezhou. I have to get this for him. Yeqing raised his paddle calmly. I bid 1 copper coin. The crowd instantly erupted into whispers. Platinum is making a move again. Is this reverse psychology? Is he trying to trick us into thinking it's trash so he can snatch it? Don't forget, Wolf Xiaofeng just spent 200 million on garbage because he fell for this guy's trap. He's currently in custody waiting for his guildmaster to bail him out. Fear spread through the room like a plague. Do not bid against him. I'm not suicidal. Let him have it. That Platinum guy must be a shill planted by the auction house to drive up prices. The auctioneer trembled with suppressed rage. Is no one else going to bid? The crowd remained silent, convinced it was a trap. Yeqing smirked. His little performance earlier had terrified them into submission. Sometimes having a terrifying reputation is the greatest cheat of all. The gavel slammed down. Sold. Congratulations to the mysterious buyer Platinum for acquiring the Wild Transformation Necklace for 1 single coin. The crowd stood in stunned silence. A special grade artifact for 1 coin. Damn it, we played ourselves. Why didn't I just bid 2 coins? Yeqing glanced at his phone, unbothered. 1 coin, ridiculous. He checked his balance. I've made enough profit. Yeqing's eyes narrowed with ambition. Now it's time to acquire something worthy of my status. Later, at a skyscraper piercing the clouds. You mean this unit, sir? This is the crown jewel of our community. The absolute best real estate in all of Shenfeng City. A 1,000 square meter penthouse suite. Reserved only for the elite. It offers a panoramic view of the city's most prosperous commercial district. The saleswoman smiled with practiced elegance. As you know, this is the property the top tycoons are fighting over. The listing price is currently 100 million. Forget those unrealistic fantasies. In this leveling Manhwa reality, let me show you a traditional apartment roughly 80 square meters in size. With a 30-year mortgage, it fits a civilian budget. Yiqing cut him off, his voice flat and commanding. No need to look, I'm buying it. The agent's eyes flickered with hesitation. Sir, based on your current credit ranking, you can't borrow 100 million. That tier is reserved for the wealthy elite. Arrogance flashed across Yiqing's face as he slammed the card down. 100 million in cash. Full payment right now. Yiqing lowered his voice, his gaze sharpening. But I have one condition. Have everything ready by this afternoon. I'm moving in immediately. Jotong stepped into the luxurious space, trembling with excitement. Boss, what is going on? You disappeared this morning, and by afternoon we're living in a mansion. Brother, when could we ever afford a room like this? Yezhou asked, his voice trembling as Yiqing looked on with proud satisfaction. It's spacious enough that even if you transform, you won't crash through the roof. I bought it in your name. Break it, and I'll just buy you another one. Yezhou's eyes went wide, filled with disbelief. You did all this just for me? He looked around the massive hall in shock. Holy crap, this place is huge. There's even an echo. Yiqing gazed out at the city lights. From today on, I will never let you suffer again. Later, as they lounged in the living room, Jingran approached slowly, her eyes scanning Yiqing with curiosity. Yiqing, you seem different today. He turned his head slightly, his reply casual. Just went out for some fresh air. Yiqing raised a brow, his voice dropping to a whisper. You see, even in the most expensive location, the air still feels filthy. Jingran smiled gently. Congratulations again. You've officially become a hunter. We're celebrating, so drop that serious face. He replied calmly. Thank you. Suddenly a glittering stone materialized in her hand. Here. This is for you. Yiqing froze, genuinely surprised. This stone is... Jingran beamed, her smile radiant. Exactly. I was thinking of a gift and decided you should have this. I've guarded this crystal for years. Every time I descended into the deep abyss, I wore it. She gazed quietly at the bustling city below. It constantly reminds me that I exist in this world. That there are still those who refuse to accept the status quo or bow to fate's arrangement. Even if the price is life itself, we must challenge destiny. Jingran's voice deepened with emotion. I believe it brings luck. May it help you survive every trial. He smirked. Staying alive, it really does require a bit of luck. She turned to face him, her eyes burning with sincerity. But as you said, rather than begging them to believe in us, it's simpler to silence them with overwhelming power. Now I understand. Escaping with your life isn't just luck, is it? He responded with intense energy. It never was. I believe direct action beats persuasion every time. Only when you stand before them alive and unbowed will they shut their mouths. Jingran nodded solemnly. That is exactly what I admire about you. Whenever I try to stand as a hunter, I'm just branded as a member of the Liu family. They would rather worship my bloodline than accept my own hard work. I just want to be respected for my own strength. One day I'll be able to say those same words to my siblings. So really, the one who should be saying thank you is me. Yiqing listened quietly to her heart's confession. In terms of market price, this crystal is technically worthless. But Yiqing, your value is just like this crystal. It cannot be measured by something as vulgar as money. Jingran's gaze softened. Mansion or rental luxury car or shared bike, I value you. The person I like is the superpowered expert who picks up trash. True. Getting rich suddenly isn't as fun as red wine and steak imply. I prefer street BBQ and beer, but I really do need a massive amount of money. You said it yourself. Yiqing clenched the glittering stone, his voice warm but determined. With enough capital, I can establish my own hunter squad, right? She paused, stunned. Yes. To be a captain, you need significant funding. His eyes darkened, burning with ambition. I want to build a hunting team. I want to march straight into the abyss and challenge it properly. I can't become strong alone. Like you said, Yiqing held up a strange device. If I can't adapt to the rules of this game, then I will become the system Manhwa law itself. A flash of absolute confidence and dominance crossed his face. Even at night, the city remained bright. Yiqing walked slowly to the waste collection point, sighing. High-end housing, yet taking out the trash is such a hassle. Not only do I have to take the elevator, but the bins are 100 meters away. Do rich people not generate garbage? Fa Xiong appeared from the shadows, sneering. Which family's servant are you? Don't you know the rules? He huffed in annoyance. There is a designated exit for servants to haul trash. Don't be ignorant and drag your filth through the main grounds. If outsiders see you, they'll think we're living amongst the lower class. Yiqing smiled coldly. I'm not a servant. I'm the new owner. Fa Xiong looked at Yiqing's extended hand with disgust, then deliberately dropped a banana peel into it. Still lying. This is a wealthy district. Owners don't carry their own trash. You are a servant. He turned away, barking an order. Clean this up. Don't let me see you again. Ye Qing sighed. Words were useless. Violence was the only language here. He decided to give this guy a taste of reality. As he was grabbed, Fa Xiong yelped. What are you doing? Ye Qing's face was pure killing intent. You're trash. Pick it up. He slammed Fa Xiong into the ground. The man gritted his teeth, snarling. What the hell, a lowly servant dares to lay hands on me? Despite his arrogant barking, Fa Xiong was already trembling like a leaf beneath Ye Qing's feet. The system window popped up with a ruthless verdict, suppression confirmed. The target was physically locked down, his combat capabilities rendered utterly useless. Ye Qing glared down like a tyrant and barked, I told you already. Manipulating the orb in his hand, he forced Fa Xiong to grovel on the ground like a dog. Ye Qing commanded again, pick it up. Fa Xiong still tried to struggle, spitting out venom. Motherfucker, how dare you speak to me like that? The system analyzed the counterattack. Titan power exploded in a split second, boosting his stats tenfold to purge the crowd control. But that brief flash of hope was extinguished by Ye Qing instantly. The notification was merciless. The Titan's cleansing effect fails against legendary tier restraint skills. Fa Xiong turned pale with terror. How could a countryside bumpkin possess a legendary grade control skill usually found in a high-tier leveling manhwa? Ye Qing helpfully explained with a smirk. Gravity Vortex is a skill learned from a legendary monster. Naturally, it overpowers any standard class skill you picked up from a talent tree. Calling it a legendary skill wasn't an exaggeration at all. 1,000 questions raced through Fa Xiong's panicked mind. This kid doesn't look like a combat powerhouse. Is he an awakener with a support class? Damn it. To think I'd be locked down by a trash support player, and he ambushed me, that's why I couldn't react. Ye Qing ignored the internal monologue and reminded him coldly. Did you hear me? Pick up the trash. Now. Fa Xiong lay crushed against the pavement, howling in pain from the gravity pressure. Finally, his pride shattered and he screamed, I'll pick it up, I'll do it. Ye Qing decided to finish the job properly. With a casual wave, he telekinetically tossed Fa Xiong straight into the dumpster, saving him the walk. Ye Qing walked away with a look of disgust. Even in the rich district, annoying flies were everywhere. A voice chirped from the other end of his phone. Big brother, where did you go? This mansion is too huge, I can't find you. Ye Qing replied calmly. I just went downstairs to take out the trash, but I remembered something. I'm heading back to the old house for a bit. His sibling was confused. The old house? Didn't the landlord clear it out already? Ye Qing brushed it off. I left something behind. It was a beautiful sunny day when Ye Qing finally arrived back at his beloved old home. He slumped into the chair with a sigh of relief. As expected, the old place felt the most like home. The landlord suddenly spoke up. Look, I can't rent this place to you anymore. Even if you pay rent, this row of houses isn't mine to lease. A wealthy client just bought the entire plot of land and paid 50 years of lease up front. Ye Qing didn't bother hiding the truth. That person was me. This land belongs to me now. Meanwhile, at the World Guild headquarters, a scar-faced man looked shocked at the report. The Tattoos Guild had been scammed out of 200 million by a mysterious buyer at the auction. The masked man replied. Afterward, Tattoos used illegal personal bidding to shift the blame onto Lan Xiaofeng. Tattoos has completely cut ties and washed their hands of the liability. Scarface looked worried. Tattoos is a guild we're actively supporting. I don't want trouble right now. Have you identified this mystery buyer yet? The mask replied. He appeared during the hunter exam and was just granted a full-time hunter license. He analyzed further. According to our old records, this individual also had deep ties to another organization, the Blood Oath Alliance, which was previously annihilated. The masked man projected Ye Qing's data profile. We recorded his mana fluctuations from the testing stone. He recalled Kaiser. Comparing the mana residue from Kaiser's death scene with the traces left at the exam site, the match is terrifyingly consistent. Scarface questioned his entire reality. Is he a special class awakener? The mask explained. A special class is a profession that doesn't exist on the standard transfer chart. It's highly likely to break the current class system found in any typical system manhwa. Before long, he will cause unprecedented chaos to the rules of the game we have so carefully constructed. If he cannot be controlled by the rules, then make him an enemy of the rules. Scarface declared with absolute certainty. No need to worry. He will be forced to play by our laws. He was brimming with arrogance. We are the gods of this era. The order created by God dictates that everyone must play their assigned role. The scene shifts to a morning at the guild hall. Ye Qing placed his hand on the counter. Here is the token. I want to form a hunter team. The receptionist asked, Are you aware of the requirements for establishing a team? The establishment fee is 50 million payable in one lump sum to the World Guild. She added professionally, You also need the operational qualifications of a licensed hunter. Each hunter team can only enter abyss gates that the World Guild has authorized for exploration and leadership. Ye Qing remained unfazed. Cash is no problem. I can transfer it right now. The receptionist immediately offered a suggestion. There are many newly licensed awakeners in the lobby queuing to fill out applications. If you need to recruit team members, you can look there. To officially register, you need at least 4 other members today. The holographic board lit up the scavenger's shack. Registered members 1. Rank E. Status recruiting. The crowd wasn't interested at all. Who creates a hunter team at this time of year? The hunting season is almost over. And look at that name, Scavenger's Shack. It sounds like garbage. No one wants to join a tiny team like that. Especially a one-man team. Wait, rank E. Are you kidding me? The receptionist smiled awkwardly. Based on the system's distribution, your team will be assigned to E-rank sectors. That falls under the lowest tier of resource recovery operations. Your team will not be permitted to participate in combat-focused abyss hunting. Aside from regulated activities, this means your hunter team can only serve in a support role for main combat squads. Ye Qing looked disappointed. All that hassle for this? So I'm basically going back to my old job of picking up trash? Fa Xiong, clearly not having learned his lesson, walked over to mock him. I just saw you dumping trash downstairs. Looks like it's your destiny to pick up garbage for real now. Your name is Ye, right? Fa Xiong laughed arrogantly. Today, I'll show you what it feels like to be slapped in the face by reality. You're going to pay a heavy price for offending me. I want you to taste total humiliation and learn to be an obedient dog. The onlookers began to whisper excitedly. Isn't Fa Xiong the son of Elder Fa Tianlin? I heard he recently started his own private hunter team. What was it called? Heart Hunter. That's right, Heart Hunter. His father, Fa Tianlin, pulled some strings. The application for Heart Hunter's rank a license went through smoothly. Countless veteran guilds have already congratulated him on gaining access to the richest hunting grounds. The crowd averted their gaze, trembling in silence. Offending Fa Xiong wasn't just dangerous, it was career suicide. Anyone who crossed him ended up with the filthiest jobs or worse, blacklisted from every team in the city. And today, the newly formed E-rank squad was already staring down the barrel of forced dissolution. Ye Qing kept his cool, his expression unreadable. I'm here to recruit for my own team. That has nothing to do with you, Fa Xiong. If you have a personal grudge, we can settle it elsewhere. Fa Xiong sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Settle it, please. A young master like me doesn't waste time on trash like you. But I'm a generous god. Tell you what. Get on your knees right here in front of everyone and lick up the garbage my Heart Hunter squad throws out. Do that, and maybe I'll let you recruit a few scraps. Refuse, and I'll have your pathetic little squad disbanded before sunset. But Ye Qing wasn't intimidated. In fact, he knew exactly where to strike to hurt Fa Xiong's massive ego. Honestly, Ye Qing sighed. You're not even worth the effort to recycle. Fa Xiong snapped. Rage exploded in his eyes. You dare get cocky in my territory. His lackeys barely held him back. Boss Fa, wait, too many eyes watching, one henchman pleaded. Don't lower yourself for this garbage. Just watch. When he fails to recruit anyone, his team will crumble on its own. Just then, Zhou Tong stepped out from the crowd, his voice cutting through the tension. Boss, I heard you were starting a hunter team. I ran all the way here. Please let me join your squad. The crowd whispered. Isn't that Zhou Tong? A lackey laughed. He was in my party for a bit. Guy just recites poetry, totally useless in a fight. Complete trash, another sneered. Ignoring the mockery, Zhou Tong stood firm behind Ye Qing. Boss, seriously, let me be your first member. Ye Qing looked at him puzzled. Haven't you passed the exams? Ye Qing asked. A close combat fighter with crowd control skills. You should be fighting off offers with a stick. Still worried about finding a team, Ye Qing probed. Zhou Tong sighed, scratching his head. Well, I was in a private hunter squad before. Let's just say my reputation isn't exactly sparkling. No one else will touch me. Then his face lit up with determination. But if you take me in, boss, I swear I'll walk through fire for you. I'll be the best tank you've ever seen. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, skeptical. Is it really that bad you've tried everyone and not a single team wanted you? Zhou Tong leaned in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Actually, I scouted the room earlier. I saw you beefing with Fa Xiong. That guy's got it out for you. Your team's future is looking pretty bleak. I remember that legendary token should have guaranteed a B-rank guild status, Zhou Tong muttered. But we got slapped with an E rank. Definitely Fa Xiong's doing. Ye Qing smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. So what? Even if we're technically garbage collectors, work is work. B rank, E rank, labels don't pay the bills. Think about it, Ye Qing continued. The so-called real work involves facing monsters head-on. Let the glory hounds take the main force roles and risk their necks. We handle the cleanup. Low risk, steady pay. Sounds good to me. Zhou Tong frowned, unconvinced. But boss, the real loot always goes to the main force. How much can we actually make picking up scraps? And by the way, you suddenly got rich recently. Did you pull some kind of scam? Ye Qing didn't shy away. Money can't fix every problem, he said darkly. In this world, the only thing people respect is absolute power. Suddenly, Fa Xiong's booming voice drowned them out. Listen up, I'm done explaining. Every A-rank hunter knows this symbol stands for true strength. I am Fa Xiong, leader of the Heart Hunter Squad, he bellowed. I'm only taking 10 new members today. And don't waste my time, I only want the elite. If you aren't top tier, don't bother. Immediately, the hall erupted into chaos. Level 41 hunter signing up, someone shouted. Level 46 healer pick me. Level 49 warrior ready to serve. The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Zhou Tong scoffed, seeing right through it. Everyone knows his dad runs the hunter management office, Zhou Tong grumbled. Those guys pushing level 50 aren't rookies. They're just bootlickers looking for an easy ride. Boss Fei, a lackey, pointed excitedly. Look over there. It's the new rookie sensation. Yiling. Every squad in the city is fighting to sign her. In the distance, Yiling sighed, unimpressed. Only 2 teams today. She glanced at the signboards. The Scavenger House. Seriously, who starts a leveling Manhwa team with a name like that in this economy? Zhou Tong's eyes widened. Whoa, that's the mage beauty from the hunter exam? She's actually looking for a team. Yezing nodded, his memory clicking. That's her. The one who can cast instant flame magic without chanting. I know her, Zhou Tong puffed out his chest. We have a bit of a history. She basically carried our logistics in the abyss. She's a monster. If we get her, we're set. Her firepower is insane. Watch this, boss. I'll go charm her into joining us. Ye Qing smirked. Go for it. But Fa Xiong was faster. He slid in front of the icy beauty, flashing a greasy smile. What a tragedy to only have 2 choices today. I'm Fa Xiong, captain of the Heart Hunter Squad. Allow me to extend a formal invitation, he purred. A beauty like you would be the jewel in my team's crown. We need someone with your class. He jerked a thumb behind him. Unlike that scavenger house over there. That's a dumpster fire. No sane person would waste their talent with those losers. Zhou Tong slumped. Game over. The Heart Hunters got to her first. But Yiling didn't even blink. Sorry, she said coldly. I already have a target in mind. Fa Xiong looked like he'd swallowed a fly. Excuse me, you want to join the garbage collectors? That guy has E-rank potential. Why would a brilliant mage like you lower yourself to a Manhwa recap trash squad? You're a genius. Picking up trash with those losers will only bury your talent in the dirt. Yiling walked right past him, stopping in front of Ye Qing. The Scavenger House. I like the sound of that. Zhou Tong waved frantically. Hey, remember me, Zhou Tong from the Abyss? Yiling completely ignored him, her eyes locked on the captain. Let me join your team. I'm Yiling, Fire Elementalist. Ye Qing extended a hand. Ye Qing. And I'm Zhou Tong, the sidekick chimed in, desperate for acknowledgement. Ye Qing smiled. Welcome aboard. The Scavenger House is always open to talent. Ye Qing held her hand a second too long. Yiling pulled back, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. She turned away quickly. Aren't you guys hungry? Ye Qing chuckled. Good point. Let's eat while we wait. He waved at a server. Can we order food here? The receptionist nodded. Of course. Ye Qing looked at the menu and nearly choked. Expensive, but Yiling was already drooling. I'll take one of everything, she declared. Meanwhile, Fa Xiong stood frozen in the background, his brain short-circuiting. What just happened? Did she seriously just reject me? Boss, forget her. That woman is clearly deranged. Our elite squad doesn't need a mage to dominate. Her absence means nothing to us. Suddenly, a mountain of a man eclipsed the light. Out of my way. His aura was so suffocating the lackeys looked like they'd seen a ghost. Even Wai Lung and Chu Thong paused their gluttonous rampage. The newcomer was none other than Wu Ming. The crowd erupted. Where's a priest? We need an exorcism immediately. Panic spread like wildfire. That man is a walking calamity, the reaper of teammates. Wu Ming is cursed to the bone. Anyone foolish enough to stand near him faces a tragic end. He is the definition of a cursed existence. Ye Qing recognized that towering silhouette instantly. It was him. Wu Ming approached with heavy steps. I saw you at the World Guild. It seems we still have an unsettled score, a duel that never reached its conclusion. Ye Qing offered a mysterious smile. My hunter team is currently recruiting. You showing up now? Could it be destiny? Are you interested? Wu Ming casually snatched a cake, devouring it in one bite. Wai Lung shrieked, my precious dessert. Ignoring her, Wu Ming challenged, if I am interested, do you have the guts to accept a monster like me? The system window flashed a warning, target possesses extreme misfortune. His luck stat was abysmal, and his curse radiated outward, infecting every living being in his vicinity. In this leveling Manhwa logic, 0 luck is a death sentence. It means constant appraisal failures, taking critical hits from mobs, and only looting the absolute worst trash items. Fap Hung's lackey sneered. Look at him. Years of hunting and Wu-Ming wears 0 gear. It's because his wretched luck destroys everything he touches. Every drop he gets is garbage tier. Fap Hung laughed cruelly. Exactly. Who in their right mind would invite a walking disaster into their party? Ye Qing's eyes terrified. Does your plummeting luck really turn all loot into scrap? Wu-Ming stuffed another cake into his mouth. Huh, why ask that probably? He shrugged with indifferent strength. I make my living off the commission fees, not the loot. As long as the pay is good, I don't even glance at the monster drops. They're always trash anyway. Behind him, Wai Lung was trembling with murderous rage. You gluttonous thief! Chu Thong held her back. Calm down, please. But Ye Qing's eyes lit up with calculation. Perfect. He extended a hand. Join my hunter squad immediately. My team needs a unique anomaly like you. Ye Qing's inner thoughts raced for my system. The worse the raw material, the higher the quality of the final forged item. Wu-Ming forces the drop quality to rock bottom, which actually maximizes my chances of crafting legendary tier gear. He is a goldmine. Fap Hung scoffed. You actually want him? You're insane. His lackey cackled. How desperate are you to recruit a plague that will drag the whole team's stats into the gutter? Fap Hung sneered. Truly fitting for the trash collector. You only pick up the garbage that no one else wants. Wu-Ming's voice dropped an octave. Your team will be swallowed by the abyss, scattered like dust in the wind. But Ye Qing, you must die by my hand before the monsters get you. Wu-Ming shook his hand. Therefore, I choose to join. Ye Qing smirked with confidence. Then prepare to be disappointed. I won't let the abyss claim a single soul under my command. Wu-Ming grinned. We shall see. The cloaked lackey shivered. That guy. His pressure is intense. The other lackey whispered. Every time a team enters the abyss with Wu-Ming, only he returns. He's the cursed survivor. His parties have a 100% annihilation rate. Fap Hung couldn't believe his eyes. He actually recruited that freak of nature. He spat on the ground. That idiot Ye Qing only recruits morons and psychopaths. Who else would dare join a suicide squad like that? Meanwhile, Wai Lung screeched. You touched my cake, I'll kill you. Wu-Ming ignored her. Captain, I'm starving. Ye Qing shouted. Waiter, bring the menu. Chu Thong tried to mediate, sweating bullets. Please, no fighting, we're teammates now. Ye Qing nodded, satisfied with the chaos. The roster currently holds 3 Wai Lung, Wu-Ming, and Chu Thong. We just need one more soul to meet the guild's minimum requirement. Just one more signature to secure our hunter license. But as the sun began to set, the team remained stuck at 4. Chu Thong fidgeted. Our reputation seems lacking. Wai Lung glared. Correction. Our reputation is trash because of you two weirdos. Fap Hung hadn't left. He was waiting for this moment. See, I told you. The clock is ticking, loser. If you don't fill the slots, your application is void. And listen closely. I've instructed the evaluation board to blacklist your future applications due to character defects. You are unfit to lead. From this day forth. You will never be a captain. Even if you crawl your way to a license, I will ensure you are suffocated by restrictions. This is the price for offending me. Well, Ye Qing, are you drowning in regret yet? Ye Qing looked at him like he was an insect. Who said we're short? My team is already full. Fap Hung froze for 5 seconds. Full with what, weaklings like you? Fap Hung cackled maniacally. Let's count the dimwit girl, Wai Lung, the star of death Wu-Ming, and that other fool. You are clearly missing one person. Can you not count to 5? Ye Qing sneered. It's 5 people, you moron. Suddenly a presence entered the hall that silenced the room. Apologies for the delay. I got trapped in the abyss. Nearly lost half my life back there. Lucky to be breathing. If anyone is to blame, it's you for the rush notice. I had 0 preparation. Liu Jingran brushed off the dust. Whatever. I'm here now, so let's get this over with. The crowd gasped. That's Liu Jingren. The buzz was instantaneous. The Liu Corporation was a major sponsor of the World Guild, and as the youngest heiress, her status was royalty in this awakening Manhwa. Fap Hung's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. How can a goddess like her be in the same squad as this trash? Someone of her caliber should have been snatched up by the S-rank guilds ages ago. A veteran hunter explained, she's the infamous rebel. Liu Jingran rejected her family's cultivation plan, so they cut her off. No more resources, no more protection. But even as a castaway of the Liu family, why join a garbage team? I have to admit, this Ye Qing must have some terrifying hidden potential. Fa Xiong's pride refused to accept the truth. Real strength. Don't make me laugh, that punk only knows cheap parlor tricks. If he hadn't sucker punched me last night, he'd be eating hospital food through a straw right now. A lackey turned to the boss, hesitating. Boss, the trash collectors assigned by the association haven't shown up yet. Should we wait a bit longer? We are clearing an A-rank abyss. Fa Xiong scoffed. Only legendary loot drops here. There won't be any scraps left for those bottom feeders to pick up anyway. The receptionist's voice rang out clear and professional. Congratulations, the House of Scavengers is officially registered. 5 members, E-rank clearance approved. Leader Ye Qing. Members Wu Mingju, Tong Yiling, and Liu Jingran. Your team is now authorized to accept E-rank sweeping commissions, she added, handing over the papers. Ye Qing slammed his hand on the counter, eyes burning with ambition. I'm applying to follow the raid team into the A-rank abyss. We will handle the full cleanup duty. Fa Xiong forced a smile, though rage boiled beneath the surface. You've got to be kidding. How does a pathetic E-rank crew like yours plan to survive an A-rank mission you're walking to your deaths? Ye Qing didn't flinch. E-rank is just our business classification, not a limit on the abyss level we can enter. As long as the cleanup crew has an opening, there's no rule saying I can't take the slot. The system processed the request instantly. Application approved. The House of Scavengers is authorized to deploy alongside the STM Guild. Fa Xiong finally snapped, his face twisting in anger. You son of a… How dare you exploit a loophole like that? Ye Qing just wore a mocking smirk. Why not put aside our grudge and cooperate? This is an A-rank abyss with massive rewards after all. Fa Xiong slapped the hand away instantly. Cooperate in your dreams. If you want to pick up my leftovers so badly, fine. He stormed off, his voice dripping with venom. I'll make sure to leave plenty of garbage for you to eat, you filthy rat. Ye Qing bowed mockingly, completely unfazed. Your generosity is overwhelming. Beside him, Zhu Tong looked ready to faint. Sai. Obaseminwei. Zhu Tong asked, trembling. Are you really okay with being their servant like this? Ye Qing's eyes gleamed with intelligence. Of course not. But this identity is the ultimate pass. As scavengers, we can enter any abyss without restriction. He continued, his voice lowering. Even with the lowest aptitude, this role gives us a front-row seat to the highest-level danger zones as support staff. It's a tactical advantage. Zhu Tong's jaw dropped in realization. That's actually genius, boss. Ye Qing explained his logic. If becoming a scavenger is part of the master plan, then my partnership with STM is just a lucky coincidence. It's the kind of plot twist you'd see in a system manhwa. He smiled mysteriously. Because their mission involves the legendary Black Tower key. Liu Jingran froze. The Black Tower key. Ye Qing analyzed the situation. Guild intel confirms a black iron key is hidden in this abyss. STM definitely pulled strings to snag such a lucrative contract. Wu Ming chimed in, his voice grave. That key is the only way to challenge the Black Tower. The higher a challenger climbs, the greater the rewards. It can break ancient curses, he whispered, or cure terminal illnesses that magic can't touch. Yiling added softly, it can even resurrect the dead. Countless hunters have thrown their lives away searching for those keys. Portals open all over the world, but actually obtaining a key, that's a 1 in a million miracle. She finished. Liu Jingran nodded. But there are no exceptions. Those who succeed become the strongest beings on the planet. Just like my siblings. Zhu Tong looked around, completely confused. Wait, everyone knows this but me. I just want to know, is this a leveling manhwa cheat code that turns me into a superstar instantly? The team replied in unison, deadpan. Sorry, you still need actual talent. Zhu Tong slumped in defeat. Ugh, buzzkills. Fine, then I'll just have to get so strong that nobody can ignore me, he grumbled. Ye Qing's gaze sharpened with determination. The prize is right in front of us. If luck is on our side, we snatch the key before they do. We'll let the raid team take the aggro while we hunt for the hidden chamber. Liu Jingran's eyes sparkled. So was recruiting me part of your master plan too? Ye Qing shrugged honestly. Not really. I just thought finding people desperate enough to be trash collectors would be easier. That blunt answer left the whole team speechless. After a tedious entry process, they finally stepped into the terrifying A-rank abyss. Emerging from the swirling purple vortex, Zhu Tong looked up and gasped. Whoa, is that actual blue sky? He bounced around like a tourist. I thought abysses were like underground dungeons. Ye Qing scanned the horizon. This is an open abyss. No walls, no ceiling, and absolutely no directions. This terrain is a death trap, Ye Qing warned. If you lose your bearings here, you wander until you die. Wu Ming groaned, kicking the ground. Sand. I hate sand. Ye Qing turned around and jumped. What the hell are you girls wearing? UV rays are the enemy of beauty. Boss. Liu Jingran replied from beneath layers of cloth. Yiling nodded. Sun protection is mandatory. Suddenly they started marching to a rhythm. Their voices rose in song. Drifting alone through the desert sands, chasing the wind across the endless lands, my soul takes flight under the burning sun. Meanwhile, Fa Xiong was losing his mind. Damn it, I hate these open maps. We have to walk miles just to find the objective. A scout checked his device. Sir Intel says the core is located at the Oasis Fortress deep in the dunes. Fa Xiong frowned. Oasis? He questioned his very existence. I haven't seen a blade of grass or a single monster. How is this boring trek classified as an A-rank zone? But his wish was granted instantly. Ambush from above, flying types have the advantage here. Get behind me. A lackey screamed at Ye Qing's group in panic. Hey, trash pickers, find a hole and hide if you don't want to die. Ye Qing didn't even flinch. Relax, Ye Qing said calmly. Those birdmen just drop people from high altitudes. Zero combat power. Liu Jing ran smirked. If you get caught by something that's slow, you deserve the fall damage. The Golden Knight bristled with rage at the insult. You dare a mere support mocking the main DPS of the Hunter Guild. Our boss was generous enough to let you scavenge our scraps. Know your place, trash. What was all the commotion? A flock of scavengers swooped down, eyes burning with a hunger to devour them whole. They dove into the fray, desperate to exterminate the winged beasts. An arrow pierced the air, striking a beast. But pain only fueled its rage. The monster snatched the archer from the ground. He screamed in terror. It's got me. Help me, you bastards. The golden-armored warrior rushed to intercept, moving like a streak of light. But fate is a cruel mistress. He was too slow. He cursed. Damn it, just a split second off. Yiling saw her opening. In a heartbeat, the beast detonated like a ticking time bomb, sending the archer plummeting to earth. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, utterly helpless. Yiling peered down from her high vantage point. I thought the Lai Xin Guild was full of elites, she scoffed. She exhaled a plume of smoke, looking effortlessly cool. Turns out they just fill their ranks with warm bodies. The ungrateful archer snarled at his savior. You distracted me, I could have dodged that. Ye Qing doused his anger with cold truth. Your footwork is trash, but your excuse-making skills are legendary. Is this truly the standard of a top-tier guild? The winged nightmares weren't finished yet. They swarmed toward the Li Xin members, throwing the formation into chaos. He ignored the fool. The man's misery was entirely self-inflicted. Let's see just how light his movements really are when death comes knocking. Ye Qing stood unwavering, his gaze locked on the sky. The beast dove, saliva dripping from its beak, starved for flesh. If it wanted a meal, Ye Qing would feed it steel. His blade cleared its sheath in a blur. The motion was so blindingly fast, even the golden warrior was baffled. What just happened? The archer trembled. Dead in one hit. He desperately clung to his delusions. Luck. It was just blind luck. You hit a weak point. I could do that easily. Suddenly, the creature screeched, making the archer jump out of his skin. Hell no! He wailed like a banshee. Save me. Ye Qing stepped forward and crushed the beast's head under his boot. He explained calmly. Eagle harpies are hypersensitive to sound. Keep screaming and you'll summon the entire flock to our location. If you value your life, shut your mouth and keep moving. Meanwhile, Fa Xiong's squad handled the remaining threats. His subordinates unleashed a barrage of attacks, decimating the flock. A mage summoned a torrent of lightning, bringing the skirmish to an abrupt end. The beasts recoiled from the crackling energy. Terrified, the survivors scattered to the winds. Fa Xiong's pride had taken a hit. Who recruited this knight and warrior? Truly a pair of incompetents. Once the mission ends, kick them out of the Lai Xin Guild. We don't carry dead weight. Fa Jiao nodded. Understood, boss. Zhu Tong looked around nervously. Are we actually safe now? Are we safe? Ye Qing reassured him. That unlucky knight only got targeted because he was screaming his lungs out. He became the priority aggro. Jingren added her expertise. These low-level monsters prioritize loud targets, specifically awakened ones who make noise, like warriors shouting skills or chanting mages. Zhu Tong's face went pale as a sheet. Wait, isn't she talking about me? Jingren continued. Since they can bypass the tank line to assassinate the back row, squishy classes in the rear are in grave danger. Zhu Tong looked ready to sew his own lips shut. I am officially mute starting now. Fa Jiao declared confidently. The harpies are spooked, they won't dare return. But the universe loves to punish arrogance. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently. What is this? An earthquake? Jingren frowned. Something is wrong. The harpies didn't flee from us. They fled from a predator. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust roared toward them. A horde of orcs stampeded forward, fighting each other to reach the prey first. Their jagged fangs gnashed in anticipation. Every single one brandished a crude, deadly weapon. Fa Xiong spotted the threat and bellowed, "Man-eating orcs!" He spun around, raising his sword to command the team. Healers drop back to the rear. Tanks form a wall in front of me. Vanguards spread out, hunt down their magic units. Fa Xiong glanced at the cliff, muttering to himself. I am a pro commander. I can control 20 units at once. Ye Qing and Wu Ming watched with stone-cold expressions. Jing Ran ground her teeth in annoyance while Yiling observed the enemy. There are so many. Zhu Tong collapsed trembling like a leaf. Suddenly a roar pierced the air. Show this trash squad the true power of Lie Xin. Yes, sir. Fa Xiong led the charge, a missile of destruction. Gripping his blade, he unleashed his skill, Titan strength. He severed an orc's head with a single swing, grinning with savage delight. He looked down on the monsters. Too weak. Meanwhile, Yiling asked, "Aren't we joining the fight?" Zhu Tong cowered. Too many, too scary. I want to go home. Bonk Yiling smacked his head. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Ye Qing didn't even look at the approaching danger. Fa Xiong wants the spotlight, let him have it. We are just here to play janitor. Boom, an orc body crashed right in front of Ye Qing's squad. The beast snarled, face twisted in hate, but before it could strike, it exploded into a bloody mist. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. That bastard did that on purpose. Fa Xiong turned back, flashing a radiant, mocking smile. Oh, my one survived, clean it up. You are the trash collectors after all. Loot dropped in front of Ye Qing. It was all garbage quality. The four of them stared at the items. Wu Ming noted, luck value has dropped significantly. Zhu Tong picked up a shield. Lai Xin won't even touch this stuff. I heard they only pick up purple tier or higher. This is gray. It's not even white tier. Ye Qing scooped up the cards, eyes shimmering as if he'd found gold. Like a true leveling Manhwa protagonist, one man's trash was his treasure. These gray items are exactly what I need. Back on the front lines, Fa Xiong was getting suspicious. Strange. Not a single blue item has dropped yet. Weird. My critical hits aren't proccing and the loot is all gray trash. He stared at two useless cards from his latest kill and raged. These aren't even worth the mana to appraise. Fa Jiao blasted an orc and called out, "It is strange. It's not just us, the orcs aren't dealing critical damage either." Fa Xiong gripped his dual blades, his face darkening like a storm cloud. Damn it. Just my luck, I spent a fortune on luck gear for nothing. Ye Qing gazed at the orcs in the distance. The main force isn't charging. Something feels off. Ting Nim analyzed the situation with a cool, detached demeanor. Monsters are typically mindless beasts. Most hunters just charge into their territory without a second thought, expecting an easy kill. Deep Keen tilted his head, eyes narrowing as he whispered. Ever since I encountered that dark elf during the hunter exam, I've felt a strange disturbance like a glitch in a system manhwa. Some monsters have evolved enough to speak. Diep Keen pointed into the distance. Look there. Two oregs are actually conversing inside that dust cloud. Fa Peng barked orders like a tyrant. Warriors hold the line. Healers pump health into those meat shields immediately. His shield absorbed the heavy oreg impact. Behind him, the archer let loose a crazed laugh. Another one down, and another. Suddenly, the earth beneath them shattered by the time someone screamed, "What the hell? Watch your six, it was too late." Oregs burst from the ground, chanting strange incantations. Two hunters were instantly ensnared in thick nets. Their screams pierced the air. The backline has been breached. Save us, damn it all. Fop Jiao froze, staring at the carnage with wide eyes. Boss, our rear guard is being slaughtered. Shouldn't we turn back and fight? Fop Hung didn't even flinch, his sword raised. You fool, we push forward, ignore them. Fop Jiao trembled. But what about our teammates? Fop Hung roared back. Let those brats take the aggro, sacrifice them to the monsters. We focus only on the front. Do not stop. The trapped hunter in the brown cloak pulled a smoke bomb. Understood. The heavy-set hunter did the same, shouting copy that. Both detonated their devices simultaneously. A thick purple haze engulfed the battlefield. Instantly, the oregs were confused, their aggro value dropping to absolute zero. The monsters stood frozen, losing their targets. But then, laughter drifting from Diep Kin's group caught their ears. The oregs turned their eyes glowing like starry predators. One beast pointed excitedly, chattering in its vile tongue. Like a tide, the oreg horde shifted direction, charging straight for Deep Keen's squad. Vuoming noticed the tremors below. Chu Thong peered over the edge. Are those stragglers from the front line? Yilong summoned a blazing fireball in her palm. No. This feels wrong. It's like they were led here on purpose. Ting Neem grinned with excitement. We haven't had a proper fight since entering the abyss. Finally, it's showtime for us. Deep Keen placed a hand on their shoulders. Keep moving. Conserve your mana and health points. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Wai Lung blinked. Wait, no magic. Deep Keen stepped forward, eyes scanning the field. It seems the oregs are baiting us into a trap. Let me test the waters first. He rested one blade on his shoulder, drawing another. Just stay behind me. I'll handle the defense alone. Before they could blink, Deep Keen launched himself like a human missile. He descended like a judgment arrow. An oreg spotted him and signaled a massive capture net shot upward to snare him. But Deep Keen vanished, only an afterimage remained. Suddenly he materialized behind them, radiating a killing intent so heavy the monsters trembled in fear. They spun around to face the source of that terrifying aura. Their eyes met his, and Boom Diep Keen sent the first Oreg flying with a single devastating blow. Two others rushed in to slice him apart. Diep Keen simply floated into the air, dodging effortlessly. His blade danced, trailing a ribbon of pure death. He touched down gracefully, the two Oregs already dead. Yilung watched in total awe while Ting Niem couldn't believe her eyes. Diep Keen. Did his power level jump again in just a few days? This is absurd, even for a leveling Manhwa. He's moving so fast I can't even track his movements. His dual blades flashed like divine artifacts. Everywhere he went, Oreg screams followed. Severed limbs rained down like broken toys. Amidst the bloodbath, his back stood tall and unyielding. To the surviving Oregs, he wasn't a human, he was the Grim Reaper himself. Terror twisted their monstrous faces. Wailing, they turned and fled. Diep Keen watched them go puzzled. Retreating already. Meanwhile, the traitors who threw the smoke bombs smirked. That group of kids must be suffering right now. Their sacrifice guarantees our safety. But suddenly, heavy, frantic footsteps thundered. The Oreg horde was stampeding straight back toward Pop Hung's team. The smirks vanished from their faces. No. This can't be happening. Is this a sick joke? Before they could process it, the horde was upon them. The damn beasts returned. The archer fired wildly, but his arrows bounced off. Agonizing screams erupted from the dust cloud. Save me. Diep Keen watched calmly from a distance, just as I thought. Unlike mindless beasts, these creatures know to target the weakest link first. When they hit a wall too hard to break, they retreat. These Oregs possess a terrifying level of intelligence. On the other side, the shield-bearer stood paralyzed, jaw on the floor. A colossal mace emerged from the swirling dust, blocking out the light. A massive Oreg brought the weapon down, crushing the tank in a single earth-shaking blow. A teammate shrieked in horror. The main tank. He was one shot, just like that. Phap Hung whipped around, screaming at the healer. Why didn't you watch his HP bar? The healer, drenched in cold sweat, stammered. I didn't even see his health drop. It went from full to 0 in a single second. The dust settled, revealing a nightmare. The giant Oreg Opma stepped forward. On its back rode a smaller shaman Oreg, clutching a magic staff. Behind them, two more massive silhouettes emerged. Phap Hung's team looked like mere ants trembling before these titans. Even the arrogant Phap Hung stepped back. These high-level Oregs were monsters among monsters. This wasn't just a raid anymore. The difficulty level had just spiked to hellish proportions. He spun around, screaming desperately. Reform the line, maintain formation. His pupils dilated in sheer terror. They were being pincer attacked. The ambush came from behind, cutting off their escape route completely. We're trapped. As the chaos unfolded, Diep Keen watched from afar, realizing the truth of this Manhwa recap moment. Those raiding Oregs were just the bait. On the battlefield, a catastrophic explosion tore through the air, shaking the entire region to its core. From the epicenter, arcs of lightning lashed out, striking the horde of orcs with devastating precision. Fabian launched himself skyward, his dual blades spinning like a vortex of death. He descended upon the orcs, slashing wildly like a human hurricane, before skidding to a halt in front of the boss monster Ogma, who carried Otella on his shoulder. He laughed like a madman, his voice dripping with arrogance. You blind beast, before my titan's strength, every single one of you is nothing but trash waiting to be crushed. The two orcs standing before Fabian simply bared their fangs, mocking him. Rage blazed in Fabian's eyes as he leaped into the air, screaming, "Die for me." Fabian's blades were primed for the kill, but Ogma's massive fist was already in motion. The two forces collided with a thunderous boom, generating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Fabian's heart pounded in shock as the impact sent him flying like a ragdoll. He scrambled up from the debris, his arms trembling, and his sword stained black from the overwhelming clash. How does this thing possess such godlike strength? Fabian's pupils dilated in pure terror as he witnessed a nightmare unfolding before him. Ogma didn't give him a second to breathe. The beast charged like a runaway train winding up for a kick. Fabian's face met the monster's massive foot, directly launching him thousands of meters away in a single brutal strike. Fabian collapsed among the ruins, his body battered and blood streaming down his face. Fargo and the rest of the squad watched in horror, their faces pale with fear. The orc captain nearby began to close in on the fallen leader just as Fabian struggled to sit up. Someone screamed out, "We need backup. Move." Disregarding their own safety, the squad rushed into the fray. They formed a defensive perimeter around Fabian to protect their captain. With the nearby orcs finally cleared, he managed to stagger to his feet on shaky legs. The archer roared as he loosed an arrow, dropping the orc in front of him. "Die, you filthy trash." Meanwhile, Ayla raised her staff, channeling her mana to activate a powerful skill. Lightning crashed down from her staff, striking the very orc the archer had just shot in the head. But the beast's eyes glowed crimson. Despite the arrow lodged in its skull, it was still moving. As if buffed by some dark magic, it lunged forward with supernatural speed. It grabbed the screaming archer, leaving everyone confused. Wasn't that thing dead? Suddenly, the orc corpses struck by the lightning began to swell rapidly. The orange-haired girl whipped her head around as a teammate shouted in panic. "What is that? Why are they still moving?" The orc corpse on the ground bloated until it was unrecognizable, glowing ominously like a living bomb. Realization struck the girl like a truck and she screamed, "It's a trap!" Necromancy corpse explosion run. Explosions chained together in a symphony of destruction. Agonized screams filled the air. "Damn it!" Someone yelled at Fabian. "The healing output can't keep up with the damage." Hearing this, Fabian barked orders to his team, frantically waving his hand. "Deploy the aggro-clearing smoke, retreat, fall back immediately." Following orders, Fargo and the others tossed smoke bombs into the sky. "Go, go." In the distance, Jay watched the smoke plumes and muttered, turning corpses into bombs. This definitely reeks of high-tier necromancy. He turned to his team perched on the cliff and warned them, "Everyone stay away from the bodies. Do not let them get close." A half-dead orc crawled toward Jay's feet, startling him for a split second. Jay looked down at the creature with cold disgust and calmly commanded inventory. Shadowy hands erupted from the ground, seizing the orc. The spectral hands dragged the remaining corpses down into the abyss, swallowing them whole. In seconds, the corpse-littered battlefield looked as if nothing had ever happened. Yiling lowered her sunglasses, her expression remaining ice-cold as she watched the scene. The bodies vanished. Next to her, Chow cheered. "The boss is seriously overpowered." Vuming walked up from behind, a smirk on his face. "You have a skill like that. This is getting interesting." Jay glanced at him with a bored expression. "I don't have time to explain the mechanics of this system manhwa logic. We need to clear the bodies to stop the necromancer from detonating them." He looked at the cloud of dust rolling toward them and sighed internally. "I thought I'd have time to leisurely loot the cores, but it looks like I have to store them first and sort them later." Fabian, leading the retreat, lit up when he saw Jay's group. "Hey, scavenger squad." He walked up to Jay with a fake smile. "I'm feeling generous today, so I'll give you guys a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Is that so?" Jay asked calmly. "Let's hear it." Fabian rambled on enthusiastically. "You guys are always looking for a chance to make a name for yourselves, right? How about I write your names in bold, colorful letters as the MVPs who assisted the Heart Hunter Guild in this A-rank mission? What do you say? Who knows, if we succeed, maybe your little scavenger squad will even level up. It would be quite the story for a manhwa recap if you guys survived." Jay rubbed his chin, pretending to consider it. "I'm just a trash collector. If I start doing other businesses, won't my hunter license get reported and revoked?" Fabian rolled his eyes, laughing it off. "My brother, why talk about reports? Didn't you say we should put aside our prejudices and work together?" He winked, trying to sell the offer with all his heart. "I sincerely invite you to join us as an allied hunter group partnering with Heart Hunter. I guarantee your safety." Jay's entire team looked at him with dead fish eyes. They stared at Fabian like he was an idiot. Just minutes ago, the battlefield had erupted like a cluster of mini atomic bombs, and standing in the center of that explosion was Agma. Sitting there now, Fabian felt a wave of frustration rising in his chest. Damn it. Standing amidst the dust, Agma realized something was wrong and growled, "This won't be easy." But instead of worrying, Fargo flashed a demonic grin. He whispered to Fabian, "We don't actually need to fight these high-level monsters head-on. This is an open abyss. We don't need to kill the boss to enter the inner zone. We can completely bypass the battle and head straight for the objective." Fabian looked anxious as he questioned the plan. "Take a detour, avoid the fight. But those monsters will actively hunt us down." Seeing Fabian hesitate, Fargo pushed his manipulation further. "Haven't you always hated those scavengers? Just lead them to that blind beast and let them play the sacrificial pawn." Hearing those sweet, poisonous words, Fabian's eyes lit up as if he had reached enlightenment. Brilliant. That's exactly what my old man would say. Fargo added fuel to the fire. "If the scavenger squad gets wiped out, it's no big deal. With your father's influence, who would dare investigate our team captain?" Fabian, still riding the high of his sinister plans, smirked arrogantly at Jay. "So I am very sincerely inviting you all." On the side, Chow looked suspicious and whispered to Jay, "Boss, these guys just want us to be cannon fodder. Don't tell me you don't see through this leveling manhwa cliché." Standing at the back, Vuming spoke up. "Even if the Heart Hunter Guild went all out, they'd be nearly wiped out. And now they invite us to join suspicious." Clearly this whole setup reeked of a trap, but Jingran didn't care. She draped an arm around Ye Qing, eager for blood. "There are plenty of elite monsters here to test our mettle. Think of it as a golden opportunity to power level. Don't waste it." Fa Xiong smirked, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. "So Ye Qing, what do you say to my proposal? We can offer you the same perks as an A-rank hunter team. And at the end, we'll even throw in a bonus cut of the spirit crystals just for you. Ye Qing stood there looking completely bewildered. Not because of Fa Xiong's shady offer, but because his own teammates were losing their minds behind it. They were shaking him like a ragdoll. Zhou Tong was screaming, "Refuse, it's suicide!" While Jingran was practically vibrating, yelling, "Let's go free XP, this is perfect." Ye Qing finally opened his mouth. Possible. But Fa Xiong cut him off, thrilled the bait had been taken. Excellent choice. That's what I like to hear. I knew you were the right man for the job. Let's move forward together. To a new era of friendship and profit. Ye Qing's expression went deadpan. He looked ready to disown them all. One side laughing maniacally, the other nursing a bruised head in despair. One shouting, "Kill everything that moves," with arms wide open. The other completely checked out. It was a total circus. Ye Qing grabbed Zhou Tong and Jingran. "Hold on a second," he told Fa Xiong. "Internal strategy meeting." Fa Xiong just scratched his head, completely confused by their antics. Sure. Zhou Tong immediately started whispering furiously. "Boss, that guy is bad news. He's been trying to get rid of us from the start." Then he saw it. Ye Qing pulled out a shimmering golden card. Zhou Tong blinked. "Boss, are you actually serious about this leveling Manhwa raid?" Ye Qing activated the card. A massive shield materialized, handed straight to Zhou Tong. "Take this. It might just save your life when things get ugly." Zhou Tong's jaw hit the floor. "Boss, this is a legendary tier shield. It rivals even Yiling's gear." It was his first time holding a mythic item. Tears welled up in his eyes as emotions crashed over him like a wave. He hugged it like a newborn baby. "I have savings. If I scratch it, I'll pay for repairs. I won't let anything happen to my precious shield." Yiling looked jealous. "Let me see." Ye Qing just waved it off with the swagger of a tycoon. "Repairs, if it breaks, toss it. I'll just get you a new one." He walked up to Jingran. "You have healing abilities, right? Knight class talent." She nodded, slightly confused. "I guess, but I suck at support skills. Even though holy healing is supposed to be a core knight ability." Ye Qing made his decision. "Great. You're the nanny." Jingran exploded. "Nanny? I am a solo diver of the abyss. I put my life on the line. I am not built for babysitting." Then they both looked over at the others, still fighting over the shiny shield like toddlers. "Just lend me your strength for a bit." Ye Qing's voice turned serious. "This time you don't charge into the fray. Your mission is to guard the backline. Protect Zhou Tong and Yiling. You're the only one with the defensive class to keep them alive. Only you can get everyone out of this awakening Manhwa dungeon safely." Meanwhile, Zhou Tong turned around. "Sis, take this. You hold it." Yiling huffed. "I'm not that weak, you know." They really looked like parents fussing over kids. Ye Qing patted Jingran's shoulder. "I'm counting on you. Keep them safe." Jingran sighed, defeated. "Fine, I get it. But wait, where exactly am I supposed to get a healing skill from right now?" Zhou Tong collapsed in despair. Ye Qing ignored him. "Your fire magic is instant cast. Target the close-range mobs, but don't kill them too close to us. The necromancer marks the bodies. 5 seconds after they drop, they get back up and explode. Walking corpse bombs. Keep a safe distance, understand?" Yiling lit a flame in her palm, grinning with confidence. "Melee mage here, I'll burn them to ash before they can even think about exploding." That sounded somewhat reassuring. Ye Qing turned to the last member. Wu Ming. Standing in the back, picking his nose like he was on vacation. He flicked a booger casually. "What are you staring at? I won't die." Ye Qing was officially done. "Whatever. Suit yourself." Ye Qing faced the group with absolute resolve. "The plan is simple. We kill the ogre boss independently. No help needed from the Heart Hunt team." Fa Xiong, watching from afar, looked eager. "My team will flank from the rear. You guys just draw the big guy's aggro. And watch out for the kid riding it. It detonates corpses." But Ye Qing's squad didn't wait. They charged straight in like a freight train, blitzkrieg tactics. Strike hard, strike fast. Fa Xiong gritted his teeth in annoyance. Are those trash-tier hunters insane? Charging without buffs, no formation. They didn't even cast a shield. He watched helplessly as they vanished into the dust and chaos of the dungeon. Fa Xiong barked orders. "We need to flank now. If they wipe before we get there, all that aggro shifts to us move." His minions shouted, "Yes, Captain." Inside the dust cloud, Ye Qing's voice cut through the silence. "Hey there, little nephew. Come to daddy." The ogres roared, killing intent, exploding boom. An explosion rocked the area. But when the smoke cleared, Ye Qing stood there, unscathed, not even sweating. The monsters lay motionless. But the battle wasn't over yet. One of the elites pulled a jagged blade ready to strike. Perched on the ogre's back, the small creature spoke. Strange guttural sounds filled the air. Ye Qing frowned. Blah blah blah. What is this gibberish? Translate that for me. The familiar blue screen of the system Manhwa interface flashed. Intellect check success. Monster language decoded. The noise turned into words in his mind. Foolish humans, we are the ogre tribe. Guardians of the valley where the emperors sleep. Intruders must die. Your blood will wash the netherworld clean. Lightning crackled from its hands. It lashed out, torturing its own kin to force a berserk state. Standing behind Yeching Jotong analyzed the ominous aura swirling ahead. That's definitely high-tier mind control magic at play. That Solomon guy is the puppet master. If we take off the head, the entire ogre squad crumbles instantly. Suddenly the earth groaned under the weight of 3 massive ogres hoisting a titanic axe. Every step was a localized earthquake. Jotong's jaw dropped in sheer terror. Holy crap, look at the size of that chopper. Even the lesser ogres trembled at the sight of the weapon. As the behemoth shouldered the colossal axe, Octella danced maniacally atop its head, casting a continuous stream of healing magic to regenerate its vitality. Jotong whimpered, calculating the odds. Mommy, help me. Look at that HP bar and armor. That axe is bigger than my entire existence. One tap from that thing and we're paced. Maybe we should have called the elite dungeon raid team. His gaze drifted to the lingering white smoke in the distance. They really are using us as bait. But we aren't exactly the type to die quietly, are we? Wu Ming turned to their leader. What's the play? Yeching's eyes narrowed as he formulated a plan. That necro shaman isn't just stalling. He turns corpses into biological bombs for massive AoE damage. I'll handle the execution of the boss. You guys are on cleanup duty. Keep the perimeter clear of trash mobs. Understood. Wu Ming didn't wait for the strategy meeting to end. He launched himself like a god of war, ignoring Yeching's shout. Hey, I wasn't finished talking. Yeching sighed, regaining his composure as he addressed the rest of the squad. Well, did the rest of you hear the plan? He gripped his blade, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. His eyes burned with resolve. Not a single one leaves here alive. Jingren smirked, blood pumping with excitement. Don't worry, we've got your back. Yiling laughed as flames danced around her. I'll turn them all into charcoal. While Wu Ming charged into the melee like a berserker, Jotong cowered behind a rock, but his mouth was still brave. I'll do my best too. The ogre horde surged forward like a tidal wave. Wu Ming met them head on, his blade weaving a tapestry of death and destruction. Every swing of his sword sent a severed head flying. It was a massacre. An ogre lunged from the shadows, but Yeching flashed in, bisecting the beast in a spray of gore before it could touch Wu Ming. He grinned. Leave the small fry to me, focus on your job. Got it. As Wu Ming returned to the slaughter, Yeching sprinted toward the towering boss, his killing intent spiking to suffocating levels. Facing the titan, Yeching showed zero fear. Behind him, the team hyped him up, though Jingran pouted amidst the chaos. I want to chop things up too. Jotong threw his hands up. That's our boss. Meanwhile, Yiling sat on a rock, bored out of her mind. Can someone please send a few enemies my way? Suddenly a chill ran down Jotong's spine. His instincts screamed danger. Speak of the devil. A squad of ogres had circled around for a pincer attack. Jotong shrieked, "Ambush 6 o'clock!" Without hesitation, Jotong unleashed his hidden arsenal. Abyssal chains, fate bind, time stagnation. Dark energy erupted, locking the enemies in place instantly. The ogres struggled against the binds, but it was useless. Seeing his crowd control work perfectly, Jotong's ego inflated immediately. I'm actually a genius. My chanting speed has leveled up. Yiling offered a backhanded compliment while charging her magic. Not bad. You're less of a burden today. Who are you calling a burden? Before he could finish, Yiling unleashed a devastating bombardment, turning the area into a fiery hellscape. Move it, idiot! She shouted. Jotong scrambled to safety, barely avoiding the blast radius, then pointed an accusing finger at the pyromaniac. I was right there, are you trying to kill me? Yiling just blew the smoke from her fingertip, looking completely unbothered. Boss said we need DPS, or they self-destruct. Maybe next time cast a shield on me instead of whining. Before the argument could escalate, another ogre burst from the ground. Jotong jumped. Again, do these guys have a mole fetish or something? Yiling didn't flinch. She vaulted into the air, appearing right in front of the beast's face. The ogre's eyes went wide with regret. Her eyes sparkled with a sadistic delight. Oh, you boys love digging holes, don't you? She blasted a torrent of concentrated fire directly into the tunnel. Let's see if this tunnel connects to hell. Dusting off her hands, she smirked at Jotong. And that is how it's done. Jotong muttered. You're more dangerous than the monsters. Jingren smiled, watching the junior members. Not bad, you two. Now get behind me. I'll tank the damage. If you get scratched, I've got heals ready. Yes, big sis, Yiling replied dutifully. But Jotong spotted movement behind Jingran. Watch your back. Jingran didn't even turn around. She simply raised her hand. Explosions can't trigger at absolute zero, right? Snap. Instantly, the rushing monsters were encased in solid glacial ice frozen mid-step. The duo cheered in unison, eyes sparkling. Big Sis is invincible, but Jingran's smile faded as she looked toward the main battlefield. Yiqing. The giant boss was unleashing a catastrophic assault on their leader. The blue screen of this leveling Manhwa system flashed as the Titan's fist smashed the ground. System alert, boss entered rage mode. Attack power plus 100%. Yiqing danced through the debris. If one hit kills me, it doesn't matter if his damage doubles. If he can't hit me, his DPS is 0. Octella screeched a command, and the ground erupted as an army of undead clawed their way to the surface surrounding Yiqing. With a single devastating strike, he completely annihilated the mob. Wella stood frozen in shock, but the spectacle before her eyes was far from over. Yiqing unleashed his ultimate technique. "I'm returning your garbage armor to you, consider it recycled," he roared. The impact sent Oct thrashing in midair, agony coursing through its veins. Before the beast could even process the pain, a massive explosion swallowed it whole. Sensing the shockwave from Yiqing's attack, Fa Xiong watched from the sidelines, grinning like a vulture waiting for scraps. "That sounds like total annihilation to me," he laughed with satisfaction. In the aftermath, Apma remained torn in half but still moving. It lifted the remains of its fallen comrade, appearing to mourn, until it suddenly shoved the corpse into its gaping maw and crunched down voraciously. Witnessing this grotesque feast, Yiqing recoiled in disgust. Devouring your own ally to power up, what a savage way to survive. The absorption was instant. Apma transformed, radiating a terrifying, violent aura that forced Yiqing to take a few steps back. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the threat. No. Instead of Oct controlling it, Oct was sealing its power. Now that the seal is broken, it has successfully evolved into a completely new nightmare. Behold the true form of the dry bone demon, Apma. The surrounding monsters were incinerated instantly, leaving only charred skeletons in its wake. Meanwhile, Jingran focused her energy on Yiling. Under her touch, Yiling's health bar began to regenerate rapidly. "Continuous contact healing restores life points steadily," she explained. "These burns will vanish in no time," Jingran assured her while maintaining the spell. Yiling managed a weak smile. "Thank you." On the other side of the battlefield, Zhou Tong was bursting with stamina, swinging his blade wildly at the beasts. "Hey, where's that weird uncle with the giant sword? Haven't seen him for ages. Don't tell me he kicked the bucket." Suddenly, Wu Ming sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and asked coldly, "Is the young master talking about me?" Yiling chimed in. "That weird uncle is alive and kicking, don't worry." But Zhou Tong wasn't having it. He launched into a tirade against Wu Ming. "Do you have zero team spirit? We're fighting a leveling Manhwa-style deathmatch here, and you're not lifting a finger to help us." Wu Ming remained stoic, completely unfazed by the insults. Finally, he spoke. "By staying away from you, I am helping you. My passive curse turns any wound you receive into a fatal critical hit. It tanks your luck stat. Miss Ren's healing output wouldn't be enough to keep 2 people alive under my influence." Hearing this, Jingran felt a pang of inadequacy. "I knew I wasn't cut out to be a nanny," she muttered. "I only joined to boost the head count, but my class is mercenary, not support." As Wu Ming spoke, massive beasts charged at him from behind with blinding speed. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. In a flash, Wu Ming swung his greatsword with surgical precision. As the monsters fell, he turned back calmly. "By the way, every monster I kill incurs a separate fee." While the others chatted, Yiqing was locked in a desperate duel with the evolved Apma. He rained down powerful blows, but suddenly the ground betrayed him. The sand beneath his feet solidified, gripping his ankles tight. His eyes went wide. "What is this? The sand is acting like a debuff, crippling my agility." Mobility was compromised, but facing a monster like Apma, fear was not an option. Yiqing focused energy into his palm, creating a gravity sphere. "I need to manipulate gravity to regain my movement speed." It was a close call. If not for his quick thinking, Apma's blade would have crushed him into paste right then and there. But he already had a plan. This sand attack only works on the ground. He realized he could dodge it easily if he took to the air. Using the ground as a launch pad, Yiqing vaulted upwards with explosive agility. Against Apma, maintaining distance is the key to victory. But mere survival wasn't enough. Yiqing hungered for more power. "No. I need to master this. I need to be stronger." Berserk mode activate. Instantly, he became a blur of motion, closing the gap in a heartbeat. He unleashed a flurry of slashes while weaving through the beast's counterattacks. After dodging a strike, he landed a vicious cut, leaving Apma no time to react. Enraged, the monster gathered terrifying energy in its palm. Apma smashed its fist down with earth-shattering force, but Yiqing was already gone, dodging with supernatural ease. He flashed behind the beast, carving another deep gash into its back. "Got you!" As he attacked, he noticed something strange within the wound. Inside the torn flesh, a purple core was cracking. But Atma wasn't finished. It wound up for a devastating counterattack, while Ye Qing was distracted. Ye Qing's reflexes were god-tier. He crossed his dual blades just in time to intercept Atma's crushing blow. However, the impact was overwhelming. The system Manhwa interface flashed. Perfect guard. Successful, but Atma's crushing strike cannot be fully negated. You take 30% damage. The force was absolute. The sword in Ye Qing's hand couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered upon impact. A split second later, the blade disintegrated before his shocked eyes. Atma's force sent him flying dozens of meters, crashing into a cloud of dust. As he tumbled, the system blared a warning. Debuff applied imprisonment. Emergency evasion disabled. Movement skills locked. His hand turned a bruised purple from the impact. "Unequip!" he shouted. But the nightmare continued. Spectral hands erupted from the earth, clawing at him. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, forcing himself up. "I need to disengage." He needed to cast a healing spell to recover the HP drained by his berserk mode. Ye Qing sprinted away, but Atma roared and gave chase. "Weapon unequip." Suddenly, Ye Qing spun around, utilizing the momentum to slip behind the monster. He was calculating, ruthless. He struck the monster's Achilles heel. The system chimed, hamstring successful. Atma's movement and turning speed plummeted. While the beast howled in agony, Ye Qing launched himself into the air, targeting the head. He rained slashes onto the back of Atma's skull, a critical assault. He glanced at the status bar. The boss's HP had dropped to 75%. He didn't stop there. Seizing the opening, he rained down a flurry of slashes in a merciless combo. The Ograma let out a guttural, blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Ye Qing grinned, adrenaline spiking as he checked the stats. Its HP is tanking. This classic leveling Manhwa strategy works. But the beast wasn't finished. Bearing razor-sharp fangs, it lunged with overwhelming killing intent. System alert, danger. The interface screamed red as the monster's aura detonated, blasting the rearguard away. Ograma unleashed its ultimate skill, War Trample. The explosion of energy was catastrophic, launching a hunter into the sky like a ragdoll before everyone's horrified eyes. The very earth shattered in a straight line of destruction. Yet Ye Qing watched the chaos with a calm, almost predatory smile. As expected, it wouldn't go down that easily. Ju Tong rushed to the fallen hunter, panic in his voice. "Big bro, are you alive? Speak to me." But before he could answer, system alert. Ograma has activated super regeneration. Debuff hamstring removed. HP recovering rapidly. 83%, 93%, 100%. As the beast stalked forward, its wounds vanished instantly. Ye Qing analyzed the situation cold-bloodedly. Its super regeneration triggers automatically if it takes 0 damage for 3 seconds. So, if we give it even a moment's respite, it just resets to full health. What a broken mechanic. Wu Ming stepped in, voice grim. Fa Xiong made the smart play by detouring. We don't need to kill this optional boss to clear the dungeon. Let's walk away. We can still catch up. But Ye Qing stood his ground, sounding almost bored. If I walk away from this loot now, I won't sleep a wink tonight out of sheer regret. I've cracked its attack pattern. Wu Ming nodded gravely, acknowledging the system Manhwa logic. 3 seconds without damage equals full recovery. That's the condition. So how do we slay an immortal monster? The corner of Ye Qing's mouth curved into a confident smirk. With my current stats, a solo raid is impossible. But if the party coordinates perfectly, it's in the bag. Ye Qing stared up at the towering behemoth. Ograma's aggro mechanic is unique. It only targets the last person to deal damage. If the melee fighters rotate attacks and juggle the aggro, we can confuse its AI and suppress its bloodlust. We need a continuous chain of attacks to prevent the super regeneration from triggering. The party nodded in unison. Understood. Wu Ming, Jingran, and I will form the vanguard. We'll rotate strikes to keep its attention bouncing between us. Yiling, you're on cleanup duty. Weave your spells between our attacks. Never let that 3-second timer tick down and we can take this boss down. Jo Tong blinked, realizing he was left out. Boss? What about me? Ye Qing replied flatly, "You just try not to die." Jo Tong's smile froze in awkward silence. "I know you have a special eye for Data Boss. So be real with me. What are our actual odds of clearing this awakening Manhwa boss?" Ye Qing glanced sideways, eyes gleaming. "About 2/10." A nearby female hunter gasped. "Excuse me, we're betting our lives on a 20% chance we should have fled with Fa Xiong. 2/10 is basically a death sentence." Ye Qing raised a single finger expression, dead serious. "We have exactly 1 attempt. If Agrama's HP resets even once the raid is over, we retreat immediately. I'll take point and hold the primary aggro to keep the backline safe. That's suicide. You'll be targeted alone." Jingran began chanting, a soft blue aura enveloping Ye Qing. "Let me tip the scales in our favor." "I trust you." Zhou Tong clenched his fist, eyes burning with resolve. I'll follow your lead to the end, no backing down. If Big Bro says we can win, then we win. I'm not running anywhere. Yiling tipped her hat, a sharp grin forming. My mana pool is overflowing. Count me in. Wu Ming scoffed coldly from the side. You're all a bunch of suicidal morons. Meanwhile, Ye Qing felt the magic surge through him. This vitality. Your healing arts synergize perfectly with my regeneration skill. It completely negates the HP drain from my double berserk state. Jingran smiled softly. I'm glad I can finally be of use to you. His face flushed with renewed vigor, looking more heroic than ever. No, you haven't just helped. You've changed the entire game. Jingran, with this continuous healing, I can activate triple berserk without burning out. Her eyes went wide. Triple berserk? Wu Ming's eyes narrowed like daggers. The self-devouring effect stacks exponentially. You're barely balancing the drain as it is. If you triple the output, your HP will hit 0 before you can blink. Ye Qing nodded. It's a gamble, but I need more power. As the dust settled, he stood alone against the behemoth, radiating intensity. System alert. A holographic window snapped open. Skill activated, blazing form. Fire element damage significantly increased. Continuous HP drain active. Yiling hovered in the air, a sea of flames raging behind her like a goddess of fire. Leave the bombardment to me. She unleashed a barrage of searing projectiles, screaming the incantation. Multi-layered fireball art. The Ograma flinched, but its reflexes were god tier. With a single swipe of its massive hand, it swatted the fireballs into sparks. It didn't stop there. A wave of terrifying aura exploded outward. Jingran dashed forward, blade raised. I won't let you touch the backline. Explosions rocked the battlefield. Zhou Tong slammed his tower shield down, magical circuits glowing as he braced for impact. Ye Qing didn't hesitate. He sprinted into the fray, barking orders over the roar of battle. Reinforce the terrain with your ice attribute, I'll draw its rage. Jingran obeyed instantly, her blade summoning a surging tide of frost. Shachum. Ujir. The ice coalesced into a slick runway. Ye Qing hit the frozen path, accelerating to blinding speeds as he closed in on the boss. Ye Qing's figure became a blur, ghosting closer to that demonic brain with supernatural speed. Overhead, a barrage of fireballs rained down, a chaotic distraction typical of an awakening Manhwa raid. Yiling gasped for air but grinned like a maniac. I've still got mana to burn. An instant later, a scorching sphere of plasma smashed right into the monster's face. Roaring in fury, the beast swatted the flames aside and smashed the ground where Ye Qing stood. But the protagonist was already airborne, defying gravity. Suddenly, a crimson death ray tore through the earth, leaving a scar of destruction. Jingran braced herself, eyes sharp, while Chu Tong just stood there, jaw on the floor. The red death locked onto her. Jingran reacted on instinct, flaring her aura to intercept. Her teeth ground together as the impact shook her to her core. It's too heavy. She channeled her mana, erecting a massive glacial wall to blunt the monster's assault. Everyone back now. She was losing the clash. Damn it, I can't hold it. Just then a blood-red window flashed before her eyes. The system Manhwa interface signaled a critical shift, aggro reset. At that moment, Wu Ming stepped in, a hand on her shoulder. Step aside. Without hesitation, his blade flashed, shattering her ice wall into a million diamonds. Ahead, the demon brain radiated a blinding apocalyptic light. Wu Ming charged, glancing back. I'll cover the rear. You have the speed, go. The very air warped as the beast unleashed a storm of horrifying weaponry. As the onslaught arrived, Wu Ming's sword sang from its sheath. Perfectly timed, Jingran vaulted overhead, weaving a fresh layer of frost in midair. From the shadows, Ye Qing descended like a god of death, dark energy billowing. Over here, ugly! He slammed a devastating skill right into its blind spot. The monster's eyes glowed crimson with bloodlust gripping its blade. But Jingran was faster. Frost climbed up its limb, freezing the weapon arm solid. The ice spread like a plague towards its face. The system blared. Freeze accumulation 15%. A shout cut through the chaos. Pullback range phase. Jingran nodded, retreating with fluid grace. Understood. Behind the frozen beast, Ye Qing materialized, radiating suffocating killing intent. He landed another heavy blow, staggering the giant. Yiling pour on the damage. The fire mage tossed aside her water cup, her aura igniting into a blazing inferno. On it, her signature fireballs launched like artillery shells, engulfing the entire zone in a catastrophic explosion. The demon brain reeled, dazed by the combo. But its rage boiled over. It slammed the ground, sending shockwaves of earth and dust that forced Yiling to scramble for cover. Ye Qing didn't let up, pummeling the beast. The system tracked its vitality, plummeting 78%, 69%, 63%, a true leveling Manhwa beatdown. The monster snapped. A massive fist flew out, snatching Ye Qing out of the air like a fly, but Wu Ming was already moving his blade, seeking blood. With a flash of steel, he severed the monster's arm, sending Ye Qing flying free. The MC landed lightly, grinning at his teammate. Beautiful work. His eyes shone with calculation. Perfect timing. We kept the damage window open for exactly 2 seconds. Ogrima hasn't entered its super regeneration phase yet. If we keep this up, this boss is already dead meat. Instantly, Ye Qing's face hardened into a mask of command. Everyone keep the pressure up. Wu Ming bowed his head slightly. Roger that. Jingren clicked her tongue. I'll keep it locked down. Yiling chugged water to cool her overheating body. The monster glared its eyes like high beams from hell. She lobbed another sun-like sphere, detonating it on impact. Panting, she wiped sweat from her brow. This guy just won't shut up, so annoying. Suddenly, the system interface flashed red target locked Yiling. The burning head shrieked a sound that tore at their sanity. A massive axe came hurling through the smoke. Yiling froze, eyes wide, unable to react in time. Ye Qing saw it coming. Jingran blocked that axe now. She raised a glacier, but the force was too great. It's going to break through. Meanwhile, Chu Tong watched from the sidelines, his mind a chaotic mess. Wu Ming and Jingren launched desperate attacks, trying to peel the hatred marker off their mage. Yiling had to keep casting to stop its health regen. A 3-second gap meant failure. Chu Tong remembered Ye Qing's cold words. And me, what do I do? You just try not to die. Those words crushed him. He knew the leader had a special ability. He could see the hidden stats of every target. I have to ask, Chu Tong had stammered. What are our winning odds? Ye Qing's answer still echoed. I'd say 2%. Even Yiling had been floored in this Manhwa recap moment. We're risking violent death for a 2% shot at victory. We'd be better off running away with Fa Xiong's losers. But in the present, something snapped in Chu Tong. He charged, he slammed his shield down, intercepting the spinning axe of death. He roared, veins bulging. Over here! Look at me, you ugly motherfucker! The scene shifted to a dark, lonely room. Damn it. I just wanted to make some quick cash. He had chased a foolish dream of stardom, a dream he knew he didn't deserve. His eyes were dead. I'm trash, he whispered. I can't even rap properly. I lisp, I stumble, my flow is garbage. Every time he tried to take the stage to grab that microphone, a hand would always push him back down. It was his own hand. You're not cut out for this, his inner demon whispered. The real Chu Tong could only smile bitterly. You're right, he admitted as the shadow faded. I failed at music. I failed at support. I shouldn't even be here. But listen, the stage needs a spotlight. And the battlefield is no different. Do you know what the spotlight truly represents? In his mind, Chu Tong gripped the mic, his voice low. Yeah, I heard something about that recently. They say the spotlight makes the star, makes the hero. But I've always wondered, what exactly is that light illuminating? Is it just talent, dreams, courage? Or just a delusion of grandeur? I truly believed that once I grabbed the mic, the spotlight would belong to me alone. But the demons lurking in the dark whispered the cruel truth. Chu Tong, you were never meant for this stage. And reality, it hit him like a truck. Their insults cut deep, freezing him in place. In the end, he was just trash. He ground his teeth, his pride shattered into a million pieces. Fine, I admit it. I don't have the charisma to ignite a crowd with a single verse. But I refuse to accept this fate. I'm sick of standing in the shadows, watching others bathe in glory while I'm not even worthy to approach the light. I just wanted to stand at the center, to feel the warmth of that spotlight on my skin, even if only for a fleeting heartbeat. The inner demons clung to him like parasites, whispering venom. Why throw your life away? Trash belongs in the gutter with the rest of the garbage. Trash, that word echoed. Yet Chu Tong reached out, desperate to grasp that fleeting moment of significance. He stretched his hand toward the metaphorical spotlight, chasing a dream that always seemed just out of reach. It doesn't matter anymore. Even if I never become a rap legend on this battlefield, I will be the main character for once. Chu Tong roared, charging forward with a curse on his lips. Screw this destiny. As the razor-sharp axe descended, he raised his shield. This is it, my moment of glory. The impact was devastating. Blood sprayed from his mouth, as the overwhelming force sent him flying like a broken ragdoll. Chu Tong, Ye Qing screamed, horror filling his eyes. Dark energy erupted from his hand, shaking the very earth. Gravity vortex. In an instant, Ye Qing's mana seized the massive weapon. With a violent swing of his arm, he commanded the giant blade to rise against gravity. The projectile tore through the air past the brain demon. The monster's eyes rolled back, exposing the whites as it bared its hideous, rotting teeth. Ye Qing unleashed hell. His aura exploded around him. Triple berserk debris floated into the air, suspended in a crimson domain of pure rage. The rocks melted into liquid mana, swirling into the spell. The brain demon stood frozen, its glowing eyes the only thing visible in the red haze. Ye Qing ground his teeth, his voice a low growl of absolute malice. I'm going to pulverize every single bone in your body. Jingren, frantically casting healing arts on Chu Tong, stared in disbelief. That's not ice. He superheated the sand into crystal. His power level is insane. Yeqing launched himself into the air. The brain demon's tentacles lashed out like vipers, but he weaved through them with godlike agility. But the beast was cunning. A hidden tentacle slammed into him midair. Yeqing took the hit, regained his balance instantly, and grabbed the appendage, riding it skyward. He drove the crystallized spike straight into the monster's flesh. Agony ripped through the beast, its ear-piercing shriek shaking the heavens. Beautifully done, Jingran cheered. But Yeqing wasn't finished. He turned into a blur of violence, stabbing the creature over and over again. With every strike, the system flashed the damage report. HP dropping 40%, 30, 20. Yeqing channeled everything into a critical blow. 10% left. His eyes blazed with killing intent. This was the end. The crystal spear pierced clean through the demon. Yeqing conjured a purple sphere of condensed magic and crushed it in his grip. He shoved the volatile orb directly into the gaping wound. The brain demon convulsed, screaming in absolute excruciating torment. Boom, the monster's head was blown clean off its body, disintegrating into gore. HP 0. As the dust settled, Yeqing's voice cut through the silence. How is Zhou Tong? Jingran assessed the damage quickly. That shield's invincibility buff activated at the last second. It bought him a sliver of a chance. I'm pouring all my mana into healing him, but my recovery skills are too low rank. I can barely keep his heart beating. Guilt washed over Yeqing. This is on me. I should have respected the cruelty of the abyss. I was arrogant to let you all carry this burden. Just then Zhou Tong's weak voice whispered, Boss, I'm just glad. I wasn't useless for once. I finally made it, to the center stage. Yeqing narrowed his eyes, a profound sorrow hiding behind his stoic gaze. He turned his back on them. Liu Jing ran Wuming Yiling. The mission is aborted. Get Zhou Tong back to the Abyss Gate immediately. I'm going deeper alone. Jingren froze, stunned. What are you talking about? Are you insane? Yeqing stared at the chaotic aftermath, the remains of the brain demon swirling in the magic vortex. Every second of this battle was like dancing on a blade's edge. His heart pounded like a war drum. Without a will of steel, the terror would have broken him. He had grown stronger, but lost a piece of himself. Suddenly, a notification chimed, a classic trope of a leveling Manhwa passive skill acquired, Whitebone Mastery. He gazed into the abyss, and the abyss gazed back, mocking him from the darkness, laughing at his insignificance. Hearing this, tears streamed down Zhou Tong's face. I'm sorry. I tried to crash the stage, but I just ended up being dead weight again. In the end, I'm still just a useless extra. Yeqing stood silent, unable to force out a typical shonen speech of encouragement. Why did the words die in his throat? What was he afraid of? Should he tell him to keep risking his life for glory, or admit that safety is better than dreams? Meanwhile, the system coldly harvested the brain demon's corpse. The abyss doesn't believe in fairy tales. It has no pity for the weak. That's why the comforting lies wouldn't come out. Yeqing stepped into the purple portal, his hair whipping in the dimensional wind. As he emerged, he stumbled upon a gruesome sight, a field of rotting corpses left behind. Yeqing analyzed the scene. The Heart Hunter squad might have dodged the boss, but it looks like the trash mobs caught up to them on the detour. Examining the grisly aftermath, he noted with relief that no members of the Leap Tom squad were among the dead. Their advance was proceeding far smoother than expected. Suddenly, the system chimed with a sharp notification: smoke bomb deployed. Yeqing gripped the item tight. The Valley King stood ahead like an iron fortress, a guardian that made stealth impossible for anyone wanting to reach the depths. Staring at the object, he scoffed. The Lai Xin Guild had prepared for a sneak run, hoping to grab the abyss loot without a fight, a classic leveling Manhwa strategy. But Yeqing's eyes went dead cold as he activated his observation skill. These weren't normal warriors. They were hulking monstrosities with sluggish movements. However, their raw power was catastrophic. A single hit carried enough force to instantly one-shot even a high-tier berserker. Yeqing looked at the rusty artifact and sneered. He had no intention of hiding. Suddenly, massive shadows blocked out the sun surrounding him in broad daylight. A terrifying black aura exploded from Yeqing, masking his expression in darkness. The beasts roared, their jaws gaping wide to reveal fangs dripping with the promise of death. Yeqing raised his blade, ready for the slaughter. Meanwhile, at a rocky outcrop, a group of battered hunters stood before ancient ruins, one man slamming his fist into the wall. Fa Xiong ground his teeth, rage boiling over. What is this? Isn't this the end of the abyss? Where is the treasure? The final reward has to be here. It's just this damned stone gate. Fa Jiao stepped forward, placing a trembling hand on the unyielding surface. Boss, the system prompt says we need the Guardian's Amulet to unlock the seal. Fa Xiong's brow twitched violently. What Guardian's Amulet? We didn't see a single Guardian on the entire path here. He pointed accusingly at the cryptic runes. Boss, we spent the whole run avoiding combat. Naturally, we didn't loot any key items. Cold sweat dripped down Fa Jiao's face. According to the lore, the amulet probably drops from the patrol elites outside the canyon. You mean the trash mobs we let the fodder teams distract? You're telling me we have to go back outside and kill them now? Fa Zhao sighed in defeat. I'm afraid so. Fa Xiong spun around barking orders. How many smoke bombs do we have left? We need to stealth our way back. A bald lackey raised empty hands. None left, boss. The armored warrior shook his head. I'm dry too. Fa Xiong ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. Fine. Then we carve a bloody path back. Fa Zhao let out a bitter, hopeless laugh. With our current state impossible. We can't take down a boss. Our main tank is already dead. Our warlock and ranger are gone. We're down to one healer and he is completely out of mana. Why is my luck so trash today? Did that cursed brat jinx us? Just then a familiar shadow emerged from the gloom like a ghost in a manhwa recap. Looking for this guardian's amulet. Fa Xiong, who was choking Fa Zhao in rage, froze instantly at the sound of that voice. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell, you're still breathing? Yi Qing looked calmer than a still lake. Thanks to you, I'm not just alive. I'm thriving. Fa Xiong burst into malicious laughter. Only you survived. Did you use your brothers as bait to escape? Seems your squad ended up even worse than mine. Total annihilation, huh? Ye Qing brushed past him without a care. Let's not pretend you have the moral high ground here. Unlike you, I don't treat my team like fodder. I ordered them to retreat. He slotted the amulet into the wall, and the ancient mechanism groaned to life. As the three walked into the darkness, Fa Xiong narrowed his eyes. That amulet. You used your thief skills to steal it from the boss, didn't you? Fa Zhao nodded, analyzing. A legendary tier steal skill allows a user to strip items from an enemy without killing them. It is a rare feat. He frowned, looking down on Ye Qing. But isn't his public class just a lowly scavenger? I could believe a legendary scavenging skill, but theft. Since when do trash collectors have rogue skills? Ye Qing glanced back, his voice flat. Stop overthinking. I killed the monster. That's all. Bullshit. Even our full squad couldn't handle it. How could a solo trash tier like you do it? To silence them, Ye Qing casually punched the stone wall. Boom! The rock shattered like glass. The duo's jaws dropped. Ye Qing smirked. You want to test my strength personally? Fa Xiong's face flipped instantly. Brother, I knew you were a hidden master. You're truly incredible. Since we're all here, we are partners, right? My team still has some bodies to throw at the problem. What if the final room has a puzzle that requires multiple people? You can't solo everything. Ye Qing shrugged, bored. Suit yourself. Fa Xiong pressed on. Inside the abyss, power is law, but once we leave, you'll need my connections to raise your hunter rank. As they descended the stairs, Fa Xiong kept yapping. This is a fair trade. By tradition, abyss loot is split by head count. Lai Xin has 5 members, you have 1, so the split is 5 to 1. Suddenly 3 beams of light shot out from the dark. Ye Qing sensed it instantly. Scatter, it's a trap. One lackey reacted too slow. Slash invisible blades minced him into chunks of meat before he even hit the floor. Ye Qing sighed, watching the blood pool. Well, looks like the split just became 4 to 1. Moments later, the survivors collapsed, gasping for air. Damn it! Finally safe. Fa Xiong panted. Those traps were nightmares. Surely that's the last of them. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed as the system window flashed red. Warning trap detected. He scowled. Is this a system manhwa glitch? These traps are endless. Tired of waiting, he smashed his fist into a support pillar. The massive stone column crashed down, triggering every remaining trap in a chaotic symphony of destruction. In the blink of an eye, dazzling stars ignited the darkness above. Fa Xiong and Fa Zhao stood paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor in sheer disbelief at the celestial spectacle. Yet Ye Qing remained an ice-cold statue, his voice cutting through the air. Move. Everyone scrambled in terror as a wave of raw power erupted from him, a barrier rising to meet the rain of falling arrows. His energy surged, wrapping around every lethal projectile like a living web. Another stream of power seized the arrows, forcing their deadly momentum to a grinding halt. With a casual snap of his fingers, Ye Qing declared, "The traps are obliterated. You may all proceed." Fa Xiong gasped, his mind reeling. Are all your attributes dumped purely into strength? Fa Zhao was equally shook. What kind of skill was that? I have never seen it in any awakening manhwa before. They continued down the gloomy corridor lit only by faint, scattered beams. Fa Xiong could not wrap his head around it. What kind of monster was this guy? He destroyed the entire mechanism with a single blow, yet his expression remained as tranquil as a still lake. Fa Zhao whispered urgently, "Boss, we should probably keep our mouths shut. We might still need him to shield us from more traps ahead." The leader clicked his tongue and cursed, "Scared of what? He is alone while we are 5 strong." Recovering his bravado, Fa Xiong stepped forward, plastering a fake, friendly grin on his face. Why did our good friend stop so suddenly? Is something wrong up ahead? But then, an unseen force made him freeze in his tracks. Before them lay a blinding ocean of glittering gold. Their greed instantly took over, eyes shining brighter than the treasure itself as they rushed forward. The deeper they went, the more their jaws dropped. The gold was piled high like a mountain. Unbelievable. Fa Xiong snatched up a diamond. I have never seen a mana crystal with such high purity, Fa Jiao agreed. With these riches, why would we ever need to scavenge for scrap again? Another member laughed in pure ecstasy. We struck the jackpot, we are rich. Seeing everyone gathering the jewels, Fa Xiong snapped his fingers and barked orders. Hey, dump everything else out of your backpacks. Fill them only with this treasure. We are returning home as kings. The group cheered in agreement. Yes, boss. While they celebrated, Ye Qing felt no excitement. Instead, a chill ran down his spine. Something was off. He watched gold coins trickle down from the peak, sensing a subtle, dangerous vibration. The coins began to rain down harder. Ye Qing's eyes widened in horror as the system Manhwa interface flashed a crimson warning, dragon detected. Ye Qing instantly shifted into combat stance. Dragons were mythical entities in the abyss, recorded only in S-rank abyss worlds. Across the entire globe there had been fewer than 5 sightings in history. From the glistening mound of gold, a pair of majestic horns slowly pierced the surface. It was Novelis, and she looked thoroughly displeased. Someone has disturbed my slumber, she murmured. Seeing a woman rise from the gold, Fa Xiong's expression shifted from greed to lust. Novelis rested her chin on her hand, her voice dripping with disdain. You lowly creatures. Strip off all your high-grade equipment and leave it here. She reclined back onto her bed of gold, waving them away like flies. Leave respectfully, and I might pretend I never saw you. The group stood in stunned silence as she drifted back to sleep. Fa Xiong could not believe his ears. Am I hearing things? A monster that can speak in inhuman language, no less. Suddenly, Novelis jolted awake, panic flashing across her face. I almost fell asleep. Wait, I actually did fall asleep for a second. She glanced down, realizing the 4 intruders were still loitering there. Oh, you are still here, greedy species. Even your breath fouls the air with a stench that makes me nauseous. Novelis's eyes flared with a mesmerizing golden light. Oh my. She rose slowly, her movements as graceful as they were terrifying. Filthy trash, daring to step into my domain, Novelis said with deadly calm. You have truly soiled my golden floor. Ye Qing's expression did not soften in the slightest. Fa Xiong, however, smirked with misplaced confidence. A humanoid monster. This is a rare find in the monster database, and a beauty at that. Brothers, if we kill this first-of-its-kind creature and register it in the illustration library, think of the glory we will gain. Fa Jiao sensed the overwhelming aura and tried to intervene. Boss, we should really listen to her and leave. This woman is not simple. She might be a dungeon boss. Fa Xiong glanced at him, his eyes filled with reckless greed. Scared of what? She is just a pretty monster guarding a treasure hoard. We are 5. Why should we fear one female? Besides, her aggro seems locked on that scavenger kid, so we can ambush her. But the moment Fa Xiong finished speaking, Novelis raised her hand, summoning a crackling bolt of energy. The energy solidified into razor-sharp projectiles, riding the wind to bombard their position with devastating force. Fa Xiong screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Mother of God, what is happening? Ye Qing was also targeted, forcing him to instantly raise his guard. Novelis shot into the sky from her golden peak, sending coins scattering like shrapnel. The wind pressure she generated was so intense it stripped the dust from the very ground. She drifted through the air, descending toward Ye Qing. Locking eyes with him, Novelis spoke softly. So, little brother, gold crystals or shiny trinkets? She crossed her arms, her posture teeming with provocation. You must have something to offer me as tribute, correct? Fa Xiong was dumbfounded. What, this monster is actually a money-grubbing demon? Suddenly, Novelis's gaze locked onto an object tucked away in Ye Qing's pocket. Without a word, she used her magic to teleport the item straight into her hand. Ye Qing's composure shattered as he lunged forward. That is mine. Do not touch it. Novelis looked unimpressed, her face twisting in displeasure. This is just a piece of junk. Why do you guard it like a treasure? How laughable. Ye Qing's eyes went cold and lifeless, his teeth grinding together. Every monster has a weakness, even a dragon. As long as it has a health bar, it can be killed. As he activated his observation skill, Novelis pursed her lips, instantly recognizing the special ability prying into her status. She casually snapped her fingers. Pop Ye Qing's left eye exploded in a burst of blood. Novelis caught the spherical eyeball in her hand. Trying to use a probe skill on me. She laughed cruelly. I will take your eye as the tribute then. While Ye Qing clutched his empty socket in agonizing pain, Novelis tossed the bloody organ straight into her mouth. Ye Qing witnessed the gruesome sight with his remaining eye. Pure, unadulterated fury consumed him. His aura detonated, instantly activating Berserk mode, double multiplier. But that was not the limit. The air screamed as his power spiked even higher. Berserk mode triple multiplier. Waves of violet aura erupted around Ye Qing, illuminating the gloom. In the darkness, his remaining eye flashed with a deadly razor-sharp intent. Gripping his blade, he vanished, reappearing instantly before Novellis in a blur of speed. He showed no mercy for her beauty, driving his sword toward her in a lethal arc. But Novellis simply smiled and flicked her finger against the blade with casual ease. The impact was catastrophic. Ye Qing was blasted backward, carving a deep trench into the stone floor as he crashed. As he struggled to rise, the terrifying truth hit him. Her power level wasn't just high, it was completely off the charts. This wasn't a monster. This was a true god walking among mortals. Fa Xiong watched in horror and roared. This woman is way beyond any monster in our database. Panic setting in, he grabbed a mysterious artifact and hurled it with all his might. I have got the loot, time to bail. The artifact detonated upon impact, erupting into a massive cloud of white smoke that swallowed Novellis whole, blinding her instantly. Through the thick haze, her silhouette remained unmoving like a ghost. Fa Xiong, stuffing his pockets with diamonds, barked at his team. Move it, you idiots. Leave the heavy stuff, just grab the gems and run. Hurry up. But escape was a fantasy. A massive spectral maw materialized in the smoke, rows of razor-sharp teeth parting to reveal a core of molten magic. In a heartbeat, it unleashed a breath of pure destruction toward the thieves. Fa Xiong was engulfed instantly. The inferno consumed his flesh, turning the entire chamber into a blazing sea of fire that screamed of death. Miraculously, Fa Xiong survived the initial blast. Watching his comrades turn to ash, his eyes bulged with madness and fear. Damn it, damn this entire dungeon. His greed, however, was stronger than his fear. His gaze locked onto a massive diamond rolling across the floor. Those fools, he thought. They hesitated. I just need to be quick. Dragging his broken body, he crawled toward the gem. Just one. One stone is enough to set me up for life. But the moment his fingers brushed the treasure, a violent energy pulse erupted. He froze, looking up in terror. The smoke had cleared, and Novellis was no longer human. Looming over him was the majestic, terrifying pressure of a dragon with eyes that pierced the soul. You dare steal from my hoard with your filthy hands. Her voice boomed like thunder. You have got some nerve, little thief. Her massive scaled claw slammed onto the ground before him. Ripples of light washed over the claw, shrinking and reshaping it until it became a flawless human leg. Novellis stood before him once more in human form, her eyes glowing with absolute zero malice. Did no one tell you a dragon's treasure carries a scorching curse? Fa Xiong suddenly shrieked, realizing the diamond in his hand had turned searing hot. The heat charred his skin black, forcing him to toss the gem away while howling in agony. But in that chaotic moment, a sharp blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at Novellis. Her reflexes were god-tier. She barely turned her head, and her sheer aura shattered the incoming steel into harmless shards. Novellis clicked her tongue. What a waste of good metal. It was Ye Qing again. She sneered at him. Even the trash is trying to ambush me now. Green mana swirled around her fingertips as she glanced at Fa Xiong, who was still trying to limp away with the gem. Perhaps I should teach you the true meaning of reincarnation. The pressure in the room spiked, forcing Ye Qing to his knees. The sheer density of her killing intent was suffocating, freezing his very blood. Novellis raised 2 fingers. A beam of concentrated energy shot forth, ignoring Ye Qing and striking the fleeing Fa Xiong. His scream tore through the dungeon. A blinding explosion swallowed him whole. When the light faded, there was nothing left, not even ash. Dusting off her hands, Novellis turned her cold gaze back to Ye Qing. You know, compared to maggots who steal gold, I much prefer a wild dog that knows how to dig for bones. She stepped closer, her presence overwhelming. Tell me, mongrel, what scent did you follow here? Ye Qing looked her in the eye and answered the key to the Black Tower. The air in the room froze. Novellis grabbed him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Insolent brat! A low-level scavenger dares to speak of my greatest treasures. Do you forget you stand before a dragon? Ye Qing didn't fight back, but his eyes pleaded with a calculated desperation. Just give me the key, and I will vanish from your hoard forever. Novellis remained unmoved, her expression like ice. Why should a dragon listen to the barking of a dog? But then dark energy swirled in Ye Qing's palm, forming a void sphere. Because he said calmly, I have an offer you literally cannot refuse. Before she could react, spectral hands erupted from the void, tearing open a massive dimensional gate right in the middle of her treasure room. A powerful suction force kicked in. Gold coins and artifacts began flying into the portal. Novellis shrieked in horror. No, my babies. She darted back and forth, frantically trying to grab her loot, even biting the spectral hands like a possessed woman. Stop it. Stop it right now. I will slice you into 1,000 pieces. Ye Qing just smirked, watching the chaos unfold. Even if you kill me, the void consumes everything. It won't stop until your hoard is empty. Just admit defeat. Novelist looked on with teary eyes, her pride crumbling. You absolute devil, Ye Qing pressed his advantage. Decide now. Give me the key or watch 10,000 years of collected treasures vanish into nothingness. He clenched his fist and the vortex spun faster, threatening to swallow a pile of artifacts. It is just a pile of junk to me, he taunted. Novelist screamed, powerless to stop the spell. Stop, you shameless corpse-eating wild dog. She stomped her feet in a tantrum, watching her precious collection float away. Ye Qing grinned. This was going perfectly. As the items vanished, the system chimed in his mind. Collection complete. The eternal freeze skill has been retrieved. This was a classic Manhwa recap moment where the underdog flips the script. Novelist reached out weakly, her voice trembling. That was the 18th birthday gift for the 1352nd Dragon Prince. The portal swallowed a flame that had burned for eons. The system coldly announced item has no recycle value. Extinguished in the void. Another spectral hand grabbed an ancient book. Novelist lunged for it, desperate. Not the ancient scroll, and not those sapphire boxes. Those contain the fallen baby teeth of my ancestors. Don't you dare touch them. That spear has tassels made of dragon scales. She wailed like a child, tears streaming down her face. Spit them out. Make the portal spit them out. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. Then trade me the Black Tower key. Unless you want the first reversed scale of the Snow Dragon King to become space dust. A devilish smile played on his lips. Novellis finally broke. She nodded, furiously defeated. I will give it. I will give it to you. It is just a rusty old key anyway. Take it and stop. Moments later, the deal was struck. They arrived at a massive, shadowy structure looming in the distance, the legendary archive of dragon knowledge. Novellis guided Ye Qing down the endless corridor, her voice echoing with pride. You know the dragon race craves more than just shiny baubles. We are the ultimate collectors of forbidden knowledge. With a heavy creak, she pushed open the sealed entrance. It had been 300 years since a living soul set foot here. The stagnant air was so thick with gloom and ancient dust that it sent Ye Qing into a coughing fit. His sharp gaze swept over the neglect. Seriously, you guys missed spring cleaning for about 2 centuries, didn't you? Before him lay a colossal library suddenly illuminated as phantom candles flickered to life. Novellis stepped carelessly over piles of scattered tomes, treating history like a carpet. Worried these ancient scrolls won't make a big enough fire, she teased, patting a spot next to her. Have a seat. Ye Qing waved her off coldly. I'll pass. Just give me what I came for. She produced a mysterious box from thin air. Behold the key to the Black Tower you so desperately seek. Suddenly, a sinister dark aura erupted from the container, chilling the air. Ye Qing reached out, but Novellis snatched it back with lightning speed. What's the meaning of this? He demanded. She let out a dry chuckle. Did you really think I'd hand it over that easily? Resting her chin on her hand, the greedy dragon began her negotiation. You swallowed half my treasury before. It's only fair you pay a little interest now, don't you agree? His voice cut through the silence of the massive library. You called me a scavenger dog eating rotting corpses, remember? Where would I get treasure to pay you? Novellis grinned mischievously. My nose is absolute little scavenger. Even if you smell like garbage, I can scent the aroma of legendary artifacts hidden deep within your dimensional storage. Here's the deal, 100 divine artifacts in exchange for the Black Tower key. If you're generous, I might even throw in some premium service. How about it? Ye Qing forced a stiff smile. You really are obsessed with wealth. But tell me, Novellis, what happens if I refuse? She crossed her arms, radiating arrogance. Stray dog, I know your capabilities. Coughing up 100 artifacts is nothing for a system Manhwa protagonist like you. If I could traverse the gates to other worlds like you do, I wouldn't need your scraps. Alas, I am bound here, so pay up. Realizing he had no choice, he sighed in defeat. He summoned his storage sphere, and Novellis's eyes instantly glowed with greed. With a wave of his hand, a cascade of frozen treasures poured out, flooding the floor. The dragoness practically danced with joy amidst the loot. Ignoring her celebration, Ye Qing asked coldly, satisfied. Yet Novellis was too busy admiring a magnificent weapon. I've never seen a divine item like this before. Seeing her distracted, Ye Qing turned to the table and grabbed the black box. However, the gem on the lid suddenly pulsed with a terrifying blood-red miasma. A holographic system window instantly materialized before his eyes. Alert, you have been inflicted with the forbidden curse Shadow of Death. All attributes reduced to 1 point. Skills sealed. Instant death will trigger in 5 days. What the hell? Ye Qing roared in shock. While he faced imminent doom, Novellis was happily rolling around in her new pile of artifacts. Isn't this the treasure that old geezer hid in his magic vault? When did you manage to steal this from him? You really are a capable little stray dog. Ye Qing, surrounded by the ominous death aura, grit his teeth and spun around. I asked for the key, not a death trap, he shouted. She shot him a glacial look. I gave you the object as promised. Whether the container is cursed is hardly my concern. Ye Qing felt his patience snap. I should have known. Making a deal with a dragon never ends well. Novelist sensed the shift in the air. Oh, the biting dog hasn't tasted the treat yet. Remember the special service I promised. She cuddled a golden artifact affectionately. It's a reward reserved only for the child who brings us such magnificent fortune. Ye Qing lunged forward and seized her dragon horn. Let go, are you crazy? She shrieked, struggling wildly. That connects directly to my reverse scale nerves. You brute. Somewhere in the shadows, a witness watched the scene unfold. Does this trash really intend to add an ancient dragon to his collection? Ye Qing's killing intent boiled over. Stop giving me useless garbage. Fix this. Or not only will I take back my 100 items, but I'll turn this entire library into dust. Novelist realized he wasn't bluffing. She sat up, voice trembling. Listen. You must find the gate to the other world. Inside lies the ultimate sanctuary that can rewrite the laws of life and death. That is the only way to break the curse. It was too vague. Ye Qing tightened his grip. Spit it out. Give me more coordinates. Stupid dragon. Where is this gate? That is all the information I can give. The rest is up to your own instincts. He panted heavily, grinding his teeth in fury. Don't you dare dodge responsibility. You are the one who handed me this vile curse. How am I supposed to fight monsters with my stats reduced to 1? She laughed nervously. Listen, little stray. Normally a dragon can't lift this curse, but I am Novellis. I am no ordinary worm. For a total of 500 divine artifacts, I can help you suppress the curse's effects. Ye Qing released her jaw, dropping in sheer disbelief. If you try to extort me one more time, I will empty your entire house right now. Novellis quickly lowered her voice. Installments are available, and for my favorite stray dog, I might even offer a slight discount. She rubbed her face against the treasure pile with a twisted, greedy smile. Just give me the remaining 100 items in your inventory now, and you can owe me the other 400. Ye Qing turned blue with rage, his body shaking. You really know how to kick a man when he's down. With a furious wave, he dumped a massive pile of high-tier weapons onto the floor. Take them. Novellis caught them with glee, giggling like a maniac. Watching her celebrate, Ye Qing felt a vein pop in his forehead. I can't believe I got scammed by this lizard again. This better work. But Novellis wasn't done. Since you owe me 400 divine artifacts, I can't just let you die or run away, can I? She then spat a glowing eyeball from her mouth. It was a dragon's eye destined for Ye Qing. Without hesitation, she tossed it toward him. As Novellis, I must protect my assets until the debt is paid. The mystical eye slammed into Ye Qing's empty socket with brutal force. He clutched his face, screaming as agony surged through him. Novellis emphasized every word. I am a dragon. Ye Qing sensed a sudden shift. In an instant, his consciousness faded, and the world blurred into darkness. What's with that look? You dare glare at me again? Ye Qing froze. The reality hit him hard. He wasn't just anywhere, he was standing in a hall of monsters, a physical manifestation of a cursed domain. He checked his vitals, stunned by the realization. It was undeniable his vision had returned to crystal clarity, and his hands were completely healed. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted, demanding his attention. The sheer pressure of this unknown entity made the entire dimension tremble. Ye Qing focused on the source, his expression darkening. Standing before him was a mirror image of himself, and the system flashed a terrifying notification. Demon Ye Qing. The creature spoke with a voice echoing from the depths of hell. Filthy human. You will never defeat a superior demon. Watching this unfold, Ye Qing realized the cruel nature of this trial. To break the curse, did he have to kill his own reflection? The demon stepped from the shadows. The system warned transcendent state active. All attributes increased by 30%. The beast laughed maniacally. I possess all your skills, but within this cursed domain, my existence is far superior to yours. Ye Qing was thunderstruck. This monster even possessed the transcendent state. The demon raised his blade, a sneer twisting his face. Deep down, you know the truth. I am the absolute existence. You cannot win. In a blink, the enemy lunged. Ye Qing barely reacted so fast. He sidestepped a fatal blow just in time, instantly summoning his dual daggers to counterattack. But the gap was too wide. Ye Qing was immediately put on the defensive, forced back by the demon's overwhelming power. Facing this, evolved predator cold sweat dripped down Ye Qing's forehead. Every move I make, he counters before I even start. I can't find a single opening. The demon roared, soul seizure. A spectral mist enveloped Ye Qing. What is this? The beast licked his lips, savoring the taste. Delicious. The scales of victory are tipping in my favor. My attacks extract your very attributes. Every slash of my blade shreds your soul apart. As we fight, I slowly become you. I will devour your spirit piece by piece until nothing remains. The monster charged again. Yeching had no choice but to meet the assault head-on. Their weapons collided, steel screeching against steel in a deafening spark. Yi King retreated, using his agility to aim a thrust at the demon's heart. But it was useless. Instead of piercing flesh, his weapon began to dissolve into the enemy's body. Disarm. Yi King pulled back, holding nothing but a hilt. Alert attribute lost. Alert attribute lost. Desperate, he pulled a shield from his inventory to block a massive overhead smash, gambling everything on a strike with his remaining dagger. The system screamed warnings, consuming 20 points to repair scrap dual blades. The demon leaped overhead, mocking him from above. Your will to survive is impressive. It almost shifts the balance. What an amusing soul you have. A brutal kick to the face sent Ye Qing rolling across the floor. He barely managed to stagger back to his feet. The demon pursued relentlessly. But in my domain, all resistance is futile. A flurry of slashes rained down. Alert, consuming 20 points to repair scrap dual blades. Alert, consuming 20 points. Yi Qing could only cower behind his guard. Alert, consuming 20 points. Alert, consuming 20 points. Alert, consuming 20 points. Critical error. Reconstruction failed. Insufficient materials. After the grueling exchange, his last dagger disintegrated. What? Suddenly Novelis's voice chuckled in his mind. I accept installment payments, you know. For a stray dog like you, I can lower the interest rate. Hand over 100 god-tier items from your inventory now, and you can owe me the remaining 400. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. Is he doing this on purpose? Distracted for a split second, a blade sliced his shoulder. He collapsed, coughing up blood. Alert. Attribute lost. The demon pointed at him in disgust, absorbing more of his soul. Look at you. Before the strict laws of this system, Manhwa, your struggle is meaningless. Does it hurt? Does it feel good to be drained facing a superior version of yourself? Do you feel the despair yet? Kneel before me and submit. If you let me devour you now, I might be generous enough to keep a fragment of your consciousness alive. Refuse, and I will wipe your memory and take your place. I will emerge from the abyss to destroy your family, slaughter your friends, and torture everyone you hold dear. I won't feel any guilt. I'm not you after all. The demon grabbed Ye Qing by the throat, squeezing the life out of him. As consciousness faded, old memories flooded back. If you enter the abyss, you must survive to walk out. Don't take these risks anymore. I have to finish this journey even if I walk alone. I want you to live a good life. Mom and Dad are gone, so I will protect you. I swear I won't let any danger come near you ever again. Suddenly, a crimson spark of memory flared on Ye Qing's forehead. The demon paused, intrigued. Interesting. I've changed my mind. I'll leave you with one eye just so your consciousness can watch the horror I unleash. His original goal was to break the curse, but his actions had only accelerated the inevitable doom. I really did get stuck with a piece of trash. The demon's grip tightened, crushing his windpipe. Before God's demons and the unknown, you are nothing but a weakling. Good. Become me. Give up on everything. The demon raised his sword, a twisted smile on his face. Forsake all you cherish. Let me replace you completely. He thrust the blade straight toward Ye Qing's heart. Ye Qing felt himself drifting in the void. He only wanted to save himself, yet he had walked right into a trap. I really am useless. Against the gods and demons of this world, I am simply too weak. The demon laughed. Yes, fade away and let me take over. But in that moment of darkness, Novelis's words echoed in his mind. You owe me 400 god-tier artifacts. You think I'll let you die so easily? You pathetic stray dog, you have nothing left to lose anyway. Meanwhile, the demon doppelganger charged with a killing intent. Now surrender everything you have to me. However, when the strike descended, Ye Qing blocked it with his bare hands. The demon stared in shock. What is this? The main character gritted his teeth, a terrifying power blazing in his eyes. My blade is your blade, and your blade is my blade. The fiend sensed an anomaly, glaring daggers at his opponent. What did you say? What the hell are you babbling about? Ye Qing declared with absolute confidence. Your power is my power, and my power is also my power. The demon unleashed a torrent of vile curses. Shut your mouth with that gibberish, why won't you just die already? But Ye Qing stood firm, fear absent from his heart. I will never bow to anyone. I will never become a thing like you. No one takes what is mine. Only I have the right to rule myself. Meanwhile, Novelis watched the spectacle unfold. I told that little stray dog to see this through to the end. I am Novelis. As she cast her gaze into the fray, Ye Qing's eyes turned void and empty. The demon recoiled in sheer terror. What is happening? Dormant power erupted from the boy's body. A massive dragon's head materialized behind him. Ancient dragon blood boiled in his veins. Ye Qing roared a single word. Dragon! Scorching flames engulfed him, radiating heat intense enough to melt the world around them. It does not matter if my flesh is torn. It does not matter if my bones are pulverized. Even if my organs turn to sludge, I will devour you whole. Yet the demon maintained his arrogant sneer. Who is the real monster here, you or me? Yeqing snatched the blade directly from the enemy's grasp. The fiend gasped. My sword. A sharp pain shot through the demon's body, defying all logic. In my domain, no one can resist me. No one. Unleashing his terrifying aura, the demon conjured tendrils of darkness to strike. So what if you took my weapon? I will still drain every ounce of your strength. Yeqing reacted with godlike speed. He slashed through a massive boulder, sending a wave of sword energy tearing toward his enemy. Impossible. In a flash, the blast connected. The demon stumbled back, a drop of blood sliding down his cheek, yet a sinister smile crept onto his face. As Yeqing panted for breath, surveying the battlefield, the demon vanished, only to reappear instantly behind him. He launched a new spell at point-blank range. Great Flame Explosion. Let us see you dodge this. A violent explosion swallowed the area. It seemed Yeqing had been obliterated. The demon smirked, certain of his victory. He is dead. Definitely dead. However, reality slapped him in the face like a bucket of ice water. Yeqing stood unharmed atop a floating rock, calm as a still lake. The demon's mind reeled. Why are you not dead? Consumed by rage, the entity summoned 2 more orbs of dark magic. 2 massive boulders hurtled toward Yeqing under the demon's control. The boy swiftly cast a barrier, halting the rocks while infusing his blade with mana. The tide of battle turned. He lunged forward, showing absolutely no mercy. The demon flickered out of existence, reappearing at a distance. He gnashed his teeth, realizing Yeqing had vanished from his sight. Seizing the opening, Yeqing materialized behind him, driving his blade through the demon's gut. Devour! Devour it all! The fiend shrieked in agony as Yeqing withdrew the blade. Get away from me! The demon collapsed, his form beginning to evaporate into mist. Even now the creature was in denial. To think a human could exchange blows with me. This demon was truly tenacious. Suddenly his form twisted into something far more grotesque. He can even steal my domain attribute points. What kind of broken system Manhwa cheat is this? Unbelievable. Yeqing glanced at the steel in his hand. Weapons only slow down my destruction. With a feral snap, he shattered the blade with his own teeth. The demon's jaw dropped. You bastard, that was my sword. Discarding the weapon, Yeqing entered a state of pure combat instinct. In the blink of an eye, he phased through space, delivering a crushing punch to the demon's face. He did not stop. Yeqing launched himself off the ground, closing the distance instantly to drive a brutal blow into the creature's gut. The enemy hit the floor, but Yeqing gave him no time to breathe. He pounced like a predator. Desperate, the demon summoned chains to bind him. Dragon binding formation. I will drain your power to strengthen the seal. Yet the boy stood motionless, his voice cold. The harder you try, the tighter the noose becomes. I am not like those greedy, foolish dragons. Listen well. My name is Yeqing. With a roar, he shattered the chains into 100 pieces, leaving the demon trembling in fear. I am the king. Yeqing flew forward faster than thought, delivering a flaming slap that incinerated the demon's defenses. Fresh blood sprayed from the creature's mouth continuously. The demon lay motionless, but Yeqing's rage was not sated. He bombarded the body with fireballs, causing massive explosions that cracked the very foundation of the realm. When the enemy could no longer twitch, Yeqing ripped out its heart and devoured it with relish. Your power belongs to me now. Back in reality, Novellis watched. Seeing Yeqing's body engulfed in flames, she sighed. The ritual failed. If that little stray dog turns into a shadow demon, I will have to put him down immediately. She hurled a spear with lethal intent. But at the last second, Yeqing awoke, catching the weapon midair. Novellis gasped. Sake me, possession. He sat up, frowning. The ritual is complete. I have reclaimed all my power. Realizing it was him, Novellis rushed over, curiosity bubbling over. You are back. Well, what did the demon say? What did you trade? Did he become you, or are you possessed right now? Come on, bark once if you are still in there. Yeqing scowled at her antics. I ate that thing. Hearing this, Novellis practically drooled. You ate the demon? Was it delicious? Can I eat one too? Yeqing turned his back, his expression cold as glacial ice. I've seen through your schemes. Every word that falls from your lips is poisoned with lies. Novellis paused, her confidence shaken by his sharp rebuke. Yeqing mercilessly exposed the truth. That ritual, it was never designed to break the curse, was it? You wanted the shadow demon to break the wind dragon formation's control. You wanted my body to be possessed so you could fight the demon yourself. Novellis sighed, a heavy melancholic sound. What you say isn't entirely wrong. The shadow demon's domain creates a clone with power equal to the original body. Even I don't have the confidence to defeat a transcendent version of myself. She smirked, finally dropping the act. But you are different. Your power fluctuates wildly. That contradiction in your constitution, it made me feel you actually had a fighting chance. You are just a stray dog that caught my interest. Even if you lost, killing you afterwards would have been child's play for me. Suddenly, Novellis furrowed her brows, looking utterly defeated. But now look at this mess. The demon is dead, and my state hasn't changed one bit. And your instant death curse, it can't be lifted anymore. Ye Qing's face drained of color as the horror of her words truly sank in. The final holy scripture. Didn't you say it could break the curse of death? You told me that yourself? She narrowed her eyes, delivering the cruel reality. With the little time you have left, you'll never find it. Furthermore, the scripture requires a transaction with the shadow demon to work. The target of that trade is gone. How am I supposed to fix this now? While Novellis rambled on, Ye Qing's mind raced. I'm the unlucky one here. The shadow demon is gone, and my plan to escape this abyss has turned to ash. Just thinking about it gives me a migraine. But while she complained, Ye Qing had silently begun to transform. When she finally noticed the shift in his aura, her eyes went wide with shock. What is that? His face morphed into the terrifying visage of the demon itself. Ye Qing hesitated, his voice dropping an octave. What if the shadow demon is still alive? The scene shifted to the world outside the gate. Two people stood waiting, anxiety eating them alive. We've waited over 15 hours. Except for the scavengers, there's been no news of the others. We just have to wait. Captain Fa Xiong of the Heart Hunter Guild is the son of Elder Fa Tianlin. If anything happens to him, our heads will roll. One man voiced his dissatisfaction with the grim situation. Why are the only ones making it out alive, these trash-tier members? I don't see a single member of Heart Hunter. Suddenly a scream pierced the air. Wait, movement at the gate. Jing Ran whipped her head around, heart pounding. From the swirling vortex, two silhouettes emerged. Look, it's them. Fa Xiong stumbled out, leaning on a cane, trembling with exhaustion, followed closely by Ye Qing. The two guards rushed forward, relief washing over them. Thank God you're alive. Ye Qing's voice was flat as he passed the burden over. He's your responsibility now. Jingran immediately sprinted toward him. Ye Qing! Jingran's face beamed with pure joy. I knew you could turn bad luck into a blessing. He replied with a serious expression. Sorry. I had to walk this path alone. Ye Qing pulled out a key, holding it up like a trophy. Good news. I secured the key. He was so focused on the item he didn't notice the dark aura radiating from her. Without a word, Jingren slammed her fist into his stomach. She screamed, tears in her eyes. You idiot! You have a little sister waiting for you at home. I don't need you risking your life like this. Ye Qing, clutching his stomach in pain, could only whisper, I'm sorry. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. From the gate behind them, a strange smoke poured out, and time itself seemed to freeze. Novellis crawled out from the gate, weeping tears of joy. Finally, I can breathe real air again. Ye Qing grimaced, annoyed. Don't show up now, Novellis. She ignored him, drifting closer to Jingran. Ugh, it's the stench of that trash necklace. Novellis sneered, pointing a spectral finger at the frozen girl. So this is the intimate teammate you mentioned. Ye Qing didn't answer the taunt. Instead, he barked a command. Hide yourself now, I don't want to deal with any more trouble outside the abyss. But Novellis wasn't in the mood to cooperate. I refuse. Right now I only exist as a reflection in your left eye. My true body is still rolling around in a mountain of gold back in the King's Ravine. Flashback to moments ago, Ye Qing's demon form had made her eyes sparkle with greed. If you can dispel the Wind Dragon's seal, you can get me out of this hellhole. But the form hadn't lasted. He reverted to his human state instantly. It seems this form consumes even more mana than the Berserk skill. Novellis raised an eyebrow, confused. Wait a minute, stray dog. What is your current level? Ye Qing silently held up one finger. Novellis began guessing wildly. 1 finger. 1,000. 10,000. 1,000,000. 100 million. He sighed, the reality of this system Manhwa world crashing down. Level 1. My class is Scavenger. The level cap is 5, and right now I am merely level 1. Novellis was so shocked her jaw nearly hit the floor. A level 1 shadow demon, a weak chicken with an epic-grade soul. Ye Qing, his pride stung, roared back at her. Weak or not, I'm the one who killed the shadow demon with my own hands. Novellis squeezed her eyes shut, deep in thought. Regardless, you are the second generation of the shadow demon now. You must have the ability to transport a part of my consciousness. Ye Qing demanded urgently. Give me the key. I'm not taking you out of the abyss. After this, I want nothing to do with you. However, Novellis suddenly drifted close, inspecting him. Your eye. It has become a dragon-sensing eye. It's just like my own beautiful eyes. She pointed happily at her own left eye. Your eye and my nerves are now linked. Your vision will resonate with mine. The connection between us cannot be severed. This is the dragon pupil contract, a fragment of the dragon's sight. Ye Qing was stunned. What the hell is that? Novellis widened her eyes, making a decision. You used your inspection skill to spy on me before. Now try activating that skill on me again. Instantly a surge of ancient power erupted from Novellis's eye. You used the system to probe me once. Let's see what happens when you try it now. Ye Qing was immediately affected by the resonance. His eye went out of control, and his consciousness was forcibly pulled into a spirit form. Ye Qing stood paralyzed, unable to believe his senses. While he panicked, Novellis stood beside him, cracking jokes like this was a comedy routine. My pose is quite seductive, isn't it? Take a good look. She suddenly turned to him, her gaze dangerous and sharp. From this moment on, your eye has evolved into the dragon consciousness eye. If there are any differences from before, I can use my dragon knowledge to explain them to you. Aside from you, no one can detect our existence. Consider this a free trial. In the future, every time you use this power, the price will be one divine tier item. Ye Qing's face drained of color as the system notification hit him. Novellis chirped happily. You're exactly 401 items short, Master. Rage exploded in his veins as he roared. Short. I'll show you who's short, you scammer. Back in the real world, Ye Qing clutched his head in sheer defeat, while the floating spirit above him cackled with glee. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, You greedy, shameless little cheat! Realizing he'd been played by the system, he spat out. Fine, keep it, you stray mutt. I'm out of here. Suddenly, Jingren threw herself at him, her tears soaking his chest. I'm so sorry, Captain. I'm a disgrace to the title of knight. I couldn't even protect your back. Ye Qing flustered, waving his hands frantically. No, hey, don't cry. It's not your fault at all. I'm the one who dragged everyone into this mess. His expression hardened. Before we face the true monsters of this leveling manhwa world, we simply need to become monsters ourselves. Nearby, Fa Xiong froze at those words. A subordinate rushed over, voice trembling. Captain Fa Xiong, what happened inside the dungeon? Where's the rest of your squad? Fa Xiong's eyes glazed over as the false memories took hold. I think I opened the great gate of treasures. He frowned, struggling with the fog in his mind. There was a golden light. The subordinate stared, breathless. A golden light that must mean mountains of legendary loot, right? But Fa Xiong shook his head with absolute conviction. Empty. The abyss gave us nothing. That gold, it was just sand. An ocean of worthless sand. The squad looked at him like he was insane. Say, Jabantuas. Ignoring them, Fa Xiong stumbled toward Ye Qing. Hey, I remember you. You're strong. But I can't recall a single thing you did or said in that golden chamber. He stuttered, forcing the fragmented memories together. Wait. You said the treasure had to be split. One share for the Heart Hunters, one for the Scavenger Squad. Why, Fei? Right, 50-50. He giggled like a fool, muttering 50-50. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, deadpan. You should be thanking the Scavenger Squad for that generosity. At least you get to keep half of that worthless sand. As Fa Xiong wandered off, Novellis popped her head out from the shadows. To keep the Dragon Canyon's hoard a secret, you can't let a soul know I exist. Why didn't you just silence him permanently back there? Ye Qing replied coldly. Dead men tell no tales, but living ones are useful pawns. The Shadow Demon's skill allows me to wipe memories while his own guild can read them. I need a witness to feed false intelligence to the world. Novellis looked at him, finally impressed by the sheer calculation in Ye Qing's eyes. Fair point. Without my guidance signal, you all would have rotted in that endless crimson desert anyway. Besides, my lair is guarded by eternal storms. The scene shifted to the city hospital, where Wu Ming sat on the curb sighing. Apparently his luck stat was so low he was banned from entering the building. Inside the ICU, the atmosphere was heavy. Chu Tong lay broken on the bed while Ye Qing paced outside, anxiety radiating off him. Status report on Chu Tong. Yiling didn't sugarcoat it. Multiple fractures. Severe internal organ failure. Jingran's healing arts slowed the necrosis, which is the only reason he survived until the extraction team arrived from outside the abyss. She frowned, frustration evident. But the corruption. His wounds are tainted by the abyss energy. Standard healing magic in the human world is barely effective against it. Ye Qing asked simply. Then why not take him back into the abyss to heal? Yiling sighed, looking at him like he was a child. We are just a scavenger squad. We don't have the clearance for such high-level operations. But Ye Qing whipped out a black card, his eyes intense. If it's about money, I'll buy the whole hospital. Jingren stepped up. I'll pay whatever it takes too. Yiling shook her head. No, you don't understand. It's a restriction set by the World Guild High Council. Captain, unauthorized entry into the abyss is a felony. We have to wait for approval. After that last Manhwa recap-worthy battle, the Heart Hunter squad was nearly annihilated. Meanwhile, our ragtag scavenger squad made it out with 0 casualties. That anomaly alone has put a target on our backs. We're lucky we aren't under interrogation right now. Yiling hesitated. If we cause any more trouble? Yeqing placed his hand on the glass, gazing at his dying friend. Wounds from the outside can't heal inside, and wounds from inside won't heal outside. What a cruel joke. Suddenly, Yeqing pulled a glowing vial from his inventory. If the rules block us, we use a cheat code. The radiant light of the item blinded Yiling. Is that a super recovery potion? I've only seen those in billion-dollar auctions. But wait, that's an abyss item. Drinking that here won't trigger the healing buff. Yeqing gripped the vial. It doesn't need to be a cure-all. It just needs to stabilize him enough to cheat death. Yiling's eyes widened. Stabilize. Yeqing held the potion up like a holy grail. This isn't just a potion. It's a legendary-grade elixir enhanced by dragon saliva. It boosts physical stats permanently. I originally crafted this for Ye Zhou, he thought. But lives come first. I can always farm more materials later. Yiling was practically drooling over the item. Oh my god, Captain, where on earth did you find a treasure like that? Yeqing kept a straight face and lied effortlessly. Found it in a trash heap. His mind flashed back to the library where he had cornered the dragon. By the way, he had said, I need a favor. Novellis had yawned lazily. What now? Yeqing had produced the empty potion vial, circling the topic strategically. Legend says every part of a dragon is a divine material. The greatest artifacts in this awakening manhwa utilize dragon essence. Novellis puffed out her chest, ego-stroked. Darn right they do. Yeqing continued. I found an ancient recipe in the corner of a forbidden grimoire. To upgrade this recovery potion to god tier, I need a specific solvent. A single drop of dragon saliva. Novellis blinked, caught off guard. Without hesitation, she snatched the bottle, gargled the potion, and spat it back in. You mean my spit just say so? Ding system notification received dragon saliva. Item upgraded, super recovery potion enhanced. It adds a chaotic random effect, she explained cheerfully. You won't know what it does until you drink it. Success, I drool a lot when I sleep anyway, so take as much as you need. Yeqing held the now contaminated potion, a shiver of disgust running down his spine. According to the recipe, 1 drop would have been sufficient. Back in the heat of the moment, even Yeqing hesitated to take a gamble with fate. Jotong needed stamina, but the side effects of this system manhwa power-up were unpredictable. Suddenly, a violent cough racked his body from within. Straining against the pain, Jotong made a desperate plea. I've already stared death in the face once. I fear nothing. Even if this is lethal poison, I'll drain every last drop. Forcing himself up, he ripped off his mask, revealing the raw determination in his eyes. Please, give me a chance, big brother. Jotong's voice cracked with emotion. I want to awaken my true potential. I want to stand on my own 2 feet. They stood in the underground training grounds, a sanctuary for the awakened. Yeqing stood calm, hands in his pockets. How does the power flow feel? Jotong stared at his hands, trembling with disbelief. It was a complete metamorphosis. As the potion took effect, old scars vanished like magic. Yeqing's eyes narrowed. In the Abyss, constitution isn't just a number. It is the absolute defense against physical destruction. If your constitution is too low, the Abyss will leave scars that never fade. Jotong stretched his limbs, feeling the surge of energy. Understood. Healers can restore flesh, but not your soul's vitality. Permanent injuries chip away at your maximum HP until nothing remains. So, my body has evolved, right? Jotong asked, hope rising. Yeqing gave a cryptic reply. Physically, yes. But true strength, not yet. Jotong's eyes widened in confusion. My stats exploded. How am I not stronger? Yeqing's expression remained as cold as ice. Stat growth is superficial. In this leveling manhwa world, fighting monsters requires more than brute force. It demands tactical brilliance and killer instinct. Every high-tier beast in the Abyss possesses unique combat mechanics designed to crush the arrogant. Rely only on your stats without solving the mechanics, and you'll be buried before you know what hit you. Hubris is a death sentence here. Yeqing drew twin blades, the metal singing in the air. He lunged. Jotong panicked, fumbling for his weapon. Relax. I used the ring of restraint to lower my stats to match yours. But mercy was not on the menu. Yeqing struck with lightning speed, disarming Jotong instantly. The sword went flying. Cold steel pressed against Jotong's throat. Cold sweat drenched his back. The difference in skill was an ocean. Come at me with everything, Yeqing commanded sternly. Attack with the intent to kill. Jotong faltered. Big brother, what are you saying? Is this just training? Why do I need bloodlust? Ye Qing flicked his wrist, and a cloud of dust erupted around them, masking his presence. Glaring like a predator, Ye Qing threatened. If you hesitate to kill me, I will end you right here. To Zhou Tong, he looked like the descent of a demon god. Shut! Pick up the sword. The roar snapped Zhou Tong back to reality. Yes, yes, sir. He scrambled toward his weapon for dear life. Damn it, I took the potion, I should be faster. Ye Qing was already on his tail. Zhou Tong glanced back in terror. The blade was inches away. Even with high agility stats, that split second of hesitation was a fatal error in this awakening Manhwa. Zhou Tong froze, panic seizing his heart. The gap between them wasn't just physical. It was mental. Even at 1/20th of his power, he's a monster. No matter how much I level up, I can't touch him. He gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked. Am I still too weak? Ye Qing launched a counterattack with devastating force. Damn it. A single blow sent Zhou Tong flying backward. His sword clattered meters away. He threw his hands up frantically. I yield, big brother. I surrender. But Ye Qing's killing intent didn't fade. Retrieving his sword, Zhou Tong smirked desperately. Give me the potion again. I don't care about the side effects. I need power. Ye Qing ignored the plea, his voice calm amidst the chaos. Tell me again. Why do you crave strength? Zhou Tong paused, stunned by the question. Because... His voice trembled. I'm tired of being the laughingstock. Ye Qing remained unmoved. Is that all? Zhou Tong shouted. I want to be the main character. I want to stand at the center of the stage. And I want to be a legend that holds up the sky. I want the world to acknowledge my existence. Isn't that enough? Ye Qing raised an eyebrow. Obsession creates monsters, not heroes, just like the Blood-Red Moon Guild leader. He sacrificed everything for power and was consumed by the abyss. I won't let you walk that path. Zhou Tong went silent, the words hitting home. Then, what is true strength? Ye Qing sat down, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. To live a better life. Zhou Tong looked up, eyes wide with shock. A better life? Could the answer really be that simple? Ye Qing's voice softened but held authority. Even if you never reach the summit, you shouldn't throw your life away for the applause of strangers. I want you to level up so you can live, not just survive. Don't conquer the abyss only to lose your soul to it. Ye Qing offered the potion one last time. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up with hunger. Just one sip and his stats would soar. His hand reached out, but stopped. Trembling, he withdrew his hand and forced his battered body to stand. He chose his own strength. I have enough power. From here on out, I'll walk this path with my own 2 feet. He gripped his sword, his resolve hardened like steel. Let's go again. Even against your shadow, I'll fight with everything I have. I will enter the abyss, and I will walk out alive. Ye Qing smiled, satisfied. Well said. Meanwhile, observing from the shadows, Novellis sighed. Why does that sound like a tragic death flag? Besides, you only have 3 days of life remaining. By my calculations, your survival rate is a miserable 0.017%. She rested her chin on her hand, a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh, and didn't you know that potion expired ages ago? The moment Zhou Tong downed the vial, he realized the gamble. Dragon's saliva, a chaotic concoction with completely random, unidentifiable side effects. The system interface flashed red. Analysis complete, effect null. Even he stared in disbelief at the useless result. Null, that meant he just drank glorified tap water. A rough cough escaped him, sending Ye Qing into a panic. Zhou Tong, stay with me. But instead of collapsing, energy surged through him. Wait. It actually worked. I feel the strength roaring back. Blue screens flooded his vision. Unknown potion consumed. Hidden requirements met. This is the thrill of a system Manhwa scenario. A single experience point pinged. The bar ticked from 99.9 to 100%. Level up. Vitality roared back into Zhou Tong's frame. I'm back. I'm actually back. Ye Qing couldn't help but smirk at the sight. No sudden death, no toxic shock. A win is a win. But then Novellis materialized, fuming. Are you implying my divine fluids are unsanitary? Ye Qing kept his face stone cold. Of course not. She tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. The item description said null. How did a fragile human recover? Is this some hidden racial trait? Ye Qing chuckled. It's called a miracle. He glanced at the spirit. Something a dragon hoarding gold in a cave wouldn't understand. Her grin widened. Then show me. He shrugged coolly. Simple. Live like there's no tomorrow and the universe bends to your will. Scene shift to the World Guild headquarters. Ye Qing strolled in, hands casually in his pockets, radiating confidence. He crossed paths with an old enemy. Xiaofeng's eyes burned with malice. You. The trash of the Yi clan. Xiaofeng, still breathing. The man exploded. Don't play cool enemies on a narrow road, here to beg for a backer, loser. Mnolwe. Ye Qing didn't even break stride. Not interested. Move. Xiaofeng blocked his path. Going somewhere you owe me. He produced a rusty ring voice dripping with venom. You scammed me out of 200 million for this scrap metal. I haven't forgotten that money. I became the laughingstock of tattoos because of this garbage. Yiqing pointed lazily at a nearby bin. If it bothers you, the trash can is right there. Or toss it over there. Xiaofeng snapped his fingers. Two hulking goons stepped out from the shadows. Yiqing sighed, unimpressed. Recycling the same goons, you really are desperate, Xiaofeng roared. Shut up, buy this garbage back right now for 200 million. Yiqing frowned. Forcing a sale, classy. Why should I pay you? That violates guild regulations, Xiao. Regulations are for the auction house. You have no VIP protection here. I run this turf, I have backing. If I say pay, you pay. If I say eat dirt, you start chewing. Strip him. Take every piece of gear until we hit 200 mil. But his henchman hesitated. Boss, he's wearing beginner gear. Even if we sell his underwear, it won't cover a fraction of the debt. Thought he was a collector. Why is he dressed like a newbie? Xiaofeng sneered. Fine. If he's broke, drag him to the black market. His kidneys should cover the cost. A brutal twist for an awakening manhwa plot. Time seemed to slow. Novellis burst forth from Yiqing's aura. He grunted. Now what? Her eyes glowed. Wait, that idiot is actually right. That ring? It's a god-tier artifact. I used my appraisal skill. It was just rusty iron, Yiqing countered. Novellis laughed. Human eyes are weak. I am a dragon. She opened her maw, ancient mana gathering. Awaken sleeping spirit of flame. In the name of Novellis Galacron, shatter the ninefold seal with dragon blood as the key. Let the forgotten name be spoken once more. Burn away the disguise. Dragon breath washed over the ring. The rust dissolved, revealing a pulsing crimson artifact. Behold its true glory. System text hovered, breath of the flame dragon. A relic of the ancient dragon court forged in primordial fire. Refined for centuries in the heart of a volcano by the high priest. Legend says during the Crimson Era, to stop a falling star, the Flame Dragon King sealed his power into 3 rings. This is one of them. Its power was too devastating, so it was sealed under 9 layers of magic, appearing as useless iron to the unworthy. Yiqing was floored. I had no idea. Your human skills only see surface stats. My dragon eyes perceive the very soul of the equipment. Forgotten seals dormant powers. Nothing hides from my gaze. Reality snapped back. Xiaofeng was still shouting. Don't test my patience. Yiqing looked up, eyes gleaming. 200 million. Done. The bully froze. What did you just say? Yiqing didn't waste words. He transferred the 200 million instantly. A holographic screen, the staple of any good leveling manhwa, flashed before him. Payment received. Xiaofeng stared at his phone, completely dumbfounded. Was it really that easy? Yiqing's voice was cold as ice. The ring. Now. Sensing the tension, a minion grinned wildly, hyping up the moment. Boss, what are you waiting for? That's a fortune. He actually gave you 200 million. Have you forgotten how much bad luck that cursed ring brought you? If you refund him now, your reputation in Santitus is restored, and we can finally walk with our heads held high. Yet paranoia gnawed at Xiaofeng. He frantically checked the zeros on his screen again, his eyes darting around. Hold on. You wait right there. Yiqing's patience was wearing thin. Hand it over. Seeing the money was real, Xiaofeng finally smirked, satisfied, and tossed the item over with a look of pure disdain. 200 million fair and square. Turns out you're born to be a victim, Yiqing. Here, take this cursed trash. Garbage belongs with garbage after all. The moment Yiqing's fingers brushed, the metal mana surged. The rusted band dissolved, transforming into its true radiant form. Xiaofeng's jaw dropped. That aura. It was a god-tier artifact. What the hell? Xiaofeng shrieked, eyes bulging as he saw the ring gleaming on Yiqing's hand. Yiqing smirked, admiring the prize. Money paid, goods delivered. We're done here, right? Greed instantly overpowered logic. Xiaofeng lunged forward, his face twisted. Give that ring back to me. His 2 lackeys panicked, trying to hold him back. Boss, this is against the rules. We represent the Santitus Guild. We can't be seen robbing people in broad daylight. But Xiaofeng was blinded by avarice. Shut up. I'm taking the money and the ring. Nobody leaves. Yiqing sighed, his expression darkening as he withdrew his hand. So you're really going to break the contract? I guess the rumors about Santitus being scum were true. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, his entire body beginning to glow with chaotic energy. You're damn right. Muscles tore and reshaped as he morphed into a hulking werewolf. I'm robbing you right here, right now. What are you gonna do about it? Watching from the shadows, the dragon novelist shook his head in disgust. When human greed takes over, it's enough to make even a dragon ashamed of existence. Yiqing looked at the beast with pity. Some people just couldn't be reasoned with. Bam! A single casual punch sent the werewolf flying, cleaning up the trash of this world, one strike at a time. Xiaofeng slammed into the concrete out cold, leaving his minions trembling in terror. Boss! Yiqing dusted off his hands, his voice calm but threatening. Are you going to drag your boss out of here, or do you want to taste the pavement too? The minions nearly wet themselves. We're going! They scrambled to lift him, but suddenly a heavy suffocating pressure descended behind Yiqing, dropping 200 million like pocket change, and crushing a werewolf with a single blow. Impressive work, Captain Yiqing of the Sunhorn team. The minions froze, their faces pale as ghosts. Chairman. It's the chairman. Why is he here? It was the master of the Santitus Guild himself, the Iron Fist Arbiter Yushan. Yushan stepped forward, his eyes locked greedily on the artifact. That ring. I'd value it at 500 million easily. To prove his point, he made his intentions clear immediately. A third-rate hunter team couldn't dream of paying a fraction of that. But I'm willing to offer you 500 million for that ring right now. From the ground, a battered Xiaofeng tried to intervene. Boss. Wait. Even a legendary Blood Moon ring only goes for 250 on the black market. Yushan didn't even glance at him. He pulled out a checkbook, scribbling a number with a flourish. Consider the extra a premium. I pay for talent. He extended the check to Yiqing with a shark-like grin. How about it join Santitus? I'll throw in another 100 million to buy out your little hunter group. Xiaofeng shot up, forgetting his pain in shock. You're recruiting him, boss. This kid has always disrespected Santitus. Have you forgotten how he tricked me? If you bring him in, the brothers will lose all morale. But Yiqing's rejection was as swift as it was predictable. I am the captain of Sunhorn. I'm not some freelancer begging for a master to adopt me. Yushan didn't flinch, offering a callous solution. If the title bothers you, then disband that garbage team of yours. Cut off the dead weight and come to where the real power is. The air around Yiqing dropped below freezing. Those aren't just dead weight you can toss aside. When the world turned its back on us, they stood by Sunhorn. That is a bond deeper than blood. But Yushan just rolled his eyes, unimpressed by the sentimental speech. Santitus is the apex. We have the best intel control over A rank and C+ abysses. We are the kings of this city. What can those losers possibly give you? Nothing. I'm only offering them a kennel because I value your potential, Yiqing. Listen closely. You are the only one I want. Crack. Yiqing shattered the floor tiles beneath his foot, his aura flaring with hostility. I think you're confused. It's not about them. I simply feel that Santitus isn't worthy of us. Yushan blinked, processing the audacity. Excuse me, did you just reject me to my face? In all my years, no one has dared to speak to me like that. You lead an F-rank team. You don't even have the clearance to hunt independently. You're parasites feeding off the scraps of real guilds. Yiqing's brow furrowed, his patience snapping. You seem to have forgotten the laws of the jungle. A captain is a captain regardless of their rank on a piece of paper. As leaders of independent organizations, we stand as equals. Or do you have nothing to say about basic etiquette? Yushan threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha! Good. Very good. The elder was right about you. You're a stubborn arrogance that needs breaking. A twisted idea formed in Yushan's mind. Oh, I forgot to mention. Elder Tianlin just appointed me as the interim captain of the search division. The old man is furious about what happened to his son, and he's looking to pin the blame on Sunhorn. Before his lightning strikes you down, I suggest you learn to become a stray dog without a master. I withdraw my previous offer. Let's try this again, negotiating as the chairman of Santitus to the captain of Sunhorn. Let's make a deal that saves your skin. Yiqing turned his back, walking away without hesitation. We have nothing to discuss. Yushan wasn't done. The Grand Ascension Festival. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Yiqing froze mid-step. He slowly turned his head, eyes narrowing to dangerous slits. Don't tell me. That information is in your hands. Seeing the hook catch, Yushan grinned like a predator who just trapped his prey. Not only that, but the ownership rights to this abandoned abyss of Tartarus had fallen right into his lap. It was a dungeon sealed off years ago due to a catastrophic accident, and now I was the only one holding the key to restart the hunt. Prison Mountain smirked, the arrogance dripping from his voice as he laid out his demand. I've shown you my chips on the table. Now it's your turn to name the price. Time seemed to blur as the scene shifted. Back home, Yeju listened to the story, her jaw practically hitting the floor in shock. Brother, did you seriously agree to their terms? Yiqing sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. They held the intelligence we needed. I didn't have a choice. She quickly brushed past the politics. This means it's another joint raid into the Arachnid Necropolis, and we're only allowed 2 members. Who exactly are you planning to take? He furrowed his brow, rubbing his temples as the headache set in. This was indeed the ultimate tactical dilemma, the Spectre Abyss. According to the intel from Tartarus, this zone was a hellscape ruled exclusively by the undead. Yi Qing felt a wave of depression just remembering Wu Ming's reaction to the news. I am an undead creature myself, Wu Ming had hissed. And you want me to fight my own kind? Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to kill you right where you stand? Yi Qing grimaced at the memory. Wu Ming was a ticking time bomb he couldn't risk. His mind drifted to Jutong, but that guy was locked in a special training arc swearing he'd be a changed man in a month. Consequently, Yi Qing had suspended all the team's hunting missions. Even if he had options, the more Yi Qing thought about it, the more exhausted he felt. It seemed fate had cornered him into a single path. Jingran the Ice Knight, Yiling the Fire Mage. When facing undead creatures forged from dark magic, elemental damage was infinitely more effective than pure physical attacks. Yeju's face turned as dark as a thundercloud, her smile dripping with sarcasm. 2 girls, and 1 guy. You really know how to enjoy yourself, don't you? He jumped, panic flashing in his eyes as he tried to clear his name. What are you thinking? I swear I really don't have any other choice here. Who turned my brother's hunter squad into such a pathetic state? She lamented. You don't even have the luxury of choosing your own members. She frowned, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. If only I were strong enough to help you right now. Ye Qing sat up straight, his voice soft and reassuring. Don't worry about it. Just take it slow, and one day you'll be even more legendary than I am. Suddenly, Yeju revealed a set of razor-sharp fangs. Her voice dropped to a guttural growl. So, you're still decided on going on a mission alone with 2 girls? As she spoke, dark smoke erupted around her, the force of her aura tipping his chair backward. She transformed into her monstrous avatar, baring her teeth in a terrifying threat. Yeju forbids this. Yi Qing, already suffering from his sister's wrath, now had to deal with Novellis mocking him from within. Being you is truly exhausting, the entity sneered. How exactly do you explain to your sister that there's another woman living inside your left eye? He was so angry his hair practically stood on end. The scene shifted abruptly to a teleporter in the city district where 3 drunken thugs on the street suddenly noticed a figure in the adjacent alley. One of them smirked, his voice slurring with lecherous intent. A little sister drinking all alone. Yiling heard them, her eyes flashing with cold fury. Get lost. The quiet alleyway was suddenly ripped apart by an explosion. Yiling waved her hand, unleashing her ability, causing the 3 thugs to scream in agony. Damn it, it burns, you crazy witch! She gritted her teeth, her fist clenching tight. Trash like you deserves to die. But in that split second, her other hand shot out, grabbing her own wrist to stop the fatal blow. Her personality flipped 180 degrees in an instant. No, don't do this. It was Yiling now. She looked at the thugs with genuine guilt. I'm so sorry, my sister didn't mean it. She's just in a bad mood. Please, just leave, I beg you. The thugs, realizing they'd been spared, scrambled away, screaming psycho as they ran. That word successfully triggered Yiling to resurface. I will absolutely not let their filthy hands touch even a single strand of your hair, sister. But Yiling interjected, immediately soothing the raging fire within. This is your choice, sister. But remember, we share this vessel, don't we? Finally, under her gentle persuasion, the fiery personality relented. One day I will return this body to you intact, Yiling, whatever the price. The appointed day arrived swiftly. A group gathered on the street. On one side stood the guildmaster of the Heavenly Light Throne, the Wind Chaser Jianbai. He reeked of arrogance the moment he appeared. Just a Cold Knight's Tear member ranked 3rd in Spirit Wind City, dares to block the path of number 2. Opposing him was the captain of the Cold Knight's Tear, the righteous warrior Sinver. He responded with a nonchalant sound. Oh, if you can't even speak properly. Maybe I should help you cut out that tongue so you don't embarrass your little brother. One of Jianbai's minions suddenly interrupted. I recognize that guy on his waist. Those are the twin spikes from the Ghost Fortress Abyss. The tradition states that no one sees the boss of the Abyss and lives, yet the Cold Knight's Tear broke that curse. He quickly drew his sword, ready for a pointless duel. The Heavenly Light Throne surpassed you sewer rats a long time ago. We are the true number 2 now. Sinver's subordinate took one look at the weapon and realized what it was: the Holy Oath of Judgment. It was a top-tier divine artifact with holy damage, the kind of item you'd only see in a high-stakes leveling manhwa, once auctioned for a staggering 400 million. The full body gear on Jianbai, the cost must exceed 10 billion. Damn it! Without a wealthy background, you don't even have the right to compete. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a swirl of white mist materialized beside them. A figure walked out slowly from the fog. Second-rate hunter teams fighting over scraps. Is that all you can do? Lei Shan curled his lips, standing imposingly before them. But at least you know who the real boss is. Both captains stopped their quarreling instantly at his arrival. Lei Shan ignored their reactions and cut straight to the chase. An S-class Spectre Abyss. The requirement is for 4 hunter groups to send their most elite warriors. Each group is limited to 3 members. If it weren't for the World Guild's mandate, second-rate teams like yours wouldn't even get a sniff of this mission. Sinver immediately caught the hidden meaning. President Lei, that doesn't sound right. Are you saying we're just here to make up the numbers for you? Lei Shan didn't bother to deny it. I invited you for a reason. I've submitted an application to the Council of Elders for a joint hunter operation. Abyss technology can transmit and record vital signs and combat data in real time. Think of it as a live broadcast. Some of our hunter teams are essentially being observed as test subjects. Both Jinbai and Sinver were visibly displeased. So you're treating us like lab rats? I asked myself, how could such a good opportunity just fall from the sky? Let's go. But just as they turned to leave, Lei Shan threw out the bait. Your hunter teams have been stuck at A rank for too long, haven't they? After completing this hunt, you could obtain the qualifications for S rank specially approved by the Spirit Wind City branch of the World Guild. The sheer weight of the news made him tremble. For 3 agonizing years, the Dark Knight Tears Guild had been hard stuck at A rank, watching the true high-tier missions and resources drift further out of reach. Tears welled in his eyes, fueled by pure humiliation. Just last week, the Cloud Peak S-rank hunters had dragged his dignity through the mud for all to see. His mind flashed back to that S-rank mission board in the Great Hall, a summit he thought he'd never climb. Yet fate works in mysterious ways, bringing them all back to this crossroads. If they could just secure that S-rank qualification, Dark Knight Tears could finally accept this trade. But first, they needed the Heavenly Light Throne to sign off on their worth. But if Tatus dares to fudge the numbers, I'll rain hellfire on him. Yushan smiled, smoothing things over. Relax, relax. When Tatus speaks, his word is absolute law. Actually, we have another VIP guest joining the fray. As Ye Qing stepped into the light, the crowd erupted into whispers. Holy crap, isn't that the plague god himself? Look at that garbage gear. He looks worse than the janitors mopping the floors of the Heavenly Light Throne. I heard on his last run an entire team of A-rank hunters got wiped out. He was the only one who crawled back alive. Rumor has it the trauma turned him into a total moron. The hostility was thick enough to cut with a knife. Xiaofeng sneered the moment he saw him. Well, well, if it isn't the king of the scavengers returning to his trash heap. I thought you'd be too terrified to show your face. Silver let out a long, dramatic sigh. Since when do we scavengers need another scavenger to declutter the place? Even Jianbai looked down his nose at Ye Qing. Who invited the trash collector to an S-rank mission? Did the guild elders forget to take their meds today? His voice rose to a shout. How can the Heavenly Light Throne stoop so low as to team up with this filth? But suddenly Jingran stepped forward, her aura radiating annoyance. What's the matter? You got a problem with that? Jianbai's eyes lit up the moment he saw her, his lecherous gaze locking on. Wait, isn't that the exiled princess of the Liu family? Liu Jingran, damn long time no see. But she wasn't here for pleasantries. She was here to draw blood with words. Long time indeed. Shame that stutter of yours hasn't improved one bit, Jianbai. Her words hit the mark, turning his face a glorious shade of tomato red. Damn it, don't you dare call me a stutterer. Are you courting death? Jianbai spat back venom in his voice. I don't have time to argue with a stray dog kicked out of the Liu clan. Your brother sits on the throne of the Liu family now. And you've been reduced to digging through dumpsters for scraps. It's pathetic. She frowned, her eyes flashing with cold fire. Shut your mouth. This is the path I chose, and I don't need a lecture from the likes of you. Stutterer. Jianbei ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. I said stop calling me that, he stammered, trying to regain the upper hand. Doesn't the Liu family still dream of a marriage alliance with my Moon clan? What a pity. A true tragedy. Now that you've lost your value as a bargaining chip, your father must be devastated by your failure, right? If you hadn't foolishly cancelled our engagement back then, you'd be a celebrated prodigy right now, admired by the masses reaching for the stars. But to Jingren, his words were nothing but the barking of a roadside mutt. Regret over a piece of trash like you. Behind him, Silver's squad kept pouring oil on the fire. Stutterer. Yeah, that nickname fits you perfectly. That was the last straw. Jianbai snapped, drawing his blade with murderous intent. You ungrateful wretch, you dare insult me in front of my brothers. Let's see if I can make your blood flow like a river. But before he could even swing, Ye Qing moved a blur of motion that sent Jianbai's sword flying with a casual flick of his wrist. Ye Qing's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. The sword is a masterpiece, the wielder absolute trash. Jianbai stood frozen, trembling as the reality set in. Looking at his shattered blade, he screamed, My divine sword, what the hell did you do to my beloved sacred oath? Ye Qing shrugged the picture of nonchalance. It shattered, my bad. I guess I was a little too careless. Jianbai lunged, grabbing Ye Qing by the collar. Careless, my ass. You used that dismantling skill, didn't you? How dare you treat my precious artifact like scrap metal? Do you have any idea about the power of the Moon family? Yushan rushed in to play peacemaker. Hey. He said it was an accident. We're all teammates here meant to fight side by side. Drawing swords on day one isn't exactly good for morale. But his words only fueled Jianbai's rage. I can't fight without my sword. You tell me how you're going to pay for this. Yushan sighed, turning to Ye Qing. Since you broke his weapon, it's only fair you compensate him. Right, Captain Ye of the Scavenger Squad? Ye Qing replied casually. If we had attacked first, I'd pay. But clearly he drew steel first. Jingran jumped in. Exactly, everyone saw him try to kill me. But fine, Ye Qing interrupted calmly. It doesn't matter. He spread his hands, and the air shimmered as a legendary arsenal materialized from the void. Take your pick, Captain Moon. Any single one of these is light years ahead of that toothpick you were holding. Jianbai stared at the floating armory, his jaw hitting the floor. Holy shit. Where did you get all this? Novellis, the system spirit, manifested with a scowl. How dare you flash the dragon's treasury to these mortals? Ye Qing frowned back. What dragon's treasury? This is clearly my personal inventory. She crossed her arms arrogantly. Your bag is part of our horde. Anything you put in there belongs to the collective us. Ye Qing snapped. Stop acting like a tyrant and peeping into my bag. We had a deal last time. I said I'd return the stuff, and I'm doing it voluntarily. Novelist flew over the floating weapons. We shall brand these with the dragon seal of Novelist Galakron. Anyone else who touches the dragon's property will have their soul devoured by hellfire. I, of course, am exempt. Ye Qing panicked. Wait a second. Don't just make up deadly rules without asking me. Meanwhile, Jianbai was mesmerized. What is this? The faint glow of ancient runes pulsed with a mana signature from a forgotten era. Silver went pale, his confidence shattered. Compared to these artifacts, the weapon in my hand is basically a rusty spoon. Yushan grinned, impressed. Well played. Your inventory is deeper than the ocean. These are top-tier goods you couldn't buy with all the money in the world. Ye Qing looked at the pile. Explaining the truth was impossible, and honestly, this situation was turning into a classic system Manhwa scenario, where the MC just has to bluff his way through. In this system Manhwa, my vision transcends that of ordinary hunters. Where they see worthless trash, I perceive hidden treasures of unimaginable power. Deep Keen tapped his right eye with a smirk. Activate True Eye of the Gods. The sheer pressure of his appraisal skill left Tiofeng completely dumbfounded. Hold on, so that auction ring wasn't a scam. You weren't lying. He frowned, trying to process the reality. Stop dreaming, but tell me, where in the world are you farming all these legendary tier artifacts? Deepkin winked. Trade secret, my friend. Meanwhile, Tinyam tugged at his sleeve like an excited child. Hey, I want a shiny toy too. Nguksan's laughter boomed through the room. Magnificent. You must realize how critical a steady supply of godly equipment is for a top-ranking hunter guild, correct? It doesn't matter where you're grinding them. As the #1 hunter faction, we must have absolute control over this resource pipeline. I will never allow a walking arsenal like you to strengthen our rivals. Unfazed by the pressure, Diepkin stared him down. Are you flattering me, Guildmaster, or threatening me? He doubled down on his previous offer. Perhaps a bit of both. Listen. Tattoos Guild is prepared to pay a premium far above market value for your entire stock. Just weigh your options carefully. And if you wish to challenge the Abyss, I can make that happen. Nguch Son then turned his gaze toward Captain Jian Bak. Captain Bak learned to read the room. Captain Deep is my honored guest. Show some respect to him and the members of the House of Senses. The brute looked speechless, but swallowed his pride. Shh. Why do you always have to act like his lawyer? Fine, consider yourself lucky today. I'm not here to bully the weak. John Bak rummaged around before snatching a random item. I'll take this trash. With the drama settled, the Guildmaster returned to business. Our elite strike force has assembled. Enough talk. It's time to move. According to our intel, the Abyss Demon in this leveling Manhwa dungeon guarantees a drop. We need a loot distribution protocol, and I have a suggestion. Nguk Sun revealed a mystical die. We'll follow the World Alliance standard. Loot belongs to the one with the highest roll. Pure luck. Pure fate. He tossed a die to each member. Silvers caught hers and smirked. Classic veterans. Still relying on the old-school RNG method, huh? John Bak stared blankly at the cube in his hand. A die. Nearby Novellis watched Diepkin examine his die. It represents destiny. Useless in combat, yet it contains the power of law, the very code of this world. When the die stops, the verdict is absolute. It is a fundamental setting. Not even a dragon's seal can shatter the rules bound to this object. Intrigued, he asked, what exactly is this power of law? She began her lecture. If it inhabits a weapon, it dictates quality ranging from rusted scrap to divine tier artifacts. Because the rules exist within the gear, we get everything from useless junk to legendary treasures. If the law parasitic in a human, it births thousands of classes. It offers a stairway to the heavens, yet simultaneously erects an unbreakable wall. These rules grant awakened ones power far beyond mortals, but they also shackle human potential within specific limits. And if the law infects a monster, that is the birth of a catastrophe. An ant could devour a dragon. A demon lord could shatter the void. This creates monsters with terrifying titles like elite or legendary. As for the abyss itself, the power of law transforms it into an eternal prison. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The rules make the abyss a living nightmare, but they also drastically increase the drop rate of high-tier loot. These are the 4 known laws. However, there exists a supreme void law that governs the very causality of events inside the abyss. Deepkeen was stunned by this revelation. Controlling causality. Novellis smirked. Do you recall when we triggered that treasure trap? If your perception stat is high enough, you spot the mechanism in the shadows and dodge with grace. If you possess high luck, the trap malfunctions. If your agility is maxed out, you can stroll through a rain of arrows without a scratch. In every single second, fate is rolling the dice and passing judgment. She placed hands on her hips. But relying on luck is just gambling. Only by unlocking the true name of the Dragon Eye can one see through the cheat. A system window materialized before him. Item dice of fate. Condition. A humble roll must be lower than an arrogant roll. Deepkeen narrowed his eyes at Nguksan. I see. So this is how the legendary Iron Fist Arbiter built his reputation, by rigging the game. If we use the dice of fate, we leave everything to destiny. It ensures absolute fairness among the 4 parties. No strong bullying the weak. Deepkeen smiled, his appraisal complete. It's the real deal. Nguksan turned to him. Captain Deep, as an expert appraiser, what is your verdict? I value your professional opinion. Deepkeen tossed the die into the air, letting it spin before catching it. He spoke slowly. I think it's incredibly fair. Satisfied, Nguksan pointed ahead. This place was once Ashtown, a bustling suburb of Storm City over a decade ago. It housed 100,000 souls, until the awakening Manhwa event occurred. An abyss gate tore open the sky, ripping reality apart and leaving a 5-kilometer scar on the earth. In a single night, the entire town and its 100,000 residents simply vanished. 10 years ago, Tattoos was just a rookie guild. We were the first rescue squad to uncover the truth behind this annihilation. Our leader dispatched a 12-man suicide squad into the Forbidden Zone. Inside the abyss, they found a world choked by an eternal thick fog. Gray snowflakes drifted like the ashes of burning souls. But the true horror, the townspeople hadn't actually died. Their souls were trapped in a living hell, mutated into twisted wraiths that wander the mist, wailing in eternal agony. The agonizing screams wouldn't stop echoing in their minds like invisible hands shredding their very sanity. Their mission was to breach the core of the abyss, but barely 3 kilometers in, the leader screamed for a retreat. The fog was a living wall, rendering their compasses completely useless. Even the most battle-hardened veterans lost their sense of direction. The squad was completely swallowed by the unknown. Desperate for survival, they made a fatal choice, split into 4 teams of 3 to scout different paths. They agreed to leave markers and regroup every hour. But deep in the mist, Black Crow's unit faced a nightmare beyond comprehension. Through the haze, Black Crow heard a distant, mournful bell. Then the silhouette of a ruined Gothic cathedral loomed out of the gray. The spire pierced the sky, strangled by black and red vines that pulsed like infected veins on the crumbling walls. An overwhelming force, like the gravity of a black hole, dragged them inside against their will. Resting on the altar was a massive grimoire, and hanging above it a key crafted from 7 human finger bones. His hands trembled as he reached for the artifact. Suddenly, the shadows behind the altar twisted, birthing an unspeakable horror. It had no form, Black Crow later recounted. Just a mass of agonizing faces stitched together, screaming in silence. At that moment, eldritch whispers filled his mind. The bell tolled again, and a flock of crows burst through the shattered windows. His teammates collapsed, blood pouring from their eyes and ears. Terrified, he snatched the bone key and stumbled out of the church. He didn't dare look back. He didn't even check if his friends were following. He just ran like a madman, possessed by fear. By some miracle, he found their original marker. He waited 6 agonizing hours at the rendezvous point, but not a single soul appeared. Strangely, the bone key in his hand began to sear his flesh. It became too hot to hold, clattering to the ground. The artifact spun on its own like a demonic compass, burning a trail into the earth before pointing steadfastly in one direction. With no other option, he followed its guidance, eventually stumbling upon the abyss gate. As Black Crow leaped from the void, the rift behind him convulsed violently, as if a beast were slamming against the barrier. Using his last ounce of strength, he jammed the bone key into the void's keyhole. The abyss gate slammed shut in dead silence. The ruins of that gate have been sealed ever since, untouched by man or beast. Goksan produced the artifact. This key is the only legacy Black Crow left behind, and today, we are going to reopen it. Suddenly, the interface materialized in classic system Manhwa fashion, accepting the mystical bone key. The dimensional rift tore open. System alert entering mythic rank abyss, the Black Prison Mausoleum. Before diving in, he confirmed the tech specs. The Abyss link would transmit real-time vitals and coordinates to the system interface, ensuring constant communication. Time to define roles, the leader announced. Silver stepped up first. How are we splitting the labor? My guild Dark Knight Tears specializes in ambush tactics. We've never failed a kill. We are pure assassins. Do not expect us to take the front line. Next was Jianbai. He smirked. My class, I am a sword master. I brought 2 retainers. On my right, my sword polisher. On my left, my sword keeper. Jingren raised an eyebrow, baffled by Jianbai's arrogance. Sword polisher, I've never heard of such a useless class. And a dedicated caddy for your weapon. Ye Qing scoffed. Is that even a legitimate profession? Ngok-sun sighed. One is actually an enchanter, and the other is a void packer with infinite inventory space. They are incredibly rare support classes. You're bringing bagmen to a deathmatch. Jianbai waved him off. I fight alone. They are merely here to witness the elegance of my blade work. I have no need for assistance. He turned to Ye Qing with a sneer. Don't tell me you brought an audience for this show too. Captain Ye Qing introduced his squad. Jingren Ice Paladin, our main tank with crowd control and healing. And Yiling, a high-output fire elementalist. As for me, Ye Qing grinned. I'm an all-rounder. I can fill any gap in the formation. Jianbai laughed mockingly. All-rounder. That's just a fancy word for master of none. Don't think holding a sword puts you on my level, kid. I have an entire arsenal, Ye Qing retorted. Suddenly, the subordinate chimed in. And my collection rivals anyone's. To ensure the boss has enough sustain, I packed 1,500 potions. Jianbai nodded approvingly. Good. 1,500. Wait, what? Shut your mouth, real warriors don't chug potions mid-fight. Did I say I needed help? Does my swordsmanship look weak to you? The poor lackey shrank back. No. No, boss. You didn't say that. Xiaofeng stepped forward, puffing his chest. My boss is a dark knight. I am a lycanthrope, and we have a light priest. We are top-tier elites. Seeing the skeptical look on Ye Qing's face, he snapped. What's with that look? Just because you got a lucky sucker punch in at the World Guild doesn't mean you're better than me. Xiaofeng leaped onto a boulder, shouting to the heavens. Behold, as a werewolf in this dungeon, my stats are doubled. I am invincible. Under the crimson moon, my true power doubles. If we clashed right here, you'd be the one kissing the dirt, not me. The priestess recoiled, acting like a total stranger. Yiling sighed, doubting this so-called elite squad. Are these guys for real? Everyone claims to be an apex predator these days. Ye Qing lowered his gaze. This world was just a cheap theater. Aside from Nguk-san hiding his true aura, the rest were all bark and no bite. The formalities ended. Nguk-san smirked with arrogance. Look at the stats. My team clearly holds the upper hand here. There is no debate. I will be the commander of this awakening Manhwa-style raid into the abyss. But Silver wasn't having it. The Iron Fist judgment hasn't even begun, and you're playing dictator. Let's let Lady Luck decide who holds the leash. He accepted the challenge. Fair enough. High roller takes the crown and leads the charge. Simple. Low rollers obey the king. Your score dictates your worth in this formation. Nguk-san rolled a 16. He chuckled darkly. It seems destiny favors the strong. I assume no one dares question my leadership now. Silver stared at his result, 15. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, just 1 point shy of a draw. Jianbei, sitting at a mediocre 9, cleared his throat to bully the weak link. Hey, 4-pointer, know your place, and get to the back of the line. He was targeting Ye Qing, the lowest of the low. After the pecking order was established, the chaotic squad finally marched forward. Enough talk, move out. Crossing the threshold, the atmosphere grew heavy. Nguk-san deployed a specialized artifact designed for deep abyss navigation. Stay close, he barked. This fog is a death trap. Mark your coordinates. If you wander off, don't expect me to play savior. Seconds later, panic erupted. Contact hostiles inbound. A horde of rotting undead shambled toward them. Xiaofeng signaled the healer. Priestess now. She raised her staff, chanting ancient words. Holy domain. Divine light flooded the area, purifying the dead and mending the living. Under the holy radiance, the rotting corpses shrieked as they disintegrated into ash. Jianbai scowled. Why aren't those bastards getting close? His lackey smirked. That's the holy domain for you, boss. Kryptonite for the undead. Is that so? Jianbai's eyes lit up with bloodlust. Then hand me my blade. It's harvest time. Before the subordinate could even prep, Jianbai snatched the weapon. He felt the hum of magic. This demon slayer enchantment. It sings. He unleashed a wave of energy cleaving through the horde. Watching the glory, Silver couldn't just stand on the sidelines. Deploy the shadow cloaks, Silver commanded. Analyze and exterminate. Shadows danced at his fingertips as he joined the fray. With a cruel grin, Silver declared, "Let these rotting sacks of meat be crushed beneath our boots." Silver and his elites fell back, using the others as meat shields. But suddenly, his blood ran cold. Down below, Yi Ching stood untouched. The undead were recoiling in fear. No spells, no mana. Was he repelling them with just his presence? He must have a relic, Silver reasoned. Some second-hand trinket meant for scaring weaklings. I've seen trash rely on such crutches before. To think even these brainless ghouls are terrified of that stench. Jingren sighed, bored. They're just cannon fodder, weaklings. Let's just ignore them and move on. But Ye Qing cut in sharply. Don't be a fool. Weak monsters might trigger a death curse. If they aren't attacking, we hold the line. His eyes scanned their attire. Those rags, they aren't monsters. They were adventurers. This Manhwa recap is turning into a horror story. Thump, thump. A rhythmic trembling echoed. Yiling sensed the disturbance first. The mana flow. It's chaotic. Ngok-san's grip tightened. Something massive is approaching. The heavy footsteps grew louder, shaking the ground beneath them. Jianbei froze in horror. One of the corpses. It mimicked the sound. Did that thing just speak? Terror took over. Jianbei lashed out in a blind panic. Suddenly a subordinate shrieked in agony. Obsolete. The word echoed from 1,000 dead throats. Obsolete! Obsolete! Looming behind the horde was the puppet master. A fader Ye Qing pierced through the fog with his gaze. There's the conductor of this orchestra. The undead horde surged forward like a tidal wave. Ye Qing smirked, unimpressed. Against trash of this level, I don't even need to break a sweat. He launched himself into the abyss, diving straight into the sea of rotting flesh. He spun like a whirlwind of death. His senses sharpened to a razor's edge. True death does not dwell in such filth, he thought calmly. Novellis materialized with a warning. Undead are mana parasites. They instinctively hunt awakened ones to drain their life force. The stronger the mana, the sweeter the feast. Yi Qing's eyes snapped to the most delicious target in the room, Yiling the pure mage. He screamed, "Suppress your aura, don't use magic," but it was too late. Panic consumed her. I can't stop it. Her mana exploded like a beacon in the dark. A torrent of pure energy surged straight toward the fader lurking in the mist. The monster opened its maw, devouring the energy greedily. Just before disaster struck, Jing Ran stepped in. "Ice Fortress. Relax," she smirked. "It's just a cooling barrier, not an attack." Yiling trembled, realizing the horror. "I've become the bait." Jing Ran's lips curled into a faint, confident smile. "Don't worry about it. Knights are born to guard the rear line. Becoming a target is just part of the job description." With those words, she unleashed hell. A rotting corpse vaulted over the shield wall, jaws snapping, but Jing Ran was faster. Her blade danced, and instant frost sealed the beast in a coffin of ice. Only statues of ice remained where monsters once stood. But she didn't stop there. Channeling her mana, Jing Ran condensed a massive sphere of energy to sweep the battlefield clean. Yet, for everyone she crushed, 2 more emerged from the shadows. Her brow furrowed in irritation. It wasn't over. Suddenly, Yiling stepped forward, fully recovered and ready for war. "Step aside." Jingren caught the signal and grinned. "Read you loud and clear." Yiling lowered her stance, pouring every ounce of her spirit energy into the coming clash. Yiling unleashed a barrage of support fire, her hellfire incinerating the front lines. But one relentless corpse broke through the flames, lunging straight for them. She grit her teeth and roared, "Come and get some!" Boom! Before it could touch them, an invisible force launched the beast skyward. Jingran's eyes went wide, jaw dropping in disbelief. Out of the chaos, Ye Qing walked forward, calm as a still lake. He raised a hand, dark mana swirling around his fingers. Gravity vortex. "Stop daydreaming," Ye Qing muttered, his gaze intense. "Move now." His voice thundered. "Get over here." The gravity field seized the rotting corpses, crushing them together into a grotesque sphere of flesh. With a flick of his finger, he slammed the mass into the earth with the force of a meteor. The monster was flattened, instantly reduced to nothing more than a stain on the concrete. Ye Qing analyzed the remains with cold precision, like a player dissecting a mechanic in a system manhwa. "It's condensing again." Suddenly a blade tore through the air, aiming straight for his throat. Kang Ye Qing stopped the steel with just 2 fingers. Jianbai stepped out of the mist, a fake smile plastered on his face. "Oops, my bad. This damn fog is so thick," he sneered, shamelessness radiating off him. "My sword control art gets a little fuzzy telling friend from foe in this mess. Surely a generous Captain Ye won't hold a grudge over a tiny mistake, right?" Ye Qing didn't waste breath on words. With a cold snort, he flung the blade away. The sword pierced a nearby corpse, but a splash of black blood landed on Jianbai's pristine shoe. He jumped back like a scalded cat. Disgusting! Absolutely filthy! He screamed in horror. We of the Heavenly Light Throne are elegant hunters. We aren't trash-tier scavengers like you lot who roll around in garbage. Clean that blood off my sword immediately. Yezing raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. We're in the abyss, and you're worried about laundry. Jianbai covered his nose, looking down on him with pure disdain. That is exactly why we are different. Captain Ye, I wouldn't touch that hilt with a 10-foot pole now. But as he whined, a rotting corpse rose silently behind him. He ground his teeth, mana flaring as he lectured. The beauty of sword arts lies in killing from 1,000 miles away. While remaining perfectly spotless, the horde screeched, closing in. Jianbai threw his head back and commanded, "Swords descend!" Instantly, the air filled with shimmering steel. He spun the flying blades, shredding the undead in a whirlwind of death. A sword is just a tool meant to get dirty. It is unworthy of touching its master's skin. Yeqing smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And here I thought a swordsman was supposed to cherish his blade. My mistake. Jianbai rolled his eyes, ignoring the jab. You really are childish. While slaughtering monsters, he continued his sermon. A dirty sword has lost its qualification. It's like a warrior without honor or a maiden who has lost her purity. He bowed dramatically, treating the battlefield like a stage. Because I love these servants so deeply, I must enforce the strict hierarchy between master and slave. The master sets the laws, the sword obeys, the master remains pure while the sword bears the burden of filth. Jingren tuned out the lunatic and turned to Yeqing, face pale. Something is wrong. These gray things, they're respawning in the mist faster than we can kill them. The mist, she stammered. It's pure magical energy. It's feeding them. Nearby Xiaofeng and the healer were overwhelmed. Yushan finally assessed the situation. We cannot stay here. Ahead lies the boundary of the Silver's Grand Cemetery. Speaking of which, where is that guy? A teammate spoke up from the back, voice trembling. I haven't seen him since the start. Did he get separated from the squad? Yushan grit his teeth. Trash. Can't even handle a low-level anomaly, third-rate garbage. Suddenly a desperate figure rushed forward. Please, sir. It was one of Silver's men trying to keep his composure. Don't abandon our leader. He's trapped in there. He needs backup immediately. Yushan waved him off coldly. Not necessary. But Yeqing stepped in, eyes hard. It is necessary. Xiaofeng roared. What did you say, punk? You dare question orders? Yeqing frowned, his killing intent spiking. This is a team raid. As a captain, you are responsible for every single life under your command. Yushan sneered, flipping the script. Fine then. As a captain, I order the House of Scavengers to go save Silvers. How about that? Jingren snapped. On what grounds? Why are you only sending our squad into the fire? He turned his back, walking away. Wasting mana to save trash in a place like this. Go alone if you care so much. Don't forget we use the die of fate to decide who leads this raid. Before vanishing into the gloom, Yushan added, If you want to play hero, I won't stop you. Yeqing sighed, shouldering the burden. If that's your play, then I'll handle the rescue. I don't give a damn about Silvers, but I will fulfill the duty of a captain, a burden you seem too weak to carry. Remember this moment. Suddenly Jianbai stepped up, unable to resist the spotlight. So brave. But how can I let you hog all the glory? You think you can look down on the Heavenly Light Throne? I'm coming too. Yushan ground his teeth, patience snapping. I'll give you 5 minutes. Max. The density of monsters in the cemetery is spiking by the second. By then, even if you retreat to the edge, you'll bring a tidal wave of nightmares with you. Jingran turned to Yeqing. I'm coming with you. Yeqing's voice softened. No. You and Yiling hold the line here. As they prepared to charge, Jianbai barked one last order to his lackeys. 2 guards stood watch here. She warned them urgently. Stay sharp. Yeqing walked a short distance and widened his eyes. Skill activated Dragon's Eye. In a split second, he analyzed the entire battlefield situation. Yeqing issued a grave warning. Whatever you do, avoid the red zones. Now was not the time for battle. His figure drifted through the corpses like a phantom. Even the G-rank ghouls didn't dare approach him. He only needed to avoid the vipers and find Silver. With that thought, he dashed off to locate his target. Left behind, Jianbai could only gasp in admiration. That guy's vision can pierce through the fog. That kind of observational ability isn't something a normal person possesses. Jinbai made a quick decision. Following him might save me a whole lot of trouble. 4 directions formation. Yeqing sensed a surge of magic power and warned, if we trigger a battle, this big trouble will follow us everywhere. But Jinbai arrogantly ignored him. I do what I want. The two cut through layers of thick fog. Finally, they set foot in the graveyard region. The atmosphere inside was suffocatingly gloomy. Jianbei looked around confused. The fog here has lifted. It should be thickest at the center. He let out a breath, dropping his guard. Luck is on our side. No one followed us, and the place is clean. Suddenly, Ye Qing signaled. Over there. Before them lay a trail of blood and corpses. At the highest point of the cemetery, a silhouette emerged. The Nether Knight stood there, his very presence radiating crushing pressure. Jianbai's voice trembled with excitement. Our luck is actually insane. We found the boss. But behind them, a shadow lurked. Silver hid behind a tombstone, whispering a warning. Over here, you idiot, 2 more steps and you'll get a free one-way ticket to the afterlife. Jianbai spotted him and sneered. Look at that. Who do we have here? Silver, frustrated, tackled Jianbai and covered his mouth. Shut your stinking trap. If you have a death wish, don't drag me down with you. Yeging was puzzled. If it can be handled, why are you just waiting here to die? Silver shot back. You think I like standing here? He pointed at the ominous smoke and explained. Cross that demon wall and there's no coming back. It's a domain lord's barrier, you moron. Ye Qing proposed a plan. Where a boss-level monster appears, a dungeon room structure is created. Usually killing the lord of the area clears the barrier. Silver gritted his teeth. You think I don't want to kill that mongrel? He gestured upward. Look, that thing wiped out my entire squad with a single swing. Silver summarized his observations. I'm waiting for the boss's aggro to reset. It's still in a frenzy. We need to wait a bit longer. Suddenly, the Nether Knight's eyes glowed with abnormal excitement. Jianbai, fearing no death, charged forward to show off. Wait for the boss to calm down. What a piece of trash. Ye Qing and Silver watched speechless. Oi! He roared, charging in. A true powerhouse fears nothing. Jianbai summoned countless swords. Sword art, return to heaven. He finished his move and landed gracefully. Jianbai smirked arrogantly. This is the absolute sword defense wall. But his smile froze instantly. The Nether Knight, completely unharmed, charged with his blade. He slashed a devastating arc toward Jianbai. Terrified, Jianbai barely leaned aside to dodge. Jianbai swung his hand to parry. But the moment they clashed, the system flashed a warning, brutal strike. Every attack carried an armor-breaking effect, instantly destroying physical defenses. Ye Qing observed the battle seriously. Even a meat shield couldn't survive a second hit from that Nether Knight. Seeing his sword shattered, Jianbai cursed. My sword, you bastard! Enraged, Jianbai summoned even more blades. I'll grind you into dust. The Nether Knight's voice boomed. I am the enemy of the living, and you shall all perish here. System alert, Nether Flame. Every attack now carries a burning curse. The knight gripped his sword and lunged. Jianbai spun, creating a vortex of steel. The two clashed head-on, but Jianbai was swatted away like a fly by the Nether Knight's blow. Ye Qing sensed the danger and shouted, Dodge it now! But under Jianbai's gaze, the monster stepped closer. Jianbai cleared his throat, stubborn to the end. A swordmaster never retreats. I won't let you bunch laugh at me. Ye Qing couldn't watch anymore and stepped in. The Nether Knight's sword was stopped dead in its tracks. Ye Qing struggled to hold the block, gritting his teeth. You're just feeding his rage, you idiot! Yet Jianbai still yelled, You're trying to steal my spotlight. Ye Qing gave an order, showing no mercy. The Nether Knight's wild slash deals double damage to armor. If you value that sword of yours, get the hell out of the way. The words stung Jianbai's pride. You mother, how dare you talk to me like that? Ye Qing looked at the ring on his finger. System notification, Dragon's Breath. Ring of Destruction activated. Instantly the ring flared up. A storm of flames erupted, engulfing the Nether Knight and leaving it stunned. Jianbai froze in shock. What is happening? Ye Qing continued to pour in his power. The first step was a success. The Dragon's Breath effect was absolute. The Nether Flame had been stolen. Ye Qing clenched his fist in excitement. This is the power of a $200 million god-tier item. He smirked, taunting the beast. Your power belongs to me now. The Nether Knight roared in agitation. Suddenly, vipers burst from the ground. Silver and Jianbai were taken by surprise. Ye Qing didn't waste words. He launched himself forward, leaping into the air, fist cocked back. Ye Qing slammed a fist into a viper. It collapsed instantly, unable to recover. Ye Qing smirked with satisfaction. As long as the Nether Flame burns, their regeneration is nullified. More monsters rushed in to grab him. Ye Qing jumped lightly, clenching his fist, ready to strike. Another punch flew out. One monster saw an opening. Ye Qing was distracted. It tried a sneak attack, swallowing him whole. But seconds later, the viper felt its face scorching. Its head burst into flames. Silver watched in awe. He stole the boss's ability. I've never seen anything like this in a normal leveling manhwa. Jianbai, true to his nature, shamelessly claimed the credit. I already drained most of his power. You just showed up for the kill steal. Ye Qing stood calm amidst the choking smoke. The Nether Knight descended from above like a judgment from hell, but Yeqing was faster. He dodged by a hair's breadth. A tactical retreat. He slid back, shifted his weight, and unleashed a devastating counterpunch. Roaring flames erupted from his fist, engulfing the Nether Knight in an inferno. But as the smoke cleared, the interface flashed a warning typical of a system Manhwa fire immunity. Damage reflection. Immovable fortress. Yeqing's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He barely evaded the monster's retaliation. Without a second's hesitation, he activated his shadow ability, telekinetically launching 3 massive boulders at the enemy. The knight shattered them instantly, but amidst the chaos, Yeqing analyzed its weakness. It has high elemental resistance, but its physical defense is paper-thin. When it shifts its elemental shell, it freezes for a split second. That is my only window to strike. It's now or never. Mana surged through his veins. Controlling a storm of debris as a distraction, Yeqing vanished from sight, reappearing right behind the monster's unguarded back. A single earth-shattering punch. The Nether Knight's body crumbled into dust. Its existence wiped out, leaving behind only the glint of dropped equipment. Yeqing dusted off his hands like it was nothing. Silver and Jianbai stood frozen, but their shock quickly turned to greed. They stepped forward shamelessly. I knew it. Fortune favors the survivors. Move aside. I spotted this monster first, so by the laws of the wild half, that loot is mine. This fool hid in the safety zone the entire time. Yet now he has the audacity to demand the spoils of war. If I hadn't blocked that boss's ultimate move, you wouldn't even be alive to open your mouth right now. Jianbei stepped forward with thick-skinned arrogance. My survival cost me 3 swords. That price must be repaid from this pile. The highest grade blades are mine as compensation. You can scavenge whatever trash is left over as charity. Yeqing looked at them with cold indifference. In my eyes, everything on the ground is garbage. Take it all if you want. Naturally, Jianbai's fragile ego snapped. What did you say, Yeqing? Are you calling us scavengers? Silver, however, only cared about the profit. I don't care about talk. If you don't want it, it's all mine. Yeqing turned his back on them without a second thought, leaving Jianbai seething in impotent rage. But he wasn't leaving empty-handed. He channeled his mana, summoning spectral hands to grasp the true prize, the glowing skull. System alert obtained. Nether Ghost Fire. It fuses with the anvil to boost forging success by 30%. Plus, it adds a soul-burning effect to attacks. Yeqing paused, genuinely surprised. What is this? Novellis's voice echoed with praise. You possess devilish luck. That is a rare drop with a 1 in a million chance. Do you recall the title suffix you absorbed from the Nether Knight using the Ring of Destruction, Froyo? Against mages, even a spark of this nether fire will trap them in eternal torment, stripping away even their ability to resurrect. The nether suffix combines with elements. Nether plus fire creates a flame that strikes terror into the hearts of the undead. Yeqing's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Sounds perfect. Store it. But Silver, still looting, noticed the anomaly. Did I see that right? Did that guy just pocket something legendary without telling us? Jianbai's greed flared up again. Hey Yeqing, did you just snag a rare equipment drop for yourself? The leeches swarmed back. Don't play dumb, I saw that green flame in your hand. Are you trying to hoard the only god-tier artifact the boss dropped? Nice speech. But Silver, do you really think landing the last hit gives you the right to claim everything? By the laws of our guild, the scavenger house ranks below the heavenly seat. Yeqing finally turned his gaze, turning icy. I risked my life entering the mist to save you, and this is how you repay me, by accusing me of theft. You are mistaken. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded from Yeqing. He assumed his demon form, towering over them like a nightmare. I did obtain something incredibly dangerous. Would you like a demonstration? Silver and Jianbai stumbled back in terror. Hell, it's burning. Is that flame alive? Yeqing didn't want to kill them yet, so he powered down. This power would incinerate you instantly. It belongs to me. Is that clear? Cowed by his strength, they finally shut up. Fine, we get it. Keep your creepy soul fire, we don't want it anyway. Yeqing turned away. We're wasting time. Let's regroup with the others. But behind his back, Jianbei's eyes narrowed with malicious intent. Damn it. Lucky I didn't attack. Yeqing is hiding his true strength like a leveling Manhwa protagonist. But remember, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Back at the safe zone, Xiaofeng looked worried. Boss, they've been gone a long time. Did something happen? Yushan smirked confidently. With him there, impossible. Just then, Yeqing's group emerged from the shadows. Perfect timing, Captain Ye. Thank you for your hard work. I knew you could drag that dead weight back here. Yushan then glared at Silver. Don't disappoint me again. Silver gritted his teeth, muttering, damn it, today is a bust. It's definitely that Yeqing's bad luck rubbing off on me. Xiaofeng stepped forward, pointing ahead. Boss, is that the Whitebone Cathedral you mentioned? Yushan grinned. Exactly. The site of the final ceremony. Before them stood a massive, imposing structure. "Let's move out." Inside, time seemed to have stopped. Everything was pristine. Yushan halted, his eyes locking onto a glowing object. A high-tier artifact, capable of cleansing all curses and resetting reality itself. Ye Qing froze in his tracks. There, floating in the center, was the very book from the legends. Silver scratched his head, confused. "What's with the 11 skeletons? It looks like they've been guarding this place for centuries." "Yushan, why drag us to this godforsaken empty church?" The air grew heavy, thick with unseen tension. "Can't you sense the twisted energy radiating from him?" Ye Qing's voice cut through the silence like a blade. "We should have realized sooner." Yushan, the sole survivor of the elite 12-man squad, was standing right in front of them as Yushan. Jianbei's jaw dropped in sheer horror. "Wait, so the hunt was a lie. This is a sacrifice." The mask finally slipped, revealing Yushan's true malevolent face. "Bingo." Yushan grinned, his voice dripping with malice. "You caught on fast. This entire abyss intrusion, it was just a harvesting ritual for my collection. And to trigger the final phase," he paused for dramatic effect, "I needed exactly 9 fresh souls." Fear paralyzed Jianbai as the realization hit. 9 souls, just 9 more sacrifices to complete the ultimate ceremony. Yushan declared, eyes gleaming with madness. "Once the energy bar is full, the ritual is complete. Then I'll use this divine artifact to transcend my mortal limits." Silver. The faceless king broke into a cold sweat. "You can't count our 3 hunting groups, only total 8 people. Did you forget that the Dark Tears Guild is down a member?" Panic rose in Silver's voice, though he tried to mask it with logic. "Your grand plan is mathematically impossible. Look, let's just pretend this never happened. You can find some other scapegoats to take the fall. Trust me, Dark Tears won't snitch. We know when to shut up." Yushan just sighed, looking disappointed. "You Dark Tears trash are pathetic. Dying the moment you stepped through the gate, that was miscalculated. But fate has a funny way of surprising us." Yushan's eyes narrowed with sadistic glee. "Even though you have 8 bodies, there are 9 souls present." The scales of destiny had tipped in his favor. His gaze locked onto the girl in the back. "Isn't that right, Miss Yiling?" All eyes turned to her in shock. Jingran gasped, looking at her teammate. "What?" She didn't flinch. "He's right. This body is a vessel for 2 souls. I am Yiling." Jingran's eyes went wide. "That explains it. You fought like a completely different person in the last battle." She frowned. "So the captain entered the abyss for the ultimate ceremony too." Yushan stepped forward, mocking Ye Qing with a sneer. Ye Qing just stared back, his expression unreadable. "Seems every single rat in this group is hiding a secret." She shot back, her resolve like steel. "I only seek the awakening Manhwa power of the ceremony to separate our souls and return this body to my sister. I have no desire to hoard the power for myself. The ultimate ceremony can cleanse any abyss curse, even Sue's." Ye Qing pondered this. Trapping 2 souls in 1 vessel. That reeked of demonic methodology. Yushan laughed maniacally. "Waste the ultimate ceremony on trash like you don't make me laugh. You aren't heroes. You're just kindling for the fire." The white-haired minion clenched his fists while the priest raised her staff, dark magic swirling ominously. Jianbei trembled. "Dark magic, but you're a holy priest. How is that even possible?" Her face twisted into a crazed smile, aura flaring. "I am the chosen one, beloved by both light and shadow. A prodigy you see once in a century." Silver screamed, desperate. "We have 3 hunter groups here. You think 3 people from tattoos can take us all?" She launched a devastating blast of energy. "Relying on a trash captain like him, I could crush you insects all by myself." Boom! Ye Qing vanished and reappeared in front of the blast, shattering it with a single swing. The priest's eyes bulged in shock. Ye Qing's aura exploded with fury. "You dare treat my teammates like firewood," Yushan remained arrogant. "So what? What do you think you are? Heroes, please. You're just ants in the apocalypse. You can't even make a ripple in the tsunami that's coming." He pointed at Yiling, rage building. "Your soul is merely a plaything for demons. And that so-called sister of yours, same destiny." He screamed, veins popping. "And you, Ye Qing, you think your pathetic little leveling Manhwa squad can change anything? You're all just candles flickering out on my altar, not even ash will remain." His voice cracked with insanity. The white-haired minion lunged. "Now become nourishment for the ceremony that is your only value. Ling Xiaofeng Cyrus, handle the Dark Tears trash. I'll personally sacrifice the awakened one." His minions nodded. "Understood." Ye Qing's expression darkened. "Fine. No more holding back." Behind him, the team rallied, weapons drawn. "Don't look down on us, charge." A massive shockwave blasted toward the minions, catching them off guard. Ye Qing launched himself straight at Yushan like a cannonball. Steel clashed against steel. Yushan swung, but Yeqing was a ghost. Snap! Yushan's sword shattered like glass. The priest gasped. Silver stared in disbelief. Jingren was speechless. Jianbai watched in awe. Yushan screamed in agony as his vision spun, and his body crumpled. In a flash of cold steel, it was over. Yeqing stood behind him, dual blades dripping. The villain's severed head hit the ground, mouth still moving in shock, smoke rising from the wound. I didn't even see the move. The head sputtered, coughing blood. Even if you're stronger, shouldn't I at least be able to see the gap between us? What kind of damned defeat is this? His life force faded. Yeqing stood there, killing intent rolling off him in waves. He turned his gaze to the trembling minions. And you two, the white-haired man dropped to his knees, face pale. Boss is dead. I surrender. No point in dying now. The priest nodded frantically. It's meaningless now. But then panic set in as they looked at Yeqing. Wait, the system Manhwa ritual still needs souls. If he spares us, we're the only ones left to fill the quota. Yeqing walked calmly toward the altar. No need for more death. He explained, if it's a real demon, they can activate the legacy directly. Jianbai gasped as Yeqing's form shifted, demonic flames erupting from his skin. Yes. I know this because I've killed a demon before. Jingren's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Yeqing, how long have you known? He remained unnervingly calm as he explained, the moment I struck down that monster I was inflicted with the vilest curse in this world. In truth, my life clock has ticked down to its final 60 seconds. Very soon the curse's law will execute me. Only the supreme power of this divine tome has the authority to purge it. She stood there frozen in shock. Yeqing, please. You just need to use the artifact to save yourself, and this nightmare ends right here, doesn't it? We fought so hard to reach this point after all. Yeqing simply offered them a serene smile, and in that moment, the legendary grimoire materialized before him. I apologize. That was indeed the original plan, but fate is a cruel mistress. If only this ancient tome possessed the power to rewrite a person's destiny completely. His gaze then shifted to Yi Ling, catching her off guard. If this scripture truly holds the power to rewrite a life, then my only wish is that the one it saves is you. Yi Ling, her voice cracked as she screamed in panic. Captain, are you out of your mind? This is your only chance for survival. Why would you waste it on someone as worthless as me? He ignored her plea, lifting his head to face the glowing book. You have never truly lived a single day for yourself, have you? From the moment you were forced to share your soul with your sister, every breath was for her. You were magnificent. But listen, everyone who enters the abyss alive must leave it alive. Jingren looked up, tears blurring her vision like rain. I absolutely will not let you do this. Yeqing's hand made contact, and the tome instantly began devouring his life force. He watched the energy flow, clenched his fist, and offered one final defiant smile. Forgive me, it seems I must break my word this time. I have one request: use the fortune I left to care for my little sister. You are the one I trust most. His form began to fracture, pulled into the void. In the name of the Demon King, I shatter Yi Ling's curse. A cyclone of energy roared, erasing his existence. Go now, reclaim the body that is yours, and step into a world of freedom. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the cemetery. That selfish idiot. To save his team from being targeted by the World Guild, he chose to escape by vanishing first. A bouquet of blood-red roses rested atop the cold stone. Thanks to his sacrifice, the House of Pale Senses has successfully ascended to D-rank status. From behind, another voice echoed the sentiment. All because of him, our guild has finally climbed the ranks and survived the impossible. Standing beside them, Jingren stared at the tombstone, a knowing smile on her lips. He is undeniably dead. Yet the moment he fell, his body vanished, as if dragged down into the deepest abyss. He might have fooled the entire world, but he couldn't fool me. Another hunter turned to her, confused. What makes you say that? She gripped a stone fragment, her expression calm. He isn't trash. Like the hero of an awakening manhwa, he will return. And when he does, he will shock the heavens themselves. The stone in her palm pulsed with a mysterious light. I believe in this truth with all my heart.